Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 92. After the decline of the Shiba family, on the way to Rukonga, the Tsunoya Shiro family sent killers to wipe out the Shiba family. In the end, this was stopped by the Shihaoran family. Afterwards, the other nobles should also contribute in the middle. This prevented the Shiba family from being completely destroyed, and some members remained. Thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that the other major nobles would make a move. After all, the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Today, the Shiba family can be destroyed because they are expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, so tomorrow, this matter may also fall on their heads. Although several great nobles are trying their best to avoid the decline of the family and want to continue the family in various ways so that the glory of the family will continue to shine, but some emergencies are inevitable. For example, what happened earlier in the ISE family. Although it has never been said what it is. But according to Gosuke Shigure's knowledge of the plot, it should be the loss of 8 mirror sword. The 8 mirror swords are the inheritance of the ISE family, and they are also the Zanpakuto that their family has passed down from generation to generation. They are the source of their strength. If the 8 mirror swords are lost, the decline of the ISE family is inevitable. So because of this incident, the ISE family chose to keep a low profile. I'm afraid that in a few years, this great nobleman will become less known. The leak of the disappearance of the ISE family's 8 mirror swords should be due to revenge from the Tsunoya Shiro family. Gosuke Shigure is extremely determined. The Tsunoya Shiro family is a group of lion majesty, it can be said that they must take revenge. Finally, there was an opportunity to completely destroy the Shiba family and make the surname Shiba disappear from the world, but because of the reasons of the other great nobles, they had to give up. How can the Tsunoya Shiro family let it go? Ever since, after this incident, the Dai family retaliated against the remaining nobles. Logically speaking, it was Shihaoran Kong-chan who stopped the group of killers in the first place, and he should take revenge on Shihaoran's family first. But the Tsunoya Shiro family did not. Because even the Tsunoya Shiro family has to admit that the current Shihaoran family has no flaws at all. Originally, after Shihaoran's empty cicada, they fell into a situation of being out of control, but Yoryuki's growth has made up for it very well. Everything. Since we can't target Shihaoran's family, we should target the rest. And during this process, you can't come forward in person, because if you do so in person, it is very likely to attract a group of people to attack. So, because of the existence of the ISE family, it was revealed. The Tsunoya Shiro family is in charge of the Great Soul Book Corridor, and there are some things that can be easily known. The ISE family, for the sake of the family's face, had to execute the members who made mistakes, and then chose to hide. After the ISE family, the next target is the Kukaki family. The Kukaki family fell into the same predicament as the Shihaoran family. The men of the next generation are not qualified enough to become strong and difficult to take on the great cause. The difference is that the next generation of Shihaoran's Yoryuki is very qualified, while the Kukaki family, well, although Kukaki Aojun married a wife, but the child was just born, and it is not sure whether his qualifications are good or bad for the time being. Kukaki Yinling didn't dare to gamble on the illusory future, so she had to choose another way, which was to find a powerful husband-in-law for her daughter, and her adopted son-in-law was also a son. His idea is good, but he ignores the character of Kukaki Hibiki, which makes outsiders see an opportunity. Kukaki Xionghe abides by the law and offends so many nobles. Because of the Kukaki family's reputation, those nobles dare not provoke Kukaki Xionghe, but if one day, Kukaki Xionghe is in trouble, no matter how big the Kukaki family is, under the circumstances of these nobles, it is not so easy for Kukaki Yinling to exonerate Kukaki Xionghe. The head of the 4 nobles, the example of the nobles, sometimes it is an honor, but it is also a kind of bondage. Since Kukaki Kazukawa was so impartial when dealing with those nobles, then similarly, when Kokaki Kazukawa committed a felony, the Kokaki family must also be impartial and impartial. Who told Kokaki Yinling not to stop him when Kokaki Hibiki did those things, and let him do that? After Gosuke Shigure figured out all the reasons for the incident. Basically, it is certain that the next target of the Tsuneya Shiro family is the Kokaki family, to be precise, the Kokaki Hibiki. Because there is such a plot in the original book. After Kokaki Zyonghe served as the captain of the first team of special forces, he was imprisoned because of being involved in factional disputes. Under normal circumstances, Kokaki Zyonghe, as the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, those small and medium-sized nobles would not dare to frame him. But he ended up in jail. Moreover, Kokaki Yinling, as the head of the Kokaki family, the head of the four great nobles, was so powerless in the face of Kokaki Zyonghe's imprisonment. He could only let him stay quietly in the confession palace first, and then he thought of a way go and clear the name of Kokaki Hibiki. This point shows that Kokaki Yinling at that time was actually a little powerless. The reason why Kokaki Jinling is so powerless is probably the Tsuneya Shiro family. The great noble made a move. In the first years, Tsuneya Shiro was the head of the great nobles. Later, due to the decline, the position of the head of the great nobles fell to the head of the Kokaki family, but even so, the Tsuneya Shiro family still has a great history. Area. This power lies in the fact that many small and medium nobles are driven by it. The reason is that they are in charge of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book and know many secrets of the Soul Society, and that they can influence the decisions of Central 46. So, in the end, it was because Byakuya Kokaki was born too late. If he was the same age as Yoryuki, Qian Zhao would never have these things. Gosuke Shigure finally came to such a conclusion. Byakuya Kokaki's qualifications are of course strong, and he will be a well-deserved strong in the future. But he was born a little late. This made Kokaki Yinling have to recruit Kokaki Zyonghe as his son-in-law for the sake of Kokaki's family. As a result, the Tsuneya Shiro family found the Kokaki family's flaws and dealt a heavy blow to the Kokaki family. However, even the Tsuneya Shiro family would not think of it. After they plotted against Kokaki Zyonghe, made Kokaki Silver Ridge exterminate his relatives, sealed Kokaki Zyonghe, and the Kokaki family lost a strong man. But it didn't decline because of it. Although the death of Kokaki Aojun also happened during this period, in the future, after all, there will be another strong person, making the Kokaki family continue. It is still far away for the Tsuneya Shiro family to become the head of the great nobles again. Chapter 93. Because of the long lifespan of Shinigami, and the life in Soul Society is too monotonous. Even if Gosuke Shigure occasionally ran to snatch some Zaraki's jobs and cut some border crossings, it still couldn't add any fun to this monotonous life. Of course, Gosuke Shigure can also devote time to practice. In fact, he has indeed practiced. But, so be it. Blind penance, sometimes, can't make much progress. In particular, the growth of Ryutsu can be improved by simple hard work. Apart from his ordinary life, part of Gosuke Shigure's attention also fell on those great nobles. It seems that after the decline of the Shiba family, a turmoil among the nobles has quietly unfolded. Gosuke Shigure even conducted a review of these things. In the end, they came to a conclusion that there was a huge behind-the-scenes black hand hidden behind this incident, and the black hand was obviously the Tsuneya Shiro family, who were also great nobles. Now, under the operation of some people, Kokaki Zyonghe has gone to the first team of special forces as the captain. So, when will he fall into the trap of those people? The answer is, soon, today. Just after Gosuke Shigure conducted a review, but within a few months. Among the first team of special forces, there were 597 malicious incidents. Their Shinigami die. After being unanimously identified by several noble-born Shinigami, the murderer is Kokaki Zyonghe. After Kokaki Kabikawa airborne and became the captain of the first team of special forces, one of the very senior Shinigami, has been against him, thinking that if Kokaki Kabikawa hadn't been airborne, he would have become the captain long ago. Because Kokaki Kabikawa's for this reason, he snatched the position that originally belonged to him. This made him and Kokaki Hibiki very difficult to deal with. He also didn't follow Kokaki's orders very much. Because of this incident, Kokaki Hibiki held a grudge. Finally, after a certain time, he killed him and killed him. Although this person has some problems and is at fault, Kokaki Hibiki should not have killed him. The Soul Society strictly forbids the killing of fellow Shinigami. Even aristocrats can't do such a thing. What about the crime of Kokaki Kazukawa killing his colleagues? Among Central 46, Kokaki Silver Ridge, the head of the Kokaki family, stands quietly. Those members of Central 46 who were selected by many nobles looked at Kokaki Yinling, and they didn't have the bossy, CJBJ, style that they used to face ordinary Shinigami. Because when it comes to identity and status, Kokaki Yinling is much higher than them. If Kokaki Yinling is willing, he can occupy one of the 46 positions at any time, and he will also be one of the positions of the most honorable 6 judges. Today, they called Kokaki Yinling here to talk about Kokaki Zyonghe with Kokaki Yinling. In other words, it is telling Kokaki Zyonghe the demands of those nobles and the rules of the Soul Society. On that day, Dai Hibiki was active as the third seat of the 6th division, and when dealing with many matters related to the nobles, he handled them impartially. Kokaki Yinling is extremely supportive of him doing so, because it represents justice. So now, Kokaki Hibiki violated the Soul Society's ban, and Kokaki Silver Ridge should also be just. More importantly, Central 46 also said that the Kokaki family is the head of the great nobles, and is an example for many nobles. They also know that there are many aristocrats who break the rules, and the meaning of Central 46's existence is to maintain the rules. In these years, they have also dealt with many aristocrats who violated the rules. Therefore, they hope that the Kokaki family will continue to abide by the nobles and make an appearance to the nobles. If the Kokaki family takes the lead and doesn't abide by the rules, the entire Soul Society will be in chaos. The words were all persuasion, and they didn't mean to force Kokaki Yinling. After all, even Central 46 couldn't force the head of a big noble. But these words, for Kokaki Yinling, are tantamount to moral kidnapping. I know, and I will handle this matter fairly. Kokaki Yinling said this with a complicated tone. Naturally, he could also feel that behind Central 46, there was a force that urged Central 46 to say these words to him. At the same time, those small and medium-sized nobles would unite and use rules to kidnap him, and there must be someone behind the scenes. But Kokaki Yinling has to admit that the means of the man in the dark are extremely clever. Because the Kokaki family, as the head of the great nobles, has always been honored as an example of nobles, and it is true that they cannot take the initiative to violate the rules. However, I believe that Xianghe was wronged. I also hope that you can help find out the truth and restore Xianghe's innocence. That's for sure. Central 46 hastily stated. Of course, that being said, it is still somewhat unreliable to expect Central 46 to find out the truth. After all, this group of people are extremely pedantic and only believe what they see with their own eyes. Therefore, Kokaki Yinling decided to find out the truth by himself. But before that, he still wants to meet Kokaki Hibiki. Because he is currently a guilty body, Zanpakuto of Kokaki Hibiki was confiscated, and he was imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance just like Gosuke Shigure back then. After seeing his father-in-law, Kokaki Hibiki was extremely excited. My lord, I was wronged. Kokaki Hibiki said to Kokaki Yinling in a hurried tone. Kokaki Yinling looked complicated. I believe you, but I don't know, are you willing to believe me? Zyonghe, can you give me some time? I will definitely find out the truth and return your innocence. Before that, you stayed here, don't worry, you will be able to go out soon. Hearing these words, Kokaki Xianghe gradually calmed down. He met Kokaki Yinling's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Okay." After that, Kokaki Yinling hurriedly left here. He is going to find out the truth about the Kokaki Hibiki. Just after Kokaki Yinling left, another figure quietly appeared in front of the confession palace. The other person had dark green hair. He looked at Kokaki Xianghe with a mocking smile on his mouth. "Do you really want to trust him? Who are you?" Kokaki Xianghe suddenly looked at the mysterious man who came suddenly. The man said softly, "It doesn't matter who I am. I just came to tell you one thing. Kokaki Silver Ridge is ready to give up on you." The Kokaki family, as the head of the great nobles, is an example for all nobles. No matter whether you have committed a felony or not, your actions have already disgrace to the Kokaki family. Therefore, it is impossible for him to rescue you. For the glory of the Kokaki family, you can only be executed. Only in this way can the Kokaki family be justified. Chapter 94. No, I cannot. My lord father will not lie to me. Such words shocked Kokaki Xianghe, and then he fell into deep self-doubt. However, the words of this mysterious man continued to ring in Kokaki Hibiki's ears as if with magical power. Even though Kokaki Hibiki believed in his father-in-law, Kokaki Yinling, once the seeds of doubt were planted, they began to take root. Kokaki Hibiki couldn't help but become suspicious. Seeing Kokaki Hibiki like this, the man sneered. Then quietly went to the dark. The Repentance Palace is built of murderous stones, which will contain Shinigami's Ryutsu, and at the same time, the sinners who are imprisoned here, Zanpakut, will also be confiscated. Kokaki Sound River is here. It is very difficult to get out of trouble. But it doesn't matter, in order to shame Kokaki's family, he decided to help Kokaki Xianghe. At the same time, according to the original script, after Kokaki Xianghe escapes from trouble, he will directly encounter provocations. Once Kokaki Xianghe really commits an unforgivable crime, even if Kokaki Yinling finds evidence to exonerate Kokaki Xianghe, it also doesn't help. However, I have to say that Kokaki Hibiki still surprised the people in the dark. As expected, he is the son-in-law carefully selected by Kokaki Yinling, and he has not waited for him to help Kokaki Xianghe out of trouble. All I heard was a muffled voice coming from the mouth of the Kokaki, whisper, "Muramasa." The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Kokaki Xianghe. It was Zanpakut of the Kokaki Hibiki, who came to him by means of materialization. Obviously Zanpakut has been confiscated, but it is really amazing to be able to get it back into the hands through this. Kokaki Hibiki, you really surprised me. The man in the dark left here quietly, not letting Kokaki Hibiki have a chance to catch up with him. At the same time, as he was leaving, his deep voice sounded, "Come on, the louder the noise, the better, then the Kokaki family will be deeply shamed." What happened at the penitentiary palace? It was soon known by Siraidai. After all, the penance palace is where Shinigami who have committed serious crimes are imprisoned. Naturally, this is also a place where the Siraidai are closely guarded. Bang 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 bang. A sound similar to that of a beating watch sounded. This is a team giving an early warning. Then, the captain's voice instantly spread throughout the jingling court through Bakadest Yen Ting Kong Luo. Attention all colleagues of Godi I-13, the sinner Kokaki Xianghe escaped from the prison of the Confession Palace. If any members of Godi I-13 encounter it, they can arrest him immediately. As above. It is no secret that the son-in-law of the Kokaki family, Kokaki Kazukawa, was imprisoned for committing a felony. After all, Siraidai is that big, and Shinigami's life seems rather dull. It is rare that some lively things happen, regardless of whether it is a good thing or a bad thing, it is indeed more interesting. The topic of conversation in the past 2 days is probably, is Kokaki Xianghe innocent or guilty? How will the Kokaki master deal with Kokaki Hibiki? Among them, a large number of people think that Kokaki Xianghe should be fine, After all, they are members of the Gosuke family, and the Gosuke family is the head of the great nobles, with an extraordinary status. It can only be said that in the long years of the Soul Society, it is no secret that nobles enjoy privileges. But apart from that, there are still some people who firmly believe that the Gosuke family will deal with this incident fairly. If Gosuke Kazukawa really committed a felony, the Gosuke family will never forgive him. After all, the Gosuke family is a model for many nobles. However, everyone never expected that before the result came out, Gosuke Zyonghe would escape from prison first. It's because Gosuke Hibiki really committed a felony. He was afraid of punishment, so he escaped from prison? Everyone thought so. However, after hearing the news from the captain, he still started to search for the whereabouts of Gosuke Hibiki, planning to apprehend him. It seems that there is some mobilization. In fact, it's not motivating people at all. Gosuke Hibiki is no ordinary Shinigami. He was originally the third seat of the 6th team, and later became the captain of the first team of the special unit. No matter whether he was backed by the Gosuke family or not, he had such a status. At least, because he was able to hold these important positions, his strength should not be underestimated. There are not many Shinigami of this strength in the entire Godai 13. If he is left alone, it is likely to cause turmoil. After the order from Captain Yamamoto came out, back in the clan, Gosuke Yinling, who was about to use the power of the Gosuke family to collect evidence, had a sad expression on his face. "You, Zyonghe, why did you do this? Ask for flowers. He is having a hard time." But Gosuke Zyonghe's prison escape has become a fact. As the head of Gosuke's family, all he can do now is to catch Zyonghe and prevent him from making bigger mistakes. Among the second team, after hearing what the captain said, Yoriyuki was also gearing up. It seems that there is something to do. She looked at Singjun under her hand and said, "Let's compare and see who can catch Gosuke Zyonghe first." When all the Xingjun heard this, they also became interested. In the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure put down the teacup in his hand and sighed, "It's really an expected choice. 0. He is not surprised that Gosuke Hibiki will come to this point. On the one hand, Gosuke Hibiki is a person who is easily angry and confused because of himself Zanpakuto. On the other hand, it is fueled by people in the dark. So Gosuke Hibiki finally chose to escape from prison. As expected, the first thing he did after escaping from prison in anger was probably to kill those nobles who framed him. From the point of view of Gosuke Zyonghe, he is happy to be grateful. But from the perspective of the Gosuke family, Gosuke Hibiki's behavior undoubtedly shamed the Gosuke family. In any case, the purpose of the people behind the scenes has basically been achieved. Originally, this incident should have nothing to do with Gosuke Shigure. But in the end, for some reason, he still carried Zanpakuto, said "I'll go out with the team members," and left alone, not knowing where he went. The identities of the Shinigami who sued Gosuke Hibiki were no secret. Because they are all witnesses, after Gosuke Zyonghe was imprisoned, they did not continue to work in the first team, but went home and stayed, waiting for the follow-up interrogation. Gosuke Shigure easily knew the identities of these people at Shihao and Yoriyuki that day. Then, he quickly arrived near the homes of these people. After waiting for a while, a figure wearing a white prison uniform came here angrily, and he was going to kill all those who framed him. Chapter 95. Have you thought about it? Once you kill these people, there will be no room for you to turn back. Conversely, if you choose to stop, even though you are a criminal for the time being, with the help of the Gosuke family, you can prove your innocence. Just when Gosuke Hibiki was angry and was about to go to the noble mansion to kill all the Shinigami who framed him, a figure suddenly rang in his ears. When Gosuke Zyonghe heard the sound, he realized that a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way. After seeing this figure, Gosuke Zyonghe's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was a little calm. Because the opponent was wearing a captain's Hayori. This is the captain of Godi I-13. What's more, Kukaki Xianghe knew the person in front of him. The captain of the 11th squad, Gosuke Shigure, is also a contemporary Kenpachi. 243. Although Gosuke Shigure's reputation is not very good, as Kenpachi, he does not take the lead in fighting. But he is able to bear the name of Kenpachi. After all, he still has some skills. Kukaki Xianghe didn't expect that the first person to appear in front of him was actually this one. He naturally knew that Godi I-13 would hunt him down after he escaped from prison, but at least it had to be after he killed those people. Just before this, Gosuke Shigure came to him. Captain Gosuke's speed is really fast. What, you want to stop me? The sound of the Kukaki ringing river is extremely cold. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, there is no way, whoever is the commander-in-chief has issued an order, and all Godi I-13 are captured by you. Since I met you, I have to put you under the bridge. What kind of punishment is waiting for you after that has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Kukaki Hibiki sneered, even if you are Kenpachi, it won't be that easy to catch me. After choosing to escape from prison, Kukaki Hibiki was already barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. There is only one thought in his heart, that is to kill all those who framed him. Before that, whoever stops him is his enemy. The next moment, the Kukaki Xianghe suddenly moved, Zanpakuto unsheathed, and threw a knife at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure smiled faintly. With the help of Shunpo, it is easy to avoid Kukaki Hibiki's knife. Then, Zanpakuto, who was in the sealed state, also came out of the sheath suddenly, and also slashed towards Kukaki Xianghe. Boom! The terrifying sword pressure swept across. Kukaki Hibiki felt the overwhelming pressure, and finally understood where Gosuke Shigure's Kenpachi name came from. In comparison, those outsiders' comments on Gosuke Shigure are really ridiculous. Even if Gosuke Shigure can't avoid the battle and often let the vice-captain fight, this can't change the fact that Gosuke Shigure is a contemporary Kenpachi. Faced with this terrifying slash, Kukaki Xianghe dared not confront it head-on. Instead, dodge with Shunpo. But his Shunpo seems a little slow. When he just cast Shunpo, the figure of Gosuke Shigure suddenly came to his side, and Zanpakuto waved again directly with the idea of inflicting heavy damage on Shimolei. What? Kukaki Hibiki river awe-inspiring. The knife in his hand swung out instantly, and in a hurry, he could only choose to collide with Gosuke Shigure. In his opinion, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure is terrifying, but he is not weak and should be able to block it. But his idea didn't last too long. Boom! When Ryutsu collided, Kukaki felt that his internal organs and the arm holding the knife were all shaking. His body flew out fiercely and hit a wall behind him. Bang! The walls shattered and smoke billowed. Kukaki Hibiki stood up from the ruins, his clothes were torn, and he looked embarrassed. He looked at Gosuke Shigure again, with a hint of horror in his eyes. He is a genius. When he was in Spiritual Arts Academy, no matter whether it was a noble-born student or a commoner-born student, he was not as good as him. He graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy with the first place. After that, he was valued by Kukaki Yinling and became the son-in-law of the Kukaki family. After joining the 6th Division, his strength is placed among those veteran Shinigami, and he is also top-notch. It is precisely because of his confidence in his own talent that Kukaki Xianghe is very proud. He believes that although his qualifications are still low and he was born as a commoner, his strength is sufficient to hold any important position. Even if he is the captain of Godi I-13, he may not be unable to take up the position in the future. However, when he collided with the captain of Godi I-13, Gosuke Shigure's strength still shocked him. It was just a knife, and he couldn't bear it directly. Is this the strength of Kenpachi? What are you kidding? Kukaki Hibiki's expression became ferocious again. Even if you are Kenpachi, you can't catch me if you want to. The next moment, Kokaki directly released his own Zanpakuto, Whisper Muramasa. Muramasa is his Zanpakuto name, which is the name of a demon sword. In fact, Muramasa's ability is indeed quite strange. It is with the help of this knife that Kokaki's Iongi has extremely powerful strength. Although this power is derived from Zanpakuto, Zanpakuto is originally part of Shinigami power, and there is no unreasonable one. The Lavender Ryutsu was released from the Zanpakuto in the hands of Kokaki Hibiki, and then, an invisible force moved towards the Zanpakuto in the hands of Gosuke Shigure. Muramasa's ability can manipulate other people's Zanpakuto. He wants to use Muramasa's ability to manipulate Gosuke Shigure's sword and let Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto cut towards himself. In the past in the 6th Division, when facing those rebellious noble Shinigami, he had used Muramasa's ability repeatedly on April 2 to make those people's Zanpakuto turn to attack their masters. Looking at the astonished expressions of those people, he is extremely proud. Gosuke Shigure will soon show a look of astonishment as Kokaki Kabikawa expected. However, unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure's sword did not cut towards himself, but continued to cut towards him. This forced Kokaki's Iongi to dodge in a hurry again. Isn't it a surprise? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kokaki Hibiki, and the voice rang out, "Are you surprised that your Zanpakuto ability didn't work?" It's not really surprising. Although your Zanpakuto's ability is very weird, but no matter how weird the ability is, you have to take advantage of it. The Zanpakuto in my hand is not released, but the sealed state. If you want to manipulate the sealed state, you must think too much. Chapter 96. The sealed state is the most basic Zanpakuto. Except for the Ryutsu that can carry Shinigami, it doesn't have any special abilities, it's just a simple sword, and all the appearances of the sealed state are exactly the same when they are sent to Shinigami. Only by spending long periods of time with Zanpakuto and injecting their own Ryutsu into it, can Shinigami truly become their own Zanpakuto, which is the liberation of Zanpakuto, that is, Shikai. After Shikai, part of the power that originally existed in the soul of Shinigami was released using the sword as a carrier. But due to the power of Shinigami, it still cannot be fully released. When it is fully released, it is Bankai. In that state, is Zanpakuto's most powerful posture. There will be no reservations between Zanpakuto and Shinigami, however, that has its flaws. If someone can imitate Shinigami's spirit wave at the moment of Shinigami Bankai with the help of some special tools, they can take away Shinigami's Bankai. In the original book, the Star Crusaders used the power of the stars to take away many Shinigami Bankai. In the end, it was the clever Urahara Kisuke who developed the invasion medicine and injected the power of the void into Shinigami's body, temporarily changing the nature of Shinigami Ryutsu, and recaptured Bankai. Back to business. Although Muramasa's power is very strong, Zanpakuto who can manipulate the rest of the Shinigami. After Bankai, it is possible to enter into the depths of Shinigami's heart, give Zanpakuto to instigate rebellion, so as to make it betray its master and materialize in reality, but Zanpakuto who wants to instigate others must at least have to liberate Zanpakuto. Whether it is Shikai or Bankai, at least a part has to be liberated, so that his power can penetrate deep into the hearts of others. If he is not liberated, his power will not be able to penetrate at all, so how can he manipulate other people's knives? When Kokaki heard what Gosuke Shigure said, he also reacted. As the master of Muramasa, he certainly knew the Zanpakuto in his hand very well, although he didn't know how Gosuke Shigure knew this. But he didn't have time to pursue it all, either. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Although you are Kenpachi, if you don't liberate Zanpakuto, you will try to defeat me in vain. You are too arrogant." Gosuke Shigure said calmly, "I can only say that you don't understand. Although Zanpakuto is a major source of Shinigami's power, it is not the source of all Shinigami's power. Apart from Zanpakuto, there are Zanquanzugui. I only know that blindly relying on Zanpakuto will eventually suffer losses. In his previous life, Gosuke Shigure often relied on his Zanpakuto. His knife ability can be called weird. It is precisely with the help of the ability of that knife, coupled with the resources of the great nobles born in his previous life, that he can become a strong man. Otherwise, although he is a time traveler, because there is no such thing as doing nothing every day, you only need to sign in. It is extremely difficult to become a strong system in a system that becomes stronger. Also, after rising with Zanpakuto, he spent a lot of time honing the rest of his skills. Although he himself borrowed the power of Zanpakuto in his previous life. But because of the example of Chijiro Sasakaibe, he knew that in some cases, one cannot rely on Zanpakuto. And in this life, after all the skills of cutting fists and walking ghosts have reached their peak, he has not relied on the power of Zanpakuto from the beginning. From mastering Zanpakuto to the present, he has not used Shikai, not to mention Bankai, a few times. Now facing Kokaki Hibiki, Gosuke Shigure has no intention of liberating Zanpakuto. After all, Muramasa's ability is too weird. Although Gosuke Shigure is sure to surrender the opponent again after the sword in his hand rebelled, but this is a troublesome matter after all. If trouble can be avoided, it is better to avoid it as much as possible. In the next moment, Gosuke Shigure suddenly moved, and he took the initiative to attack. Do you think you can preach to me wantonly? Kokaki Hibiki was very angry. He swung the sword in his hand, ready to block the sealed state from Gosuke Shigure. The sword presses Hwang Hwang. Kokaki Hibiki's body flew out again, but he didn't show any panic. Gosuke Shigure didn't believe him when he said that he would suffer from relying on Zanpakuto's power. When he uses his Zanpakuto, he already has the upper hand. Just when Gosuke Shigure continued to swing his sword and was about to attack the Kokaki Hibiki river, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gosuke Shigure. This is a male with a pale and terrifying face and extremely long nails. He does not know when he appeared, and there is no knife in his hand, but a lavender Ryotsuo is released from his body. This Ryotsuo is exactly the same as the Ryotsuo released by Kokaki when he liberated Zanpakuto earlier. This is Zanpakuto of the Kokaki Hibiki River. The materialized Muramasa came to reality in response to Kokaki Kabaikawa's call. The shadow spread out from under his feet and came into contact with Gosuke Shigure's shadow. After that, Gosuke Shigure felt a strong binding force restricting his actions. Since you can't manipulate Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, let's manipulate Gosuke Shigure. This is also one of Muramasa's abilities. Of course, because Gosuke Shigure's Ryotsuo is too strong, it cannot limit Gosuke Shigure for too long. But for Kokaki Hibiki, enough is enough. As long as Muramasa buys him a moment of time, that's enough. Do you really think that only you can use sword pressure? Do you really think that apart from Zanpakuto, my other abilities are not good enough? The teeth are bright. Kokaki Zyonghe raised the knife in his hand, and several green lights of the knife flew out in an instant. This is a special sword pressure spawned by Muramasa's power, similar to the Kid Blade. Although Kokaki Kazukawa believes that he has top-notch abilities except Zanpakuto, but the fact is that at the moment, he is indeed very dependent on his own sword. What it all boils down to is that Kokaki Kyokawa considers his Zanpakuto to be part of his own power. The green knife light is extremely terrifying. In Kokaki's view, Gosuke Shigure's figure is restricted by Muramasa, and he will definitely receive such a powerful blow from him head-on. But then, he was taken aback. Muramasa's actions were not able to restrain Gosuke Shigure for very long. The blue Ryotsuo suddenly erupted from Gosuke Shigure's body. This Ryotsuo was extremely powerful, like a blazing sun. He broke free immediately. In the end, Kokaki Kyuhi only saw Gosuke Shigure swinging the sword in his hand. The sword pressure swept across, shattering the attack he made, and then swallowing his body. Chapter 97. There is no room for fighting back. Kokaki Hibiki's body flew out of the sky like a kite with a broken string, and then hit the ground heavily. Although Kokaki Hibiki still has a trick to suppress the bottom of the box, that is Bankai, but in this case, he doesn't think that he can beat Gosuke Shigure with Bankai. After all, his Bankai, apart from the passive Ryutsu growth of Bankai, does not increase the combat power much. It just makes Muramasa's ability even more weird. So here comes the question. In Shikai, if Muramasa can't control Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto, Bankai, can he control Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto? The answer is no. Gosuke Shigure kept Zanpakuto in an unliberated, sealed state, and he couldn't find any opportunities to take advantage of it. Boom! The body fell to the ground, bringing a burst of pain. Also uncomfortable, there is Kokaki Hibiki's heart. I still lost after all. Is my life going to end here? Why does this unjust Society continue to exist? Kokaki Zyonghe was extremely angry, but seemed hopeless. He lay on the ground, simply too lazy to move. Gosuke Shigure walked slowly with a knife. Not long after, another figure quickly came here. She is Yoryuki. As the captain of the criminal army, Yoryuki's shunpo is extremely fast. After noticing Ryutsu of Kokaki Hibiki, she came towards here quickly. At first, she thought she was the first to catch Kokaki Hibiki, but she didn't expect that someone is faster than her. This person is none other than her teacher Gosuke Shigure. 0. Teacher, you are really unexpected. Looking at Gosuke Shigure, Yoryuki couldn't help but sigh. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, it's just a coincidence that I met Kokaki Hibiki. In order to prevent him from making trouble, I can only defeat him. While talking, he instructed Yoryuki again, now that you are here, the Kokaki Hibiki will be handed over to you. After speaking, he sheathed the knife and left here. Yoryuki looked at Gosuke Shigure who was leaving, and his eyes fell on Kokaki Hibiki who was seriously injured lying on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. The alarm issued by the first team was quickly lifted. Because the dangerous element Kokaki Hibiki has already been caught. After being recaptured, Kokaki Zyonghe was not imprisoned in the confession palace, but was guarded by the second team. As a secret maneuver, the second division is responsible for handling some confidential matters, and occasionally arrests prisoners with extremely high risk factors. In the second team, there is its own warehouse. The nest of maggots is the most famous of them. In order to prevent Kokaki from escaping from prison again, he will be held here for the next time, and then wait for another trial. Kokaki Hibiki stayed quietly after he failed to get revenge before preparing for the escape. He was already disappointed in the whole Society. Now, even if he died directly, he didn't mean to be uncomfortable or uncomfortable. In the final analysis, it was because he was too weak. There is no ability to rewrite all this. If he is strong enough, will such injustice happen to him? Obviously not. Because at that time, he had killed all those who imposed injustice on him. Kokaki Hibiki, Central 46 has summoned you. On this day, Yoryuki came to the imprisoned Kokaki Hibiki and said such words. Are you finally going to judge me? Kokaki Hibiki sneered, let me think about it, how should I deal with it? I killed my colleagues who were Shinigami, and I was imprisoned from the Palace of Repentance. I'm going to be sentenced to Skyaku. Kokaki Hibiki had already thought about his end. Just relying on the things I have done, there is only one dead end. Yoryuki raised her eyebrows slightly, she didn't expect Kokaki Hibiki to say such a thing, and then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, you will know when you go. Soon, Kokaki Hibiki went to Central 46. Central 46, the most powerful people in the Soul Society, had an arrogant attitude, indifferent words and mean words when facing the sinner Kokaki Zyonghe. However, when they announced the results of the trial of Kokaki Hibiki was still stunned. Because, the group did not sentence him to Skyaku. Instead, he was simply dismissed as the captain of the first team of special forces. At the same time, he was deprived of his Shinigami status, confiscated his Zanpakuto, and ordered him to be confined at Kokaki's house. From now on, he is not allowed to go anywhere except can stay at Kokaki's house. How come? Such a result surprised Kokaki Hibiki. Of course he knew that he was innocent and did not kill his colleagues back then. But those people framed him, and Central 46 was unwilling to listen to his defense. In addition, under his anger, he escaped from prison again. No matter how you look at it, he is a dead end. However, he survived. Skyako was not sentenced to death, nor was he imprisoned, but was placed in confinement at Kokaki's house. What kind of punishment is this? As for depriving him of his Shinigami status and confiscating his Zanpakuto, Kokaki Hibiki doesn't really care much about it. The normal Shinigami's Zanpakuto, of course, can be confiscated. But his Zanpakuto was different. As long as he calls out, Muramasa will naturally come to his side. That's how he got the Zanpakuto back into his hands that day in the Palace of Penitence. Leave Central 46. At the gate of Central 46, he met a man who made him look complicated. Let's go, your mother is still waiting for you at home. Wang Lizao, Kokaki Yinling looked at Kokaki Xianghe and spoke softly. Kokaki Xianghe was stunned for a moment, but in the end, he chose to speak, Father, body. Although I don't know the reason, it is obvious that I was able to avoid the death penalty. My father-in-law played a key role in it. If it weren't for the help of the Kokaki family, he would never have had such a punishment. Hateful. The Tsunoya Shiro family, the contemporary head of the Tsunoya Shiro family, seemed extremely angry. Shihaoran's family, you really deserve to die. Originally, the matter of Kokaki Hibiki, under the secret manipulation of their Tsunoya Shiro family, was about to become a matter of great shame to the Kokaki family. If this happens, the Kokaki family will be humiliated, and the Kokaki family will also lose a big powerhouse. Kokaki Yinling's goal of continuing the Kokaki family by recruiting Kokaki Xianghe as his son-in-law will directly fail. As a result, I didn't expect that the one who failed the plan became my side instead. Chapter 98. First, after Kokaki Hibiki escaped from prison, he was unlucky and directly met Gosuke Shigure, a contemporary Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure easily defeated Kokaki Hibiki, so that Kokaki Hibiki didn't create more turmoil. If Kokaki Hibiki, who escaped from the Repentance Palace, really killed a few Shinigami, then there would be no room for him to turn back. At that time, the Kokaki family has only one choice, and that is to give up Kokaki Xianghe. Only in this way can they barely stop losses and protect the glory of the family. Although Kokaki Kayokawa was directly defeated by Gosuke Shigure, things did not develop as they expected. But as long as they allow those few witnesses to kill Kokaki and kill his colleagues, they can still shame the Kokaki family. The Tsunoya Shiro family decided to continue making a fuss about the imprisonment of Kokaki Hibiki earlier. In their view, even though the Kokaki family is the head of the great nobles, the Kokaki family is in the open and they are in the dark. In this case, the advantage is still with them. However, they never expected it. Shihaoran's family made a move. The Shihaoran family actually chose to help the Kokaki family. The Shihaoran family has been in charge of secret maneuvers for generations, and the criminal army is controlled by the 010 Shihaoran family. They have their own methods for finding clues. In the end, they really found some clues. That is, the dead Shinigami was not killed by Kokaki Hibiki. It was the noble Shinigami who falsely accused Kokaki Kabikawa. After they killed this Shinigami, because they were worried that the matter would be revealed, they joined forces and falsely accused Kokaki Kazukawa. The Shihaoran family helped the Kokaki family to find the evidence. It is precisely because of this evidence that even if Kokaki Kyukawa escaped from prison in the Penance Palace, since he himself did not kill his colleagues, these charges instead seem irrelevant. Of course, Central 46 can still sentence Kokaki Hibiki to death. But since the Shihaoran family is on the side of the Kokaki family, even Central 46 has to make a trade-off. After all, although the Tsuneya Shiro family can influence Central 46, it is only because many small and medium nobles saw the decline of the Kokaki family and the strength of the Tsuneya Shiro family, so they made friends with the Tsuneya Shiro family in advance and gave Tsuneya save some face on behalf of the family. But if in addition to the original Kokaki, plus a Shihoran family in its heyday, it is self-evident how to choose Central 46. In the final analysis, Central 46 was originally a group composed of representatives selected by many nobles, and it acted according to the faces of those great nobles. Now, with the Shiba family being expelled from the list of great nobles, among the only 4 remaining nobles, the ISE family is preparing to hide, and 2 of the remaining 3 nobles have united, which is enough to rewrite everything. However, the Tsuneya Shiro family was still somewhat unwilling after all. That's why Kokaki's Shinigami status was stripped and his Zanpakuto was confiscated. Since the Kokaki family has also made a move, we can only let this matter go. Tsuneya Shiro's family, an elder, looked at the head of the family and couldn't help sighing. After the Tsuneya Shiro family fell from the position of the head of the great nobles back then, they wanted to become the head of the great nobles all the time. Unfortunately, the Kokaki family was too powerful, and they never found the opportunity. Right now, it was hard to find an opportunity to weaken the Kokaki family, but they still missed it. Compared to these, let's focus on more important things. If it succeeds, there may be more powerful people emerging from our Tsuneya Shiro family to regain the glory of the past. The elder he spoke to the patriarch again. The patriarch's eyes also became serious. Since the strong man from the Tsuneya Shiro family fell more than 1,000 years ago, the Tsuneya Shiro family, as if they had been cursed, began to collapse. There has never been any strong person born in the clan. Although relying on the power of those 2 swords, the Tsuneya Shiro family is still among the great nobles, but the Tsuneya Shiro family is not reconciled to just being a great nobleman, they want to be the head of the great nobles. Ever since, in order to cultivate more strong people, they want an idea. That is, study, the King of Souls. Tsuneya Shiro, as a great nobleman, is more aware of the truth of the world than ordinary people. Countless years ago, the ancestor of the Tsuneya Shiro family united with the other nobles to divide the Soul King, and scattered many Soul King fragments all over the world. Some of the Soul King fragments were integrated into Shinigami's body by chance. This makes these Shinigami, with extremely strong Ryutsu and strength. So, here comes the problem. Is it possible to collect the fragments of the Soul King and integrate them into the bodies of members of the Tsuneya Shiro family, and by means of this method, artificially create a strong man? In the past, when the Tsuneya Shiro family was in its heyday and strong people emerged in large numbers, it was natural that they would not have such an idea, but now that they are gradually declining, they have no choice but to come up with such an idea. Also, in the process of searching for the fragments of the Spirit King, they discovered that the Shiba family was also secretly studying the fragments of the Spirit King. But if you think about it carefully, this is not surprising. After all, the Shiba family has also declined, and the decline is even worse than the Tsuneya Shiro family. Even if the Tsuneya Shiro family declines, as long as they have those 2 knives, they are enough to deal with most situations. After realizing the secret actions of the Shiba family, the Tsuneya Shiro family came up with an idea, and directly expelled the Shiba family from the ranks of the great nobles on the grounds of the matter of the Soul King. The Spirit King is the wedge of the world, the cornerstone of the world. The Shiba family's research on the Spirit King is tantamount to destroying the balance of the world. Such a family is not qualified to become a great noble. But the Shiba family never dreamed that after the Tsuneya Shiro family expelled them from the ranks of the great nobles for this reason, they secretly studied the fragments of the Soul King. The head of the Tsuneya Shiro family nodded when he heard the elder's words, and asked again, "Have you found a suitable candidate?" The elder said, "I have already found one." The reason why it is said to be a candidate is because the fragments of the Spirit King back then were absorbed by the soul after being sprinkled on the Soul Society, and then merged into the body of the soul, constantly reincarnating in this world. The so-called fragments of the Spirit King actually refer to the soul itself. The elder then told the situation of the found soul with the fragment of the Spirit King in his body. After learning that the other party was a young woman who had joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, Patriarch Tsunayoshi immediately had an idea. It's a pity to keep an eye on the other party first. After the other party becomes a Shinigami, we can find a way to marry her back to the Tsunayashiro family. Chapter 99. With the soul of the Soul King fragment in the body, its Ryutsu will be extremely powerful, and such a soul will definitely be able to become a Shinigami. Of course, it is also possible to attack the opponent before it becomes a real Shinigami. But now that the other party has joined the Spiritual Arts Academy, it is not easy to handle. Spiritual Arts Academy, equal to Shinigami's reserve. Even if it is the Tsunayashiro family, it is not easy to do it directly. But this does not mean that the Tsunayashiro family has no choice. If the other party is a man, you can choose to adopt the other party, and the other party will be brought into the Tsunayashiro family. But if it is a woman, it will be easier to handle. You can directly marry her back to the Tsunayashiro family. As long as the other party marries into the Tsunayashiro family, she is a member of the Tsunayashiro family. In that case, even if the Tsunayashiro family secretly uses her for experiments, there is no harm, people will know. Of course, because he married the other party and entered Tsunayashiro's house, it was to study the fragments of the Soul King. Naturally, it is impossible for someone from the main family to marry her. Tsunayoshi, the head of the family, quickly thought of a candidate. Tsunayashiro Tokinata of the branch house. After Gosuke Shigure defeated Kukaki Hibiki, things were quiet again. In the 11th team, he poured himself a cup of tea, and then came to the front of the captain's room, where there was a corridor, holding a teacup, sitting on the corridor. Just as the morning sun fell on him, it looks warm. Thinking about it carefully, such an ending is actually pretty good. Gosuke Shigure thought of what happened recently, and whispered to himself. Although Kukaki Ziongi was finally sentenced by Central 46, and his Shinigami status was deprived. But this is only deprivation on the surface. As long as Kukaki Hibiki's spiritual power is still there, he will still be a Shinigami, which cannot be changed by anyone. As for, say, confiscated Zanpakuto? With Muramasa's particularity, even if Kukaki Hibiki called out, Muramasa would immediately appear by his side. Of course, in all fairness, the temporary loss of Muramasa is actually a good thing for Kukaki Kazukawa. He relied too much on his Zanpakuto, and the power of Zanpakuto affected his Xingxing. Temporarily losing Zanpakuto, on the contrary, would allow him to see himself more clearly. More importantly, the current Kukaki Kabikawa, although imprisoned, has not gone astray after all. In this process, Gosuke Shigure has made great contributions. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but feel a little smug at the thought of saving a Shinigami who had gone astray. It seems that because he stopped Kukaki Hibiki, a few days passed after this incident. Gosuke Shigure received an invitation letter. The invitation was sent by the Kukaki family. The other party wants to thank Gosuke Shigure. However, this time, Gosuke Shigure did not attend the banquet, but declined the kindness of Kukaki's family. He can get close to the Shihoran family, but he doesn't have to be close to the Kukaki family. He has been swaying among the great nobles, but it will make him more and more noticeable. That's not a big deal for Gosuke Shigure, who wants to live a peaceful life. After learning that Gosuke Shigure declined the invitation, Kukaki Yinling of Kukaki's family was very sorry, but he didn't say anything after all. As the head of the Kukaki family, he can understand why Gosuke Shigure refused his invitation. Obviously, Gosuke Shigure also has concerns. Ever since, he didn't ask for it. The matter of Kukaki Ziongi has come to an end, and the matter of Kukaki's family recruiting a son-in-law has finally become a kind of joke. Kukaki Hibiki was not able to become the patron of the Kukaki family, because he was directly stripped of his Shinigami status. However, although he was deprived of Shinigami's status, as long as he is still in the Gosuke family, he can still help the Gosuke family a lot. The effect is not that big. Some things are over. But some things are not over yet. What ended was the Gosuke Hibiki incident, but what didn't end was the battle between the great nobles. This battle has existed since the ancestors of the 5 nobles, and it has gone through a long period of secret fighting, until the Shiba family was expelled from the 5 nobles. This battle has become clear again. However, as far as Gosuke Shigure is concerned, although he knows these things, he is not in the mood to care about them. In this life, he was not a nobleman. Ask for flowers. Becoming a captain is already his limit. No matter how many things, he didn't want to bother with them. Time is like a long river, galloping forward and never turning back. Inadvertently, many years have passed. Over the years, the captaincy of Gosuke 13 has changed frequently. It's no wonder that when Urahara Kisuke took over as captain in the original book, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake lamented that there are very few people who can serve as captains for more than a century. The captain of Gosuke 13 either died in the line of duty, or he was old and retired voluntarily. The latter is a good ending, while the former seems a bit sad. During these years, Love Aikawa first succeeded as the captain of the 7th Division, and then, Maguruma Kensei, became the captain of the 9th Division. These are some famous people. 0. Especially Maguruma Kensei, Gosuke Shigure is quite optimistic about him. After all, he is a handsome guy, and he will pretend. It would be even better if the strength could be stronger. In that case, you can avoid things like being slapped in the face after pretending. Unknowingly, I have also served as the captain for decades, which is really unbelievable. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but think of this. In the beginning, after Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City, he passed the captain's assessment and became the captain of the 11th team. But after that, a series of things happened. First, Shiba's family declined, Shiba Yuchin was suspected to have died, and the captain of the 10th division changed. Afterwards, the captains of Team Fan and Team 9 were also replaced successively. If the second team that is already on the verge of replacement is included, when Yoriyuki takes over as the captain of the second team, Gosuke Shigure has completely left the status of the new captain. And even if Yoriyuki hasn't been succeeded as the captain yet, his current qualifications are not too low. More importantly, he is Kenpachi. In the history of Soul Society, Kenpachi is a profession with the highest risk factor, and often needs to take the lead in fighting. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure treats the profession of Kenpachi so leisurely, which is really weird. Chapter 100. Siraiti, Guanting Street. This is the street where the official residence of Central 46 is located, and at the same time, it is also an extremely important area among many aristocratic living areas. However, at this moment, the peace here was broken by a man's shouting. It was the cry that would be uttered at the risk of one's life. "Please let me see room 46. Please." Stopped by the steel 6-foot stick held by the strong guards, a young man continued to shout loudly. The young man has no pupils in his eyes, and it can be seen from some subtle behaviors that he is blind. The blind young man seemed to be able to judge the surrounding situation only by the sound, and he also felt the unkind aura emanating from the guards in front of him. However, even so, he didn't have any fear. What poured out from the mouths of the young people was a cry for the 860 to convict, a pure plea for the pursuit of justice. But the guards would not even listen to the entreaty, and raised their 6-foot sticks at the blind young man. The sound of sticks waving, the sound of air flowing, and many other sounds mixed together. The blind young man felt all this and understood that he was about to receive a merciless blow from the guard. However, he did not avoid it. What appeared on that expression was despair and sadness. Only there is no fear. When he came here, he had already bet everything, bet his life. He thought so. Ordinary souls cannot enter Society. When he finally defeated the guards of Society and stepped into it, he didn't think about getting out alive. The guy who killed Ge Kuang must not be allowed to go unpunished. However, the blind youth was disappointed. No matter how he yelled, these people didn't intend to let him see Central 46, and didn't even intend to go to pass sound. A 6-foot club hit him. Caused severe pain. In order to be able to defeat the guard of the Society gate, the young man himself was covered with wounds. At this moment, he suffered another heavy blow, and he only felt that he was going to die here. At this moment, a man's voice sounded. The gatekeepers were prevented from continuing to commit atrocities. Afterwards, the man who stopped all this took the blind young man to another place, and he asked the blind young man the reason of the incident. The blind young man told all the reasons. It turned out that his name was Tosin Kaname, and he was an ordinary soul of Rukanga. Because of blindness, few people get close to him. Except for one person. That is, Ge Kuang and his childhood sweetheart, also his only friend in Rukanga. Later, Ge Kuang was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy. After 6 years of study at Spiritual Arts Academy, became Shinigami. He sincerely I am happy for Song Kuang. After becoming Shinigami, not to mention his friend, who often came to Rukanga to meet him. Later, he learned that Ge Kuang was married. Married to a nobleman. This made him a little uncomfortable, but in the end he chose to bless Ge Kuang. However, he never thought that when he saw Ge Kuang again, it was when Ge Kuang died. His husband killed her in Rukanga. In front of him. After that, the other party looked at him even more contemptuously. Although he is blind, he can feel that gaze. This is a smug gesture after a murder. In order not to let the murderer go unpunished, and to bring justice to Ge Kuang, he finally came here. It's really an interesting story. So said the nobleman who brought him nearby after hearing Tosin Kaname's story. Then, he said his name. According to the words of this nobleman, he is the last member of the branch house of the great noble Tsuneyashiro family, and he is an insignificant person. His name is Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. At first, Tosin Kaname didn't think there was anything wrong with the name. After listening to it, he finally understood what the name represented. This is Ge Kuang's husband's name. The murderer who killed Songguo came before him. The other party didn't help him out of kindness, but to drive himself into a deeper hell. After that, the group of guards holding 6-foot sticks reappeared and gave him a head-on blow. This nobleman named Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is going to let someone here beat him, a pariah from Rukanga, to death. In the end, it wasn't until a man called Beijing Band Leader appeared that the beatings stopped and he managed to survive. That is to say, even you have nothing to do with that man named Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? In the end, you can only let him get away with it. In the tavern, Gosuke Shigure listened to a story told by Kurako Shunsui. A story about a female Shinigami who was murdered by her husband, and her Rukanga friend came to Sire to bring justice, but was brutally beaten. Because Kurako Shunsui happened to pass by and encountered this incident, so he stopped the group of guards from beating the young man. I was one of the people who experienced it personally, so I barely knew the reason, so I was able to fight with the city assistant in the tavern. Shigure tells the story. Kurako Shunsui said in a deep voice, even if it's just the last seat in the branch house of Tsuneyashiro's family, he is still Tsuneyashiro after all. Although the Jingle family is a high-ranking noble, they still have to be inferior to the great nobles. Among the nobles of the Soul Society, it is strictly forbidden for the subordinates to commit crimes against the superiors. Although according to what the soul named Tosin Kaname said, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata killed her as Shinigami's wife and violated the rules of the Soul Society. However, there is no solid evidence after all, and even I can't do anything about it. At most, it's just passing on Tosin Kaname's request to Central 46. Gosuke Shi 2.7 After listening to the story told by Kurako Shunsui, his eyes flickered slightly, and he asked Kurako Shunsui again, in your opinion, how will Central 46 judge this matter? Kurako Shunsui said in a complicated tone, how else can I judge? For the sake of the Tsunoya Shiro family, order Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata to contemplate behind closed doors? At most, he will be deprived of his Shinigami status, confiscated his Zanpakut, and it was the same sentence as Kukiki Hibiki. That is to say, even if a member of a great nobleman kills a colleague who is a Shinigami, as long as there is no real evidence, can he still get away with it? Gosuke Shigure explained the facts in a delicate tone, and he whispered to himself, no wonder. Kurako Shunsui didn't understand the meaning of the word no wonder. Gosuke Shigure thought of what Tosen Kaname did in the original book. Chapter 101. Tosen Kaname, in the original book, is a very important role. He is the captain of the 9th Division, Aizen's assistant. After Aizen defected from the Soul Society to Hueco Mundo, he and Ichimaru-jin are the two who followed Aizen. He is the captain, but unlike Ichimaru-jin who is an undercover agent, Tosen Kaname really follows behind Aizen loyally. Of course, it didn't end well, and was eventually killed by Aizen. Not to mention his ending. Just why did he follow Aizen and betray the Soul Society? According to what he said in the original book, his friend was killed by his husband, and he sought justice for his friend but failed. This made him see the darkness of Soul Society, and he was completely disappointed with Soul Society. Therefore, he chose to follow Aizen, ready to subvert this decadent world. In his last life, Gosuke Shigure read the manga of the Millennium Blood War, but he didn't know that after the manga ended, there would be an official novel. Naturally, he hadn't read the novel about the four nobles, so he didn't know Tosen Kaname's friend's name, also does not know the details. But it doesn't matter, after hearing the story told by Kurako Shunsui at this moment, he still figured out the reasons for everything. First of all, the female friend of Higashi 29 Shinyo is named Ji Kuang. She is Tosen Kaname's childhood sweetheart, and she is not married to an ordinary person, but a member of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Of course, it's still not clear why her husband would have killed her. Could it be that the husband found out that his wife was cheating on her and got mixed up with a black blind man, thinking that his head was a little green, so he killed her? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. Then he dismissed the idea. People in the Tsunoya Shiro family have a high probability of having dark green hair. The hair is originally green, and there is no reason to kill people for this reason. So there must be other reasons. For this reason, Gosuke Shigure couldn't guess because he didn't know the reason. But Tosen Kaname will become like that later, he can understand more and more. After finally coming to Siraitai from Rukonga, I was going to go to Central 46 to suit Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, but because of the status of the other party's noblemen, not only did I not see Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's face, but I was also beaten up. Pause. Even later, because of Kurako Shunsui, Central 46 knew about it. But Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, who is a murderer, will not receive any serious punishment. Anyone who learns of such a thing will have a mental breakdown, and then have a deep dissatisfaction with this world. Although nobles enjoy privileges, as nobles, they kill their colleagues without any substantial punishment. If there are too many such things, people will inevitably be disappointed in the world. Made a comment on his wife. Kurako Shunsui heard the meaning of Gosuke Shigure's words, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Gosuke, what do you want to do? Although you are the captain, this matter, even if you come forward, Central 46 probably won't change the outcome of the trial. Gosuke Shigure had a weird smile on his lips. Of course I know that. 11. So I'm not going to show up. However, I believe that someone will be interested in this matter. Kurako Shunsui looked at Gosuke Shigure deeply. Although Gosuke Shigure was hiding something in his words, which made him unable to understand some words, he could still feel Gosuke Shigure's determination to make peace with this incident. It's just a matter that has nothing to do with me. Why did Gosuke Shigure get involved? If you speak dark words, there is an untold amount of darkness in the Soul Society, and some things are actually out of control. Gosuke, why are you? Knowing what Kurako Shunsui meant, Gosuke Shigure said with a flat smile, although there is a lot of darkness in this world, it can't be that there is not a little bit of light and a little bit of justice in addition to darkness. If that's the case, this world would be too hopeless. Civilians, don't they really have the right to justice? Captain of the band, although you helped that soul out of good intentions, you still couldn't help him get justice, so you can't count as helping him completely. He said calmly, and then gave a reason to Kurako Shunsui, King Band Leader, don't forget, I'm also a commoner. Kurako Shunsui was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but whispered, I really almost forgot about it. After chatting with Kurako Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure was in no rush to meet Tosen Kaname. Indeed, Tosen Kaname is also a piece of uncut jade. After all, in the original book, he can become the captain of Godai 13. Let alone whether his strength is strong or weak among the captains, just because he can become the captain, he has unlimited potential people. If possible, Gosuke Shigure would certainly like to take Tosen Kaname as a subordinate. Although he is blind, his ability is still very penultimate. But before that, he still went to a place and visited someone. As he said in front of Kurako Shunsui, although there is a lot of darkness in this world, there is no light or justice outside of the darkness. 520. Of course, while doing these things, he also has some small selfishness. Who told this incident to be related to Tsuneya Shiro? Even if he was a Tsuneya Shiro in his previous life, it doesn't mean he has a good impression of Tsuneya Shiro. He wouldn't mind destroying Erde if he could. Central 46. Recently received another case. This matter is related to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Through Kurako Shunsui's report, they learned of a Shinigami murder. The person who killed the female Shinigami named Yudikawa was her husband, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the last member of the Tsuneya Shiro family. The whistleblower, according to Kurako Shunsui, is the spirit of a Rukanga. Originally, Central 46 didn't want to pay attention to this kind of thing. A mere soul must be lying. The Tsuneya Shiro family are great nobles, how could they do such a thing? And even if it is done, as long as there is no solid evidence, it is not enough to prove that the female Shinigami was really killed by her husband, and she may have died at Tsu's hands, or died of a serious illness. But for the sake of Kurako Shunsui, Central 46 is still going to have a trial of this matter. Although the Jingle family is not a big noble, it is also a high-level noble with an extraordinary status. Chapter 102. Central 46 first summoned Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Sternly asked whether the other party killed Shinigami's wife. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata naturally denied it. Because the interrogation couldn't figure out why, they could only let Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata go back first, waiting for the next summons, and then Central 46 discussed how to deal with Nama Shiro Tokinata. The most common saying is to gather evidence first. If the evidence is conclusive, it is natural that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata should be severely punished. On the contrary, if the evidence is not enough to prove that Yuta Kuma was killed by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, it is not good to give too severe punishment. Because Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is Yutama's husband after all, and his wife died unexpectedly, he has a lot of suspicion, so confiscating his Zanpakuto just let the Tsuneya Shiro family imprison him. This punishment is similar to the punishment for Kukiki Hibiki. In other words, Central 46 has its own set of standards for the punishment of nobles. Among the group of nobles, such things as executions rarely happen. Even if they committed some crimes, as long as there is no real evidence, the major incidents will eventually be reduced to minor ones. The best thing is to deprive him of his status as a Shinigami and order him to be imprisoned in the family. Such a punishment is not a punishment at all for the nobles. Even if they lose their Shinigami status, they are still nobles and can enjoy a very good life. However, just when Central 46 was preparing to deal with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in this way, one came to Central 46. The head of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Silver Ridge. Earlier, although the Kukaki family was humiliated because of the Kukaki sound of the river, but this did not affect the status of the Kukaki family, they are still the head of the four nobles. More importantly, the Shihaoran family stood with the Kukaki family during the Kukaki Hibiki incident. That was enough to make Central 46 care. The Kukaki family and the Shihaoran family did not know when they had reached some kind of alliance, and the combination of the two of them was enough to rewrite everything. Even if they want to sell the face of the Tsuneyashiro family, they have to consider whether they will offend the Kukaki family and Shihaoran family. According to Kukaki Yinling, yes. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata murdered Shinigami's wife, the evidence is solid, and this kind of evil is absolutely unforgivable. He is a disgrace to the nobility. This matter must be dealt with strictly. In Kukaki Yinling's words, the word is not mentioned in every sentence, but these two words are contained in every word. All the rules of the Soul Society were made by the nobles. On the bright side, the nobles are also defending the so-called justice. Therefore, they must not tarnish this justice. Let's vote. After Kukaki Silver Ridge left, someone in Central 46 spoke up. In the end, 46 people voted. They unanimously decided that the difficult things in Erde should be dealt with strictly. In the end, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is just the last member of the branch house of the Tsuneyashiro family. The Shiba family, which was a great noble at the beginning, could be expelled from the ranks of great nobles. The last seat of a branch house can be completely discarded, isn't it? What an important person! It would be unwise to offend the Kukaki family for such a small role. Of course, before that, they still learned that the Tsuneyashiro family would speak. Soon, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family knew about it. Time Beach. He seemed very angry, or in other words, during this time, he has been in a state of anger, extremely dissatisfied with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. In order to allow the Tsuneyashiro family to produce a strong man, after discussing with the elders, he finally decided to study the Spirit King fragment. Things come to light, and they make Tsuneyashiro Tokinata marry Yuta-kuma. On the surface, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata obeyed the family's order, but secretly, he was extremely dissatisfied with this matter. This is how the killing of Ge Kuang happened. Ge Kuang was killed by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. They were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. After all, he is just a pariah. Even if he becomes a Shinigami, how can he compare with their nobles? Naturally, it is impossible for them to let Tsuneyashiro Tokinata die because of this incident. At most, they can only verbally reprimand Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, and at the same time help Tsuneyashiro Tokinata to clean up the mess. For example, disposing of Sanguo's body. After all, the Spirit King's fragments are contained in the opponent's soul. Even if he died, his body should still be of research value. However, they never imagined that Central 46 was aware of this matter first, and Central 46's attitude also surprised them. Obviously, there are forces supporting Central 46 in the rear, which made Central 46's words so fierce. Should be Kukaki's house. The chief elder of the Tsuneyashiro family said in a deep voice, "We once put the Kukaki family into a difficult situation with the incident of the Kukaki ring that day, and now, such a scandal has also occurred in our Tsuneyashiro family. How can the Kukaki family not open revenge? The point is, this time is different from that of Kukaki Hibiki. Kukaki Hibiki didn't kill his colleague, but Tsuneyashiro Tokinata really did." When Patriarch Tsuneyoshi heard the elder's words, his complexion became more and more gloomy. Then, in your opinion, how should we deal with this matter? The great elder said, "The Kukaki family has already made a move. Continuing to blindly protect Tsuneyashiro Tokinata will only put our Tsuneyashiro family in a disadvantageous situation. The longer it drags on, the more we will be attacked by groups. My suggestion is to give up Tsuna, Nonos, Yayata Kinata. Although he has some qualifications, in the final analysis he is just a branch house manager. Back when we asked him to marry the woman named Ji Kuang, we were reusing him. In the end, he failed us and killed Ji Kuang. Now, he has brought us such a big trouble. I suggest, just give up on him. Sacrifice Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and protect the reputation of our Tsuneyashiro family. Tsuneyashi said in a deep voice, just do as you say. As he spoke, he summoned a young man from the master's family, Shizhung. A young man with black and green hair appeared. His name was Tsuneyashiro Tokyo. Many things that happened in Kukaki Hibiki that day were all planned by him. Among the young people of Tsuneyashiro's generation, he is the most outstanding one. Go and tell Tsuneyashiro Tokinata to surrender to the dog. Chapter 103. In other words, the patriarch and the elders are ready to abandon me. Tsuneyashiro Branch House. In Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's house, he looked at the young man who had the same black and green hair as him, and looked somewhat similar to him, and said softly. On his face, there was no despair of being abandoned, and his expression was extremely calm. Tsuneyashiro Tokyo looked at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's expression, but he seemed extremely angry. What kind of expression is this? Do you know how much trouble you have brought to the family? The family valued you so much that they let you marry that woman, but you killed her directly. More importantly, this matter has been known by Central 46, and by the Kukaki family. So what? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata said in a disdainful tone, facing the angry Tsuneyashiro Tokyo, even if those people know about my killing of Ji Kuang, so what? After all, Ji Kuang is just the lives of commoners are nothing more than insignificant, but I am a great nobleman, and the blood flowing in my body is so noble. Could it be that 833 is still asking me to pay for a civilian's life? The eyes of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and Tsuneyashiro Tokyo looked at each other, or are you really going to say that? Because of the pressure from Kukaki's family, etc., are you going to hand me over for inspection? Tsuneyashiro Tokina felt the eyes of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata on him. Obviously, as the most outstanding member of the main family, his strength is not weak, but at this moment, in Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's place, he subconsciously there was a hint of fear. But soon, he dispelled the fear, and said coldly, yes, the order of the Soul Society was established by us nobles. As great nobles, we must abide by these rules. If your affairs have not been exposed, we can help you cover up your actions, but now that what you have done has been exposed, in order to maintain order and the reputation of my Tsuneyashiro family, you can only go to died. Tsuneyashiro Tokyo's words were so straightforward that he didn't even bother to cover them up. According to the words of the head of the family and the elders, it is just the last seat of a branch house. The Tsuneyashiro, CJFH, family has been passed down for so many years, and the last seat of a branch house can still be discarded at will. Such a person originally had some value because of his talent, but because of what he did this time, the final value has been eliminated. It's really a ridiculous remark. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata commented in this way. It is a family that is stained with unclean sins, and it is ridiculous to talk about maintaining order. When the word sin was mentioned, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata showed a somewhat sarcastic smile. Tsuneyashiro raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Or, you don't want to make sacrifices for the family? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata said truthfully, of course I don't want to make sacrifices for the family. Back then, the ancestors of my Tsuneyashiro family were able to murder even the Spirit King for their own benefit, but now, it is impossible for me to take the initiative to sacrifice for my own sake. He said this in a natural tone. Tsuneyashiro Tokyo was shocked again when he heard the other party's words. The matter of the Soul King is the biggest secret of the Tsunoya Shiro family. As the most outstanding young man in the host family, Tsunoya Shiro Tokyo is of course qualified to know these things. He didn't expect that Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata would know these things. How do you know? Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata said coldly, I know far more than you. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he shot directly and attacked Tsunoya Shiro Tokyo. Even though Tsunoya Shiro Tokyo was the most outstanding young man in the host family, he didn't have the slightest chance to fight back in front of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata looks young, but that's just what he looks like. His qualifications are actually very old. He was a classmate of Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake back then, and he even studied under Captain Yamamoto, but after graduation, he did not join Godi 13. As a nobleman, after graduation, he can choose whether to join Godi 13 or not. During these years, he has been staying at Tsunoya Shiro's house, enjoying the good life brought by his noble status. But secretly, his strength has not decreased because of this kind of life. On the contrary, because he had seen the family steal when he was very young and knew about the sins of the Tsunoya Shiro family, he didn't have any good feelings for the Tsunoya Shiro family. The so-called great nobles are just descendants of a group of despicable people. But he did not give up these conveniences brought by his noble status. Because he himself is also a despicable person. Similarly, because he knew the truth, in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but grow ambition. The ancestors of the 5 great nobles were just ordinary people who followed the Spirit King at the beginning, but because of murdering the Spirit King, they became the world's biggest profiteer. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, although he is only the last member of the branch house, if he is given a chance, he may not be able to become the head of the Tsunoya Shiro family, and then, go one step further and seek to seize the entire world. This is Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's ambition. However, he never thought that his ambition had not yet been realized, because he killed a commoner-born woman. The Tsunoya Shiro family was going to sacrifice himself. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata was very unconvinced. But he is even more unyielding to this established destiny. His fate can only be decided by himself. Therefore, he shot first and killed Tsunoya Shiro Tokyo. As for killing Tsunoya Shiro Tokyo, what should he do? He had already thought of a way out. As expected, when the head of the family, the elders and others find out that Tsunoya Shirataki is alive and dead, they will definitely send people to encircle him. And in order to have the ability to protect himself, he must first find something. In Tsunoya Shiro's house, 2 swords. One is the sword left by the ancestors of the Tsunoya Shiro family. The sword is extremely powerful and has been held by the heads of the successive generations of the Tsunoya Shi family. The contemporary patriarch directly sealed it up. In addition to this, another knife is the zanpakut of a strong man of the Tsunoya Shiro family more than 1,000 years ago. After his death, the Yashiro family managed to keep the knife. It has become a zanpakut that can be activated with a certain price, just like the ancestor's knife, and has been passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 104. Originally, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata didn't need to look for those 2 knives. After all, his own zanpakut was not weak, but he couldn't help it. With the revelation of his murder of Yutakawa and the summoning of Central 46, his zanpakut has been temporarily confiscated. Zanpakut will not be returned to him until he is cleared of his suspicions. This is one of the ways the Soul Society uses to reduce the threat of a Shinigami, and that is by seizing his zanpakut. In addition, there are many Shinigami who will have their zanpakut confiscated after being dismissed. However, in the history of the Soul Society, there are not many Shinigami who have been dismissed. This kind of Shinigami, after being dismissed, is usually imprisoned in a nest of maggots, under guard. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata temporarily lost his zanpakut, and the price to regain zanpakut would be too high, or rather difficult. In order to be able to defend himself, he could only search for the other 2 knives hidden in Tsuneya Shiro's house. If you can get them, it doesn't matter if you lose your own knife. Follow the clues I have obtained from years of searching in Tsuneya Shiro's house. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata acted quickly. He left Tsuneya Shiro Tokio's body in his room, and he did not deal with Tsuneya Shiro Tokio's body, or in other words, he didn't have that time. The Tsuneya Shiro family occupies a large area. The branch house and the main house are mixed in the same area, the only difference is that there are many guards in the main house's residence. It's not surprising, although many members of the Tsuneya Shiro family are Shinigami, there are also many people who have no Shinigami qualifications, and such a group of people, the nobles will inevitably introduce. Therefore, for their safety, it is natural to arrange many guards at home to protect them. However, for Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, it was too easy to avoid these guards. In the final analysis, it was because he knew the Tsuneya Shiro family too well, and his own strength was also extremely powerful. If you choose to be Shinigami, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is a strong player who can become the captain. With the help of Shunpo, he easily sneaked into a certain core area of the main house. Came all the way to a room. Lingza turned into a mask and blocked in front of him. A barrier. A smile formed on the corner of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's mouth. Immediately, Kid started operating. With the help of Kid's power, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata easily broke the barrier here. Then, he moved on. A box appeared in front of him. On the top of the box, there is a charm, which is another barrier. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata spent a little this time to break the seal on the box. Then, when the box was opened, a strong breath of death and annihilation gushed out from the box, and a zanpakuto in the shape of a sealed state appeared in Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's eyes. Different from the usual sealed state, the blade of this knife is red, which is the color of blood. In the past, a genius of the Tsuneya Shiro family held this knife, and it can be said that it was brilliant for a while. At that time, the Tsuneya Shiro family was overwhelmingly above the other 4 nobles, and was the well-deserved head of the great nobles. Even though this genius was born in a branch house, because of his strength, even the members of the main house are in awe of him. However, this genius figure still underestimated the despicableness of the Tsuneya Shiro family after all. The Tsuneya Shiro family is a family with the blood of sin flowing. In the past, even King Ling dared to murder for his own benefit. Some of the ideas of this genius were too naive. Put them together. The relationship with the rest of the nobles is also very good. It seems that it is a very good thing to make friends with commoners and nobles at the same time, but it is not conducive to the interests of the Tsuneya Shiro family. His strength did not bring substantial benefits to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Ever since, that generation of patriarchs finally conspired against him. After that calculation, the strong man fell. Under normal circumstances, after the fall of Shinigami, Zanpakuto will gradually degenerate into a sealed state because of the loss of the supply of Shinigami Ryutsu. Even if another Shinigami gets this sealed state, inject Ryutsu into it again, and evolve into Zanpakuto. It can't be the original knife. But the sword of the strong man is different. It is a sword similar to the Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneya Shiro family, and it can be passed down. * 10. Of course, if outsiders use it, they still have to pay a price. The price is that they have to sacrifice their souls. Use the soul as the power to drive this knife. Only this knife. Looks like you are carrying another knife with you. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata thought so. Although the contemporary patriarch doesn't use that knife very much, it doesn't affect him to take that knife as his whole card and carry it with him. As for, why not carry both knives with you? Of course, it is because it is impossible to activate these 2 swords at the same time during the battle, and the price of one sword is already unbearable. It costs more to move it. But it doesn't matter, I'm not afraid to bear the price. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata said softly. He reached out and took hold of the Zanpakuto. As he held the handle of the knife, the murderous and deadly atmosphere became more and more intense. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada's face also distorted slightly, and he felt that his spiritual power was being drawn by the knife. What, more importantly, a sense of weakness from the soul is emerging, which is the power of his soul being absorbed by this knife. This knife is too powerful. Before its owner was alive, he did not know how many powerful existences he killed with it. It can be said to be Shinigami for the upper cut, Minos Grande for the lower cut, and Quincy for the middle cut. It is a Zanpakuto that has been developed to ultimate. To move this knife, the force required is also very powerful. However, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada still held the sword after all. Everything ends, the world becomes dust. The dead. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada uttered the liberation words of this sword. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be reduced to dust. In the endless dust, countless innocent souls emerged, all of whom died under this sword. The remnant soul of the strong. The souls of the strong who die under this knife will not go to hell, nor will they turn into spirit sons, but will become slaves of this knife, driven by the master of this knife for life after life. It is a very disgusting Zanpakuto. But it is undeniable that it is powerful, which is why the Tsuneyashiro family tried their best to keep it. Chapter 105. Where is Shizhung? Haven't come back yet. In the Tsuneyashiro house, in the owner's room, he and the elder were still discussing about Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. At the same time, waiting for the arrival of Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Logically speaking, after sending Tsuneyashiro Tokio out, he would bring back Tsuneyashiro Tokinada not long after. They are still very convinced of Tsuneyashiro Tokio's ability to handle affairs. No. The elder replied. Patriarch Tsuneyashi raised his brows slightly. It stands to reason that Shizhung shouldn't be so slow. Could it be that something happened? Although this possibility is slim. But in order to deal with this incident, they have already made a plan to sacrifice Shi-tan. In any case, it is still necessary to send someone to find Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. 463. The Tsuneyashiro Patriarch immediately sent another person to look for Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Not long after, one came. Patriarch, it's not good. Master Tokio was killed, and Tsuneyashiro Tokina's whereabouts are unknown. What? Hearing this news, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family shook his body, showing shock, and beside him, the elders of the Tsuneyashiro family were also in disbelief. Shi Sheng's strength is not weak, how could he be killed? He couldn't accept this fact. Tsuneyashiro Tokio was the most outstanding person of Tsuneyashiro's younger generation, and his aptitude penultimate was the most powerful candidate for the next generation of patriarch, but he was killed in the end. It's Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. As expected of the head of the family, Tsuneyashiro Patriarch, after the initial shock, woke up earlier than the elders. Although he is the last member of the branch house, he was in the Spiritual Arts Academy back then. His grades were not bad at the time, but Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake are at the same level, and he has also studied under the captain, so his strength may be stronger than we imagined. Soon, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family made another decision: we must find Tsuneyashiro Tokinada and execute him secretly. If the news that he killed Shizhung spread, my Tsuneyashiro family will only become the laughing stock of many nobles. It's not a joke. The branch house was the last, and killed Shinigami's wife. In order to maintain justice, the Tsuneyashiro family decided to deal with the clansmen who had committed serious crimes in order to protect the honor of the nobility, but they did not expect that the clansmen who went to summon Tsuneyashiro Tokinada were in turn held by Tsuneyashiro Tokinada. Killed. If this matter gets out, the Tsuneyashiro family will definitely become a joke. In order not to spread this matter, all they can do is to minimize the turmoil of the matter as much as possible and prevent these things from getting out. It is necessary to capture Tsuneyashiro Tokinada first, and then execute him directly. Just as Patriarch Tsuneyashi made a decision, suddenly, the screams of guards were heard outside the door. The expressions of him and the elder immediately changed again. Another boom was heard. The door opened, and a young man in a large robe with a dark face walked out slowly with a knife. "Are you looking for me? Tatsuya Shiro Tokinata, you dare to appear in front of us on your own initiative." After seeing the man's appearance clearly, the chief elder of the Tsuneya Shiro family immediately became furious. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata sneered, "Why don't I dare to show up? Just because I killed a pariah, you actually want me to pay for my life? I don't agree to such a thing, so I came here to make a break with you." 17. You. The first elder of the Tsuneya Shiro family became even more angry when he heard this. The patriarch was as calm as ever. He stared at the knife in Tsuneya Shiro's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Your confidence should be that knife. Because of recent incidents, your zanpakut has been confiscated. I never thought that you could find this knife." Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata frankly admitted, "That's right, it was indeed this sword that gave me the confidence to come here." The Tsuneya Shiro family is a family with sinful blood flowing. The owner of this knife was killed by those of you who claimed to be righteous but were actually despicable. He didn't know that I used this knife to help. He took revenge and slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family. Will he be grateful to me?" As he spoke, he raised his middle collar. Scarlet mist poured out from the knife, and the head elder of the Tsuneya Shiro family immediately felt a chill, and vaguely, he saw countless hideous figures emerging from the mist. "You don't want to succeed?" The patriarch Tsuneyoshi shouted angrily, and immediately brought up a zanpakut that he carried with him. This is not his own zanpakut. Rather, it is zanpakut that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsuneya Shiro family. Drinking from all over the world, entrenched in tianya, everything in sight, overwriting and cutting, intoxicating mirrors. This is the zanpakut left by the first ancestor of the Tsuneya Shiro family, and it is also a sword passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneya Shiro family. Even if the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family does not have strong power, as long as they are willing to sacrifice, with the help of this knife, they can still exert extremely powerful power. The head of Tsuneya Shiro's family is not a powerful Shinigami. In the past, he was unwilling to use this knife, but he still chose to carry it in his carry-on bag. But today, facing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who is holding another sealed sword, he knows that only by using this sword can he fight against Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Bang 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 bang. Similar to playing a more general percussion reverberation. This is the unique alarm bell when Godi 13 holds the captain meeting, and it is calling many captains and vice captains to go to the meeting. The difference is that most of the usual captain meetings in the past require the captain and vice captain to go together. And this time, Captain Yamamoto made a special request with the help of Hell Butterfly, and only the captain can go to the captain meeting. This shows that many vice captains are not qualified to know what happened this time. In the past few years of 2.0, such a captain's meeting actually was held once. That was the time in Kenpachi, Mole City. The vice captain was not allowed to participate in that captain meeting, and only many captains were qualified to know the secret. Right now, Captain Yamamoto has mentioned the captain's participation in the meeting, and many vice captains are unavoidably curious. Among the fifth team, with the departure of the captain Hirako Shinji, the vice captain Aizen couldn't help showing a curious look. What happened? It should be an interesting thing. He rubbed his chin, thinking so. A team, in the first room of the team. With the arrival of the captain of Godi 13, the captain of Yamamoto, talked about the reason of the incident. The Tsuneya Shiro family, Tien. Chapter 106. Is there such a good thing? After hearing this, Gosuke Shigure immediately had such an idea. An accident happened to Tsuneya Shiro's family. For him, the feeling he felt was not discomfort, but joy on the contrary. In the final analysis, it is that he does not have any good feelings for the Tsuneya Shiro family. Even if he was a Tsuneya Shiro in his previous life. But it is precisely because he is a Tsunayoshi that he understands Tsunayoshi better than ordinary people, and understands how evil they are. This is something he experienced firsthand. Therefore, after knowing from Kurako Shunsui that Tosen Kaname's tragic life is related to the Tsuneyashiro family, and knowing that the murderer Tsuneyashiro Tokinata will probably not receive any punishment, Gosuke Shigure doesn't mind making trouble for the Tsuneyashiro family. So, he paid a visit to Kukaki's home. The Kukaki family has long been dissatisfied with the Tsuneyashiro family because of what happened to Kukaki Hibiki back then. However, everything the Tsuneyashiro family did back then was within the rules. In the end, they could only passively accept the result of depriving Kukaki of Shinigami's identity and imprisoning him. But now it is different. The Tsuneyashiro family did such a thing and sold such a big flaw 29 on their own initiative. If the Kukaki family did not grasp it, they would be too incompetent. Naturally, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the Tsuneyashiro family well. In Gosuke Shigure's mind, after Kukaki Yinling's shot, the Tsuneyashiro family will have some troubles. If it is wise, the best choice is to abandon the murderer Nameo Tokinata. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is just the last seat of a branch house, and it can be discarded completely. As long as the owner's interests can be preserved, not to mention the last seat of the branch house, even the entire branch house can be discarded. In the final analysis, as a nobleman, what he cares about is always only himself. When necessary, the family is nothing. As a result, I didn't expect that today, there would be a captain's meeting, and it seemed that there was a surprise. So, the question is, what happened to the Tsuneyashiro family? Gosuke Shigure looked curious. When the rest of the captains first heard the word Tsuneyashiro, some people were stunned, because compared with Kukaki and Chihaoran, the great nobleman who directly joined Godai 13 seemed much more low-key. I didn't think about what it was for a while, and then I realized that this is a great nobleman with the same reputation as Kukaki and Chihaoran. Today, Captain Yamamoto summoned them to come here, and even the vice-captain did not let them bring them, which is enough to show that something extraordinary happened in this great nobleman. Captain Yamamoto looked at the puzzled crowd, and did not hide anything. Last night, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family was killed. All the important members died, including the head of the family and the elders, and no one was spared. What? When this sentence came out, it was another burst. All the captains gasped. Of course they know what this means. It represents what happened to the Tsuneyashiro family, the nature of which has become extremely bad. You know, the Kuniyashiro family is a great nobleman. Such a big noble, although many of its members are unwilling to join Godai 13, but there are many Shinigami among them. Generally, after Shinigami leaves Godai 13, their Zanpakuto will be confiscated, and those who stay in the fan team, because they left Godai 13, it means that this Shinigami has broken away from the supervision of the organization. If Zanpakuto is left to him, it may cause unnecessary disturbances. But the Tsuneyashiro family is different. As great nobles, they enjoy privileges. Many of these members still maintain their own Zanpakuto. No, not only the Tsuneyashiro family, but also the other major nobles. Even when members left Godai 13, their Zanpakuto were not confiscated. In such a situation, there are many undiminished Shinigami representing the Tsuneyashiro family. However, just like that, Tsuneya Daishi's family was still destroyed. How incredible is this? Do you know who the murderer is? Kurako Shunsui asked Captain Yamamoto with a serious expression. Even he didn't know about this incident, which is enough to show that it happened extremely suddenly. More importantly, after Kurako Shunsui heard about this incident, he couldn't help but think about the recent incidents related to Tsuneyashiro. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata killed Udamasa, who was Shinigami's wife. A blind man from Rukonga came to Shirai to complain to no avail, but was brutally beaten and nearly killed by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. He reported Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Central 46 decided to try the case, and the Kukaki family made efforts in it. Seeing that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is about to get the punishment he deserves. Just at this juncture, something happened to Tsuneya Daishi's family. Kurako Shunsui will inevitably connect these things, especially since the accident happened to the main house, not the branch house. Kukaki Yinling, as the head of the great nobles, is obviously more aware of the inside story than Kurako Shunsui, and even this captain's meeting was held by Captain Yamamoto after Central 46 knew about it and in order to resolve the turmoil. Before Captain Yamamoto answered 123's answer to Kurako Shunsui's question, Kukaki Yinling said, according to the few survivors of Tsuneya Shiro's family, the murderer is the last member of the branch house, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. When speaking of this name, Kukaki Yinling's tone was extremely complicated, and his expression was a little subtle. Of course, he is no stranger to this name. In the turmoil related to the Tsuneya Shiro family during this period, Namashiro Tokinata was the protagonist. In the end, he did not expect that he would do such a thing before Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata received his punishment. It's him. Kurako Shunsui's expression changed slightly. Jaishur Yukatake also showed a complicated expression. He also knew Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, after all, he was a student of the same grade when he was in Mao. Captain Yamamoto glanced at the crowd, knowing that they were still shocked by the massacre of the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family. After Kukaki Yinling revealed the murderer, his eyes fell on Shihaoran Kong-chan, who is also a great nobleman. Let's Captain Shihaoran tell us the whole story. Yes. The second team is secretly maneuvering, and is responsible for doing things that are not visible. After Shihaoran Kong-chan learned what happened to Tsuneya Shiro's house, he started a secret investigation. After the investigation by the second team, at present, the truth of the matter has basically been clarified. Chapter 107. According to our investigation, the cause of the incident is very likely to be related to Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's killing of his wife as Shinigami earlier. Shihaoran, Kong-chan, first mentioned an incident that has caused quite a stir recently. For this matter, few people knew about it. But as Kurako Shunsui took the initiative to contact Central 46, and as the Kukaki family made efforts against the Tsuneya Shiro family, many dead Shendu knew about it. And as the captain of Godi I-13, some captains like to listen to the 8 trigrams from the nobles when they are free. Not to mention, the object of the 8 trigrams is the great nobleman Tsuneya Shiro. So this matter, most people in the field know. Everyone didn't show doubts, but continued to listen. Shihaoran Kong-chan continued, after this matter was tried by Central 46, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, as a murderer, had no choice but to be executed. I guess, the Tsuneya Shiro family should be preparing to sacrifice him in order to maintain justice. But during this process, something may have happened, which caused the tragedy of the Tsuneya Shiro family. Why did Shihaoran Kuchin guess that the Tsuneya Shiro family would sacrifice Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata? Of course it was because the Tsuneya Shiro family had no other choice. If the matter had not been revealed, the Tsuneya Shiro family would naturally have been able to hide the fact that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata had killed Tsuneya Shiro Udamasa, but because of Kurako Shunsui, Central 46 knew about it. Afterwards, the Kukaki family suffered even more. Under such circumstances, the Tsuneya Shiro family has only one choice left, and that is to sacrifice Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata and maintain justice. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is the last seat in the branch house. If it is Tsuneya Shiro Tokyo, that is another matter. The Tsuneya Shiro family will definitely keep him. That is to say, the tragedy of the Tsuneya Shiro family is very likely that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata refused to obey the trial and was unwilling to obey the law, so he acted first and slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family. Jaishur Yukatake listened to Shihaoran after Kong-chan's words, he started to speculate. It's very likely so. Shihaoran Kong-chan said. After Shihaoran Kong-chan finished explaining the reason, Captain Yamamoto said again, the Tsuneya Shiro family is a great nobleman, the massacre of the master's family is of an extremely bad nature. We absolutely cannot tolerate the murderer Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata who slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family getting away with it, and judging from the fact that he slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family, his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, today, the captain's meeting is held here, and what is discussed is how to bring Nami Daishi to justice. The expressions of the captains all became condensed. Then, the division of labor began. If you want to bring Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata to justice, the most important thing is to find the whereabouts of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Fortunately, what happened at Tsuneya Shiro's house was last night, and the time since the incident was not too long. In Tsuneya Shiro's house, the murderer, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, did not deal with the crime scene much. So he left a lot of spiritual seeds on the scene. According to its remaining spirit son, Godai 13 quickly and accurately grasped the whereabouts of Tsunashiro Tokinata. This is also one of the more conventional ways to find people, that is to use the Ryutsu released by the object to search for traces based on the opponent's spiritual power. Of course, if the opponent wears a device that can isolate Ryutsu, there is nothing they can do. But it seems that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata did not have such a device because he did not have much preparation before the murder. It is still the first room of the team. Many captains are still discussing about the Tsuneya Shiro family. Hikifune Kiryu brought the results of the 12th Squad investigation. After the massacre of the Tsuneya Shiro family, through the on-site spiritual wave reaction, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata Nihira opened the boundary in a special way. The broken boundary connects Hueco Mundo and the real world. We investigated the real world again, but we didn't find Ryutsu of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Therefore, there is only one place where he goes virtual. As soon as this conclusion came out, the captains were a little surprised. It's an unexpected choice to go to Hueco Mundo. Hirako Shinji said with emotion. Hueco Mundo is not a good place for Soul Society's Shinigami. There is a false transition there. Shinigami goes there, it is very likely to be besieged by Minos Grande. So, over the years, very few Shinigami have taken the initiative to go to Hueco Mundo, and of those, many captains haven't even set foot there. Of course, that doesn't mean Shinigami won't make it to Hueco Mundo. In the long history of the Soul Society, it also organized an expeditionary force to go to the Hueco Mundo expedition to maintain the balance of the soul by beheading the virtual group. So far, there are still some Shinigami who went to Hueco Mundo and have not returned, and they all died in Hueco Mundo. It's not surprising to make such a choice. After all, in the present world, the concentration of spirit particles is too low. When Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata runs into the present world, it will be extremely eye-catching and we will easily find it. Hueco Mundo is different, is vast and boundless, and the concentration of spiritual particles in it is extremely high. He is there, although it is dangerous, it is also very difficult for us to find him. The new captain of the 9th Division, the handsome guy Meguru Makensei also gave his own opinion. Then, shall we let him go like this? Love Aikawa, the captain of the 7th Division, is also a new captain. Because he has not participated in too many captain meetings, it is not clear what the captain will do for the time being. How to deal with this matter? Immediately asked. Captain Yamamoto looked serious. My old man said, the captain's meeting is held here today to bring Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata to justice. Hueco Mundo is not outside the law. Old man, I decided to send the captain to Hueco Mundo to arrest Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Who wants to go to Hueco Mundo? He looked at the captains in front of him, waiting for them to recommend themselves. The captains looked at each other. Unexpectedly, Li Zhaozhao, the chief captain, actually asked them to recommend themselves. Go to Hueco Mundo to capture Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Let alone the harsh environment of Hueco Mundo, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is not a simple character. Weak. Although the nature of this incident was very bad, in the final analysis, it was just because the nobles were involved, and Central 46 ordered Godi 13 to bring the criminals to justice. There is absolutely no need for me and others to get involved. It is not a good thing to participate too much in noble affairs. Many captains think so. Maguru Makensei and Love Akawa, who spoke earlier, did not recommend themselves, and Kiryu Hikifun of the second team did not recommend themselves. Jaishur Yukatake wanted to speak, but Kurako Shunsui gave him a look. He immediately thought of his body again, and gave up. Fortunately, someone recommended too. Chapter 108. Let the old man go. Kokaki Yinling stood up. His white hair was grey and his face was covered with wrinkles, but at this moment, his expression looked extremely serious. The Kokaki family is the head of the great nobles. Something happened to the Tsuneyashiro family. My Kokaki family is obliged to execute that traitor Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. In his words, there is a deep sense of Xiaoran. Although the Kokaki family and the Tsuneyashiro family didn't deal with it very much, this time, he even used what happened to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata as an excuse to take revenge on the Tsuneyashiro family. But getting revenge on the Tsuneyashiro family is one thing. It is another matter to remove a large nobleman. Today, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata can point the butcher's knife at the Tsuneyashiro family, and tomorrow, someone may point the butcher's knife at the Kokaki's house. This is an evil deed that challenges the status and authority of the aristocracy, and it must not be tolerated. As the head of the four nobles, the Kokaki family is the example of all nobles, and they are obliged to kill the villains. To uphold absolute justice. No, let me go. Just after Kokaki Yinling spoke, Shihaoran Kongchan spoke suddenly, stopping Kokaki Yinling. The Kokaki family is the head of the great nobles, and what happened to the Tsuneyashiro family? At this time, you, the head of the Kokaki family, should stay in the Soul Society, handle the affairs of the nobles, and stabilize those nobles. 153. On the other hand, I have a better body and skill than you. Let me go about this matter. Shihaoran Kongchan's eyes fell on Kokaki Yinling, and he did not forget to tease Kokaki Yinling. Kongchan, you. Kokaki Yinling met Shihaoran's empty gaze and hesitated to speak. Shihaoran smiled lightly and didn't say much. Even the reason for volunteering was not explained. If you really want to talk about the reason, then the reason is probably the same as Kokaki Silver Ridge, in order to maintain the authority of the nobility. The so-called authority, because it is power and majesty. Kokaki Yinling took a breath and said in a deep voice, in that case, I will leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back the sinner Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. After saying this, Shihaoran Kongchan looked at the other captains again. Is there anyone else willing to go with me? It's impossible for you to let me, an old man, go round and arrest Tsuneyashiro alone, right? Hearing this, Kurako Shunsui shrugged helplessly. He knew that under such circumstances, he would not be able to fish if he wanted to. Jaishur Yukatake wanted to volunteer, but he was not in good health. As Jushiro's friend, Le Chun Shui naturally couldn't let Jushiro go to Hueco Mundo to fight. And in his own words, as a superior nobleman. Even the heads of the great nobles have volunteered to take the initiative. As a superior noble, how can I just sit on the sidelines? In the final analysis, it was because of this incident, which was actually an internal affair of the nobles, but because of Central 46, it was delivered to the 10 main team of the guarding court. Let me. Kurako Shunsui spoke, but he didn't finish his sentence. Another discourse started from the evoked. Let me go. Hearing this, many captains looked at the speaker in surprise. Just because the one who spoke was Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, the contemporary Kenpachi. Gosuke, you. Kurako Shunsui's eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure's body, a little surprised. Gosuke Shigure explained with a smile, the situation in Hueco Mundo is complicated. It is really not good for the old man, Captain Shihauren, to go to Hueco Mundo alone. In the long history of the Soul Society, my 11th team once organized an expeditionary force to go to Hueco Mundo, and many Shinigami died in the virtual circle because of this. I, the captain of the 11th team, I have great admiration for those ancestors, but unfortunately, I have never been to Hueco Mundo, and now, I finally have such an opportunity. Let me go with Captain Shihauren. Gosuke Shigure seemed extremely forthright, and gave an answer that was unexpected but reasonable. The eyes, CJDC, of many captains fell on Gosuke Shigure, looking at him with some surprise, and then looked at the Captain Yamamoto. Will Captain Yamamoto accept Gosuke Shigure's offer? After all, what happened this time is a nobleman's affair, and Gosuke Shigure is not a nobleman. Captain Yamamoto was also deep in thought. Originally, in his prediction, it would be Kurako Shunsui who went to Hueco Mundo with Shihauren Kong-chan. As his disciple, Kurako Shunsui is frivolous, but Captain Yamamoto knows the opponent's strength very well. With Kurako Shunsui accompanying him, he will be foolproof. What's more, Kurako Shunsui himself is the head of the upper-class noble Jingle family, so he can't stay out of this matter. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure volunteered before Kurako Shunsui. So, is it okay to let Gosuke Shigure go to Hueco Mundo? Captain Yamamoto thought for a while. When it comes to strength, Gosuke Shigure is Kenpachi, naturally not weak. The only problem is that he is not an aristocrat, so there is no need to get involved in this incident. If it wasn't for Central 40SIX's request, Captain Yamamoto wouldn't even want to hand this matter over to Godi 13. However, what Gosuke Shigure said is justified. In the end, he agreed to Gosuke Shigure's request. That being the case, I will leave this matter to Captain Shihauren and Captain Gosuke. You can choose your own subordinates and follow you into Hueco Mundo. The captain's meeting came to an end just like that. Captain Yamamoto did not send more people to Hueco Mundo. 2 captains are already the limit. After all, this time period is not the time when the battle with Aizen is about to take place in the original book. At that time, knowing the strength of Hueco Mundo and the existence of Espada, he sent several captains to Hueco Mundo to help Kurosaki Ichigo. Not now. Although Hueco Mundo is the virtual base camp, there are many Minos Grande in it. But the 2 captains, as long as they don't go to the core area of Hueco Mundo like Suya Palace, and simply arrest Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, there will be no problems. Even if there is an accident, with their strength, it is enough to retreat unscathed. After the captain's meeting, Gosuke Shigure and Shihauren Kong-chan walked side by side. Shihauren Kong-chan was still a little surprised. I didn't expect that Captain Gosuke would offer to go to Hueco Mundo. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, as Kenpachi, it's a bit unreasonable not to go on an expedition to Hueco Mundo. Is that so? Shihauren didn't think about it. Gosuke Shigure said from the bottom of his heart, of course not. Chapter 109. The real reason is still related to Tsuna Yayoi. After rebirth, Gosuke Shigure subconsciously cut off from the previous life. In his previous life, he was a Tsuneyashiro. And in this life, he'll just be Gosuke Shigure, an ordinary Shinigami. It is precisely because of this reason that when he knew that Senjumaru was still staying in Soul Society and was holding on to it silently, although he was in a complicated mood, he never went to recognize Senjumaru. After all, the real Tsuneyashiro Shosui had long since died. Perhaps it can be said that he is cowardly, but in this respect, he is indeed avoiding. It was also because he was drunk that day that he had some courage to run to Senjumaru and talk a lot. After that, after realizing what he had done, his mood became more complicated. But this also shows from another angle that some things cannot be completely cut clean. Even if he is Gosuke Shigure in this life, this will not change after all. He has inherited all the memories of his previous life. The memory of the 3rd generation is constantly intertwined in his mind. Sometimes, he himself can't tell whether he is an ordinary youth on earth, or a nobleman Tsuneya Shiro Shusui, or a man named Gosuke Shigure in this life. The common Shinigami. It was also after Shutara Senjumaru went to Team Zero that he spent many years trying to understand some things. Escaping is useless. He wore the deadly costume left by Shutara Senjumaru, and felt that this deadly costume was different, and he became more and more aware of these things. Shutara Senjumaru can silently wait for him for thousands of years after his death. So, why did he cut off from his previous life so easily? Accompanied by the struggle of nobles. Gosuke Shigure indeed gave birth to a sense of liquidation with the Tsuneya Shiro family. Of course, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, even if you really want to liquidate, you have to wait for a good opportunity. For example, when Aizen slaughtered Central 46. In fact, it is a good opportunity. Although, there is still a long time before Aizen rebels. But it doesn't matter, Gosuke Shigure has lived for such a long time in his previous life, he has long lost a certain concept of the length of time, and he can actually afford to wait. Before that, after accidentally learning about Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, he didn't mind causing some trouble for the Tsuneya Shiro family. That's why the Kukaki family made a move to embarrass the Tsuneya Shiro family. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the last seat of the Tsuneya Shiro branch house, because of this turmoil, if not unexpected, should be abandoned by the Tsuneya Shiro family as a sacrifice. However, the development of things is often so unexpected. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata not only did not become a victim, but made a move and directly slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family. For a while, Gosuke Shigure didn't know how to evaluate Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. It can only be said that the other party has done what his daughter-in-law has always wanted to do. Similarly, it was also because Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata did such a thing. Gosuke Shigure felt that this time, he had to do something. Yada Tokinata, there is no doubt about this matter, the only thing waiting for him is the case of dead end. The Soul Society will not tolerate such people living on. Of course, Gosuke Shigure could also choose to stand by and watch Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata captured and executed. But after thinking about it, he finally decided to do it himself. He wanted to come and see Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata for a ride. By killing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, Lai and the Tsuneya Shiro family are completely cut off. Although after the incident with Shutara Senjumaru, he understood that many things cannot be cut cleanly, but it is his wish to be able to cut cleanly with Tsuneya Shiro. From Soul Society to Hueco Mundo and the present world, you have to pass through the boundary. Boundary is a world completely different in time and space from Soul Society, this world, and Hueco Mundo. Time flows very fast here. Often in the present world, Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society, only a moment may pass, but in the broken world, a long period of time has passed. In the original work, Kurosaki Ichigo once practiced in the broken world for a long time to learn the last Crescent Sky Rush. When Aizen went to the Soul Society from this world, he practiced in the broken world for several months. Seeking flowers. 0. This is also the reason why his hair grows longer when he goes to Soul Society to fight Aizen. From this point of view, the broken boundary is actually a very good place for cultivation. But it is not. In the broken boundary, there are Jolyu and Jutu. They are like the cleaners of the broken boundary. Every once in a while, they will clean up the existence in the broken boundary. If they are not strong enough, if they encounter them, there is only one dead end. In other words, it is not so easy to cultivate in the boundary. Of course, this does not mean that the Soul Society is really in awe of the broken boundary. In fact, in the history of the Soul Society, there are many experiments in the broken boundary. Back then, Kenpachi, because Bankai was too dangerous, tested the power of Bankai in the boundary, so a ban was issued that could not be used in Seireitei. In the past, when Shinigami went to the present world, the Soul Society monitored the broken world in advance, and after confirming that there would be no conflicts, the Hell Butterfly guided Shinigami to the Minister of the present world. And to go to Hueco Mundo, naturally there is no Hell Butterfly to guide the way. Pass through the crossing gate made by the 12th Division. Gosuke Shigure took Zaraki, Shihao and Kong-chan took Yoryuki, a total of 4 people stepped into it, and they were about to pass through the broken boundary and go to Hueco Mundo. Going to Hueco Mundo Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, although there are only 2 captains, Gosuke Shigure and Shihao and Kong-chan, Captain Yamamoto has no special requirements for the subordinates who carry them, and they can carry them casually. But in the end, Gosuke Shigure and Shihao and Kong-chan didn't bring anyone else along. Only brought 1 person each. It's not surprising that Shihao and Kong-chan would take Yoryuki with him. After all, Yoryuki has grown up over the years, and sooner or later he will take over Shihao and Kong-chan's class. Bringing Yoryuki this time can just help her get used to it. As for Gosuke Shigure with Zaraki, it was his sudden idea. At the very beginning, he didn't plan to take anyone with him. But after thinking about it, I still took the bigger one. Hueco Mundo is the headquarters of Hueco Mundo, and there are many ghosts in it. Zaraki, a fighting maniac, must like that kind of place very much. Let him go to Hueco Mundo together, maybe it can make him grow further. Chapter 110. Going to Hueco Mundo, there is no guidance from the Hell Butterfly. To reach Hueco Mundo, we must have our own Ryotsu condense the road under our feet, so that we can successfully reach that side. In the boundary, Shihao and Kong-chan is talking with Gosuke Shigure, Yoryuki, and Zaraki. As a veteran Shinigami, he has actually been to Hueco Mundo in the past. But the other 3, even if Gosuke Shigure is Kenpachi, have never been to Hueco Mundo. Shihao and Kong-chan thinks so. However, the fact is that Gosuke Shigure can easily handle the matter of gathering Ryotsu under his feet and condensing the road. Instead, it took Yoryuki and Zaraki a while to get acquainted with the matter. This made Shihao and Kong-chan sigh in his heart. As expected of being the captain, he is really amazing. The time flow in the boundary is extremely fast, just 380 from Soul Society to Hueco Mundo. Several people feel that a long time has passed. Of course, this is also a big boundary. The reason why Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are so far apart. In the final analysis, although the broken boundary is a gap between 2 worlds, it is actually a unique world. However, although a long time has passed in the boundary, in fact, whether it is Soul Society or Hueco Mundo, only a moment has passed. The time flow rate comparison between here and other worlds is 2000 to 1, that is to say, 2000 hours have passed in the broken world, and only 1 hour has passed in the other worlds. This is an extremely terrifying thing. The 4 of them walked forward in the lonely boundary. Arrived. There's Hueco Mundo ahead. Shihao and Kong-chan spoke. Immediately, prepare to open the brake and step into Hueco Mundo. However, just when he had just finished this task, a mighty storm broke out in the boundary. After all, it is the gap between the 2 worlds, it is not such a peaceful world. Apart from the restraint and abruptness, there will occasionally be a mighty storm, which makes people lost in the broken world. Even though Shihao and Kong-chan tried his best to avoid the storm, the raging storm still separated him from Gosuke Shigure and the others. Several figures came out from the passage, heading towards Hueco Mundo. The yellow sand is vast. The scorching sun ruthlessly scorched the earth. This is a world like a melting pot. Looking around, the whole world is full of yellow sand, without any plants or vitality at all, and it looks extremely dead. This is the Hueco Mundo. A very different world than Soul Society. Although the concentration of spirit particles in the air is higher than that of Soul Society. But because of the environment, it is actually not suitable for Shinigami to survive. Soul Society does not mention anything else, but the living environment, which is similar to the present world. Shinigami are also human beings, and of course they need to enjoy themselves. And look at the Hueco Mundo. After obtaining an environment with a high concentration of spirit particles, the price to pay is a barren place. This kind of place is really not for people, so it's better to leave it to those ghosts. Gosuke Shigure fell into the yellow sand, glanced at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help showing a bit of emotion. No matter how many years have passed, this Hueco Mundo still hasn't changed, it's as barren as ever. However, being separated from them doesn't seem like good news. Or, every time I go to Hueco Mundo, I will be scattered. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking so. In the original book, several captains went to Hueco Mundo to support Kurosaki Ichigo, but were scattered by accident. You know, the captains include Kuratsuka Mayuri, Anohana Retsu, Byakuya Kukaki, Zaraki Kenpachi and other strong players. This is enough to show that the environment in the broken boundary is more complicated than imagined. You can never predict what might happen next second. Just when Gosuke Shigure was observing Hueco Mundo, it seemed that to correspond to Hueco Mundo's name, he appeared right next to Gosuke Shigure with a hooded head. Delicious soul. This ghost seems to be born not long ago, and has never seen a Shinigami. After discovering Gosuke Shigure, he was immediately attracted by the fragrance emanating from Gosuke Shigure's soul, immediately drooling, and came to attack Gosuke Shigure. Ready to devour Gosuke Shigure. Voids live by devouring, and souls are their food. This soul includes the soul of the living human, the hollow as a kind, and the Shinigami. Among them, the stronger the spiritual power contained in the soul, the greater the temptation to them. If a head can devour a Shinigami by chance, with the spiritual power contained in the Shinigami, it can definitely make it evolve. But it is not so easy for Su to devour Shinigami. One such moment. When he just rushed in front of Gosuke Shigure, with a flash of sword light, this Shigure was killed directly, and then, because of the characteristics of Zanpakuto, he was purified. The void in this world, after being killed by Zanpakuto, will become the original soul again, and then go to the Soul Society. Hueco Mundo's Su, after being beheaded, seemed to be due to the confrontation between the two worlds. Instead of going to the Soul Society, he turned into a spirit sun and merged into this world. It's no wonder that the concentration of spirit particles in this world is so high. At the beginning, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society should have the same spirit particle concentration, but Hueco has a unique ability, that is devouring. They go to the Soul Society and devour their souls in this world. Many of the souls they devour are souls that contain spiritual power. The power was plundered into the virtual circle. After Su died, the spirit sun returned to the earth, and it would nourish the earth invisibly. Over time, the concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo is much higher than that in Soul Society. It's okay if it's a little higher, but if it's too much higher than 5.0, in the long run, it will break the balance of the world, especially in a world with such a high concentration of spiritual particles. The life-born also has powerful spiritual power. It is uncertain whether such an environment will give birth to an extremely powerful void. So, before Hueco Mundo becomes a real threat, Shinigami will purify Hueco Mundo. In the past years, the virtual circle has been purified countless times. After easily solving the problem, Gosuke Shigure felt that it would be better for him to find out the whereabouts of a few companions first. Fortunately, Bakud, which seeks out Shinigami Ryutsu, is still available in Hueco Mundo. Bakud number 58, slap your toe and chase a sparrow. Coincidentally, when Gosuke Shigure cast Bakud to perceive Ryutsu, his companion also used this kind of Bakud, and then they perceived each other's Ryutsu. Chapter 111. Although slap toe chasing sparrow is a Bakud that perceives Ryutsu and captures the location of people, in fact the range of perception is not too far. If several people are scattered too far, Gosuke Shigure will not be able to perceive it. In the final analysis, it is because this is Hueco Mundo, there are too many voids in the virtual circle, and each void is a source of interference. Among so many sources of interference, it is extremely difficult to find Shinigami's Ryutsu. But Gosuke Shigure sensed Ryutsu at this moment, which means that the other party is very close to him. And what he perceives as Ryutsu, belongs to Yoryuki. On the other end, Yoryuki also sensed Gosuke Shigure's Ryutsu. Ever since she learned about the reality of Shinyu from Gosuke Shigure, in order to be able to complete Shinyu by herself, she also put a lot of energy into Uniyuki, who was not very interested in it at first. Now, her kid attainments can't be said to be at the pinnacle, but at least they can be used, and I don't know how much better than Abarai Renji in the original book. Abarai Renji's kid, that's really hard to describe. As for Yoryuki, the reason why he doesn't learn kid is not because he can't learn it, but because he doesn't have much interest in it. After the two Shinigami sensed each other's Ryutsu, they quickly approached each other. Finally, they meet again in the desert. The only option is to meet again in the desert. After all, Hueco Mundo is in such an environment. It is not realistic to say that they meet by a small river or in a green forest. Teacher. After meeting, Yoryuki spoke first. Is it just you? Where's Captain Chihaoran? Gosuke Shigure asked Yoryuki. Grandpa and I got separated. Yoryuki said, I don't know where he is now, but it's good news to meet the teacher. There was a slight smile on Yoryuki's mouth. She is not worried about her grandfather Chihaoran Kongchan at all. Gosuke Shigure sighed. It can only be said that we can never predict what will happen in the next moment. Now we only hope that Captain Chihaoran and Zaraki are okay. Yoryuki nodded, and said again, Teacher, what shall we do next? Should we find Grandpa's whereabouts and join him first? Or go directly to find Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? Although Yoryuki has gradually grown up over the years, he is now in charge of the criminal army in the 2nd Division, which is enough to be alone. But this time when she came to Hueco Mundo to arrest Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, after all, she was just an accompanying person, and the two captains were the real masters. In this case, she had to ask Gosuke Shigure what he thought. Let's see if we can find the whereabouts of Captain Chihaoran and the others. If we can't find them, we will go to capture Tsuneyashiro Tokinata first. If the delay is too long, it is very likely that the other party will get away. Gosuke Shigure was quick to speak his mind. Yoryuki didn't object either. Then, the two teamed up and searched nearby, using Kid, trying to find the whereabouts of Chihaoran Kongchan and Zaraki. But it didn't turn out well. Although Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki did not fall far apart, it was just their luck. Chihaoran Kongchan and Zaraki seemed to have fallen elsewhere. Hueco Mundo is so big that it is really difficult to find them. After Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki understood this, they didn't insist on finding Chihaoran Kongchan and Zaraki's whereabouts immediately. They decided to search for Tsuneyashiro Tokinata while looking for them. And when talking about where Tsunade Tokinata might appear, Gosuke Shigure suddenly had a thought, and then spit out 4 words: the forest of Minos Grande. Forest of Minos Grande. Yoryuki wondered why Gosuke Shigure would mention such a place. It's just a guess on my part. Gosuke Shigure gave his own answer. He didn't say that after he came to Hueco Mundo, there was a slight throbbing in his soul, as if some existence in the dark was calling him. This made him very concerned. He also had a similar throbbing at the beginning, and later he knew that the throbbing came from the Shiba suit sewn by Shudera Senjumaru. At this moment, I thought of Shudera Senjumaru inexplicably. I don't know what happened to her after she went to the Zero team. From Shudera Senjumaru to Team Zero, carefully speaking, there are quite a few. What the hell is calling me? Gosuke Shigure thought from the bottom of his heart. Then, take Yoryuki to the direction of Minos Grande Forest. The forest of Minos Grande is located in the basement of Hueco Mundo. It is actually not very appropriate to say that it is underground. Divide Hueco Mundo into the outer circle and the inner circle according to the regions. The inner circle is where the Sui Palace is located, and the outer circle is the vast desert right now. The outer circle is vast and boundless, and it may be a large area. There is no ghost in the area, and the inner circle is where Minos Grande is located, and it is the territory of the king of the ghost circle. And between the inner circle and the outer circle is Yunwei's Hillen. This is the forest where Minos Grande lives. It is located between the inner circle and the outer circle, in a cliff. Jumping into the cliff, you can enter the forest of Minos Grande. At the same time, the bottom of the cliff is hollow, and the forest of Minos Grande continues to extend inward. Like a huge cave, the white trees support the ground above. It is worth mentioning that the ground supported by the forest of Minos Grande is the inner circle where the Sui Palace is located. Rather than saying that Hueco Mundo only has 697 inner circles and outer circles, it is better to say that Hueco Mundo only has outer circles and the forest of Minos Grande. The so-called inner circle is nothing more than an isolated island supported by the trees at the top of the Minos Grande forest. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the king of Hueco Mundo built his palace in that kind of place, because it stands on top of many empty lairs. Gosuke Shigure took Yoryuki and soon came to the side of the cliff. Yoryuki lowered his head and glanced at the cliff, only to see that it was extremely dark below, and he didn't know how deep it was. Is the forest of Minos Grande down here? Just looking at it gives people a bad feeling. How on earth are we going to get down? Gosuke Shigure explained, although it is a cliff, there is a way to go down. Let's go from the other side. Yoryuki nodded again, and then couldn't help saying, Teacher, you really know Hueco Mundo, it's obviously your first time to Hueco Mundo, right? Gosuke Shigure's expression did not change, and he explained, in the history of my 11th team, I have organized several expeditions to Hueco Mundo to crusade against Hueco Mundo. Before I came to Hueco Mundo this time, I read it corresponding information, so I have some understanding of Hueco Mundo. That's it. Yoryuki didn't doubt him either. Chapter 112. The forest of Minos Grande, because it is located on a cliff and underground, is extremely dark here. Only some rays of light from the cracks in the cliff above bring a little light to this place. In the forest of Minos Grande, many white trees grow. It is said that it is a tree, but it is actually almost the same as a fossil. This kind of tree is tall and strong, without any branches and leaves on it. They are like pillars, supporting the ground above, so that it will not collapse. And in this dark forest, shrill screams can often be heard, and occasionally a strong smell of blood can be smelled. That's the ghosts eating and hunting. Minos Grande is not the only one living here, there are also many ordinary ones, but it is extremely difficult for ordinary ones to survive here, and their common ending is to become food for Yingsu. If you don't want to be reduced to Minos Grande food, there are only two options. One is to find a way to escape from the forest of Minos Grande, and the other is to find a way to make myself stronger. When I also become a Minos Grande, then my identity will also change from food to hunter. In addition, there is another way, that is to combine the two. That is to go into the present world. In the forest of Minos Grande, they are food. But if they can go to the present world, they will be well-deserved hunters. At the same time, devouring the souls of the world can also make them stronger. It is also under such a situation that many voids in the Minos Grande forest have gone to the present world, or in other words, most of the voids in the present world actually come from the Minos Grande forest. Therefore, in the past, when Shinigami carried out expeditions to Hueco Mundo, they also used it to wipe out the Hueco Mundo in the forest of Daegzu. After all, Hueco Mundo is too big. It is too time-consuming to find Su's whereabouts and eliminate them one by one. The forest of Minos Grande is Su's lair, where more than half of Su's circle is gathered. As long as this place is cleared, it is enough to resolve the crisis caused by the excessive number of ghosts. In the past, the forest of Minos Grande was a dark forest full of killings. In this forest, even Minos Grande, sometimes it is food, and then it is swallowed by more powerful ghosts. However, recently, In the forest of Minos Grande, there is another hunter. Because an outsider came. After the other party came to the forest of Minos Grande, they only did one thing. That is, Zangsu. Don't ask about indiscriminate chopping. The opponent is holding a long knife and looks like a Shinigami. He seems to be here to practice the justice of the Shinigami, just like the Shinigami who expeditioned to Hueco Mundo in the past, to clear the forest of Minos Grande. But for Hollow living in the forest of Minos Grande, this Shinigami who came here is an out-and-out outsider, an enemy. Since it is an enemy, it must be eradicated, especially for the Shinigami, which is the most delicious food for Minos Grande. If it is successfully swallowed, it can be worth devouring many of its kind. After that, they all died. With one cut, all the ghosts are buried. The strength of this Shinigami exceeded their expectations. In other words, the crimson Zanpakuto in the opponent's hand was too powerful. Then, Yuxi surrendered voluntarily because he realized that he was not an opponent. After all, Su is just an evil soul, not a fool. On the contrary, it is precisely because of evil that they have more desires than ordinary people. After finding out that he is not an opponent, even if the opponent is a Shinigami, he does not mind surrendering. Compared to dying, it is obviously better to survive. As for who is the master, it is not that important. Originally, the sword-wielding Shinigami was going to kill all of these ghosts. After all, his purpose in coming to the forest of Minos Grande was to replenish the power of the Zanpakuto in his hand. But after hearing the words of surrender from Minos Grande in front of him, he suddenly found it very interesting. Thus, he really accepted the Minos Grande's surrender, and even, in the days that followed, deliberately recruited some Minos Grandes as subordinates. Although Hueco Mundo's environment is not very good, for him, it is already very good to have a place to stay. That is to say, above you, there is a palace named Sui Palace, in which lives the king of Hueco Mundo. In the forest of Minos Grande, in a gloomy environment, a man in aristocratic attire held a knife glowing red, and asked Su, about 2 meters away, in front of him. This head looks similar to an ordinary hair, but the Ryotsuo emitted from his body is extremely terrifying, far better than Jillian. He is an Agichas. This is the second level Minos Grande after Vasto Lord. If we say that Jillian has such a large volume because he can't control his Ryotsuo and can't make Ryotsuo compress, then, after Jillian evolves into Agichas, his size will shrink, and at the same time, his wisdom will be closer to that of his life. But Agichas also has its disadvantages, that is, they cannot control the desire to devour, and they are in a state of extreme hunger all the time. Devour everything, and this will only get better when you evolve into the superlative Vasto Lord. Yes. Agichas looked at the Shinigami in front of him in awe. Interesting. A playful smile formed on the corner of Tsuneya Shiroto Kainata's mouth. In this era, Hueco Mundo has appeared as a king, but few people actually know about it. The original Kenpachi also heard the name Baragan from the opponent's mouth after defeating a Minos Grande, and knew some facts about Hueco Mundo, and then the expeditionary force went to Hueco Mundo to crusade against Minos Grande. But for Tsuneya Shiroto Kainata, he really didn't know these things. At this, King Nyo's moment, he was shocked to hear the news. First he was surprised, and then he had a thought, what do you think, how about I come to be the king of Hueco Mundo? He looked at Su in front of him and said so. He couldn't help but be shocked by the false hearing in front of him. Going down the road next to the cliff, Gosuke Shigure took Yoryuki and soon came to the bottom of the cliff. This is the forest of Minos Grande? The concentration of spiritual particles here seems to be higher than the surface layer of Hueco Mundo. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, after all, it is the lair where Minos Grande lives. There are more hollows who die here than Shinigami beheaded every moment. At the same time, souls will fall here every moment and become hollows. So many voids are born and died here, the concentration of spirit particles is naturally extremely high. Similarly, the probability of encountering voids here is also very good. While speaking, he looked forward again. For example, now, we have encountered Su. Chapter 113. Boom! The sword pressed Huang Huang, and the gigantic Jillian fell down without the slightest strength to fight back. Yoryuki cast Shunpo and shuttled among many virtual groups. She swung her arm, hitting Su's body accurately and knocking him down. Seeing that Su got up again, she had no choice but to pull out the zanpakut hanging from her waist, and gave Su a knife, and dealt with it neatly. So, Yoryuki doesn't like Su. If it's Shinigami, her white hits can't be useless, but it's different for Shinigami. These Minos Grande all have a kind of ability called high-speed regeneration. Although with the help of white hits, they can still be killed. After all, high-speed regeneration is a regeneration at the cost of consuming Ryutsu, but that would be too time-consuming. So, it's better to use Zanpakut. Even if she doesn't like using Zanpakut. When Yoryuki eliminated many virtuals in front of him, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure also killed all virtuals on the other side. The two rejoined. Gosuke Shigure looked extremely calm. Let's go. Yoryuki nodded, but still inevitably complained, speaking of which, there are too many voids here. After all, it is the 407 Mori of Minos Grande. It is the first time you come here, so you will inevitably have such an idea. Gosuke Shigure responded to Yoryuki's words. Yoryuki gave Gosuke Shigure a blank look. Say it as if it's not your first time, sensei. It turned out that you were so calm. While talking, she looked at Gosuke Shigure suspiciously. Sensei, have you been here before? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help reaching out, and patted Yoryuki's forehead. What are you thinking? How could I have been here before? This is the first time I have come here in this life. In addition, I found that you have become more and more disrespectful to me as a teacher over the years. Yoryuki also didn't show any embarrassment, and said truthfully, no way, you are too unassuming, teacher, and besides, I am not the little girl I used to be. Speaking carefully, before I knew it, I was already old. Gosuke Shigure said, you better not let your grandpa hear that. Compared to Yoryuki who says he is old, Shihaoran Kong-chan is the real old guy. Yoryuki said, of course I wouldn't say such a thing in front of grandpa, J-bai, I'm not stupid. Gosuke Shigure took Yoryuki and continued to go deep into the forest of Minos Grande. Although he said in front of Yoryuki that he had never been to Minos Grande forest in this life, he had indeed been to this place in his previous life. Therefore, he is still very familiar with this place. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the forest of Minos Grande has not changed in the past 1,000 years. This is not surprising. Although the forest of Minos Grande is Su's lair, such a thing only knows how to devour and kill blindly, so naturally it doesn't know how to build it. Even, before Aizen came to Hueco Mundo, the so-called empty night palace was nothing but a dilapidated appearance, and the so-called king of Hueco Mundo, Baragan, except for the crown on his head, there is really no card at all. It's Aizen, who rebuilt the Void Night Camp. Hueco Mundo truly owns a landmark building. It was Aizen who brought Hueco Mundo to a height that they did not belong to. Similarly, after Aizen was defeated in the original book, Hueco Mundo declined rapidly. After that, anyone can wreak havoc in Hueco Mundo, and Hueco Mundo has nothing to fight back. Gosuke Shigure went to the depths of the Minos Grande forest following the intuition. Although it is still unclear where this feeling came from, Gosuke Shigure chose to believe him. After all, he has experienced some of the most bizarre things in the world. First time travel, and then rebirth. It is precisely because of these experiences that he chose to believe in metaphysics. In the process of taking Yoryuki to the depths of the Minos Grande forest, he naturally encountered many hollows. After all, this is Su's lair. It would be a strange thing if he didn't meet Su in this place. And these ghosts, in the face of Gosuke Shigure, can be said to be powerless to fight back. It's just a slash, the sword presses through, whether it's a miscellaneous hair, or a Minos Grande, the blood splatters all turn into bodies. Although Yoryuki knew that his teacher was very powerful, after all, he is the man who bears the name of Kenpachi. But this time traveling together, she has a new understanding of the strength of her teacher. Gosuke Shigure went to everything he encountered on the way. What's more, Gosuke Shigure didn't liberate Zanpakuto at all, kept Zanpakuto in sealed state all the time, even Shikai was useless. That's one thing that made Yoryuki firm. Even without using Zanpakuto's abilities, it is possible to become strong. She doesn't like using Zanpakuto. My teacher became a strong man by relying on powerful slashing skills. I don't know how to slash, but I can also become a strong man by relying on white hits and shunpo. The present forest of Minos Grande. Isn't it a good place to practice your white hits and shunpo skills? Nothing is more suitable for actual combat than these opponents at the moment. Originally, Yoryuki thought it would take too much time to kill these ghosts with white hits, but now, she gradually has a new idea. While Zanpakuto is better against hollow, it doesn't help her progress. Watching Gosuke Shigure slash Minos Grande with sword pressure, Yoryuki made his request. Teacher, can you let me deal with these falsehoods? Oh. Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoryuki with some surprise. Yoryuki smiled and didn't explain too much, then, he cast shunpo and waved his fists to meet these voids and started a fight with them. Gosuke Shigure gradually understood what Bai wanted to do. During the battle, Yoryuki only relied on his own shunpo and white hits, and occasionally used some kid in critical moments. The only one that was not used was Zanpakuto. This is not Yoryuki's arrogance, but Shihauran's fighting style has always been, and he is not used to using Zanpakuto. They are better at close combat, and pay attention to defeating the enemy with one blow. You really thought of honing your white hit skills here. Holding a knife, Gosuke Shigure came to the side and sat on the branch of a big white tree, watching Yoryuki fight with Kungsu there, couldn't help but praise. In addition, he also saw that Yoryuki intended to use white hits and kid in combination during this process. What the Shihauran family is better at is the cooperation of shunpo and white hits. If kid can be added to it, it will obviously be even stronger. Chapter 114. Just when Gosuke Shigure took Yoryuki to the depths of the Minos Grande forest. In the depths of the Minos Grande forest, a great turmoil also occurred. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is recruiting troops here. If we say that at the beginning, he came to Hueco Mundo because there was no way out. The Tsuneyashiro family wanted to sacrifice him. He was unwilling to sacrifice, so he could only resist, and then killed those who wanted to make him a sacrifice. Naturally, after doing this, there is no room for him in the Soul Society. He was unwilling to sacrifice for the Tsuneyashiro family, and naturally he did not want to be executed by the Soul Society. Ever since, he can only leave Soul Society. After leaving Soul Society, there are only two paths in front of him, one is the present world and the other is Hueco Mundo. Eventually, he came to Hueco Mundo. The reason why he didn't go to the present world was because he looked down on those weak humans. As a member of the Tsuneyashiro family, he had such noble blood flowing in his body, so he really shouldn't go to the present world and mix with those weak people. The Hueco Mundo is different. Aside from the fact that the concentration of spirit particles here is higher than that of the Soul Society, what makes him more concerned is that this is Su's base camp, where there are countless fallen souls. I got that knife, and with the ability of that knife, staying in Hueco Mundo for a period of time is enough to pull up an army. In that case, Barely can also have some self-protection ability. Even if people from the Soul Society find him, he can easily defeat them. If he could defeat the Soul Society's pursuers a few more times, after the Soul Society realizes how powerful he is, the Soul Society might just let his existence go, and won't try to capture him again. Because at that time, the price of wanting to arrest oneself was too heavy. The first Tsuneyashiro Tokinata thought so. However, when he learned from an Ajichas that in this Hueco Mundo, there is actually a king in a palace named Kyoya Palace, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's thoughts reappeared new changes. He changed his mind, he wants to be the king of Hueco Mundo. Of course, whether it is resisting the pursuit of the Soul Society or becoming the king of Hueco Mundo, there is one thing to do before that, and that is to pull up an army composed of Minos Grande to create a powerful force of their own. Anyone who is cut by the knife in his hand will become a prisoner of this knife and become its servant. But Su, who was enslaved after being beheaded by the sword, was much weaker than before. Moreover, manipulating them consumes a lot of spiritual power for the person holding the knife. Therefore, in addition to building an army by beheading Su, it is also a good choice to directly recruit Minos Grande. During the time in Minos Grande Forest, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata also understood. Su is also afraid of death. Although Su and Shinigami are against each other, Shinigami will also surrender to Shinigami when faced with life-threatening things. With the Minos Grande gathered under his hands, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata continued to attack the Minos Grande in the Minos Grande forest, forcing them to surrender, and if he refused, he would kill the opponent with the sword in his hand. If it is obedient, then it is naturally better. On this day, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, led by his subordinates, saw an extremely powerful hollow. Noitra, you have joined the Shinigami. A lower body is an antelope with 4 legs, the upper body is a woman, wearing a white mask, the one in front of her has long black hair, 2 sharp horns, a white mask attached to her face, and her hands are like praying mantises. Su, who was like a sharp blade, looked extremely angry. Minos Grande, named Noitra, looked at the woman, with a soft and sharp voice, following behind Tokinata-sama, I can fight more happily, Neliel, do you want to join us? Although I don't like you, I cannot deny your strength. If you join us, you may be able to overthrow that king's rule and become the founder of the new order of Hueco Mundo. The woman named Neliel said coldly, give up, I won't rely on you, Noitra, I also give you a piece of advice, you'd better leave here quickly, otherwise, I won't polite. Between virtual and virtual, there are also occasional battles and divisions of territories. The Minos Grande, in particular, is more aware of its territory. Although the female Su is not a Minos Grande who likes to fight, she still expresses her resistance to other Sus encroaching on her territory, not to mention, the other party also brought 10 Shinigami. Ask for flowers. Are you threatening me? Noitra sneered, although when it comes to rank, Neliel is Vasto Lord and he is just Chukas. But who said Ajichas is no match for Vasto Lord? Noitra didn't believe this, he only believed that no matter how strong or weak, it would take a battle after all. The next moment, he took the initiative to attack Neliel. Neliel's eyes flickered slightly, and she also fought against Noitra. The battle between Su and Su appeared to be extremely rough and barbaric, without the skill of Shinigami fighting at all. 0. But the damage they caused was extremely huge. This is also the reason why Shinigami will deal with them as soon as Hollow appears in the present world and Soul Society. If they cannot be dealt with in time, the damage they cause will affect many things. It has to be said that Vasto Lord is Vasto Lord after all. After a short fight, Noitra was at a disadvantage and was defeated by Neliel. However, it is different from the rest of the ghosts who devour their opponents after defeating them. Neliel seems to be too kind. She looked at the defeated Noitra without the slightest intention of devouring, but said coldly, now, you can leave here. She just like that, let Noitra go? This weird scene surprised Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, so he said to Neliel, your name is Neliel, right? You have proved to me that you are powerful. Are you willing to submit to me? Neliel immediately looked coldly at Tsunade Dai Tokinata. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata sighed, really? I see. He raised the Zanpakuta in his hand, and its light flickered. He showed his hand to Nelly. Afterwards, in the forest of Minos Grande, another pink light flashed past. Wherever it passed, countless white trees were destroyed, and an unknown number of Jillian and miscellaneous Moxu were affected by it and died. This is 0-inch. Chapter 115. Zero is the only fighting technique that Hero has mastered using Ryutsu. Compared with Quincy's manipulation of spiritual power, Shinigami uses Ryutsu's skills, and Hueco Mundo, because there is no school dedicated to teaching various skills, the fighting methods in it are extremely monotonous. Their fighting ability was gradually sharpened in the confrontation with the same kind. This also makes their fighting skills extremely rough and primitive. And Zero is one of the abilities they naturally mastered after becoming Minos Grande, and it is also an extremely common ability. But I have to say, Zero works really well. As Su's level increases, his Ryutsu becomes stronger and stronger, releasing all the Ryutsu and turning them into Zero, and wherever they pass, all enemies within the coverage of Zero will be killed. Because the range is large enough to 687, there is no need to even consider whether it can hit. Neliel is Vasto Lord, and the Zero she casts is naturally extremely powerful. Even a captain-level Shinigami must take this kind of Zero seriously. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, the Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata in Neliel's imagination did not die. The thick blood light was extremely eye-catching in the dim environment. Under the bloody light, a figure was unharmed. Afterwards, the blood light seemed to have life, and began to shrink. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's mouth formed a slightly ferocious smile. It's really powerful. If Zero's power were stronger, it would really almost kill me. But unfortunately, it was still blocked by me after all. While speaking, he swung his knife and attacked and killed Neliel, preparing to completely eliminate Neliel. Although Neliel is Vasto Lord. But Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't care about this. If he really cared about the overall situation, it would be impossible for him to directly point the butcher knife at the Tsuneya Shiro family after he learned that the Tsuneya Shiro family was going to sacrifice him. Lanzi. Even, wanting to become the king of Hueco Mundo this time is just a temporary idea. Because there is already a king in Hueco Mundo, why can't this king be him? All he was after was to take over, and process. How to become the king of Hueco Mundo, he hasn't figured it out yet. But he knew that Neliel in front of him dared to refuse his solicitation. He was not going to forgive Neliel, but was going to give her death directly. Neliel naturally didn't want to meet death here. Ever since, she and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata fought. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's strength is not bad, it is not so easy to deal with a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. But it was too weird not to be able to hold the knife in his hand. During the battle between Neliel and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, phantoms rushed out of the blood mist, constantly interfering with Neliel's movements. This put Neliel into a situation where one enemy is many. Just when Neliel was about to be killed by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata suddenly felt something, suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. A figure dressed in animal skins and a white mask came quickly. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata immediately put down his pursuit of Neliel, and a strange smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Because he noticed a knife in the opponent's hand. That is Zanpakuto. Although from the outside, it is true. This figure, after seeing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, also seemed a little excited. Which team Shinigami are you? He came here quickly after sensing the movement here. After saying this, in order to prevent the other party from misunderstanding, he took off his mask and revealed a handsome face. He really wasn't Su, but Shinigami. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is still surprised by the appearance of Shinigami in the forest of Minos Grande. It seems that this Shinigami is not the Shinigami that Godi I-13 is editing, but stayed in the forest of Minos Grande a long time ago. Middle. If not, it would be impossible for the other party to ask such a mentally handicapped question. This proves that the other party knows nothing about Soul Society. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata came up with the idea of acting with this Shinigami in a play, but then, he denied this idea, and he said to the other side, I am not Godi 13's Shinigami. According to the Soul Society, I should be a sinner. The word sinner fell into the ears of this Shinigami who appeared out of nowhere, and he was taken aback. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata said to the other party again, looking at you, it seems that you have been in this Minos Grande forest for many years. Are you the Shinigami who was exiled to Hueco Mundo back then? If this is the case, you are also a sinner. Why don't you join forces with me? Let's conquer Hueco Mundo together. After I become the king of Hueco Mundo, we will immediately counterattack the Soul Society. After we occupy the Soul Society, who will know that we will be sinners? Just like the ancestors of the 5 great nobles in the past, who would know what heinous crimes they committed back then. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata spoke words that the visitor could not understand. Well, I can't say that I don't understand it at all, but I understand it a little bit. That is, he knew the origin of the Shinigami in front of him. Are you a traitor to Godi 13? Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata drew a weird smile. How is it? If it is, since I met you, I absolutely cannot let you leave here. The visitor said firmly. Although he didn't understand what crime Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata committed, but from his words, he could hear the ambition of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, to keep such a guy and not deal with it. It will spell disaster for the Soul Society. Even if he didn't think about returning to Soul Society in 2.6 because so many of his companions died in Hueco Mundo, it doesn't mean he betrayed Soul Society. Interesting. Hearing this, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata couldn't help but say so. After that, he fought the Shinigami. Just like his reason for wanting to kill Neliel, since this person is so ignorant, there is no need for him to keep him. Even if the other party appeared in Hueco Mundo, he was very surprised. This sudden Shinigami is not weak, and his one-handed slashing technique is extremely powerful. But in the face of Shi Tan, the answer just now, he was still a step behind. Before long, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was going to kill him. At this moment, a figure rushed to help from the side, actively attacking Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. She is Neliel. Chapter 116. When this sudden and mysterious Shinigami was about to die, Nellie showed her hand. Su took the initiative to help Shinigami. This is an extremely incredible thing. After all, the two have been opposed to each other in the past. But on this specific occasion right now, such a thing happened. This is also the difference between Neliel and the ordinary ones. She is a Minos Grande of the Vasto Lord level. A Minos Grande of this level is no different from a normal soul, rational and thoughtful. More importantly, Neliel is more kind than ordinary Su. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata took Neutra to attack her earlier. There is no doubt that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is the enemy. And this Shinigami confronts Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Naturally, this Shinigami is Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's enemy. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Neliel also understands this truth. If Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata were to let Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata kill this Shinigami, he would never be able to escape because he was at a disadvantage before. At the moment, her only choice is to join forces with this Shinigami. Only in this way can we fight for a chance. 29. This Shinigami was also surprised after discovering that Nellie showed her hand to help her. But after all, he stayed in Hueco Mundo, especially the forest of Minos Grande for many years. Although it was an accident, he still accepted it. He's been in Hueco Mundo for far too long, so he knows Hueco more than normal Shinigami. The virtuals in the virtual circle are not all evil. In the long years, some special virtuals have emerged. He chooses to join forces with Neliel. Although Su and Shinigami cooperated for the first time, facing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, they finally had some leeway to fight back. But that's all. Meanwhile, earlier, after Neliel unleashes the terrifying Zero Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki felt it too. After all, after Zero was released, it was hard not to feel the high-intensity Ryutsu reaction. It's Zero, and from the looks of it, it's not a Zero released by a normal void, at least it's an Ajichas, or a void of a higher level. Why? Since Yoryuki chose to come to Hueco Mundo, he naturally has some understanding of the gradation of virtual circles. Ajichas is already the second-level Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo. There are not many such Minos Grandes in Hueco Mundo. The higher-level void, could it be? Vasto Lord. Yoryuki was a little creepy. In the records of Soul Society, Vasto Lord, but Minos Grande who can match the captain, even surpass the captain. Isn't it? Let's go over and take a look. Moreover, with this level of Minos Grande, it is impossible to release Zero for no reason, something must have happened. Gosuke Shigure analyzed. Yoryuki nodded. Immediately, without the slightest hesitation, the two rushed towards the place where Zero was released earlier. It was very dark in the forest of Minos Grande. It is actually quite difficult to find the right direction in such a place. But Shinigami sees things not only by vision, but also by spiritual sense. With the help of the perception of spiritual power, you can also see the direction. Like Tosen can aim, as a blind man, he can live like a normal person, relying on hearing and spiritual sense. The previous Zero, like a large flare, directly pointed out the direction to Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki. The two raced even more as they rushed there. The Shihoran family is known for Shunpo, and Yoryuki's Shunpo attainments are even more powerful. In the future, she will have a name related to Shunpo, called Flash Goddess. Although Gosuke Shigure is powerful in cutting skills, Shunpo also not weak. The two played one behind the other, and it was Gosuke Shigure who scored 1 point faster. On the way, there are also virtual wanderings. But this time they ignored the Su they encountered on the way. Compared with dealing with these miscellaneous fish, they have more important things to do. It didn't take long for the two of them to come to the fringes of the previously terrifying Zero. What a terrifying power! After coming here, Yoryuki stopped and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. During this process, the peripheral vision of her eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure. In this Shunpo competition, her favorite Shunpo was always behind Gosuke Shigure. This made her a little frustrated, and she was still far behind. Of course, now is not the time to talk about these things. As for Zero, she knew in the past that it was one of Minos Grande's housekeeping skills, but she didn't know how much damage a Zero of this level could cause. It is clear now. The white trees collapsed, and the middle area was directly reduced to ashes. That's the disruptive power of Zero. What caught her attention even more was the central area of Hueco Mundo's destruction range, where there was a powerful Ryutsu reaction. Among them, there are both Shinigami and Su. Sensei, you should feel it too. Yoryuki said to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure nodded. It's Shinigami's Ryutsu, it should be Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. He said what Yoryuki was thinking. What a pleasant surprise! Yoryuki couldn't help but say. At the same time, I am also a little curious about why the teacher is so sure that going to the forest of Minos Grande will be rewarding. Gosuke Shigure still didn't explain much. In addition to feeling Shinigami's Ryutsu, the feeling that made his heart throbbing earlier became clearer after coming here. At the same time, because of the close distance, he gradually understood what the feeling was. Is it, the deceased? How is this possible? Rao is Gosuke Shigure 3, after guessing the truth, he still couldn't help being shocked. Logically speaking, after his death, his Zanpakuto should disappear with it, and then disappear completely. But the current feeling can't deceive anyone. It was the breath of his Zanpakuto back then. Could it be because of his rebirth that Zanpakuto was also reborn? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking about it. But because Yoryuki was at the side, Gosuke Shigure didn't think about it for too long, and quickly recovered. Whether it was the breath released by his own Zanpakuto or not, he just went over to see it. Gosuke Shigure and Yoriyuki moved again, quickly heading towards the central area. In the central area, even if Neliel and the mysterious Shinigami teamed up to deal with Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, they were still much weaker after all. The main reason is that the method revealed by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is too weird. In the forest of Minos Grande, he didn't know how many souls he had devoured with the sword in his hand, which made the power of the sword in his hand recover a lot. For a while, Neliel and this Shinigami suffered heavy injuries, will be completely killed. Chapter 117. Head number 63, Fiery Lightning Howl. The sound of thunder jumping sounded, and a mass of lightning flew out through the air, sweeping towards Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata raised his eyebrows slightly, without any hesitation, he quickly swung the knife in his hand. With one slash, several phantoms flew out of the scarlet blood mist, and they took the initiative to meet the fiery lightning howl. The phantoms and the fiery lightning howl collided, and finally cancelled each other out, completely disappearing. Naturally, the power of fiery lightning howl was also completely dispelled. Behind fiery lightning howl, a figure flew towards her. Her speed was extremely fast, bringing after images, and in an instant, she came in front of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Before Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata had time to swing his knife, he was directly hit by the opponent's fist in the face, and then was taken away. Bang! Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body slammed into the trunk of a big white tree that hadn't collapsed because of Neliel Zero. The trunk's skin collapsed, revealing a stone-like texture. Sure enough, this big white tree was not a real tree, but a rock-like substance. Immediately afterwards, this figure coming at extreme speed quickly launched an attack on Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Shunpo is extremely fast, and white hits is even faster and more ruthless. In just a short moment, I don't know how many times the fist hit Tsunashiro Tokinata's body. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's internal organs were severely traumatized, and he couldn't help vomiting blood, but he still made him swing the knife in his hand after all. As long as he can swing the knife in his hand, he has a chance to reverse all this. In an instant, the blood mist filled the air, and several afterimages flashed out, attacking Yoriyuki at the same time. Because of the silence from the distance, Yoriyuki was able to see what the afterimages were. They are all false. But it's a little different from the normal void. What the hell are these? Yoriyuki couldn't help exclaiming. She swung her fist, however, her own attack fell on these things, half of them missed, and only half of them caused damage. More importantly, there were too many of these things. Even if she tried her best to shake her fist, she still couldn't smash them all and swing them all away. Immediately afterwards, another saber light flashed away. That was the sword pressure that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata slashed. Yoriyuki felt awe-inspiring, and could only retreat from behind. A cold voice came from Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's mouth. "Shihaoran's little girl, where do you want to go?" He recognized Yoriyuki. After all, the Shihaoran family is also one of the great nobles, and Yoriyuki, as the eldest lady of the Shihaoran family, has been in the limelight in recent years. Compared with him, the last member of the branch house, Yoriyuki is much more famous. Of course he knew Yoriyuki. At the same time, after meeting Yoriyuki, he also knew that he had left the matter of killing the Tsuneyoshi family to the Shihaoran family. He originally thought that it would be the Kukaki family who chased Hueco Mundo. After all, the Kukaki family is the head of the great aristocracy today. After what happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family, it is really unreasonable not to show up again. Unexpectedly, it was Shihaoran's family who came here. Thought about it. The head of the great nobles of the Kukaki family is really incompetent. Of course, it's also possible that the Kukakis are coming too. All in all, the fact that he killed Tsuneya Daishi's family did attract the attention of the Soul Society. But Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't show any fear. Even if Yoriyuki came in front of him, He had no fear, just killed Yoryuki directly. I don't know what kind of impact it will bring after I kill the future head of the Shihoran family. Another slash was cut out by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. This time, it's not the sword pressure, but the blade of Kid. Had S78 slaying the flower wheel. The Kid blades gathered by Ryutsu headed towards Yoryuki with unparalleled power. Before he got close to Yoryuki, the hairs all over Yoryuki stood on end. Of course, Kid is not unfamiliar with the move of chopping the flower wheel. Gosuke Shigure had performed it before. This move is also different from the ordinary Kid using the arms, and needs the help of Zanpakuto as a medium. It is for this reason that Gosuke Shigure came up with the idea that Kid and white hits could be combined. However, at the beginning Gosuke Shigure's Zanwaran was targeting the dead things around him, but now Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's Zanwaran is targeting her. Must avoid. Yoryuki thought so. However, just after this thought was born, she suddenly found that her feet sank. It was the weird figure summoned by the knife earlier. They were very similar to Su, and at some point, two of them appeared and entangled Yoryuki's feet. This defeats Yoryuki's attempt to evade Konokin. Her pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, Ji Zanlin slash swept from the side, and collided with the Zanhulun released by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Bang! While the huge sound reverberated, Lingza turned into a storm and raged around. The two strange figures entwining Yoryuki's feet were directly crushed under the pressure of another sword, and her body was pushed backward by the storm. Finally fell into an embrace. The figure of Gosuke Shigure emerged and caught Yoryuki. It's all right. Holding a knife in one hand, he put his arm around Yoryuki and asked her. Yoryuki is still young at the moment, and she is not as open as the future. After being in such close contact with Gosuke Shigure, and smelling the masculine breath emanating from Gosuke Shigure, she was slightly distracted, and a blush appeared on her cheeks, and then she came back to her senses. He hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure, "Teacher, I'm fine." Gosuke Shigure nodded, his body flickered again, and he let Yesan go after he came to a safe place beside him. Holding the knife, he stared intently at the other end of the storm. As the storm, Zhao Wanghao, raged, the captain feather on his body also swayed slightly. Among them, the 10 on the back. These two words are particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. The Shinigami who joined forces with Niliel earlier, who has been in the forest of Minos Grande for an unknown number of years, has been staring at the arrival after Yoryuki appeared, and at this moment, he noticed the captain Hayori on Gosuke Shigure, especially after the word 11, his complexion couldn't help changing slightly. This is Kenpachi. He is very familiar with the 11th team, because he is from the Shinigami of the 11th team, and he was one of the Shinigami of the 11th team's expedition to Hueco Mundo. Only Kenpachi can wear this kind of feather. But then the Shinigami also realized something. This Kenpachi, not Tsuyoshiki. He is very familiar with Kenpachi, so he is sure to change this point. Chapter 118. In other words, is Kiyoshiki dead? This Shinigami thought so, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. As a member of the 11th team and one of Kiyoshiki's friends in the past, he is very familiar with the rules of the 11th team and the succession rules of Kenpachi. All generations of Kenpachi have fought to kill the previous Kenpachi to become the new Kenpachi. Since today's Kenpachi is not Katsuyoshiki, it can only mean that Katsuyoshiki is dead. Did he kill it? The Shinigami thought again. Because there was only one figure from the back, and the environment in the Minos Grande forest was extremely dark, he couldn't see Gosuke Shigure's appearance clearly, but this Hayori with the word 11 was enough. The identity of the other party has been revealed. This Shinigami secretly guessed. The battle between Gosuke Shigure and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata also started quietly. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata cast Shunpo and waved the knife in his hand. At the same time, a sharp voice came out of his mouth, "Interesting, it's really interesting. I thought it would be the Kukaki family and the one who chased me to Hueco Mundo this time. Shihaoran's house, but 483 did not expect that it was you, Kenpachi, who came to Hueco Mundo. Why would you give your life to those people? Obviously you are a commoner. The matters between the nobles should have nothing to do with you. Judging from these words, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata seems to have fallen into deep confusion, but his movements did not stop at the slightest, and he performed moves full of killing intent one after another, sharply slashing coming towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure waved the knife in his hand, released a powerful sword pressure, and blocked Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's attack. Facing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's doubts, he also gave the answer. I am a commoner. There is nothing wrong, so, I came here not to bring justice to the nobles. The rise and fall of the nobles, as you said, really have nothing to do with me. But the justice that common people seek must not be trampled on by people like you. Oh! Tsuneyashiro Tokinata became more and more puzzled. Gosuke Shigure made another sword press, touched Tsuneyashiro's sword press, and then annihilated it. At the same time, 4 words spit out from his mouth, a blind man. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata understood immediately. Why did Gosuke Shigure say that the justice that the common people seek must not be trampled by himself? It turned out that Gosuke Shigure, a commoner-born Kenpachi, came to Hueco Mundo because of the blind man who came to Shirai to complain that day. That blind man named Tosen Kaname. After learning that the other party actually went to Shirai for the purpose of singing and preparing to sue Central 46, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata severely humiliated the other party at that time. If Kurako Shunsui hadn't appeared in time, he wouldn't even mind being in Shirai before Shirai. To torture and kill the opponent. After that, he didn't take the blind man seriously. Even if Central 46 summoned him, even if his situation suddenly became difficult and the Tsuneyashiro family prepared to sacrifice him, he just regarded all this as a game between nobles. The blind man who was about to sue had never been valued by him, and he didn't think that a blind man, not even Chengdu, could push himself into that situation. It was the Kukaki family that really made him fall into that situation. It's just a pariah who is not Chengdu. As the captain of Godi 13, you bear the name of Kenpachi, and you will stand up for him? How ridiculous this is! Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was puzzled. Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure is too powerful. Even Tsuneyashiro Tokinata released the sword pressure, but he couldn't compete with Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure. After all, he is not a so-called sword hero. Even if he had studied under Captain Yamamoto with Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake back then, but, Jad, he was only slightly grandmaster in Kendo and had not reached the pinnacle. Even if a great nobleman like him does not have great strength, his status is still higher than 99% of the people in the Soul Society. It is also because his own sword pressure cannot compete with Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata became more puzzled just now. Gosuke Shigure, how powerful is he? It's truly a contemporary Kenpachi. And what about the blind man? It's so weak. Even the guards in Guanting Street who are not Shinigami can't beat them. Why would Gosuke Shigure stand up for such a person? You won't understand. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much either. After all, the reason he told Tsuneyashiro Tokinata this time was just an excuse. It is said verbally that it is for the justice of the common people, but its real purpose is to settle the affairs of the Tsuneyashiro family. After rebirth, Gosuke Shigure thought he had completely broken with his previous life. In this life he is Gosuke Shigure, not Tsuneyashiro Shusui. After discovering that Shudera Senjumaru was still in Soul Society, he fell into confusion for the first time in his life. In order to completely cut off from his previous life, he did not reveal his true identity in front of Shudera Senjumaru, and even made up a lie. It took a long time for Gosuke Shigure to wear the Death Tyrant outfit until Shudera Senjumaru left the Death Tyrant outfit and then went to Team Zero to disappear from Shirai before he figured it out. Even if I live a new life, it is not so easy for me to separate myself from my previous life. After all, they are Shinigami, rather normal humans. For normal human beings, one life is only 100 years, and after this life is over, after a few hundred years, all karma will be basically cut off. Shinigami is different, the stronger the Ryutsu, the longer the lifespan, and it is not a problem at all to live for hundreds of thousands of years. His so-called rebirth is nothing but a continuation of his previous life. Of course, since Senjomaru had already left Siraitai at that time and went to the Soul King Palace, even if Gosuke Shigure figured it out, there was no way to confide in it. As for the matter of Tsuneya Shiro's family, he was indeed planning to get involved. Number 2 equals. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family, which surprised him. And because Tsuneya Shiro's family was slaughtered, it was difficult for him to find some small troubles for Tsuneya Shiro. Therefore, in order to completely settle the cause and effect, he could only choose to kill Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. After the words were spoken, Gosuke Shigure's sword pressure crisscrossed and swept across. All of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's offensives were shattered under the pressure of this terrifying sword, and his body flew out again. Chapter 119. Is that all? If that's the only way, then today, you have only two options, to be caught without a fight, or to wait to be killed. With the help of Shunpo, Gosuke Shigure quickly came to the side of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who flew out, saying that there were two choices, but in fact there was only one. That is, Yada Tokinata lost. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata struggled to control his body that was being carried away by the sword, turned his head, and looked at Gosuke Shigure, who came to him. Gloomy words came out of his mouth, "This may not be." He swung the knife again. Blood-red mist was released from the Zanpakudeo. Because this sword is not Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's own Zanpakut, he can't fully exert the power of this sword, such as Bankai. Besides, every time he swings T, he needs to bear a huge price. That is, part of one's soul will be swallowed by this knife, not only the soul, but also Ryutsu. Only in this way can we please the knife and gain the opponent's strength. If he uses this knife for a long time, he will most likely die. But Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't care. In his view, choosing death by oneself and ordinary people arbitrarily deciding their own life and death are two different things. Therefore, when facing the latter, when the Tsuneya Shiro family was about to sacrifice him, he decisively chose to let the Tsuneya Shiro family die first. In the mist, figures between the virtual and the real emerged one after another, and they were densely packed, attacking and killing Gosuke Shigure at the same time. Shigure saw these things when he was rescuing Yuryuaki earlier. At this moment, facing these things in person, he was slightly lost in thought, as if he missed them a little. As the distance from Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata gets closer, the knife in the opponent's hand became more and more clearly reflected in his eyes. Where did he not recognize? This was clearly his Zanpakut from his previous life. This knife, after his death, did not disappear completely, but remained. At this moment, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was motivating him in some way. It's really incredible. Gosuke Shigure thought from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, I thought of another Zanpakut passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneyoshi family. It has been handed down from generation to generation, and has been in charge of successive generations of family members. Since the Tsuneya Shiro family can pass that sword down from generation to generation, there is naturally a way to keep his Zanpakut after his death. Gosuke Shigure's mind-wandering lasted only for a moment, and then he reacted. As the former owner of the knife in Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's hand, he is more aware of the ability of that knife than ordinary people. Although I don't know how much power the knife still retains in the hands of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. But it was enough for him to take it seriously. Destroy it. Thunder Tribulation. Gosuke Shigure no longer maintained the sealed state, but immediately liberated Zanpakut. Not far away, Yoriyuki was watching the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and was also extremely surprised to find that Gosuke Shigure had liberated Zanpakuto. In her impression, teacher Gosuke Shigure is a strong person who doesn't like to use Zanpakuto's ability. Anyway, I have known the teacher for so long in Yoriyuki, but I have never seen the teacher liberate Zanpakuto. Usually use Zanpakuto, also keep Zanpakuto in the sealed state, and use sword pressure to fight against the enemy. Right now, Zanpakuto is being used for the first time. Although he doesn't like using Zanpakuto much, Yoriyuki is still curious about what Gosuke Shigure Zanpakuto's ability is. Immediately, she saw it. The azure blue lightning appeared on Gosuke Shigure's body, and his blade was also surrounded by strands of lightning. After cutting out with a single knife, Song Jian saw the lightning flashing away. Those figures between the virtual and the real were instantly torn apart by the lightning. The figure of Gosuke Shigure shuttled through the torn crack. Under Thunder's ability, he has a faster speed than Shunpo. After a face-to-face meeting, he arrived in front of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was aghast that Gosuke Shigure had directly liberated Zanpakuto, and was horrified at the speed that Gosuke Shigure had at this moment. In a hurry, he was ready to continue with the knife in his hand. However, the next moment, severe pain swept over. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata suddenly found a piece of arm flying out of the sky. On that arm, there is also a Zanpakuto. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that it was his arm. Ask for flowers. Gosuke Shigure's sword cut off his arm. More importantly, he didn't even react. As the arm was chopped off, Zanpakuto let go naturally, and then, a burst of severe pain swept over. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's face instantly became ferocious. But he was still not ready to give in. He didn't want to accept such an ending. He had just conceived the idea of becoming the king of Hueco Mundo. With the help of Shunpo, he quickly distanced himself and dodged to the side. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure didn't pursue him, otherwise, in Gosuke Shigure Shikai's state, the thunder gave him extreme speed, and it would be easy to catch up with Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. The reason why Gosuke Shigure didn't pursue him was naturally because compared to Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who had become a defeated dog, he was more curious about the sword that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata held before. Come to Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's broken arm, pick up the broken arm, and then, throw the broken arm aside, take off the Zanpakuto held on it. Gosuke Shigure holds his current Zanpakuto in one hand, and the Zanpakuto dead person from his previous life in the other hand. As his Ryutsu pours in, the power of this knife is awakened in an instant, and he feels it even more. The knife was meant to drain his soul power. Gosuke Shigure gradually understood why Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was so weak. Obviously he was a strong man who killed Tsuneya Shiro's family, but right now, he is so weak. Now Gosuke Shigure understands. Probably because of using this knife for a long time, the soul has been incomplete, and every time this knife is used, the spiritual power will be drawn. Although the ability of this knife is very powerful after awakening, but after when using this knife, it will weaken itself. If you can't solve the enemy with the ability of the knife, you will fall into an extremely embarrassing situation. Don't you even know me? Gosuke Shigure's soul power, with the word, was transmitted to the dead in an instant. Zanpakuto, who was originally in a daze, immediately sensed a specious familiar atmosphere. Owner. Chapter 120. The sword spirit of the deceased is a cloud of fog. There is no concrete shape to speak of. If you really want to talk about the appearance, it is somewhat similar to the Ghost Stone and Jengar in the Pokémon that Gosuke Shigure saw in his previous life. The main body is a grey-black mist, and only a pair of scarlet eyes can be seen. Its voice is hoarse and not very nice. As if to show that it is a characteristic of Zanpakuto, the soul system, the sword moves like a ghost. Of course, if you look at it from another angle, it's still quite cute. At this moment, after feeling the specious aura released by Gosuke Shigure, the sword spirit of the deceased also suddenly woke up from the dazed state, and immediately stopped the instinct to devour Gosuke Shigure's soul desire. Owner. His doubtful voice sounded. After that, it became joyful. 137 Master, you are back. Although some changes have taken place, through the perception of Gosuke Shigure's soul, it has become absolutely certain that this is its own master. That made it very exciting. And as an expression of excitement, the red light on the top of the Zanpakuto held by Gosuke Shigure became more and more intense, as if scarlet blood would drip from it at any time. Yes, I'm back. Gosuke Shigure's spirit enters the interior of Zanpakuto, where the sword spirit resides, and talks to the dead. Great, Master, I thought you. The deceased was really happy, and happily, its body, that is, the fog, was constantly changing. Tell me about the past few years. In the inner space of Zanpakuto, where the sword spirit is located, under normal circumstances, this space should exist in the depths of the soul. The so-called Shikai and Bankai are to liberate the powerful power that originally existed in the soul, and use Zanpakuto as the outer space. It was cast in the medium, but now, because Gosuke Shigure was reborn once, and his soul changed a little bit, thus giving birth to the new Zanpakuto of Thunder Calamity, so the situation is a bit special. The space where the deceased is located is inside the sword, not in the soul of Gosuke Shigure. In this space, there is no concept of time. A long time has passed inside, but outside, but a moment. Because this is the communication of souls, the way of soul communication is naturally different from the normal situation. In an instant, it is impossible to know how many thoughts meet. At that time, I found that the Master's aura suddenly became sluggish. If it continues, the Master's soul will die. In the Zanpakuto space, the deceased told Gosuke Shigure the reason for the incident. So, I sacrificed all the souls that were imprisoned by me. I wanted to restore the Master, but I could barely stop the trend of the Master's soul dying, but I couldn't restore the Master. Later, because of with the passing of power, I had to fall into lethargy. At this time, I felt a soul pouring into my body, and I passively absorbed this power. Then, in order to maintain the Master's soul, I had to give some strength and help those who feed my soul. After that, I don't know how many years passed, until no one provided me with the power of the soul, and I finally fell into a deep sleep. I thought that I would never see my Master again, but I didn't expect. The deceased spoke excitedly. From its words, Gosuke Shigure also understood the reason of the matter. Back then, when I was at my peak, I was killed by that generation of Tsuneya Shiro. Even if he was a time traveler, he was always a wolf who underestimated people's hearts. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly die. But the Zanpakuto that couldn't stand him was a bit strong. It is an extremely rare Zanpakuto soul system. After sensing the disappearance of his breath and the decay of his soul, Zanpakuto sacrificed the souls of those imprisoned in it who had been beheaded by him in his previous life to maintain the vitality of his soul. Exist. This is probably the reason why he did not go to hell after death, but was reborn again. Of course, being able to be reborn must not only be due to this reason, but there must be other factors involved. Because according to what the deceased said, at the beginning, in order to obtain its power and use it, the members of the Tsuneya Shiro family sacrificed many souls to it. The power of these souls kept it from dying along with Gosuke Shigure, and even had a little extra power to maintain Gosuke Shigure's soul. But later, because the Tsuneya Shiro family no longer used the deceased and lost the supply of souls from others, it was no longer able to maintain the soul of Gosuke Shigure, and because of the loss of power, it is also gradually in a state of muddling. If it continues to maintain this state, it may not take many years before it will completely disappear from the world and become the most basic sealed state. Until Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata picked up the knife again. The silent dead just woke up because of the supply of the soul. Gosuke Shigure understood everything, looked at the deceased in front of him, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The deceased hurriedly said, "I am really happy to see the master again." Gosuke Shigure also smiled lightly and didn't say much. In his heart, he couldn't help joking, "Unexpectedly, what I got was Kukaki Zyonghee's script." In the original plot of the original animation, after Kukaki Kazukawa was sealed, his Zanpakuto Muramasa tried his best to rescue Kukaki Kayokawa, even causing a large-scale Zanpakuto mutiny. And his own Zanpakuto deceased, in order to resurrect himself, also exhausted all the power stars. The only difference is that after Kukaki Hibiki was out of trouble, he faced Muramasa, who tried his best to save him, and directly gave Muramasa a backstab. And it is impossible for me to do such a thing. Well, regarding the matter of Kukaki Hibiki, that is also in the original book. In this world, it should be impossible for such a thing to happen. Because Kukaki Zyonghee's question 2.4 has already been solved. The breath of the dead gradually subsided. In reality, it gradually became an ordinary fight. This is where it no longer releases power. Because of the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure, some changes have taken place in the soul. It is difficult to blend with the soul of the deceased. The way is to let the dead devour one's soul, so that one's soul will become incomplete. Fortunately, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata sacrificed a lot of soul power to him earlier, and even held it to kill a lot of hollow in the Minos Grande forest, allowing it to temporarily restore some power, as long as it is not used, can still persist for a long time. Right now, Gosuke Shigure is letting him restrain his strength, just to save this hard-won soul power. Chapter 121. Just when Gosuke Shigure picked up the deceased, entered the space where the Zanpakuto sword spirit was, and had a conversation with it. On the other end, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who had a broken arm and used Shunpo to distance Gosuke Shigure, didn't think about running away. Escaping is not his style. Gosuke Shigure cut off one of his arms, and took away the sword that he managed to get. How could it be just like that? During this period, enduring the severe pain, he took out another knife from his body with his unskilled left arm. This knife is not particularly long. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata originally did not intend to use this Zanpakuto, but now, he has no choice. Drinking from all over the world, entrenched in Tianya, everything in sight, overwriting and cutting, intoxicating mirrors. A slightly painful voice came from Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's mouth. As the words came out, his face began to distort, and extreme pain appeared on his body. This was because the power of his soul was extracted by Yan Luojing Dian, which became the source of power to move the knife. Yan Luojing Dian is a Zanpakuto handed down from generation to generation by the Tsunade family, and it is the sword of the young ancestors of the Tsunade family. This knife is extremely powerful. 29. But the latecomer, after all, is not the real owner of this knife. If he wants to activate this knife, he can only use his own soul as its source of power and sacrifice to it. This is very similar to Gosuke Shigure's dead. In other words, if you want to urge those Zanpakuto who have lost their masters, only using the soul as the energy source can you urge such a knife. Of course, not all knives can be like this. Generally the kind of knives that can be activated by the soul are very special knives. If not before fighting Gosuke Shigure, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata sacrificed his soul to activate the Inra Kageda, which naturally didn't have much impact. After all, his soul was extremely strong. Even if he sacrificed a little to use it to cast the Inra Kageda, he could use it many times. But he couldn't stand it anymore. Before that, he used the dead for a long time. As the Zanpakuto of Gosuke Shigure's previous life, the deceased was a Zanpakuto of the soul system. When it comes to fighting ability, it is stronger than Yan Luojing Dian. But the price is that it also needs to move at the cost of the soul. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's soul has long been incomplete, and at this moment, urging Yan Luojing Dian is just doing it by force. And the ability of Yan Luojing Dian is that it can imitate the Zanpakuto that all knife holders have seen. Of course, only Shikai can be imitated. This is because Yan Luo Jing Dian, in the hands of outsiders, can only use Shikai. After all, except for the first ancestor of the Tsuneya Shiro family, everyone else is not the real owner of this knife, and cannot use its Bankai ability, and its imitated Zanpakuto, because of the restriction of using Ryutsu, will be slightly weaker than the original version. Of course, if the user Ryutsu is strong enough, maybe the pirated version can surpass the genuine one. But the probability of this is extremely small. In the final analysis, it is to activate the Yan Luo Jing Dian, which requires the user to sacrifice the power of the soul. After the soul becomes incomplete, Ryutsu will only become weaker and weaker. In such a situation, how can it surpass the original version? After liberating Inra Kageden, Yada Tokinata first cast Anohanaretsu Zanpakuto's calendrical power. Meet Shizuku, this is Anohanaretsu's Shikai, and in the cognition of Godei 13, it is a medical Zanpakuto. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata also thinks so. As he imitated Shizuku's ability to cough, a huge one-eyed ray appeared beside him, opened its ferocious mouth, and swallowed half of its body with its broken arm. After the one-eyed big ray disappeared, the blood on his severed arm had been stopped, which relieved his injury. But only so much. In this era, except that Kuratsuka Mayuri can make up for the mutilated body through some specific means, the normal Shinigami, facing the injuries during the battle, has no recovery calendar at all. Until a new Orium in the future, many Shinigami who were disabled due to battles had the opportunity to restore their disabled bodies, but a new Orium's ability is also flawed. If the body has been incomplete for too long, after the incomplete part has turned into spirit particles and disappeared, even a new Orium's ability will be powerless. All in all, by imitating Shizuku's ability to deal with injuries, this is already the ultimate that Narde Tokinata can do. It's not over yet. After using Shizuku's ability to alleviate his injuries, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's deep voice sounded again. His complexion has become so ferocious that it is ultimate. Using two Zanpakuto successively at the cost of sacrificing his soul is already broken, and what is still supporting him at this moment is just a crazy obsession. Everything is reduced to ashes. The raging flames burned, and the terrifying high temperature swept across the entire central area of the Minos Grande forest. After the fire ignited, it also illuminated the dark environment in the Minos Grande forest. The Shinigami who appeared earlier also saw the appearance of Gosuke Shigure clearly with the help of the firelight. He stared at the current Kenpachi, slightly lost in thought. Because on Gosuke Shigure's face, he had a somewhat familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. While he was watching, Gosuke Shigure also moved suddenly. In one hand, he was holding the deceased who had returned to the sealed state, and in the other hand was holding the thunder calamity in the Shikai state. During the flickering of azure blue lightning, the power of thunder pierced through the air and touched the raging flames. Under the strike of thunder and fire, there was a violent roar. In the end, a figure flew out with a knife. It is Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. After using two unique Zanpakuto in a row, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is already at the end of his strength. At this moment, even if he imitates Rijinjaka with the help of Yan Luo Jing Dian, it is actually just a shape. Clash with Gosuke Shigure who is still at his peak, and it's not surprising that he would lose. Gosuke Shigure thinks so too. With the help of Shunpo, he came to the side of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata who flew out, and said softly, although Yan Luo Jing Dian is very strong, you need to pay the price of your soul to use it. If your soul is in a good state, maybe it is true. You can use it to cause me some trouble, however, after using the dead repeatedly, your soul has already become dilapidated. Having said that, I still want to ask you, is my knife easy to use? Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was lying on the ground, his broken soul made him have a splitting headache. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, he was stunned that Gosuke Shigure knew about Inra Jing Dian and the deceased. Immediately, as if thinking of something, an unimaginable possibility appeared in his mind, and his pupils shrank slightly. You are? How can that be? Chapter 122. An unbelievable guess emerged in Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's mind. If it is a normal person, after giving birth to this guess, he will definitely not believe it. But obviously, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada is not a normal person. So he believed Gosuke Shigure's words, "What are you kidding, a dead person came back to life." His expression was shocked and his words were frantic. However, he did not continue to open his mouth to deny the rebirth of the dead. Instead, he said to Gosuke Shigure, "If you are really that person, you should be able to understand me. After all, you were killed by those despicable people from the Tsuneya Shiro family back then. So, why? Why did you come to stop me? I killed Tsuneya Daishi's family, didn't I just avenge you?" Perhaps it was because he realized that he was about to die, or because of the incompleteness of his soul. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada had lost his normal sanity, so he didn't think about whether Gosuke Shigure was the same person back then who was reborn again. These words are not so much questioning Gosuke Shigure, but speaking to myself. He felt that there was really no reason for his defeat this time. Gosuke Shigure and the Tsuneya Shiro family have no relatives and no reason, so why did they make a move? A Shinigami born as a commoner, Gosuke Shigure has no reason to make a move. And as the person back then, Gosuke Shigure, there is no reason to make a move, right? He should be able to understand himself. As someone who was victimized by the Tsuneya Shiro family, he should be more aware of how despicable people the Tsuneya Shiro family are. By killing the members of Tsuneya Shiro's family, I was avenging him back then. Gosuke Shigure lowered his head, looked at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada who looked crazy, and said, "You are not avenging me, you are just for yourself. You murdered first, but you didn't want to take the blame. The Tsuneya Shiro family was going to sacrifice you, but you didn't want to sacrifice, that's why the Tsuneya Shiro family was destroyed. In the process of this matter, I don't want to find out who is right and who is wrong. Because I know very well, Tsuneya Shiro, who are they? But after you slaughtered the Tsuneya Shiro family, if I want to cut off all the karma with the Tsuneya Shiro family, I can only do one thing." Gosuke Shigure's expression became extremely serious, staring at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada and said, "Kill you. You killed the Tsuneya Shiro family, and the enmity between me and the Tsuneya Shiro family has been settled. However, in my previous life, I was a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family after all, and I have also received a lot of kindness from the Tsuneya Shiro family. Therefore, I can only end this kindness by killing you." Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada couldn't believe it even more. Gosuke Shigure's mouth curled into an odd smile. The next moment, the knife in his hand was thrown out suddenly. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's expression froze, blood gushed out, and he died. The moment Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada died, another figure suddenly came to Gosuke Shigure's side, and this figure was Yoryuki. After realizing that Gosuke Shigure wanted to kill Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada, she quickly came here to stop Gosuke Shigure, but it was still a step too late. Yoryuki's expression was a bit complicated. "Sensei, did you kill him?" Gosuke Shigure did not deny, "Yes, I killed him." "I don't understand. Obviously Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada has already lost any fighting power, so there is no need to kill him. Wouldn't it be better to keep Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada and bring him back to the Soul Society for trial?" Gosuke Shigure said calmly, "His soul has long been broken, which makes him suffer extreme pain all the time. To kill him, one is to give him a relief. The other is that I don't want him to live. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada killed the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, he is a member of a great nobleman after all. I'm not sure. After bringing him back to the Soul Society alive, he will be sentenced to death." Yoryuki's eyes flickered slightly. In Gosuke Shigure's words, she heard his distrust of nobles. However, after thinking about the actions of the nobles in the Soul Society, it is not surprising that the teacher would have such an idea. On the surface, it seemed that after Tsuneyashiro Tokinata slaughtered the family of Tsuneyashiro, his crime was unforgivable. But no one can say how Central 46 will judge. If they change their minds and put Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in a long-term imprisonment instead of executing him, wouldn't it be cheaper for Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? Yoryuki's thoughts flickered, and after thinking for a while, he accepted that it was difficult for Gosuke Shigure to kill Narde here. At the same time, she also decided to hide the matter for Gosuke Shigure after going back. No matter what other people ask, her answer will always be that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata died in battle. Even if it was her grandfather who asked her this question, she would still answer like this. This will be a secret between her and Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure put the zanpakuto in the sheath, and tore off a few pieces of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's clothes, and wrapped the 3 swords of the deceased, in Luo Jingdian, and his current zanpakuto together. Whether it's the deceased, or Yen Luo Jingdian, Gosuke Shigure has no intention of letting Yoryuki touch it. Gosuke Shigure was well aware of Yoryuki's curiosity. Although I don't like to use zanpakuto very much, if I get these 2 knives and use them out of curiosity, it will not be a good thing if my soul is incomplete. After all, the incompleteness of the soul is an extremely difficult thing. Yoryuki is actually quite curious about the fact that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata owns 2 zanpakuto, because according to what the Shihaoran family knows about the Tsuneyashiro family, there seems to be a zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation in the Tsuneyashiro family. I don't know which sword Tsuneyashiro Tokinata used earlier is the inherited sword. But since Gosuke Shigure had already put away these 2 knives, it was not easy for her to visit the screen. Lise then picked up Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body and prepared to bring him back to the Soul Society. As for why not let Gosuke Shigure carry the corpse? Apparently because Gosuke Shigure didn't mean it. This matter can only be handed over to Yoryuki in the end. After Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's death, the purpose of Gosuke Shigure and others coming to Hueco Mundo is basically achieved. Next, you only need to leave the Minos Grande forest and find Shihaoran Kuchin and Zaraki. But before that, another voice came into the ears of Gosuke Tokiichi. This Kenpachi, can I have a chat? A calm voice reached Gosuke Shigure's ears. Gosuke Shigure turned his head sideways, and saw a bone mask. Although wearing a white bone mask and animal skin, whether it is the zanpakuto in his hand or his ryutsu, it shows that the other party is Shinigami. Chapter 123. After feeling Gosuke Shigure's gaze, this Shinigami who was wearing a false dress also took off the mask on his face, and a handsome face was immediately reflected in the eyes of Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki. Before Yoryuki came here, he knew that the other party was a Shinigami. At the same time, I am also curious, why does a Shinigami appear in the forest of Minos Grande? And it seems that the other party has been here a long time ago, not the Shinigami who came to Hueco Mundo with them this time to perform the task. At this moment, after the other party took off the mask and revealed his true face, Yoryuki became even more curious. It turns out that this Shinigami looks like this, and it doesn't look ugly. Gosuke Shigure frowned after seeing the opponent's appearance clearly, and then relaxed again. After a long time, he spoke first, "Are you ACI?" After hearing this, the other party took off the mask and Shinigami, who revealed his true face, was stunned. He didn't expect that this strange Kenpachi would know himself. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Yoryuki was also a little curious, and quickly asked Gosuke Shigure, "Teacher, who is Asido?" Gosuke Shigure explained to Yoryuki, Asido was the 3rd member of the 11th team and a friend of the 7th generation Kenpachi. Many years ago, he led the 11th team's Shinigami expedition Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo 247 expeditionary force never came back after stepping into Hueco Mundo. According to the Soul Society's knowledge, they were all dead. I didn't expect that there would be survivors, Asido, still alive. Gosuke Shigure's tone was a bit complicated. As for whether it is really complicated or fake complicated, only he himself knows. As a time traveler, of course he knew that there was a Shinigami named Asido hidden in the forest of Minos Grande. Later, after rebirth, he knew even more that Asido was the Shinigami of the Kenpachi era who inherited on the order of Kenpachi, who cut Yashiki. He led the team to expedition to Hueco Mundo, and never came back. In the perception of Soul Society, Asido is dead, but in fact he is not. The other party has lived steadily until the era of Kurosaki Ichigo. When Kurosaki Ichigo and others broke into Hueco Mundo to rescue a new Orium, they also helped Rukia Kukaki. This time, Gosuke Shigure actually noticed Asido after he noticed the movement in the depths of the Minos Grande forest and came here. But since the main target was Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Asido was naturally ignored. 1. CJFG, it wasn't until now that Asido took the initiative to talk to him, that he just showed a surprised expression. You are. After hearing Gosuke Shigure introduce himself to Yoriuki, Asido didn't know that this strange Kenpachi really knew himself. Then curiously asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure showed a faint smile, and said to Asido, Ashido, I am Gosuke. Gosuke. Asido was taken aback, and then remembered who Gosuke was. Gosuke, is that you? When he left the Soul Society that year, Gosuke Shigure was still a child following behind the Captain Kii Yashiki, which is why Asido only felt that Gosuke's appearance was familiar at the first time, but did not recognize him. After learning the identity of the Kenpachi in front of him, Asido was shocked again. He didn't expect that during the years when he left Soul Society, the children of yesteryear have grown up and become Kenpachi. It took a long time for Asido to digest this shocking news, and then looked at Gosuke Shigure and said, Gosuke, no, it should be Gosuke Kenpachi. I know this question is very abrupt and very uncomfortable polite, but can you tell me about the Kyufu Kenpachi? Gosuke became Kenpachi, which means Kii Yashiki is dead. Although it is very likely that Gosuke killed Kayashiki. It's impolite to ask this question in front of Gosuke, but as a good friend of Kii Yashiki, Asido still wants to know how Kii Yashiki died. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, of course, as a good friend of Captain Kii Yashiki, you are qualified to know these things. Immediately, he killed Kenpachi, Mole City, and Kenpachi Mole City was imprisoned in Wujian for committing a felony. He passed the captain's assessment and told Asido about becoming the new Kenpachi. Only then did Asido know that Gosuke Shigure was not the 8th generation of Kenpachi, but the 9th generation of Kenpachi, and there was a Mole City Kenpachi in between, which surprised him again. After the accident, his expression was a little sad again. In other words, did Kiyaki die at the hands of Mole City Kenpachi? Thought he would be sad for a long time, Gosuke Shigure was ready to comfort him. As a result, Asido's sadness only lasted for a while before he recovered. Death at the hands of a stronger person, handing over Kenpachi's position, this should be something that Tokoyashiki would like to see. He should die with a sense of gratification. Although I haven't seen that Mole City Kenpachi, he must be a very powerful person. Asido said so, and after finishing speaking, his eyes fell on Gosuke Shigure again. Of course, Gosuke, you can replace Kenpachi Mole City and become the new Kenpachi, which must be even more powerful than Kenpachi Mole City. It's really unbelievable. A child who followed Kii Yashiki back then has become a strong man who can take care of himself. Gosuke Shigure said, compared to your surprise to me, I didn't expect that you are still alive. His expression suddenly became serious. Then, since you are still alive, why didn't you return to the Soul? Can I conclude that you have betrayed the Soul Society? Gosuke Shigure's eyes were focused but serious. Even though he knew that Gosuke Shigure was the child who followed Kii Yashiki in the past, but at this moment Asido felt deep pressure from Gosuke Shigure. He had no doubts that if he answered that he had betrayed the Soul Society, Gosuke Shigure would strike immediately. After a moment of silence, Asido replied, I did not betray the Soul Society. The reason why I'm still alive but didn't return to Soul Society is because I want to finish what the dead team members haven't done. In order to maintain the balance between the souls, we once expeditioned to Hueco Mundo. During the process, many people died. Their deaths are rarely known. If I am gone too, who will remember what they sacrificed in Hueco Mundo? Chapter 124. Obviously, he was not so sad when he heard the news of Kenpachi's death before, but when he mentioned the players who died in Hueco Mundo, in Asido's words, there was a deep sense of sadness meaning. After hearing these words, Yoriyuki couldn't help being moved. Gosuke Shigure said again, although you have said that you chose to stay here for the sake of the players who died in Hueco Mundo, but I still want to ask you, are you willing to return to the Soul Society? I am asking you this question as the 9th generation Kenpachi, the captain of the Tianyi team. Although you have been away for many years, as long as you are willing to go back, there is still a place for you in the 11th team. Asido was silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Gosuke Shigure's question. Although Gosuke Shigure has been answered before, he is still alive, but he did not return to Soul Society. He wanted to fight for those players who died in Hueco Mundo. Those players went to Hueco Mundo to maintain the balance of souls. Fought in this forest of Minos Grande, and then all died here. He survived by luck, so he is naturally obliged to complete the unfinished battle with those team members. However, after fighting for many years, he discovered that it was impossible to effectively clean up the void in the Minos Grande forest by relying on his own strength alone. The ghosts here emerge endlessly, and the speed of cutting the ghosts by oneself is not as fast as the birth of the ghosts. As long as human desires still exist, voids will be born one after another. Asido also despaired and thought about returning to Soul Society. But because he had been away from the Soul Society for a long time, he didn't know what was going on in the Soul Society, and he didn't know if there was still a place for him there, so he finally gave up. Right now, Gosuke Shigure, the current generation of Kenpachi, the current captain of the 11th team, sent him an invitation in front of him, asking him to return to the Soul Society. Asido fell into hesitation. To stay in Hueco Mundo and fight these virtuals? Or return to Soul Society with a contemporary Kenpachi? Gosuke Shigure saw Asido's hesitation, and said softly, "You don't need to rush to give an answer for now, we will stay in Hueco Mundo for a while, during this time, you can think about this issue as much as you want." Asido nodded. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure and Yoriyuki's team has one more person. After chatting with Asido, Yoriyuki's eyes fell on guard not far away. There was a Minos Grande with a badly wounded head. It was Neliel. If Asido is a Shinigami, you can ignore it. But Minos Grande, especially this kind of Minos Grande that seems to be of a very high level, since it is encountered, it is naturally impossible to ignore it. Noticed the way Yoriyuki looked at the Minos Grande. Asido pondered for a while, then asked Yoriyuki, "Can you let her go?" "Hey!" Yoriyuki looked at Asido in surprise, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Asido said, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. I have been in Hueco Mundo for many years, and I know Su better than you. Most of the voids are evil souls who only know how to devour their own kind and other souls. If such voids are not dealt with, they will bring great harm, but some voids. Evil generation. Whether you want to accept this answer or not, but what I want to say is that she helped me before, so I can't let you kill her." "Teacher, this is the first time Yoriyuki has encountered such a situation. According to her previous knowledge, Su is evil and needs to be killed. The only way to kill them is with Zanpakuto, to free them." It turned out that one day, she would meet Asido, the Shinigami shelter, and Yoriyuki didn't know how to respond to Asido. Can only look at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, "Since Asido said that the other party is good, then let the other party go." While speaking, his figure flashed away, and he came in front of Neliel. Just as he recognized Asido, he also recognized Neliel. Originally, even if Asido didn't speak, he would find a way to spare Neliel's life. After all, Neliel is very different from other ghosts, she is a kind-hearted ghost. But when Asido spoke, he gave him a good excuse. You must have heard what Asido said. For his sake, I will let you go. I hope you can do a good job and be a kind and righteous dog. If you do any evil deeds in the future and I meet you, I will never spare you. 0. After saying warning, Gosuke Shigure returned to Asido and Yoryuki. Yoryuki gave Gosuke Shigure a weird look. Originally, it was fine for Gosuke Shigure to let this head go for Asido's sake. But these words are too outrageous. What does it mean to be a kind-hearted and righteous ghost? Sue and these things are completely irrelevant. Yoryuki had an old trough suffocated in his heart and couldn't spit it out at all. After solving the matter of Neliel, the three of them left here immediately. Because of Neliel's earlier Siro, and Ryutsu released during the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, if the ASE is released to the surrounding area, it is extremely dangerous. 0. The Sue around here has long been run away, including those subordinates who were subdued by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. In the final analysis, they will surrender to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, but they are afraid of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's fly. When Tsuneyashiro Tokinata has no time to take care of them, they naturally don't care about Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's life and death, and slip away to respect them. Leaving the forest of Minos Grande, I saw the long-lost sun. Although the sun is hot in Hueco Mundo, it is light after all. Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki couldn't help feeling a lot. After joining the team of Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki, Asido took over the heavy responsibility of carrying the corpse. He didn't feel much about carrying the corpse of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. After all, he has lived in Hueco Mundo for so many years, and he has not only stayed in the forest of Minos Grande, but also occasionally went out for a stroll. After all, the forest of Minos Grande is too dark. It is really not a comfortable thing to stay in that dark environment for a long time. I don't know where Grandpa and the others fell. Yoryuki spoke, mentioning Shihour and Kuchin. We need to find them as soon as possible. Gosuke Shigure heard the hidden meaning in Yoryuki's words. On the surface, Yoryuki wanted to find Shihour and Kong-chan, but in fact, he wanted to tell Shihour and Kong-chan that she killed Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Chapter 125. The vast expanse of yellow sand enters the sky. On the ground of Hueco Mundo, 3 figures, carrying a corpse, were running among them. Leaving the forest of Minos Grande, the number of ghosts encountered on the way dropped sharply, and Yoryuki was not used to it for a while. Earlier in the Minos Grande forest, she had used those Minos Grandes to hone her fighting skills. Although the trip to Hueco Mundo was not too long, yes, she could feel her progress. She could of course continue to stay in the Minos Grande forest, but after thinking about it, she gave up. After all, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata has already been executed, and their mission has been completed. The most important task right now is to bring Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body back to the Soul Society. Before that, of course, has to find her lost grandfather, as well as Gosuke Shigure's vice-captain Zaraki. The process of finding Shihour and Kong-chan and Zaraki Juju is extremely boring and tedious. After all, the Hueco Mundo is simply too big. No one knows where Shihour and Kong-chan and Zaraki fell. It would be fine if they bumped into each other. If they didn't bump into each other, it means that after finding this person, they have to continue to find another person. Grandpa, it's true that such a big man can still get lost. Can't he find us on his own initiative? This was Yoryuki's most common complaint along the way. For these words, Gosuke Shigure just smiled lightly and didn't comment. Asido carried Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body on his back, and he also knew a little more about the affairs of Captain Shihour in Kukina's house. After joining Gosuke Shigure's team, he also knew why Gosuke Shigure and others came to Hueco Mundo. It turned out that it was the sinner named Tsuneyashiro Tokinata who came to hunt down, that is, the corpse he was carrying. Whether it is Tsuneyashiro or Shihaoran, in the past, they were actually very far away from Asido, but he knows these families, and they are all famous nobles. When it comes to the great nobles, after knowing that the Shiba family has fallen, he feels a burst of emotion. As for Shihaoran Kong-chan, he naturally knew him too. This is an extremely experienced captain. When he was still in Siriti, he was the captain of the second team. It was unexpected that he would also come to Hueco Mundo this time. And, also with Gosuke now they are lost. While the three of Gosuke Shigure were looking for Shihaoran Kuchin and Zaraki. The other end of Hueco Mundo. In the vast yellow sand, two figures are walking side by side. These two figures are one tall and one short, one young and one old. It was Zaraki and Shihaoran Kong-chan. When they crossed the boundary and arrived at Hueco Mundo, the four of them were scattered due to some accidents. It didn't take long to find Zaraki and Shihaoran Kong-chan. In Shihaoran's prediction, he first found Zaraki, and then found Yoryuki and Gosuke Shigure, the four of them gathered together, and then only needed to find Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and get rid of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Shihaoran Kong-chan thought well. However, when implementing his own plan, he encountered a little accident. He's lost. Because he didn't know where he fell, and Hueco Mundo was too big, Shihaoran Kachin searched for a long time, but not only failed to find Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki, but also failed to find Tsunejide Tokinata whereabouts. On the way, I encountered a few Su, but this was meaningless to Shihaoran Kong-chan. This is Hueco Mundo, if you can't touch Hueco, then there is a problem. The crux of the problem now is that she can't find Yoryuki and Gosuke Shigure, nor can she find Gunday Tokinata. Where should we go next? Zaraki's sense of direction is extremely poor, and his ability to perceive Ryutsuo is almost non-existent. Therefore, these days, he has been following Shihaoran Kong-chan and letting Shihaoran Kong-chan guide the way. Shihaoran Kong-chan hesitated when he heard Zaraki's words. When Zaraki initially asked him which direction to go, he swore by it. But as time went by, even he himself lost confidence in himself. Because for so long, he has not been able to find Yoryuki and Narde when they are there. Whether it is one's own teammates or enemies, they have not been found. This is not a small blow to the always strong Shihaoran Kong-chan. Well, go over there. Shihaoran pondered for a while, and casually gave a direction. Zaraki didn't suspect him either. Although he usually has a quick temper and is a person who doesn't like to use his brain, but his quick temper is more manifested in combat. Regarding combat, he doesn't like to play any tactics, and he is better at rushing directly to chop the enemy die. As for other matters, because he doesn't like to use his brain, he is still very good at listening to other people's opinions and opinions. Even if Shihaoran Kong-chan searched for the way for so long, it was always wrong. Zaraki didn't have any comments either. It's just that every time he finds the wrong way, he will ask him again which way to go. After such things happened more, Shihaoran Kong-chan felt a little embarrassed. His self-confidence has long since disappeared under repeated blows. After showing the way again this time, Zaraki followed Shihaoran Kong-chan and headed in that direction. As a result, it was not good. Still got nothing, it can't be said that they got nothing. They encountered a few miscellaneous fishes on the way, and they were all chopped off by Zhengju at random. This made Zaraki a little more fun during the boring journey. Zaraki was happy, but Shihaoran Kong-chan became more and more depressed. Going in the wrong direction again. This is an extremely heavy blow to an old man. At this moment, Shihaoran Kong-chan had an idea. Vice Captain Zaraki, if it were you, which direction would you go? Anyway, I just go to 1.5 to guess the direction casually. I have been blindfolded for so long, but I still can't find the right direction. It is better to let Zaraki blindfold one. After Zaraki heard this question, he was taken aback. Me? He pointed in a random direction. Seeing the direction Zaraki was pointing at, Shihaoran said emptily, let's go that way next. Of course Zaraki had no opinion. Although Shihaoran Kong-chan said to follow the direction Zaraki pointed out, he was not very sure whether he could find Gosuke Shigure and the others. However, in this world, there are always some people whose luck is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although Zaraki has a poor sense of direction, and Ryotsu's sense of direction is even more messy, but luck can't stand him. Not long after, Shihaoran Kong-chan and Zaraki met three people. It is Gosuke Shigure. Three people. Chapter 126. Grandpa, you are really ashamed. For such a long time, you have been wandering in the desert. If I hadn't found you, you might have to continue wandering here. In the middle of the desert at Hueco Mundo. The three of Yoryuki Gosuke Shigure and Asido met Shihaoran Kong-chan and Zaraki. After knowing the recent situation of Shihaoran Kong-chan, Yegan immediately started to despise Shihaoran Kong-chan. At the same time, he couldn't help boasting about himself. And I'm different. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata has already been dealt with by me and the teacher. Although it was Gosuke Shigure who mainly dealt with Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who told her to follow Gosuke Shigure at that time, and also fought against Namade Tokinata. So in disguise, it can be said that the two of them worked together to solve it. You. Listening to Yoryuki's unabashed words, Shihaoran Kong-chan was so angry that one Buddha hanged himself and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. His anger was beyond control. It's not a comfortable thing to be programmed like this by my granddaughter. More importantly, this is still in front of outsiders. He still wants to save face in front of 29 outsiders. It seems that after going back, I have to find a way to beat Yoryuki. She is too arrogant. This is not a good habit. Shihaoran Kong-chan has secretly decided to give Yoryuki some strength after returning. At present, Yoryuki is only the captain of the criminal army of the 2nd Division, and has not yet become the captain of the 2nd Division. As long as he is the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoryuki can still be arranged. Seeing that Shihaoran Kokina was annoyed by Yoryuki, Gosuke Shigure immediately smoothed things over and said, we were able to get rid of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and that's all luck. Captain Shihaoran doesn't need to pay too much attention to this matter. Now that we have gathered, and the sinner Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata has been executed, it's time to return to Soul Society. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shihaoran Kachin also gradually calmed down. That's right, I'm going back to Soul Society. Immediately, he took out a tool specially made by the 12th Division from his body. With this tool, he could contact the 12th Division and open the gate for them to go back to the Soul Society from Hueco Mundo. Middle. These days, the technology of the world transmitting gate is not as advanced as it will be in the future. Forget about a portable portal like the one made by Urahara Kisuke. Gosuke Shigure and the others want to return to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo, so they can only contact the 12th squad and let the 12th squad open the crossing gate from the other side. It didn't take long after contacting the 12th squad. A portal opened in front of Gosuke Shigure and the others. This is the 12th squad side. After confirming the location of Gosuke Shigure and others in Hueco Mundo, they deliberately opened the crossing gate. Let's go. Gosuke Shigure turned his head sideways, glanced at Asido who was carrying Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body, and said in a deep voice. In the process of searching for Shihaoran Kong-chan and Zaraki, Asido finally figured out the problem, and he decided to return to the Soul Society. The main reason is because once this opportunity is missed, it will never be possible again. Now because of Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, the current Kenpachi came to Hueco Mundo, met him, and invited him, so he has the opportunity to return to Soul Society. If I decline Gosuke Shigure's invitation, I will never have the opportunity to return to Soul Society. Afterwards, what awaits him is Wanju's lonely life in the circle of Su. His own end, I'm afraid he will die silently in the battle with Su. Okay. Asido nodded. Then, a group of people stepped into the center of the world transmitting gate. Another long journey in the broken world. When everyone came to the other side of the door, the concentration of spirit particles in the air was obviously much lower than that of Hueco Mundo. Even though everyone didn't stay in Hueco Mundo for too long, the difference still caused everyone to be confused. Slight discomfort. Everyone knows that they have already entered the Soul Society. Feeling the completely different atmosphere of Soul Society in Hueco Mundo, Asido couldn't help feeling disappointed. Ever since he accepted Kenpachi's order and led the team to the Hueco Mundo expedition, and witnessed the death of his companions in the battle with Su, he never thought that he would be able to come back. For his companion's last wish, he stayed alone in the Void Circle, fighting Minos Grande. I never thought that one day, I would be able to return to Soul Society. Don't think too much about it. Because you left the Soul Society for many years, your Shinigami identity has been cancelled. Next, you need to register again. 11. Gosuke Shigure said to Asido. Of course, during this process, you will inevitably receive some interrogations. After all, you have been away from Soul Society for too long. I hope you can understand that these are specific procedures. Gosuke Shigure said something to Asido. Asido nodded, I understand. In the next time, Zaraki returned to the 11th team. After all, he was away for such a long time. He still cared about whether Yaki and Liu had a good meal and whether he grew up. Yoryuki and Shihoran Kukina took over Tsuneya Shiroto Kainada's body and went to deliver it accurately. Gosuke Shigure took Asido to the Ichiban team and was busy with Asido's re-registration of Shinigami status. Several people have their own work to do. It didn't take too long to register Asido as a Shinigami, after all, the captain Gosuke Shigure vouched for it. After some cross-examination and inspections, Asido resumed his Shinigami identity. On the other side, Shihoran Kachan also completed this mission after delivering Tsuneya Shiroto Kainada's body. Central 46 was very polite in front of Shihoran Kong-chan, and even praised Shihoran Kong-chan. Regarding the fact that Tsuneya Shiroto Kainada was dead and unable to accept their trial, although they regretted it, they didn't say much. After all, it was the head of the Shihoran family who went to perform the task this time. Today is the day when the Ise family retired and the Tsuneya Daishi family was slaughtered. The only two nobles who were at their peak were the Shihoran and Kukaki families. Central 46 is a group composed of nobles, and they dare not show any arrogance in front of Shihoran. Because of Shihoran's face, and in the same way, it is impossible for Central 46 to trouble Gosuke Shigure. Not even the act of summoning Gosuke Shigure to interrogate the details of Hueco Mundo. This saves Gosuke Shigure a lot of trouble. Chapter 127. Although Asido has been away from Soul Society for many years, it is not because no one remembers him. After all, Shinigami's lifespan is too long. During these long years, the 11th team, although newcomers have continued to join it, there are still Shinigami who have lived from the Kenpachi era to the present day. These people are old friends of Asido. When he learned that Asido came back alive from Hueco Mundo, some active and retired Shinigami came to Asido one after another to reminisce with him, which made Asido feel much better. Originally, he was a little at a loss about the decision to return to the Soul Society. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, because he had been away from Soul Society for too long. But today it seems that he found that returning to Soul Society seems to be not bad. Because there are still so many friends alive. This shows that the Soul Society still has traces of his existence. The only thing that makes him feel emotional is that Kenpachi is no longer here. It is also because Kenpachi is no longer around, and he learned about Gosuke Shigure's actions from these old friends. Not long after his expedition to Hueco Mundo that year, Gosuke Shigure became the vice captain. Afterwards, he stayed by Kiyoshiki's side dutifully and responsibly. After Mojo became the new Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure was still the vice-captain. Then, Mole City rebelled, and he chose to participate in the captain's assessment for the 11th team, and only then became the new Kenpachi. According to old friends, Asido knows a little more about Gosuke Shigure. At the same time, I admire Gosuke Shigure, a contemporary Kenpachi, more and more. Of course, Gosuke Shigure didn't know about these things. After bringing Asido to the 11th team and introducing Asido to the 11th team members, Gosuke Shigure left the Japanese team. He went to Tsuneyashiro's house. For Gosuke Shigure, killing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is tantamount to completely clearing up the grievances with the Tsuneyashiro family. However, the more the grievances are settled, the more certain matters need to be cut. After killing Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, 2 knives fell into the hands of Gosuke Shigure. Among them, the passing away is the knife in his previous life, which is his own, and he does not intend to hand it over. But the other knife, Gosuke Shigure, hasn't figured out what to do with it yet. Yan Luojing Dian. This sword held by the first ancestor of the Tsuneyashiro family in the past is indeed very powerful in terms of ability, and can imitate any Zanpakuto Shikai I have seen, including Rijinjaka and Kaika Suijutsu. But there is a price to pay. The price is that the soul needs to be sacrificed in exchange for the power zone of the knife. Gosuke Shigure in his previous life had a way to activate Yan Luojing Dian. After all, the deceased himself was a soul Zanpakuto, and he could use some special methods to activate Yan Luojing Dian without damage. Not so in this life. With rebirth, the soul changes. My own dead can't be perfectly activated, let alone Yan Luojing Dian. This knife, for Gosuke Shigure, is equivalent to chicken ribs. Only a lunatic like Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, because Zanpakuto was confiscated, would use such a knife in order to gain power. For Gosuke Shigure, using Yan Luojing Dian is better than using his own Zanpakuto, at least not at the cost of the soul. Of course, it is also undeniable. If you force yourself to keep this knife, by imitating the shikai of other knives, maybe it will come in handy one day. But then again, that is an illusory future after all. What the future holds, no one can say for sure. Before that, let's go meet the Narde family first. Tsuneyashiro's house is located on the other side of the noble street where Kukaki's house is located. Its area is far less than that of Shihaorin's house, because the area where it is located happens to have a forest, so it looks extraordinarily gloomy. The whole family, from ancient times to the present, is also extremely mysterious. As a great nobleman, its reputation is naturally extremely loud, but when it comes to people, there are actually not many. This is also a common problem among the great nobles. Because of the extremely long lifespan of Shinigami, the probability of giving birth to offspring is extremely low. This is somewhat similar to the fantasy novels that Gosuke Shigure read in his previous life. The stronger the person, the harder it is to produce offspring. This is the case with several great nobles. Historically, although it is not considered a single pass, it is not much better. It may be because they jointly murdered the Spirit King, and maybe they were cursed by the Spirit King. At the Kukaki's and Shihaorin's homes, they almost encountered a lack of success. The reason is that the sons of Kukaki Yinling and Shihaorin Kongchan are not qualified enough, and they are embarrassing to use. The most important thing is that they both have only one son. In order to resolve this problem, they resorted to various methods. The Shihaorin family is fine, although Shihaorin's son Kongchan is not good, but his granddaughter Yuryuaki is a penultimate, and now that she has grown up, she can already be on her own, and the Shihaorin family no longer has any worries. The solution of the Kukaki family is to recruit a son-in-law, and recruited Kukaki Xionghe as his son-in-law. After that, he knew. Because of various calculations, this matter can only be regarded as half the success. Now, because of the example of Shihaorin's family, Gosuke Yinling can only hope that her grandson can live up to expectations. If her grandson is also a person with mediocre qualifications, there is nothing she can do. Not to mention the rest of the nobles. The Ise family is a clan headed by women, and they are all continued in a specific way. The Shiba family, originally a small population, was slaughtered after the decline, and now there are only a few single seedlings left. Good Zhao, the Tsuneya Shiro family, among the several great nobles, originally had quite a large population. There are many people not only in the main house, but also in the branch house. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is the last seat in the branch house. But after the battle of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, let's not talk about the branch house now. The main family is indeed in decline. As far as Gosuke Shigure knows, apart from a few old guys who are too old and unable to walk, there is only one young girl left in the younger generation. If he is also a person with mediocre qualifications, I am afraid that within a few years, Tsuneya Daishi's house will be eaten away by the branch house, and then replaced. Gosuke Shigure thought so, and then came to Tsuneya Shiro's house, and took the initiative to visit the only remaining Tsuneya Shiro's home. Although Tsuneya Shiro's main house is almost completely wiped out, it is the main house in name after all, which is irreplaceable for branch houses. Unless there is no one left in the main house, it will be replaced by a branch house. Chapter 128. Gosuke Shigure's visit is an extremely important event for the Tsuneya Shiro family who suffered a catastrophe. After being notified by the servants of the Tsuneya Shiro family, a short girl dressed in aristocratic attire, with dark green hair that is characteristic of the Tsuneya Shiro family, trotted all the way to the front of Gosuke Shigure. After Gosuke Shigure, she paid more attention to the manners of the nobility, walked up to Gosuke Shigure with small steps, and respectfully said to Gosuke Shigure, "I Naomi passes Captain Gosuke. The head of the Tsuneya Shiro family is welcome. I have also heard about the tragedy that happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family. I just came back from Hueco Mundo this time, so I took the liberty to visit here." Although it was the first time seeing the girl in front of Gosuke Shigure, he had heard about her before coming here. She is the only surviving young man of the main family. Although there are still a few old men alive in the main family, those old men have problems even walking. Basically time is running out, and because of this, after all the important members of the main family of Tsuneyashi died, Tsuneyashi, the position of head of the house, automatically fell on this young girl. During this process, Tsuneya Shiro branch house naturally revealed its ambition. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's murder of the main house is a great crime, but for the branch house, this may not be an opportunity to replace the main house. It is a pity that the branch house's ambition has not been realized after all. This matter was eventually blocked by the Gosuke family. According to Gosuke Yinling, Tsuneya Shiro's main house is still alive, so how can the branch house be qualified to replace the main house? Although the branch house still has some ideas. But in the past, after all, they were dependent on the main family, and they were not too powerful. Among them, it is a very rare thing that there can be such an outlier as Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Faced with the interference of the Gosuke family, Tsuneya Shiro branch house can only accept that the only remaining girl of the main house becomes the head of the house. Of course, in the final analysis, it is because although the current Tsuneya Shiro branch house has ambitions, it does not have the power to replace the main house. If one day, they have enough power to ignore the interference of Gosuke Shigure and others, it may not be impossible to replace the main house and become the new home. In fact, they still have another choice, which is to murder the only remaining girl in the main family. Simply do nothing and keep going, completely destroying the main family. But Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata of the branch house committed such a serious crime. If such a thing happened at this moment, they, the branch house people, would inevitably be liquidated. Although this is a family matter of the Tsuneya Shiro family, since the Gosuke family interfered with the succession of the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, the rest of the nobles are eager to get involved. Branch house, still didn't have the guts to do such a thing in the end. This is not a place for chatting, Captain Gosuke, let's go in. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana, the new head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, is talking to Gosuke Shigure. Then, Gosuke Shigure followed her into the inner courtyard where the main house was. The layout of Tsuneya Shiro's house has not changed much from that of Gosuke Shigure's last life. The only difference is that the area where the main house is located, except for some servants working for the Tsuneya Shiro's house, there are too many figures, and in his last life, there were quite a few people in Tsuneyoshi Daishi's family, which can be called the heyday. Perhaps it was for this reason that Tsuneya Shiro's family at that time was dissatisfied with him, a member of the branch house, over the head of the main family, and then did such a thing. Gosuke Shigure waited and watched the layout of Tsuneya Shiro's house, and finally came to the living room of the main house. Afterwards, Tsuneya Shiro Ayana, the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, showed her tea skills and poured a cup of tea for Gosuke Shigure herself. She said softly, speaking carefully, I would also like to thank Captain Gosuke. If Captain Gosuke hadn't gone to Hueco Mundo, the sinner Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata would not have been executed. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, it's nothing, it's just my duty. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata committed a felony, and I, as the captain of the Godai 10 home team, have the obligation, Kiev, to bring him to justice. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana said, that being said, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is powerful, and the head and elders before me all died in his hands. Waiting for Shinigami, he is not his opponent. If Captain Gosuke didn't take action, it's impossible to die so soon. Captain Gosuke solved Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. He is the benefactor of my Tsuneya Shiro family. Even if Captain Gosuke doesn't come here to visit today, I still want to invite Captain Gosuke to come to my house. Thank you Captain Gosuke. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana looks young, but her words are orderly. This amused Gosuke Shigure. Unexpectedly, because of good luck, the surviving girl of Tsuneyashi's family turned out to be a good talent. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gosuke Shigure asked the girl in front of him again, now that Tsuneya Shiro family is in decline, that Tsuneya Shiro family wants to do it next. It stands to reason that Gosuke Shigure's question is not very appropriate, but he just asked it. And Tsuneya Shiro Ayana also gave a reply, I decided to finish my studies at Spiritual Arts Academy first, and then, become a real Shinigami. Only I will become a Shinigami and protect Tsuneyo's house. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana's tone was extremely decisive. Gosuke Shigure nodded slightly. Speaking carefully, Tsuneya Shiro Riina was able to survive the chaos because she was lucky. She is a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, and she happened to be in the school when Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata slaughtered the master's family, which saved her from being killed. That's it. Regarding Tsuneyaro Ayana's words, Gosuke Shigure did not give much evaluation. On the contrary, his attitude fell into the eyes of Tsuneya Shiro Riina, which meant something else. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and said to Gosuke Shigure, does Captain Gosuke think I'm joking? I'm serious. Although there are only me and a few old people left in Tsuneyashi's family, as long as I can become a strong person, no matter how many people there are in the branch house, I must be attached to my master's family. Back then, in my Tsuneya Shiro branch house, there was a strong man named Tsuneya Shiro Shosui. He was a member of the branch house, but because he was strong enough, even the head of the house was in awe of him. In the same way, as a member of the main family, as long as I am strong enough, even if the main family is only me, the Tsuneya Shiro family will not decline. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana gave an example. Gosuke Shigure was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would mention himself in his previous life. Chapter 129. After visiting Tsuneya Shiro's house, Gosuke Shigure chatted with Tsuneya Shiro Ayana, the new head of the family. In the words, after all, he still did not take the initiative to mention the matter of Yan Luo Jingdian, and Tsuneya Shiro Riina did not mention the matter of the sword. I don't know if it's because Tsuneya Shiro's main family was completely destroyed, and Tsuneya Shiro Ayana was not an important figure in the main family before, so she didn't know the existence of Yan Luojing Dian. This is not surprising. Although for the rest of the nobles, they all know that the Tsuneya Shiro family hides a zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation. But what this knife is, but few people know. Only the core members of the Tsuneya Shiro family are qualified to know the existence of this knife and its ability. Although Tsuneya Shiro Ayana is a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family, but before that, she was not a core member. At that time, the core member of the main family was Tsuneya Shiro Tokyo. But Tsuneya Shiro Tokyo was unlucky, because he was sent by the patriarch to summon Tsuneya Shiro Tokina, and was directly killed by Dai Tokinata. If Tsuneya Shiro Riina took the initiative to mention the knife, Gosuke Shigure would give some excuses, such as not seeing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata with a knife, but since Tsuneya Shiro Riina did not mention it this saves Gosuke Shigure a lot of work. As for, why didn't Gosuke Shigure mention this knife himself? Of course it was because he came to Tsuneya Shiro's house this time just for investigation. If Tsuneya Shiro Ayana, the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, is qualified in the future, she can naturally deliver the sword to her. Conversely, if someone without the ability gets the knife of Yan Luojing Dian, he will only abuse it. This is not a good thing. Although from Gosuke Shigure's point of view, Yan Luojing Dian's ability is limited, it can only imitate Zanpakuto Tesshikai, not Bankai. But if it is in the hands of bad people and used indiscriminately, it will still cause some troubles. Leaving from Tsuneya Shiro's house, he returned to the 11th team. To Gosuke Shigure's surprise, a customer has been waiting here for a long time. Teacher. In the captain's room. Sitting cross-legged, Yoryuki, who was looking at Gosuke Shigure's publication Siridi correspondence collection here, put down the publication in his hand, stood up, and said hello to Gosuke Shigure. I didn't expect that you would come to me. Gosuke Shigure smiled, talking to Yoryuki. Yoryuki didn't chat with Gosuke Shigure too much, and asked Gosuke Shigure in a deep voice, Sensei, have you gone to Tsuneya Shiro's house? Gosuke Shigure did not deny this. The Tsuneya Shiro family suffered heavy losses. As the person who personally executed Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, I have to visit the victim's family. Currently, the families of the victims are not stable. Yoryuki's eyes flickered. As far as I know, there is only one girl left in the younger generation of Tsuneya Daishi's family. Teacher, since you have met her, what do you think of her? Gosuke Shigure said, how else can you see, just use your eyes. He made a little joke. Seeing Yoryuki give himself a blank look, Gosuke Shigure said again, it looks good so far. Although he is not very old, he seems to be a quite capable person. Of course, no one can tell what will happen in the future, whether she can take on the heavy responsibility of the Tsuneya Shiro family. Gosuke timed his own evaluation. In the original book, this girl from the Tsuneya Shiro family did not appear, not even the Tsuneya Shiro family. But according to the girl's earlier remarks, maybe the future Siridi can really have a place for the other party. The so-called times make heroes. The most important thing is the word current situation. No matter how talented a person is, he must be given a chance so that he can take advantage of the situation. Just like what happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family this time. If Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata hadn't killed Utakusa first, and the Kukaki family had put pressure on him later, no one would have known how powerful the last member of the Tsuneya Shiro family's branch house would be. Kill all the important people in the main family. The teacher really thinks highly of her. Yoryuki said something in a strange tone. I don't know if it's because the current head of the Tsuneya Shiro family is also a young girl. Yoryuki, who has never heard the teacher praise him, is a little bit disgusted to hear this. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. 0 for flowers. Yoryuki's expression became serious again. The two knives are still with the teacher. Gosuke Shigure became serious when he heard this. What do you want to say? Yoriyuki explained, as far as I know, the Tsuneya Shiro family has a Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation. Although we don't know what the specific power of that sword is, according to the records in my family, that sword is extremely dangerous. Under normal circumstances, after Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was killed, the knife should be returned to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Of course, because the Tsuneya Shiro family has become like that, it's okay if the teacher insists on keeping that knife, but it's best not to let outsiders know. Also, I have to tell the teacher that the knife is very dangerous. 0. www.m. It seems that there is an irreparable price to be paid for urging the knife. After hearing Yoriyuki's words, Gosuke Shigure was silent for a while, and said, "So, you came here to tell me this?" Yoriyuki nodded and said, "Yes, although I don't know which of the two knives is a katana handed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneya Shiro family, but since these two knives fell into the hands of the teacher, I naturally have an obligation to agree with you." The teacher made these things clear. Afraid that Gosuke Shigure might have other ideas, Yoriyuki said again, "Teacher, don't worry, I won't tell about that knife." Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but glanced at Yoriyuki. "You really have a heart." Yoriyuki also smiled, and said, "This is a secret between me and the teacher." "It's a secret indeed." Gosuke Shigure didn't deny that either. Yoriyuki came and went quickly. It seems that she came to the 11th team just to tell Gosuke Shigure these things. After Yoriyuki left, Gosuke Shigure also took out the two knives he got from Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata and put them away carefully. Among them, Yanluo Jingdian is a sword handed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneya Shiro family. This sword Gosuke Shigure sealed it up and did not plan to carry it with him. And when he picked up another knife, which is the Zanpakuto dead person of his previous life, Gosuke Shigure fell into a deep thought. Chapter 130. As a result of his rebirth, Gosuke Shigure's soul underwent some changes, which allowed him to give birth to a new Zanpakuto, which is now known as Thunderbolt. The new Zanpakuto appeared, and the change brought about was that when Gosuke Shigure obtained the Zanpakuto from his previous life, although he could communicate with Zanpakuto's sword spirit, it was difficult to achieve soul fusion, and naturally he could not directly communicate with himself. The Ryutsu poured into the sword, fully mobilizing the power of Zanpakuto. In other words, there is no difference between Gosuke Shigure holding the deceased and outsiders holding the knife. The only difference is that outsiders need to sacrifice their souls to activate the power of the deceased. And because Gosuke Shigure was the master of the deceased in his previous life, he can directly let the sword spirit exert its power. It seems to be pretty good. But the crux of the problem 077 is that the source of power of the dead is like a tree without roots. If one blindly uses power without being replenished, sooner or later he will become the king of disappearance due to the exhaustion of power. Of course, as the soul type Zanpakuto, it can replenish its power by devouring the souls of Shinigami, Su. But after all, this is only a way to treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Now Gosuke Shigure can only try his best to keep this knife. Even if he already has a new Zanpakuto. But I can be reborn, and the deceased also played a very important role in it. Although Gosuke Shigure has not figured out the reason for his rebirth, the deceased provided him with the power of the soul, so that the soul did not disperse after his demise. This is probably one of the most important factors. Under such circumstances, Gosuke Shigure certainly could not let the dead just dissipate. It seems that in the next few days, there seems to be something that can be done. Gosuke Shigure is not a research-oriented talent, neither in his previous life nor in this life. However, in order to keep the knife of the dead alive, he doesn't mind playing a guest role as a researcher. Of course, setting the next goal does not mean that it must be implemented immediately. Before that, Gosuke Shigure made another trip to Rukanga. Rukanga is divided into 4 regions, southeast, northwest, and each region has 80 regions, a total of 320 regions. The number of souls that are many times greater than that of Shinigami is living in these 320 regions. In the 10 regions, just like in the present world, they are once again experiencing life, old age, sickness, death, love, and hatred. Although the environment in some areas is extremely harsh. But for the soul, after death, it is already an extremely satisfying thing to be able to live again. South Rukanga 64 District Noodles. This is also a relatively backward area, but compared to the Zaraki area in the North 80 District, where people are willing to die for a little water, the law and order here is slightly better. Although there are conflicts between souls, they are not life and death. Of course, the living environment here is still not as good as the front area. Because of the influence of the environment, the souls living here have always had a sad look on their faces. It is worth mentioning that this is the area where Tsunoyoyo Katsura lived in the past, and it is also the area where Tosen Kaname is currently located. Tsunoyata Kakuma can be regarded as the pride of Minami Rukanga 64th District. From an ordinary soul, she became an official Shinigami after being admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, and later married into an aristocrat. The so-called transformation of a pheasant into a phoenix is nothing like this. In the past, she often returned to Rukanga to catch up with her former friends. This made many of Rukanga's friends know about her recent situation. However, even she doesn't know it. During a trip back to Rukanga to visit relatives, her husband would secretly follow her and then kill her. In a wilderness in the face area, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata killed Tsuneyashiro Udamasa. Normally, there should be no witnesses to this murder, because it was carried out in the wilderness. But before that, Tsuneyaka Masaru and Tosen Kaname agreed to meet there. Ever since, Tosen Kaname heard the murder. I don't know if Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was sloppy, or he discovered Tosen Kaname but didn't take him seriously. After killing Ge Kuang, although he took away Ge Kuang's body and handed it over to the Tsuneyashiro family for research, he left his Zanpakut behind. This knife fell into the hands of Tosen Kaname by chance. After that, it is no secret. To do justice to my friends, Tosen Kaname, a blind man, traveled all the way from the 64th district of Rukanga, finally arrived at Siraidii on the edge of the 1st district, and then entered it, ready to meet Central 46, but was directly blocked, and even nearly died in Tsuneyashiro Tokinata hands. One can imagine how desperate Tosen Kaname was at that time. Today, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is executed, and the so-called justice has also been carried out. Gosuke Shigure felt that he should come to meet Tosen Kaname. In the 64th district, near the former living area of Kakuma, Gosuke Shigure caught a soul and asked about Tosen Kaname. Although this soul is curious why Shinigami is looking for Tosen Kaname, is it because he went to Siraidii to complain that day? Although I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But he didn't help Tosen Kaname hide it. In the final analysis, it was because Tosen Kaname was not very popular, he was blind, he was not very good looking, and he was still taciturn, which made him in the past, the only friend he had was Ge Kuang. The spirit directly told Gosuke Shigure where Tosen Kaname lived. After Gosuke Shigure knew where Tosen Kaname lived, he went straight there. The other party lives in a fringe area with a mountain backing. 2.8. The house he lives in is also extremely simple and dilapidated. After all, he is a blind man. Even though he has a stronger sense of hearing than ordinary people, it is still somewhat inconvenient in terms of life. When Gosuke Shigure approached, in the cabin, a black-skinned blind man holding a sealed state could not help but move his ears slightly, and he heard footsteps. In other words, someone came to his text. You know, in the past, very few people came here. Except Ge Kuang. But now, Ge Kuang is dead, and no one will come here again. He hastily put away the sealed state left by the song in his hand, and then asked in a deep voice to the door, "Who's there?" The wooden door of the cabin was pushed open. Gosuke Shigure looked at Tosen Kaname. "I've come to tell you a news." Chapter 131. Who are you? As a blind man, Tosen Kaname couldn't see Gosuke Shigure, but he could hear it. At the same time, he felt a sharp aura from him. This means that the visitor is not an ordinary person. This made his heart sink secretly. On that day, he went to Shirai to file a complaint, and was almost killed by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Although he survived because of Kurako Shunsui, there was basically no hope of filing a complaint. Even if Kurako Shunsui said something that day and would help Central 46, Tosen Kaname didn't take it too seriously. But after Kurako Shunsui left, someone who appeared beside him further made people aware of the darkness of Soul Society. It is basically impossible for me to seek justice through normal channels. It is also because of understanding this that Tosen Kaname is both uncomfortable and desperate. But he finally figured out something. 30 That is, I cannot uphold justice because I am too weak. If you become stronger in the future, it may not be impossible for a dog to avenge Sanguo. So, he left Shirai with his scarred body, returned to Rukonga, and found the Zanpakuto left by Ge Kuang. He is going to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy. Become a Shinigami. Then, I hope that in the future, I can use the knife of Sanguo to avenge her. Also after he left Shirai, he was in a state of ignorance about Shirai. Tosen Kaname didn't know what happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family. He thought that Gosuke Shigure in front of him was Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who still didn't intend to let him go, and was going to come to kill the grass. Thinking of this, Tosen Kaname is ready to fight at any time. My name is Gosuke Shigure, and I'm a Shinigami. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide what Tosen Kaname meant, and directly told his background in front of him. Shinigami? What are you doing here? Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata asked you to come. Tosen Kaname knew his identity, he was just an ordinary soul, and because he was blind, even an ordinary soul not as good. And Shinigami, for Rukonga's soul, is a real big shot. He doesn't believe that a Shinigami will visit him for no reason. Tosen Kaname became more and more convinced that the other party was sent by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and wanted to kill himself. Because he sued Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, it caused him some trouble. Of course, Tosen Kaname thinks this way because he is not in the system of Godai 13 and does not know the identity of Gosuke Shigure. My coming here is indeed related to Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Gosuke Shigure did not deny it, and directly admitted it. Tosen Kaname's heart shuddered when he heard this, and he became more and more nervous. Gosuke Shigure saw Tosen Kaname's nervousness, and smiled. You don't have to be nervous, I told you, I'm here to tell you a news. After saying this, he didn't sell anything, and said directly, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is dead. 11. Tosen Kaname's body shook, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Dead? Dead? His beloved Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata died like this? After all, the murderer who killed Ge Kuang was not able to get away with it because of his noble status? Tosen Kaname felt like he was in a dream for a while, and there was an extremely unreal feeling. Yes, is it Central 46? After regaining his senses, Tosen Kaname hurriedly asked Gosuke Shigure. He thought that he sued Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, because he was told by the Shinigami named Kurako Shunsui, so that Central 46 knew that Central 46 had tried Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata would die. It's not true. Gosuke Shigure denied Tosen Kaname's words, and immediately told him the truth. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, I killed him. It is also fortunate that Tosen Kaname has no eyes, otherwise the pupils will shrink sharply. However, although there is no sharp pupil contraction, there are still such things as taking a breath of cold air. Tosen Kaname looked in the direction of Gosuke Shigure with a shocked expression. Gosuke Shigure said, because you are also one of the victims of the Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata incident, so I came here specially today to tell you about the Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata incident. Tosen Kaname became more and more puzzled. Gosuke Shigure immediately started talking about the cause of the matter. That day, you went to Shirai to suit Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, although it was unsuccessful, but this matter was still given by Central 46 through the captain of the 8th team, Kirako Shunsui. Got it. After Central 46 found out about this, they interrogated Tsuneyashiro Tokinata as soon as possible. Due to the actions of the noble Kukaki family, this trial was extremely fair. Under normal circumstances, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata will receive the punishment he deserves. Tosen Kaname is not a stupid person, combined with Gosuke Shigure's denial that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata died because of Central 46's trial of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, he immediately guessed that there must be something else behind the incident. Did something happen again? He asked Gosuke Shigure. Good. Gosuke Shigure said, just before the Tsuneyashiro family was about to hand over Tsuneyashiro Tokinata 173 for him to stand trial, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata went berserk and killed the Tsuneyashiro family. You may not know the status of the Tsuneyashiro family, but I can tell you that even among many nobles, the Tsuneyashiro family is at the top. It is a great nobleman in the true sense. After slaughtering the main family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata escaped, and after that, Shihaorin Kongchan, the captain of the second squad, and I went to Hueco Mundo to arrest Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Namiyo Tokinata was finally caught by Misao. After Gosuke Shigure's explanation, Tosen Kaname finally understood the reason of everything. It turned out that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata died like this. He will die, not because he killed Ge Kuang and was judged by Central 46. It was because he slaughtered Tsuneya Daishi's family, committed a greater fault, and committed a more serious crime, that he ushered in the punishment of death. Although Tosen Kaname was very happy about Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's death, for some reason, he didn't feel relieved that justice had been done. Why are you telling me this? Tosen Kaname asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, I just think that you are entitled to know these things. Chapter 132. Although it is said that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata died because he slaughtered Tsuneyashiro's family, the reason why he would do such evil deeds is that you sued Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and killed Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. The matter of Dai Ge Kuang has been made public. You are the source of everything. Not to mention that you are also one of the victims. The murderer Tsuneyashiro Tokinata died, you are naturally entitled to know about it. I see. Tosen Kaname remained silent, expressing his understanding. Gosuke Shigure looked at the silent Tosen Kaname, and said again, it is true that there is too much darkness in this world. There seems to be a natural barrier between the common people and the nobles. The nobles are born to live in the best place and have the most favorable conditions. Resources, even if they committed a felony, they would not be punished because they were also protected by the aristocratic Central 46, and they would continue to go unpunished. But what I want to say is that besides the darkness, there is always some light. These words fell in the ears of Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname couldn't help raising his head suddenly, and looked in the direction of Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure said softly, from the fact that you are going to Shirai to suit Tsuneyashiro Tokinata at the risk of your life, I can see that you are an extremely righteous person, and you will risk your life and death in pursuit of justice. People like you may seem stupid, but in this slightly dark world, there are still more people like you. So, become a Shinigami. Only by becoming a Shinigami can you have the ability to protect the tiny light and justice so that it will not be corroded by darkness. Becoming a Shinigami is actually something that Tosen Kaname had to do earlier. Because in his previous opinion, he was unable to bring justice to Ge Kuang. In the final analysis, he was too weak. As long as he became strong and possessed enough strength, he would definitely be able to bring justice to Ge Kuang. Because justice in this world belongs to the strong. However, after learning that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata had died, Tosen Kaname was shaken for the first time and fell into confusion. As a result, at this moment, after Gosuke Shigure said to become a Shinigami in front of him, he didn't have much confidence. Can I really? Why not? Gosuke Shigure's words seemed to have a deep appeal. Since you can pick up the Zanpakuto that Tsunoyoshio Kamasa has, it already shows that you have the qualifications to become a Shinigami. Of course, rather than having the qualifications to become a Shinigami, I still hope that you can stick to your heart and uphold justice. People like you are rare. Perhaps, this is the real reason why I came here to see you. Gosuke Shigure and Tosen Kaname spoke again. He also didn't explain how he knew that Tsunoyoka Haru Zanpakuto fell into the hands of Tosen Kaname, and he ignored Tosen Kaname's shock, and then left Tosen Kaname's place. It seems that he came here just to tell Tosen Kaname about Tsunoyoshiro Tokinada's death, and to say something to him at the same time. Exit Tosen Kaname. On the way back to Siraidai, Gosuke Shigure thought of someone inexplicably. Aizen-suke. He didn't know whether Aizen had contact with Tosen Kaname during this time period, and he didn't know when Tosen Kaname started following Aizen. But Aizen was able to convince Tosen Kaname to follow him and make Tosen Kaname do those things. There is a big factor, and it is indeed because of the word justice. Siraidai is too dark, so some justice is needed. It is a pity that until the end, Tosen Kaname was not able to realize his so-called justice, and he was directly killed by Aizen as an abandoned child. It's a pity for such a person to end like this. In the final analysis, it was because he followed the wrong person at the beginning. That's why Gosuke Shigure came here to meet Tosen Kaname after he settled the matters related to Tsunoyoshiro's family. As for, how will Tosen Kaname be chosen in the future? Who can tell clearly? After all, Gosuke Shigure is not a god, and does not have the ability of omniscience and omnipotence, and even if he has the omniscience and omnipotence of Yhwach, in the future, he will still lose. In other words, the so-called omniscience and omnipotence is just a joke. Because the future is changeable, as long as you cannot see all the possibilities, you are not omniscient after all. Life in Siraidai is peaceful. Since the decline of the Tsunoyoshiro family, it seems that things related to nobles have decreased a lot. In the early years, basically every once in a while you could hear things from the nobles. First, the Shiba family declined, and then the Kukaki family recruited a son-in-law, and a huge scandal broke out in the adopted son-in-law, Kukaki Hibiki. During this period, the Ise family gradually disappeared. What can truly be called the decline of the Shiba family and another explosion after being expelled from the ranks of the great nobles is the massacre of the Namade family by Namade Tokinada. Originally, after the Shiba family was expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, and the Kukaki family broke out in a scandal, the only family that could be called the heyday with the Tsunoyoshiro family was the Shihoran family. But with the slaughter of the Tsunoyoshiro family, after it declined in an unimaginable way, Shihoran is the only great aristocrat who is still at its peak. And the Shihoran family, among the great nobles, came back as an extremely low-key one. Although somehow they became the most prosperous nobles, but as the family in charge of the criminal army, they never took the initiative to show off. Under such circumstances, among the Siraidai, not much happened about nobles. This means that the turmoil related to the nobles has been completely eliminated. This is also a rare leisure time for Gosuke Shigure. Enough, after all, every once in a while, he has to hear something about the nobles, which will inevitably make him feel desperate for this world. After all, things related to the nobles are not good things, and it is inevitable that they will be contaminated. It has a dark connotation. And then, the problem he needs to solve is about the Zanpakuto of the dead. When it comes to the person who knows Zanpakuto best, it must be Iruma Wanjiru, who is the creator of Zanpakuto. In this world, no one knows Zanpakuto better than him. If possible, Gosuke Shigure would like to ask Iruma Wanjiru for some advice, but he is in the Zero Division and in the Lingwang Palace, so Gosuke Shigure has no way to go there. At the beginning, I gave Ye a subject, and asked her to study Shunhong. Perhaps, he can distribute a subject to Yura Harakisuke. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking of another cheap apprentice of his own. Chapter 133. Urahara Kisuke of this era, from the outside, looks taciturn and shy. I don't know what he will go through in the future to become that broken-mouthed and black-bellied appearance. When Gosuke Shigure met him, he was flipping through a book. This book, which Gosuke Shigure is quite familiar with, is the Society Correspondence Collection. It can only be said that for Shinigami living in Society, the way of entertainment is indeed somewhat different. However, although it is the same book, what Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kisuke read are completely different. What Gosuke Shigure reads are the various stories and novels serialized on it, while Urahara Kisuke reads the scientific research column on it. I didn't expect that you are quite interested in this book. Gosuke Shigure greeted Urahara Kisuke. This is the outer area of the supervisory tower. Many Shinigami of the second team have been guarding here. Urahara Kisuke, since graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy and joining the second team, has been assigned to the department of the second team. The third team supervisor team, of course, this supervisor team is not the supervisor who engages in civil engineering, roads and bridges, but jailers. They guard the special prison named 080 Nest of Maggots. The Nest of Maggots housed highly dangerous Shinigami who had committed no serious crimes. The second team is also a very special team among Godi 13. Not only because they are also fan teams commanded by great nobles, but also because there are 5 small sub-teams under the fan team. Although there are special forces under the command of the first team, Kokiki Zyonghi was the captain of such a unit at the beginning, but there are definitely not as many special forces under the command of the first team as under the second team. Teacher. Urahara Kisuke put down the book in his hand, and greeted Gosuke Shigure respectfully. Gosuke Shigure waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite, it's not the first time we've met. And you know my habits." Urahara Kisuke nodded. Having said that, his attitude was still very reserved. He answered Gosuke Shigure's previous question, "I find some theories in this book very interesting, especially Captain Hikifune, DAF, on which a theory called the temporary soul was proposed. Whether it is a Shinigami, Su, or Zheng's soul, it is composed of spiritual power, as if there is a certain law in the dark, when a Shinigami, Su, or Zheng dies, it will turn into a spirit, and then in the world reincarnate between, after countless years, reform a new soul. Then, can we master this kind of rule artificially uncreated soul? Shinigami of the 13th division, after going to the present world, will wear the Yakugo in order to integrate into the mortal world, and when the soul leaves the yoke will become a corpse-like thing. It will inevitably cause panic. If we can create a temporary soul, the artificially created soul can temporarily occupy the body without causing any turmoil. Of course, this is only one of the usages. If the technology of temporary soul can be realized, it will definitely have other uses. After talking about academic issues, Urahara Kisuke no longer had the taciturn appearance before, and became one after another. Temporary soul, of course Gosuke Shigure knows. In the future, Kiryu Hikifune was promoted to Team 0 by relying on this technology. And this technology, one of its applications, is righteousness. Kuratsuka Mayuri seems to have used a similar technique to create nirvana. Of course, these are things in the future, and there is no need for Gosuke Shigure to speak with Urahara Kisuke here. After Urahara Kisuke commented on a certain theory put forward by Hikifune Kiryu in the Society Correspondence Collection, she stopped talking about these things and turned to Gosuke Shigure and asked, "Teacher, why did you come here to find me today? What's matter? The work of the supervision team is boring and boring. Normally, Urahara Kisuke stays here, except guarding the prisoners, most of the time he is thinking about certain theories and conducting research secretly. Besides Yuaki who visits him occasionally, Gosuke Shigure is here for the first time. So Urahara Kisuke would naturally think that Gosuke Shigure came here to find him for something. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide his intentions either. You mentioned the theory mentioned by Captain Hikifun in the Society communication collection earlier. Recently, there is also a problem that has troubled me for a long time. Kisuke, among the people I know, you are a first-class smart person, more importantly, you have a wild idea, and you have a unique set of verification methods for various theories. I want you to help me solve this problem. A question that has troubled me for a long time. When Urahara Kisuke heard this, a face of embarrassment immediately appeared. Teacher, you think too highly of me. Having said that, he asked Gosuke Shigure what the problem was. Sensei, what is the problem that bothers you? Gosuke Shigure said to Urahara Kisuke, you said earlier that Captain Hikifun proposed the theory of temporary souls, so let's assume one thing first. Assuming that a Shinigami originally possessed a Zanpakuto, but for some reason, his soul changed and a new Zanpakuto was born again, which made him unable to blend with the original Zanpakuto, and his spiritual power and the original Zanpakuto is about to disappear because of the loss of his spiritual supply. If it's you, is there a way to solve this problem? After hearing this question, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help being stunned. Why would the teacher think of such a question? Gosuke Shigure did not hide it either, because he has experienced some things recently. Earlier, on the way to Hueco Mundo to hunt down Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, I saw a very special knife. It was not Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's own Zanpakuto, but a sword passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneyashiro family. It's obviously not my own sword, but Tsuneyashiro Tokinata can motivate him. In addition, in the history of Soul Society, there have also been double swords, such as Tsugayo no Kotori of Captain Jushiro, and the leader of Jing Band. Kaden Kaikotsu, all Zanpakuto in pairs. That's why I came up with the idea. I'm a serious person, if I can't figure this out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for a long time. Chapter 134. Of course, Urahara Kisuke didn't believe Gosuke Shigure's statement. After all, it was too far-fetched. However, Gosuke Shigure's question did arouse his interest. Zanpakuto, which is the product of the materialization of Shinigami's soul, can be regarded as a portrayal of soul power. Generally speaking, a Shinigami will only have one Zanpakuto. But if an accident occurs, the soul changes, and a new Zanpakuto is born in addition to the original Zanpakuto. What about the original Zanpakuto? Because of the change of the owner's soul, the nature of Ryutsu also changed, and it was difficult to communicate with the original sword. Then, the original sword lost its power supply. Urahara Kisuke's thoughts flickered, and he quickly came to a conclusion. According to what the teacher said, if this happens, as a Shinigami, there are only two choices. What choice? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kisuke Urahara with interest. Urahara Kisuke said, the first choice is to let the sword remain silent, because according to the teacher, the Shinigami soul has changed and a new Zanpakuto has been born, which means that the original mouth has been eliminated. This is too cruel. Gosuke Shigure raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there no way to keep the original sword? Urahara Kisuke said, I read in a certain book that Zanpakuto is actually a man-made creation, not something that Shinigami naturally possesses. In the beginning, Shinigami didn't seem to have such a thing as Zanpakuto. At that time, it was extremely difficult for Shinigami to awaken the power hidden deep in the soul. Until later, a genius-like figure appeared. He cast Zanpakuto, the most basic Zanpakuto sealed state, so that Shinigami and sealed state could live together for a long time. Ryutsu continued to inject into the sealed state to seal state as a medium to release the power in the soul and make it evolve into its own exclusive Zanpakuto. And the man who cast Zanpakuto is called Irmiwa Wanjiu. Although I am very curious why there is no record of this person in the history books of the Soul Society today, but if this matter is true, then it means that the old Zanpakuto does not have to be eliminated at this point, and it may be possible to rebuild it. Cast it and make it fit into the new Zanpakuto vassal. Urahara Kisuke is indeed a genius. In a short time, he came up with an idea. It's a pity that if you want to realize this idea, you still have to find Ermiwa Wanjiru. If he could find Ermiwa Wanjiru, he wouldn't have come here to ask Urahara Kisuk for help. But Urahara Kisuk did think about this issue for him, and Gosuke Shigure couldn't say anything. Kisuk, thank you very much, you sort of answered my question. Urahara Kisuk shook his head and said, Sensei, there is nothing wrong. Actually, I'm also very curious about this question. In addition, in history, is there really such a person as Ermiwa Wanjiru? It's hard to imagine that all the Zanpakuto are man-made. Compared to Gosuke Shigure's question, Urahara Kisuk never thought about it. Gosuke Shigure is the person whose soul has been upgraded and has 2 Zanpakuto from the city. Because this kind of thing is really outrageous. So outrageous that Urahara Kisuk wouldn't pretend to be real. It's just Gosuke Shigure's wild imagination. Of course, even if it's a wild idea, it's a question worth thinking about for Urahara Kisuk, who is bored at work. Gosuke Shigure said, although the truth of the matter is so surprising, I can answer this question for you. Urahara Kisuk looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, Namiya Wanjiru, indeed, exists, and he is indeed the creator of Zanpakuto. Urahara Kisuk showed a look of surprise on his face, then why? Why doesn't he exist in the history books of the Soul Society? Gosuke Shigure knew what Urahara Kisuk wanted to ask, and continued, that's naturally because of the special status of Ermiwa Wanjiru, which cannot be recorded in the history books. His presence. His existence is only mentioned in some ancient books, and you should have seen him in these ancient books. Urahara Kisuk nodded, and at the same time was curious about what Gosuke Shigure meant by the special identity. 0 for flowers. 0. Gosuke Shigure did not hide it, mainly because it is not a secret that cannot be said. You should know the royal family's secret agents. Urahara Kisuk's eyes froze. In the second division, the function of covert maneuvers is very similar to that of spies. Among Godai 13, there is also a special task force, which is the 10th division. The so-called spies refer to people who perform special tasks. In addition to Godai 13, there is also a very special unit, which is the royal family spies. The task of royal agents is to protect the Spirit King. It's a pity that no one has ever seen either the legendary Spirit King or the royal spies. Urahara Kisuk didn't expect that the teacher would mention royal spies. Gosuke Shigure continued, royal family spies are what the public says, but in fact, if you change the wording, it's Squad 0. Squad 0. This is the first time Urahara Kisuk has heard of this fan team. I can only say that Urahara Kisuk is still too young at this time. Although I know a lot of things from many ancient books, there are still some things that I don't know. No. Gosuke Shigure said, Squad 0 is the original squad, and its history is longer than Godai 13, or in other words, Godai 13 was created after Team 0. Many of the systems of our Godai 13, and even the death suit worn by Shinigami, are imitated from Team 0. And there is only one duty for them, and that is to protect the Spirit King. Ermiwa Wanjiru is one of the members of the repeated broadcasting team. Because the identity is very important and the responsibility is very important, his existence was deleted from the history books of the Soul Society. At the same time, there is no record about the 0 division in the history books. I see. Urahara Kisuk nodded, and finally understood the whole story, but at the same time, a new doubt arose: how did the teacher know this? Gosuke Shigure took it for granted, that's naturally because I'm the captain. The 0 team is the team that was promoted from the captain of Godai 13, although the promotion conditions are very harsh. But if you become the captain of Godai 13, you are entitled to know the history of these things. Chapter 135. Is this the privilege of the captain? Urahara Kisuk couldn't help thinking from the bottom of his heart. He is a very curious person. As he grows older and knows more things, he becomes more and more confused, because the history of Soul Society is too long, and the lifespan of Shinigami is also extremely long. During these long years, I don't know how many things have been hidden in the fog. Urahara Kisuke longs to see the truth of the world. Therefore, when he has nothing to do, he will read some ancient books. At the same time, Yoryuki also knows his preference. If there is nothing to do, he will secretly bring some ancient books out of the Shihaoran family's collection. As a great nobleman, Shihaoran has a long heritage, and there are countless secrets recorded in their family's classics. It is with the help of these books that Pu September 13, former Kisuke, a lower-level nobleman, is qualified to know so many things. Now, here at Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kisuke knows another thing. That is, after becoming the captain, he will be able to tell a lot of secrets because of his status. This once gave him the idea of becoming the captain. After flashing this idea in his mind for a while, Urahara Kisuke shook his head again and said, "Are you kidding me? How can a person like me qualify to be the captain?" "Captain, the answer is not so easy." Urahara Kisuke doesn't think he has this ability. In the following time, Gosuke Shigure chatted with Urahara Kisuke for a while. Finally, it took Shigure to leave Urahara Kisuke here. Although Urahara Kisuke was thought of, Gosuke Shigure was not too satisfied with the result. Although the Urahara Kisuke of this era is very smart, he still hasn't grown to his peak after all. If it was Urahara Kisuke in the time period that Kurosaki Ichigo met in the original book, it might be able to solve the problem of helping Shigure. Now, it's not enough. After returning to the 11th team with regret, all Gosuke Shigure can do now is to try not to use the dead as much as possible. At the same time, actively cut off the void, nourish the dead with the soul of the void, so that it can last for a longer period of time. During this period, the time of Soul Society is also passing quietly. Spiritual Arts Academy. As the only school in Soul Society that cultivates Shinigami, it is also the place where many civilians and Rukanga souls change their destiny. No matter what status you have before, if you can pass the entrance examination of Spiritual Arts Academy and become a Shinigami, for civilians and ordinary souls, your destiny has basically been changed. At the same time, not only commoners and Rukanga's qualified souls entered this school, but even many nobles among the Seireitei would choose to come to this school to study in addition to their family studies. When the news of passing the entrance examination reached Tosen Kaname's ears, Tosen Kaname seemed very excited. Because after entering the Spiritual Arts Academy, it means that he is no longer an ordinary soul, but a reserve of Shinigami. Unfortunately, even after entering Spiritual Arts Academy, he didn't make any friends. Apart from his black complexion and ugly appearance, the main reason is that he is blind. There are even many people making fun of him, saying that a blind man also came to study at Spiritual Arts Academy. He has no eyes and knows how to read. Can he learn anything? In the past years, Tosen Kaname had heard this kind of ridicule countless times, and he didn't take it to heart. At the same time, he was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy, and he didn't think about making friends. The purpose of his coming here is only to become a Shinigami, just to gain power, and then, with his own power, to protect that insignificant justice. Maybe it's hard. But after Ge Kuang's revenge, Tosen Kaname really couldn't find any goals in life. This matter is the only 10 things he has found so far that he can do. Since I am living in this world and have inherited Songguo's sword, I have to do something. Using Ge Kuang's knife to protect justice can be regarded as allowing Ge Kuang to continue to survive in the world in another way. Although he wasn't ready to make a friend at first, Tosen Kaname eventually made a friend. The man's name was Komamura Seijin. There is a big wooden barrel covering the opponent's head. Because of this behavior of deliberately concealing his appearance, he is regarded as a different kind by Mao's students at the same time. Basically, no one will make friends with him. By a chance coincidence, Tosen Zun and Doken Seijin, 2 people who were excluded by others, got acquainted. Then, became good friends. Urahara Kisuke thinks he is not qualified to be the captain. But Yuruaki, indeed, became the new captain of the second team. Some time has passed since the tragedy of the Tsunoya Shiro family ended. It seems that Shihoran Kuchin was extremely satisfied with Yuruaki's performance in Hueco Mundo, giving birth to the idea that Yuruaki can already take on the responsibility of Shihoran's family. Finally, Shihoran Kuchin made a decision. He submitted his resignation letter to Central 46, intending to resign as the captain of the second team. Of course, whether to agree to his resignation depends on whether Yuruaki can pass the captain's assessment. If Yuruaki fails to pass the captain's assessment, then Shihoran Kong-chan can only be allowed to stay as the captain of the second division for a while longer. After all, the position of captain of the second squad cannot be left vacant. Yuruaki did not disappoint Shihoran Kong-chan either, and passed the captain's assessment with ease. After knowing the results of the captain's assessment, Central 46 didn't hesitate any longer, and quickly passed Shihoran Kong-chan's resignation. Afterwards, another captain meeting was held in the first room of the first team. Shihoran Yuruaki officially became the new captain of the second division. For the result of 4.8, many captains of the Huntington home team are actually not surprised. Yuruaki has been in the limelight in recent years, especially Shunpo's accomplishments, which have been praised by many Shinigami, and she has the title of Flash Goddess. It is not surprising that she passed the captain's assessment and took over the captain's position. But after the meeting ended, everyone couldn't help but glanced at Kukaki's silver bell. The Shihoran family already has a new successor. Where is the successor of the Kukaki family? Inexplicably, the back of Kukaki Yinling looked a little old. In the tavern. At the end of the captain's meeting, Gosuke Shigure, Yuruaki, and Urahara Kisuke, the three drank here. Although I am not surprised by this result, I still want to congratulate you. Gosuke Shigure raised his wine glass and congratulated Ye sentence. Chapter 136. Teacher, you are too polite. Yuruaki seemed very casual. Although I became the captain, I just took office after all. I don't understand many things, and I have to rely on you, the teacher, to teach me. Gosuke Shigure said, I can't teach you anything. After all, I don't know much about the second team. If you really don't understand something, why don't you just ask your grandfather? Yuruaki complained, don't talk about it. Since he stepped down as the captain of the second team, Grandpa basically doesn't care about anything. If I don't understand something, I take the initiative to ask her. He just said that I am the captain of the second team. It's up to me to make up my own mind. I think Mr. Shihoran is right. After all, you have become the captain. Some things, it's time to make your own decisions. Gosuke Shigure agreed with Shihoran Kong-chan's words. Hearing this, Yuruaki gave Gosuke Shigure a blank look. Gosuke Shigure smiled, and looked at Urahara Kisuke again. Kisuke, Yuruaki has become the captain, you have to work harder to get yourself a captain-level battle step as soon as possible. That way, when you become the captain in the future, I can have a little face when I say it. Captain Yamamoto is famous for teaching the two captains, the captain of the Beijing Band and the captain of Jushiro 01. If you become the captain, then I have two captains as disciples. Even if you can't surpass the chief captain, you can still be the same Captain Kaiping. Urahara Kisuke said with some embarrassment, Teacher, you really think too highly of me. How can I be qualified to be the captain? Earlier, Urahara Kisuke thought so, and now, Urahara Kisuke still thinks so. Yuruaki, on the other hand, has full confidence in Urahara Kisuke, and said to Urahara Kisuke, Kisuke, don't be like this, I know your strength very well. If there is a chance in the future, maybe you can really be the captain. Yes, that's right. Gosuke Shigure also said, in these years, the captain position of Godi I-13 has actually been changed many times, so you have to work hard to improve now. If you can improve to the captain level, wait until the future. If you have a chance, I can also recommend your Yuaki to you. I know, Kisuke, you are very interested in many secrets, but due to the rules, I can't tell you too much, but if you can become the captain, then many things in Society are for you. It's no longer a secret. This sentence can be regarded as speaking to Urahara Kisuke's heart. When Gosuke Shigure told him about Team Zero that day, he had a feeling that it was the privilege of the captain. Only by becoming the captain can he be entitled to know many secrets. I also had the idea of becoming the captain. But immediately, he thought that he was not capable of becoming the captain. Now, Gosuke Shigure is saying that again. Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but arouse a little bit of ambition again. Urahara Kisuke said in a deep voice, I don't know whether I can become the captain, but speaking of improving my strength, I did have an idea recently. Oh! Both Gosuke Shigure and Yuaki looked at Urahara Kisuke. Earlier, the teacher came to me and asked me a question about Zanpakuto, and I couldn't solve that problem, but after that, about Zanpakuto I did have an idea. Urahara Kisuke slowly told about herself source of inspiration. As we all know, Shinigami's Zanpakuto is divided into Shikai and Bankai is the complete liberation of Zanpakuto, which releases all the power in Shinigami's soul through Zanpakuto. And to control Bankai, one must materialize Zanpakuto and visualize it in reality, and then gain Zanpakuto's approval to completely communicate with each other. In the entire Soul Society, not many Shinigami can do such a thing, because it requires an extremely powerful Ryutsu technique to concretize Zanpakuto into reality. As long as Shinigami who can do this step, master Bankai, they basically have the qualifications to become captains. Once it comes to topics related to academics, Urahara Kisuke has a lot to say. Gosuke Shigure and Yuaki have known Urahara Kisuke for many years and are getting used to it. At this moment, they didn't talk too much, but let Urahara Kisuke talk here. Urahara Kisuke continued, so, is there any way to advance the materialization of Zanpakuto? If Zanpakuto can be visualized in advance, and then find a way to get Zanpakuto's approval, can we slap Bankai earlier? After all, for ordinary Shinigami, Ryutsu has a limit. It is extremely difficult to improve to the point where Zanpakuto can be concretized. This is also the reason why most Shendo cannot master Bankai. Captain Hakaifun's temporary soul theory gave me an idea. Temporary soul is to create a temporary soul. After Shinigami's soul leaves the Yakuku, it enters the Yakuku. Temporary control of the body can be avoided. Can we do the reverse and create a makeshift body for Zanpakuto? Let Zanpakuto enter this body, so that it can be concretized into reality in advance. 637. Urahara Kisuke talked eloquently and expressed his various thoughts. After saying this idea, 3 words immediately flashed in Gosuke Shigure's mind: turn to God. Zwanshen body is a unique tool created by Urahara Kisuke in the original book in order to learn Bankai. It can forcibly copy Zanpakuto's body and collect it into reality. With the help of this tool, Shinigami can quickly learn Tianjia. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo used it to learn Bankai in 3 days, and Urahara Kisuke also used it to master Bankai in a short time. However, because it is a tricky tool, it is not an easy task to get Zanpakuto's approval. The only way is to defeat Zanpakuto who has materialized into reality, and use force to bring Zanpakuto to submission. But in this way, there is also a problem. That is, the strength of Shinigami itself has not reached the point of mastering Bankai. If you forcefully learn Bankai in this way, it is very likely that you will be countered by Zanpakuto and be killed directly. Therefore, this is an extremely dangerous approach. Of course, if you are like Abarai Renji, you have already mastered Bankai, and then you can speed up the pace of mastering Bankai with the help of Zwanshen body. Chapter 137. Urahara Kisuke always surprises people inadvertently. Using tools to visualize Zanpakuto in advance, and then control Bankai, seems like an incredible idea, but Gosuke Shigure knows that in the future, Urahara Kisuke has successfully realized. Although it sounds unbelievable, I have to admit that this is indeed a genius idea. Kisuke, you can try to make it happen. During this process, if you need any help, just ask. Although Gosuke Shigure has already mastered Bankai, anyone with a discerning eye can see how useful it will be if the body can be developed. In the original book, because of the invasion of the Star-Crossed Knights, a large number of ordinary Shinigami died in the soul world in a short moment. Many captains didn't have much room to fight back when facing the Star-Crossed Knights. Although the number of Quincy divisions is small, they did almost defeat Godai 13 at one point. The Millennium Bloody Battle was an indescribable pain for the entire Soul Society. If Urahara Kisuke's body-turning technology can be promoted, so that more dead Shendo can use the body-turning body to master Bankai, can it improve the combat power of Shinigami? So that when the Millennium Bloody War broke out, the Shinigami side would not suffer so many casualties? In the original book, there are actually only 2.5 people who really use the god-turning body to master Bankai. One is Urahara Kisuke, the other is Kurosaki Ichigo, and the other half is Asanfaji. When he found Kurosaki Ichigo, who was learning Bankai, Abarai Renji used the transformation body to make Zanpakuto, who was already half concrete, complete the concretization, and then mastered Bankai. Although later, according to the Millennium Blood War chapter, his Bankai was a fake Bankai. Because of his Zanpakuto, his real name was not told from the beginning. But turning into a god body can indeed help Shinigami master Bankai. It is true that on the side of the Quincy, there are stars that can take away Shinigami Bankai, but later, Urahara Kisuke didn't research the invading shadow medicine, so he can regain Bankai. For ordinary Shinigami, whether they master Bankai really affects other Shinigami fighting power. It is a pity that only Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ichigo use such an easy-to-use tool in the original book. Of course, this may also have something to do with Urahara Kisuke becoming a traitor to the Soul Society at that time. As a result, many of his inventions cannot be applied to the Soul Society. Having said that, it is indeed necessary to raise the agenda to be vigilant about the matter of the Quincy. For some things, there is actually no need to wait until the Millennium Bloody Battle. After Gosuke Shigure said this, Yuruaki also hurriedly said to Urahara Kisuke, "That's right, the teacher is right, Kisuke, if you need any help, please tell me. Anyway, I am also the captain now, I can provide you with a lot of convenience." Yuruaki didn't shy away from public favoritism, and said it directly in public. After talking about Urahara Kisuke, Gosuke Shigure looked at Yuruaki again. No doubt the pressure was on Yuruaki's side again. Now that Urahara Kisuke has found a way to improve his strength. What about Night? Where is Yuruaki's progress? How is your Shunju mastered? Is it progressing? As soon as Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth, Yuruaki's expression turned bitter again. She said with some frustration, "It can only be said that there is not much progress. Obviously my kid attainments are not weak now, but how easy is it to combine kid and white hits? In these years, because I can't control the power of kid, I don't know how many times I have been injured. However, compared to when I had no clue at the beginning, although the progress is not very great, in the process of trying, I am more and more sure. The theory that the teacher said is achievable." In Yuruaki's words, he did not hide his praise for Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure looked calm, without the slightest complacency. He knows what he can do. It seems that many incredible theories have been put forward, but in fact, it is just a copy of the document. It just mentioned the skills Yuruaki mastered in the original book in advance, and gave some inspiration. As for how to complete the instant coaxing, I forgive him for being helpless. However, since Yuruaki in the original book can complete instant coaxing, then the current Yuruaki must be able to complete it. It's just a matter of time. Back in his team, he lived a leisurely life. In a blink of an eye, it is the annual graduation season of Spiritual Arts Academy. Spiritual Arts Academy is somewhat similar to Gosuke Shigure's primary school in his previous life. It is divided into 6-year courses, but you can skip grades during the process. Generally, Shinigami with outstanding qualifications will choose to skip grades. If you have the ability, you can even go directly from enrollment to graduation in 1 year. But such geniuses, even in the long history of Soul Society, are very few. After students graduate, it's time for them to enter Seireitei institutions and become official Shinigami. The reason why we say various institutions is naturally because it not only includes Godei 13, but also departments such as Kid Congregation, Shino-Shiyayuan, etc. However, ordinary students will not take the initiative to apply to join these institutions, and to enter these institutions, many of them were eliminated by Godei 13. Normal students will naturally choose to join Godei 13. Students joining Godei 13 is not only a process for them to choose Godei 13, but also a process for Godei 13 to screen them. During this period, they will first write a letter of intent, and then submit it to the major teams, which will be screened by the major teams and then admitted. The standards for recruiting new players of the major fan teams are different, and the 4th fan team has the most lenient conditions. Qian Zhao Zhao. However, because of the particularity of the 4th team, the presence of the medical team in the entire Godei 13 is not too strong. Among the Mao graduates in the past, there are actually not many students who choose the 4th team. Captain, this is the list of Mao's graduates this year. Asido, the new 3rd seat of the 11th team, handed over a stack of documents to Gosuke Shigure. Since returning from Hueco Mundo, the original 3rd seat of the 11th team has voluntarily abdicated and gave up the 3rd seat to Asido. Before the expedition to Hueco Mundo, Asido was the 3rd member of the 11th team. As for why he handed over the file to Gosuke Shigure instead of the vice-captain Zaraki this time? Of course it's because Zaraki is a brat. You wouldn't expect a fool to deal with team documents, would you? Therefore, the duties that originally belonged to Zaraki were further transferred to the assistant of the adjutant, that is, the hands of the 3rd seat. Chapter 138. On the list of these Mao graduates, the results of various assessments during their study in Mao are also attached. This serves as the basis for the selection of Godei 13 players. Of course, in the final analysis, Godei 13's selection of players is all based on the preferences of the captains, and there is no unified standard at all. If the captain doesn't like you as a person, no matter how good your grades are, you may be rejected. On the contrary, if I like you, no matter what the situation is, I will find a way to include you in the fan team. The most notable example is Nanao Ise. In the original book, she was unable to awaken Zanpakuto because of her family blood. During the period of Spiritual Arts Academy, only Kid achieved outstanding results, but even so, I was still accepted by the 8th team. Using Ise Nanao's reasoning, it was because of Kid's outstanding performance that he entered the 8th team. But is that the real reason? Not so, but because Kurako Shunsui is her uncle, who took care of her specially, wanted to protect her, and included her in the 8th team. This is the most fundamental reason. Otherwise, the department she should enter the most should be the Kid Congregation. The Kid crowd is the place where the Shinigami with relatively high grades should go. Especially they are not dependent on Zanpakuto. Gosuke Shigure flipped through the list. As a well-known combat team, the 11th Division has a very prominent reputation among Godei 13, but correspondingly, not too many Mao students who graduate every year actively choose the 11th Division. Everyone likes fighting. After all, fighting is accompanied by danger. If one is not careful, he may die in the line of duty. Some students choose to become Shinigami because they simply want to change their own destiny. They don't want to be an ordinary soul and live a precarious life, especially as a soul with spiritual power. It is easier to get hungry than ordinary Shinigami. They became Shinigami for the sake of having a full meal. And Shinigami, who was born as a nobleman, naturally couldn't choose a team. Of course, having said that, there are still a few more students who want to join the 11th team than the 4th team every year. The 4th team is the team that many students don't want to join. The reason is the opposite of that of the 11th team. The 11th team is too dangerous, and the 4th team is too boring. After looking through the list a little bit, Gosuke Shigure didn't have any opinion on these students who wanted to enter the 11th team, and directly agreed to their application for admission. Until he saw a familiar famous minister. Only then did the brows rise slightly. Although he knew a long time ago that the other party was a student of Spiritual Arts Academy and would choose to become a Shinigami after graduation, but when the other party chose the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure inevitably felt a little surprised. Anyway, I met the other party back then, and the other party was also the object of my investigation. Up to now, Gosuke Shigure is still investigating each other. To determine whether to return the knife Yan Luo Jingdian to the other patriarch. Now seeing the other party's name again, out of emotion and reason, I still want to see the other party. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure took Asido to the Spiritual Arts Academy. After confirming the list of students admitted by each team, the vice-captains of each team came to lead many students to their respective teams, and some captains went to Spiritual Arts Academy in person. So it is not very strange that Gosuke Shigure brought Asido here. Ask Asido to receive the students admitted by the 11th team, and Gosuke Shigure found one of them alone, looking at the girl in the white Spiritual Arts Academy school uniform, who has not changed into the deadly costume. Gosuke Shigure softly said, "Tsunami Daidang, Abij, family, can we have a chat?" In a garden of the Spiritual Arts Academy, there are several old trees that are quite old. The sun shines down and is blocked by the shade of the old trees, leaving a little bit of Madara on the ground. Both Gosuke Shigure and the girl are wearing white clothes, but one is the captain's Haori, while the other is the school uniform of Spiritual Arts Academy, so they are not comparable. "Tell me, why did you choose the 11th team?" Gosuke Shigure asked Tsuneyashiro Ayana. Tsuneyashiro Ayana is the current head of the Tsuneyashiro family and the only young man in the Wang family. After the Tsuneyashiro Tokinata incident that day, Gosuke Shigure went to meet him. I didn't expect to see each other again so soon. Meeting Gosuke Shigure's curious gaze, Tsuneya Ayana said softly, "Captain Gosuke, I said that day that I want to become a Shinigami and become a strong man. The 11th team is a combat team. In my opinion, to become a strong man, one must go through more battles. Only by fighting can one improve one's strength. So, I think the 11th team is the most suitable team for me." "Is that so?" Gosuke Shigure seemed a little surprised by the answer Tsuneyashiro Riana gave. "I thought, in your capacity, you would choose to join the Miban team. Originally, as the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, it was a bit strange for you to join Godai 13. As aristocrats, of course one can also become a Shinigami. However, after graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, it is not necessarily the only way to join Godai 13. They may not join Godai 13, but simply learn something about Shinigami in Spiritual Arts Academy. Knowledge. So, Captain Gosuke came here to see me. Did he agree to my application for joining the team?" Tsuneyashiro Ayana asked Gosuke Shigure. She is a smart person, so she can naturally guess the reason why Gosuke Shigure came here to meet her. Gosuke Shigure said, "Although the choice is two-way, you have already sent an application to the 11th team, and your results show that you are undoubtedly a genius. Such a genius actively applies to join my 11th team. Fan team naturally has no reason to reject you. However, let me make it clear in advance that some of the members of my 11th squad have rough and barbaric habits, and you may not be used to them as a nobleman. Before that, you can think again." Tsuneyashiro Ayana was extremely decisive. "Before I sent out the application, I had already thought about it." Gosuke Shigure was silent and didn't say anything more. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, you are welcome to join the team, team member Ayana." Because he agreed that Tsuneyashiro Riona joined the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure did not continue to call the other party Tsuneyashiro-headed family, but changed his name to call him by his first name. Chapter 139. Tsuneyashiro Ayana, the current head of the Tsuneyashiro family, chose the 11th team, which was somewhat unexpected by Gosuke Shigure. However, Gosuke Shigure finally agreed to the other team's application. Conversely speaking, this is actually a good thing for Gosuke Shigure. It is possible to inspect Tsuneyashiro Riona at close range to determine whether Tsuneyashiro Riona, the current head of the Tsuneyashiro family, is qualified to wield the knife of Yan, Luojing Dian. Accompanied by Mao's graduates, join the major teams. The wheel of time also rolls forward. Many old Shinigami gradually withdrew from the big screen as the years passed, while the new generation of Shinigami continued to rise during this period. In the blink of an eye, Tosen Kaname went from enrollment to graduation. After graduating, he did not join Gosuke Shigure's 11th team like Tsuneyashiro Riona, and similarly, he did not join Aizen's 5th team, but went to Meguro Makensei's 9th team. Maybe it's because Meguro Makensei is more handsome. Of course, Tosen Kaname is blind and may not be able to appreciate Meguro Makensei's handsomeness. It's simply because the 9th squad is the prison squad. Gosuke Shigure thought so. Among the matters dealt with by the prison team, unjust, false and wrongly decided cases are the most. Tosen Kaname's original purpose of joining the 9th team is probably because in this team, he is the most able to implement his own justice. Unfortunately, in the original book, he failed to carry out his own justice until his death. The current Tosen Kaname has once again embarked on the path in the original book. Gosuke Shigure also doesn't know what his future holds. Whether his own words can change Tosen Kaname, he is not sure. However, how to choose is ultimately Tosen Kaname's business. If Tosen Kaname really chooses to accept Aizen's bewitchment and prepares to go all the way to the dark, he will do nothing. After all, he is not the blind man's biological parents, so there is no need to do too much for him. The point is, this blind man is not very good looking. Although Gosuke Shigure cherishes talents, since the birth of the Soul Society and the emergence of the Shinigami group, not too many geniuses have died. He was used to such things in his previous life. Tosen Kaname's joining the 9th division, except for Gosuke Shigure's attention, no one cares. Also, no one cared. There was a strong man with a wooden barrel on his head and his whole body covered up. With the help of the captain, he joined the 7th team 10 Things. The strong man is named Komamura Seijin, and he is a lonely person. He was also Tosen Kaname's only friend during his time at Spiritual Arts Academy. No one will know that in the past few years, this pair of friends will become the captains of the 7th and 9th teams of Godai 13, and they can be regarded as a crouching pair. It's a pity that the friendship between them still failed to last till the end like Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. As the new generation ascends the curtain, I can feel more and more that the long river of time is rushing forward. I am afraid that it will not be long before the so-called big event is coming. Among the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure held a cup of tea and expressed emotion alone. By the way, did he forget something? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. For a while, I really didn't think about it. Another period of time passed. The training ground below Skyaku Hill has grown in size after years of expansion. It took a long time for Urahara Kisuke to finally complete his transformation. Turning the god body can forcibly copy the body of Shinigami Zanpakuto, and then forcibly restrain and concretize it into reality. However, if you want to activate the god body, you must cooperate with other Shinigami. It is best to cooperate with the captain-level Shinigami, because only the Ryutsuo of the captain-level Shinigami can maintain the god body and maintain the materialization of Zanpakuto. In the final analysis, it is still difficult to meet the standard of Zanpakuto materialization without mastering Bankai's Shinigami, its Ryutsu. Thinking about it carefully, it's somewhat similar to the star badge of the Quincy Master. Urahara Kisuke has completed the transformation and is going to use his own invention to learn Bankai. As Urahara Kisuke's teacher, Gosuke Shigure naturally has to come and have a look. Yuruaki also came here. And Yuruaki praised Urahara Kisuke's invention as a genius, and Gosuke Shigure thought of the star of the Quincy. The principle of the Destroyer Star chapter seems to be to deceive Zanpakuto by imitating the Ryutsu fluctuations during Shinigami Bankai, so that the power after Zanpakuto Bankai does not materialize in Zanpakuto, but enters the Star chapter. This is also a means of forcibly restraining Zanpakuto. But it is still somewhat different from Zwanshen physique. Also, after thinking of the Quincy Star chapter, Gosuke Shigure finally thought of what he had forgotten some time ago. After Urahara Kisuke mentioned the idea of turning into a divine body that day, he thought about the invisible empire dormant in the dark of the Soul Society, and planned to make some preparations for the invisible empire in advance. But I chatted and chatted that day, but finally forgot. After that, because there were so many things to do, I didn't think of that thing for a while. Now, I think about it. Well, I will remind Kisuke and Yeju later. For now, let's take a look at Urahara Kisuke's study of Bankai. After the thought flickered, Gosuke Shigure's eyes fell on Urahara Kisuke, watching him pull out a humanoid puppet. Kisuke, is this all right? Urahara Kisuke said to Gosuke Shigure, it's not clothes, I need to trouble the teacher. After all, after Zanpakuto materializes later, I need to fight with it, and I can't consume too much Ryutsu, so I need the teacher to help me maintain my transformation body. I see. Gosuke Shigure nodded without saying anything. Then, he stepped forward and grabbed a device that Urahara Kisuke handed him. His Ryutsu pours into it. Urahara Kisuke also stepped forward to thrust his own Zanpakuto into the body of the god. In the next moment, as Gosuke Shigure's Ryutsu poured in, urging the Zwanshen body, Urahara Kisuke Zanpakuto's body was immediately captured by the Zwanshen body, and then forcibly approached the tomb and became concrete. Gosuke Shigure and Yuruaki immediately see a beautiful woman in classic clothes. Is this the real body of Kisuke Zanpakuto? Is it a woman? Yuruaki was a little surprised. Urahara Kisuke's expression became serious. Hongji, let's fight. Chapter 140. Urahara Kisuke has always been a very shy person, never taking the initiative to show off, dealing with others, and giving people a very unconfident appearance. However, while he was learning Bankai, Gosuke Shigure saw madness in him. In order to learn Bankai, he appears extremely crazy. It was obvious that Hongji's knife had already left extremely serious wounds on his body, but he didn't show any sign of fear, bravely supported the seriously injured body to fight Hongji. When you really can't hold it anymore, you will treat the injury a little bit, and then continue to fight. It was so crazy that Yuruaki, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but feel a little moved. Kisuke, UBD. Mastering Bankai is one of the ways for Shinigami to become stronger. It seems that as long as you master Bankai, Shinigami's strength will undergo a qualitative change and become a real 877 powerhouse. However, this road is not so easy to walk. Shinigami's lifespan is extremely long, but under such a premise, the entire Soul Society, there are not many Shinigami who have mastered Bankai in the true sense. Because mastering Bankai requires a threshold. First, Zanpakuto Shikai's abilities have to be developed to ultimate, and second, Ryutsu has to be up to par. Only in this way can the step of materializing Zanpakuto be completed. And just being concrete doesn't mean you have mastered Bankai. You have to convince Zanpakuto. Only by subduing Zanpakuto and gaining the real approval of the other party can we truly exert the full power of Zanpakuto, that is, Bankai. Throughout the ages, an unknown number of dead Chengdu got stuck on this final step. Here, it has to be said that Urahara Kisuke is a true genius. He was able to come up with the idea of developing a god body to make Zanpakuto directly realize the materialization. But at the same time, because Zanpakuto is visualized in advance, there is only one way to learn Bankai and subdue Zanpakuto, and that is to defeat it. To be able to defeat Zanpakuto, learn Bankai. Urahara Kisuke can be described as doing everything. He didn't use any crooked methods or tricks, but chose to fight Zanpakuto head-on. In all fairness, although Urahara Kisuke's ability to fight head-on is not weak, it is indeed not too strong. As a result, he was seriously injured. But even so, he did not give up. Yoryuki was moved from the initial, and then gradually became numb. At the same time, in the bottom of my heart, I have strengthened my belief more and more. Kisuke can do so desperately in order to improve his strength and learn Bankai. Can she stand still? Even if she has become the captain of the second team and the head of the Shihaoran family, is that enough? No, her dream is to create her own stunt and surpass her grandfather Shihaoran Kong-chan. Grandpa created a new technique on Shunpo, called Kong-chan, and he has to create a new technique himself. Instant coaxing is her goal. Urahara Kisuke's insistence made Yoryuki more firm in his belief. In this way, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Urahara Kisuke, Yoryuki, and Gosuke Shigure saw what it means to be crazy. Back then, Chijure Sasaki learned Bankai within a month in order to follow Captain Yamamoto. No one knows how crazy he was in order to learn Bankai. But right now, they were seeing Urahara Kisuke's madness. The evening of the 3rd day. As Urahara Kisuke waved the knife in his hand, a sharp slash hit Hongji. On Hongji's indifferent face, a gentle smile appeared immediately. Then, her figure disappeared. As her figure disappeared, Urahara Kisuke was also exhausted and immediately fell to the ground. Although he seems to be very embarrassed. But if you observe and perceive carefully, you will find that after the fall of Urahara Kisuke, his subordinate pressure is increasing rapidly. It seems to be a success. Sensing the Ryutsu change of Urahara Kisuke, Gosuke Shigure is also a device in the hands of Matsushita, and no longer injects Ryutsu into it. Inject Ryutsu into the Zwanshen body continuously for 3 consecutive days to maintain the existence of the Zwanshen body. Although for Ryutsu who is strong, there is not much loss. But there is still some mental fatigue. Yoryuki was overjoyed when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words, and then stepped forward to help Urahara Kisuke's injury. What Urahara Kisuke learned about Bankai, Gosuke Shigure, and Yoryuki didn't end up spreading the word. If this matter gets out, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. After all, learning Bankai in 3 days sounds so incredible. Gosuke Shigure, who returned to Team 11, suddenly realized that he forgot one more thing. When Urahara Kisuke completed the divine body transformation earlier, Gosuke Shigure thought of the invisible empire because of the transformation of the divine body, which was associated with the star of the Quincy Master. It was originally planned to inform Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki about this after Urahara Kisuke finished learning Bankai. But because the process of Urahara Kisuke learning Bankai was too tragic, Gosuke Shigure forgot about it again. It seems that my memory is getting worse and worse as I get older. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the first time he had forgotten something important. This time, he wasn't going to wait until next time to tell Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke about them. Instead, go straight to them. As the captain of the second team, Yoryuki was quite leisurely at work. After learning about Gosuke Shigure's intentions, he immediately took Gosuke Shigure to find Urahara Kisuke. After a period of training, Urahara Kisuke has healed from the injuries caused by his studies. Sensei, tell me, what exactly is it? Yoryuki asked Gosuke Shigure of 1.4. Urahara Kisuke also looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. Gosuke Shigure said, let's go to Rukonga first. Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke raised their brows simultaneously. What is it that needs to be told to Rukonga? Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much. Did he say that the invisible empire was built in the shadow of Siraidii, like on the other side of a mirror, and what happened inside Siraidii was being observed by the group of Quincy masters waiting for the chance of revenge? Gosuke Shigure and Yoriyuki, both captains of Godii 13, are not sure if he is also under observation by Quincy. Under such a premise, some things naturally cannot be said in the Lingting. Rukanga is a good place to go. Chapter 141. The three left Siraidii, and soon came to Rukanga. They didn't go to the edge area of Rukanga, but in order to be able to hide a little, the three of them still came to the middle area of Rukanga, which is neither barren nor very prosperous area. The souls living here lead ordinary lives. Came to a wilderness. Yoriyuki then asked Gosuke Shigure again, "Teacher, what is it that can't be said in Siraidii? You have to come to Rukanga to say it." Harakisuke also looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously, waiting for Gosuke Shigure's answer. Gosuke Shigure did not choose to hide this time, his expression was very solemn. "I don't know if you will have such a feeling that when Siraidii is staying, it seems like you are being watched secretly all the time." Hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Yoriyuki frowned slightly. "This is your illusion, teacher. Why didn't I have such a feeling before?" 03. Gosuke Shigure shook his head. "It's not an illusion. For this matter," he seemed extremely determined. "I don't know how much you guys know about Zanpakuto. But in the history of the Soul Society, there have indeed been many special Zanpakuto. Once they are liberated, their coverage is wide enough to cover the entire Siraidii. The first two Kenpachi of my 11th team are the owners of Zanpakuto. Kenpachi's hungry corridor, once Bankai, can devour the spirits in a large area, and because of this, Central 46 strictly forbids him to use Bankai in Siraidii, and for this reason, Kenpachi has always been restraining himself. He never used Bankai again until he was defeated by the Mole City Kenpachi. As for the Zanpakuto of Kenpachi, Mole City, although few people have seen it, he basically did not wear Zanpakuto in the past. But because I have fought against him, I have seen that knife. He can integrate his own spiritual suns into the surrounding spiritual suns. This scope seems to be unlimited. Don't see that he has been imprisoned in the inexhaustible world now, but if he can activate his own Zanpakuto in the infernal world, as long as given enough time, he can even make the flowers, trees, and buildings in the entire Siraidii become his eyes and ears." Gosuke Shigure's words made the expressions of Yoriyuki and Harakisuke gradually become dignified. For Zanpakuto, they are certainly familiar. Also know that many Zanpakuto's abilities are extremely strange and powerful. And, one thing is quite unreasonable. That is the strength of Zanpakuto's abilities, seemingly randomly generated. A strong Shinigami, his Zanpakuto ability may not be very strong. Sometimes, a weak Shinigami, his Zanpakuto ability becomes very strange instead. Today, they know the secret of the first two Kenpachi Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure. Yoriyuki said, "Sensei, the feeling of being watched by others is because of the ability of a certain Zanpakuto." Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure shook his head and denied Yoriyuki's words. "I mentioned Zanpakuto just to give an example. After years of exploration, I can confirm that this feeling does not come from Shinigami's Zanpakuto. That is, it's the Quincy Master." Gosuke Shigure named a class that is obsolete for Shinigami today. Quincy, in today's Shinigami cognition, is actually similar to rotten fish and rotten shrimp. But it is not surprising that Shinigami is qualified and has reason to be so proud. In the battle more than 800 years ago, Quincy was defeated. Since then, Shinigami has become the real master of the three realms. After that battle, Quincy fell into a slump. After 800 years of training, he finally regained some vitality. As a result, they were once again suppressed by Shinigami decades ago. In today's world, although there are still Quincy Masters, the Quincy Masters in this world are all living under the surveillance of Shinigami, so there is no need to worry about it. "Teacher, Are you kidding me? After thinking about the situation of Quincy now, Yoryuki couldn't help but said to Gosuke Shigure. I also wish I was joking, said Gosuke Shigure, but the truth is, it's not a joke. Decades ago, Captain Yamamoto used the reason that the existence of the Quincy would break the balance between souls, and sent my 11th team to the present world to massacre the Quincy in this world. I was a participant in that incident, so I know the Quincy better than ordinary people. At the beginning, when I found out that the peeping person in the dark might be Quincy, I was surprised. But after many verifications, I'm basically sure that it's the Quincy master. Sensei, can you tell me the specific details? Urahara Kisuke asked Gosuke Shigure in a deep voice. Although the answer seemed unbelievable, he believed that Gosuke Shigure was not an innocent person. Since he said so this time, there must be a reason. The cause of the incident was that one day, I had a feeling of being spied on, and then I thought of Zanpakuto in Kenpachi, the mole city in the past. Although it is impossible for Kenpachi of the mole city to use Zanpakuto's ability in Wujian, there are exceptions to everything, so I checked the spirits around me. The spirits around *287 seem to be normal, but with my Zanpakuto ability, I finally found a clue. In the shadow of Siraidai, something seems to be hiding. What? Yoryuki couldn't help asking. She finally understood why Gosuke Shigure came here to say these things. Feelings are insecure throughout Siraidai. Spirit space. Gosuke Shigure uttered 4 words. Manipulating spirit suns is the ability of Quincy masters. For Shinigami, it is impossible to construct a space in spirit suns, but for Quincy masters, this is not a difficult thing. When I realized that there was a spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Siraidai, I launched an investigation, and finally determined that it came from the hands of Quincy. So, I came to a conclusion. More than 800 years ago, after the Great War, those Quincy masters who followed the ancestors of the Quincy masters to attack the Soul Society were probably not all wiped out, nor were they all expelled from the Soul Society. Some of them stayed behind. Down, and then, in the shadow of Siraidai, a spiritual space was built, and for so many years, I have been hiding in it, secretly watching the Soul Society. Chapter 142. Rukonga, in the wilderness. Both Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke looked shocked. It's really because the guess made by Gosuke Shigure is too unbelievable and unbelievable. Is it really possible to build a space in the spirit, and then hide in the shadow of Siraidai for hundreds of years? In the past, Yoryuki trusted Gosuke Shigure very much, but now Gosuke Shigure's idea is too outrageous, and Yoryuki doesn't believe it. Gosuke Shigure said, I said, this is just a guess on my part. He also didn't expect Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke to believe him directly, even if what he said was true. But such a thing is indeed outrageous. Moreover, it is not so easy to detect the spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Siraidai. In the original book, starting from the Great War thousands of years ago, I don't know how many things happened in Siraidai, how many genius-like characters emerged, and how many strange Zanpakuto appeared, but there was never a single person discover the secrets of Jingjiangting's shadow. This shows that the Quincy master hid himself extremely well. In the original book, if they hadn't taken the initiative to attack the Soul Society, the Shinigami would not even know that there was such a large spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Siraidai. However, nowadays Gosuke doesn't mind talking about such things in front of Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke in advance. These two are his disciples. Similarly, there are many secrets that belong to each other between him and these two people. For example, the opening of the training ground under the hill of Skyaku is a secret. You must know that Skyaku Hill is of great significance, and it is actually an illegal act to open a training ground there. It is because of these factors. Gosuke Shigure can choose to trust Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuke. When Gosuke Shigure said that Quincy opened up the spirit space in Siraidai, even Yoryuki couldn't believe it, let alone the other Shinigami of Soul Society. You know, some guys, but stuffy to the ultimate. Especially the old guys at Central 46 who are eating vegetarian food. If Gosuke Shigure really talked about these things in public, they will only be treated as a joke, and they will not seriously investigate this matter. Today, here's your Yuaki and Urahara Kisuke talking about it. It is because Gosuke Shigure believed in Urahara Kisuke's talent. His eyes fell on Urahara Kisuke. Kisuke, your talent is one of the best among the Shinigami I have seen, I want you to do me a favor. Urahara Kisuke immediately guessed the meaning of Gosuke Shigure, the teacher wants me to help you investigate the spiritual space. Gosuke Shigure nodded, yes. Only a Quincy master can construct a space in a spirit particle, so I believe that the spirit particle space in the shadow of Siraidii came from the hands of a Quincy master. But with my ability, I can only find some traces of the existence of the spirit space, but I cannot further explore the space of the spirit. So I want you to help me further investigate the situation in the spirit subspace. Of course, in this process, you have to be careful. If the spirit subspace really came from the hands of Quincy, Quincy has been dormant in the Soul Society for more than 800 years, and there is absolutely nothing on the surface. It sounds so simple, but if they find out that you are investigating the spiritual space, it may cause another disturbance. I understand. Kisuke nodded. After that, the three left from Rukonga and returned to Siraidii. After returning to Siraidii, all three of them chose to shut up at the same time, and no longer talked about the matter of the spiritual subspace. Although what Gosuke Shigure said was a bit unbelievable. But if it is true, there is a huge spiritual subspace hidden in the shadow of Siraidii, and all things inside Siraidii are under the surveillance of the existence of the spiritual subspace. If they rashly mention things about the spiritual subspace, I'm afraid it will arouse the other party's vigilance. Back to the second team. Urahara Kisuke began to sort out his thoughts. Before that, he didn't do much research on the spirit sun, and put more energy on the temporary soul, the theory proposed by Kiryu Hikifune. Because of the research on the theory of the temporary soul, he created after learning the Zhuan Shen body, he also learned Bankai with the help of the Zhuan Shen body. Originally, it was intended to continue in-depth research on the theory of the temporary soul. Try to make artificial souls. But because Gosuke Shigure suddenly told him the secrets in Siraidii's shadow, Urahara Kisuke felt that he could temporarily put aside some research on artificial souls and learn some knowledge about spirits. The spiritual space seems to be a very interesting thing, isn't it? Gosuke Shigure, who returned to the 11th team, was refreshed because he finally told the things he had forgotten several times, and finally he didn't have to worry about forgetting things. Next, watch the amazing Urahara Kisuke. It is also unknown whether Urahara Kisuke can successfully detect the existence of the spirit space, and then find out the group of Quincy masters hiding in the dark. It should be possible. After all, he is the store manager. His strength, Gosuke Shigure is not particularly convinced, but when it comes to his ingenuity, it is definitely ranked first in the entire Shinigami world. This is the only existence that is comparable to Aizen in intelligence, or even slightly better. As for how long it will take for Urahara Kisuke to detect the spiritual space, Gosuke Shigure is not sure. Anyway, there are still so many years before the so-called Millennium Bloody Battle, as long as Qianyos can detect things in the spiritual space in advance, and make some preparations and countermeasures, that's enough. In the original book, at the beginning of the Millennium Bloody War, why did the Soul Society suffer so many casualties? Of course it was because it was completely unexpected that the enemy would appear from the ground, from the shadows. The terrifying beam of light appeared, and wherever it passed, everything in Lingting was melting. The soul cloaking membrane did not play any role at all. It is for this reason that the Quincy slaughtered so many Shinigami. Mainly because they caught Shinigami by surprise. And after the Shinigami side reacted, the situation was already at a disadvantage for them. Even, in the end, Soul Society was able to win that battle, and it also relied on the help of Kurosaki Ichigo, a Shinigami agent who does not belong to Godi 13, and Aizen, a sinner. Chapter 143. Time to move on. Since he told Urahara Kisuke about the matter of the spiritual subspace, Gosuke Shigure never paid attention to similar things, and he didn't ask Urahara Kisuke if he found any clues. Anyway, if Urahara Kisuke really found out about the spiritual space, he would definitely tell him. Among the 11th Division, Tsuneya Shiro Riina has been in the limelight since joining the team. The Tsuneya Shiro family, as one of the 4 existing nobles of the Soul Society, even though it suffered such a change at the beginning, it still cannot change the fact that it is a great noble, and it has not been expelled from the family like the Shiba family back then. Among the great nobles, after graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, the head of such a great nobleman chose to join Godi 13 and become a Shinigami, which is surprising enough in itself, and what is even more surprising is that she did not join the noble team 6th Division. He also did not enter the 2nd team led by another great nobleman, but joined the 11th team. Tsuneya Shiro Ayana, as the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, maybe she doesn't want to attract attention, but her identity is destined to make her the object of attention of many people. She joined the 10 to 550 team. It once attracted the attention of many Shinigami. Can Tsuneya Shiro Ayana really adapt to the environment in the 11th team? As a combat team, the atmosphere of the 11th squad is not good, and the members in it are all known for their viciousness and savagery. In fact, not only the rest of the team members are not very optimistic about Tsuneya Shiro Riina joining the 11th team, even many members of the 11th team are not very optimistic about Tsuneya Shiro Riina. In their view, Tsuneya Shiro Riina, as a nobleman, is not suitable for the 11th team at all. Can she fight and kill like ordinary team members? Can she drink happily with them? These things shouldn't happen to her who has the status of a great noble at all, right? However, the ending was unexpected. After joining the 11th team, Tsuneya Shiro Riina seemed to have completely given up her noble status, and completely integrated into the 11th team. Whenever there was a mission, she acted more proactively than those old team members, taking the lead in cutting Su. Even if she was injured, it didn't matter. And after 80, Cut the Void, she took the initiative to put down her body, drinking and having fun with those team members. In addition, Tsuneya Shiro Ayana's strength is also extremely outstanding. Over time, she was completely accepted by the members of the 11th team. Even, because of her ferocious performance during the battle, in the 11th team, there was an additional title called Flower of Evil. The so-called flowers are worthy of their noble status. Evil is what she looks like when facing the enemy. Many people in the 11th team thought that this nickname was very good, but when this nickname was introduced to Gosuke Shigure, Shigure was speechless for a while. He thought of a big hideous mouth. But in the end, he still didn't say anything. The Flower of Evil is the Flower of Evil, as long as the team members like it, even if he has a different opinion. Is he counting? After all, he, the captain, was extremely incompetent. To sum it up in one sentence, I have never been absent from meetings, and I have never done daily combat tasks. In the previous words, all combat missions were entrusted to the bigger one. After Asido returned and became the 3rd seat, the 11th team added another fierce general. If it is a combat mission, he is not needed to handle it. In addition, Asido is different from Zaraki. The man of Wen Nengwu is also a veteran in handling team affairs. After his return, he even shared some occasional team affairs for Gosuke Shigure. This makes Gosuke Shigure, who only deals with team affairs, more relaxed and leisurely. Naturally, this kind of leisure has attracted the envy of some people. Why can't you repair? Why are you, as Kenpachi, more relaxed than me? This is when we met together to drink and bask in the sun on the roof. Kurako Shunsui held the flagon and watched Gosuke Shigure's sad and indignant words. Although the 11th team is a combat team, there are not many team pictures. But this does not mean that Kenpachi will be leisurely. There are actually quite a lot of combat missions in the combat team. In the past, Kenpachi was a model of leading the way. It's not like Gosuke Shigure, it's not like Kenpachi at all. All combat tasks are left to the team members to do. The key team members are still rushing to the combat missions, and they actively execute them. Even if they are executed, they can complete them perfectly every time, so that Gosuke Shigure doesn't have to do it himself at all. Of course, Kurako Shunsui also knows that this is all due to the large number of strong men under Gosuke Shigure. It is precisely because there are so many capable assistants that those combat missions can be perfectly completed. Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui became even angrier. Why don't I have a right-hand man like you? Before Gosuke Shigure could answer the previous sentence, Kurako Shunsui complained again. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, "Why, does the band leader of Beijing think Lisa is useless?" During these years, Godi 13 has changed not only the captain's position, but also the vice-captain. For example, the vice-captain of the 8th Division has now become Yadumura Lisa, whom Gosuke Shigure is quite familiar with. The other party will become a member of the Masked Legion in the future. It is worth mentioning that the other party is AST. In addition, girl, sailor suit, all kinds of attributes are full. It is for this reason Gosuke Shigure still liked this character quite a lot in his previous life. Unfortunately, there is nothing written about her. After all, among Shinigami's many female characters, her popularity can only be regarded as mediocre. The so-called book, even if Rukia is given the onion, I don't want to give more to other female characters. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Shinigami itself does not have many books. Kurako Shunsui shook his head when he heard this and said, "Lisa's ability is of course outstanding. After all, I personally selected the vice-captain, but don't you think she is too strict? There are obviously a lot of tasks that she can handle by herself, so she has to drag me, the captain, to handle them together. Since she became the vice-captain, I feel that my life has become a battle of wits and courage with her. Every time I want to go out for a drink, I have to avoid her. Now that I'm out drinking with you, I don't know if she found out. If she finds out, she's probably looking for me everywhere again." Kurako Shunsui's words were full of complaints about Yadumura Lisa. As if he was a weakling being oppressed by Yadumura Lisa. Chapter 144. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, "If the leader of the Beijing band is really so dissatisfied with Lisa, wouldn't it be good to just replace her? After all, you are the captain, and you are qualified to appoint the vice-captain. The appointment of the deputy captain is actually different from the appointment of the chief executive. The ranking of the chief executives is more of a ranking of abilities. The stronger the strength and the more outstanding the ability, the higher the rank of chief executives. The vice-captain is not the case. The vice-captain is the captain's assistant, its appointment depends more on the captain's preferences. No matter how poor your ability is, as long as the captain is willing, he can still be appointed as the vice-captain. Replace Lisa." Kurako Shunsui froze for a moment, shook his head and said, "Gosuke, stop joking, although Lisa is indeed very strict, I haven't reached the point of replacing Lisa yet. Not to mention, when your vice-captain is a cute and beautiful girl, don't you think it's very seductive to look at her when you're working? Comparatively speaking, if she is stricter, it's not a big deal, and this just reflects her seriousness about her work." Gosuke Shigure nodded approvingly, "That's true. So, can his 11th team do the same? How about getting a beautiful girl to be the vice-captain? Tsuneya Shiro Ayana is actually pretty good." But after thinking about it, Gosuke Shigure gave up on the idea. If Zaraki is the vice-captain, it's pretty good. Moreover, the style of the 11th team is not suitable for doing like the 8th team. After all, the 8th division is an intelligence team, and the team's affairs are mainly clerical work. The 11th division is different, and all of them undertake combat tasks. Speaking carefully, Nanao should be graduating soon. Gosuke Shigure suddenly chatted about another topic. Speaking of Nanao Ise, Kurako Shunsui is not surprised that Gosuke Shigure will know about this. He took Gosuke Shigure to the Ise shrine of the Ise family. Su met. Later, Kigzu's mother was executed and Kigzu was sent to the countryside for foster care. He often visited Kigzu secretly. After so many years, Gosuke Shigure has a very good personal relationship with him, so it is not surprising that he would know these things. Even if he didn't tell Gosuke Shigure about his relationship with Nanao. But after all, it still can't change the fact that he has a close relationship with Nanao, and Gosuke Shigure can guess some of it. Yes, I'm almost graduating soon. Kurako Shunsui replied, admitting in disguise that he has been paying attention to Nanao's affairs. I don't know which team she will choose after graduation. Gosuke Shigure said curiously. Kurako Shunsui vowed, you don't have to think about this question, it's definitely Team 8. Is the leader of the Beijing band so sure? Gosuke Shigure was a little unconvinced. Kurako Shunsui said, that's right, I'm so sure, she will definitely join our 8th team. It's not that he took the initiative to arrange this matter. It's because Kurako Shunsui is well aware of Nanao's situation. As the women of the Ise family, they cannot awaken their own Zanpakuto, because the Zanpakuto they have is only the 8-mirror sword, and the 8-mirror sword has been hidden by themselves, so Nanao naturally cannot own Zanpakuto. Makoto Nanao's grades are good, but because of Zanpakuto, it is difficult to be admitted to Godi 13. Her only place to go is probably only the kid congregation. Under such a premise, if the admission letter of the 8th division is sent to her, she will definitely choose to join the 8th division. Kurako Shunsui couldn't be more sure of that. Before he could tell Gosuke Shigure the reason why he was so sure, suddenly, a somewhat indifferent female voice sounded from the side, Captain, you are drinking here again, have you finished handling the team affairs? Kurako Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure looked sideways and saw a young woman in a black death suit and glasses. It was Yadomaru Lisa, the vice-captain of the 8th division. Kurako Shunsui's complexion suddenly changed. Seeing Kurako Shunsui being taken away by his vice-captain, Gosuke Shigure shook his head helplessly, then picked up the jug and took another sip of wine. Earlier he felt that Kurako Shunsui was right. There is a beautiful vice-captain who can be eye-catching after work. But now, he felt that what the other party said was not entirely correct. The premise is that the other party can't be too strict. If it's too strict, even fishing can't be done, so what's the point of being a captain like this? 0. Ask for flowers. But then again, after Kurako Shunsui left, it didn't seem to be interesting to drink here alone. Today I planned to have a drink with Kurako Shunsui, so I prepared a lot of drinks. Now that Kurako Shunsui is gone, there are still several pots of wine that have not been opened yet. Just take it back to the team to drink? Just when Gosuke Shigure was thinking so, under the roof, in the corridor of Siraidai, a Taoist figure walked by. After Gosuke Shigure saw this figure, a strange color flashed in his eyes. This figure sensed Gosuke Shigure's gaze, and raised his head to look at Gosuke Shigure. 0. Vice-Captain Aizen, what a coincidence. Gosuke Shigure didn't show respect and fear because of the other party's identity, on the contrary, he greeted the other party in an easygoing tone. After hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Aizen politely called Gosuke Shigure, Captain Gosuke. Aizen Vice-Captain, what's the matter? Gosuke Shigure asked Aizen. Aizen was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure asked him this question, but he still replied, I just came back from teaching at Spiritual Arts Academy, so there is nothing wrong with it for the time being. Spiritual Arts Academy, as the only school in Siraidai that teaches Shinigami, has many captains and vice-captains serving in it. If they are free, they will occasionally go to it as a teacher. Because of his outstanding calligraphy, Aizen played a guest role as a calligraphy teacher there. Gosuke Shigure knew about this. He nodded and said, I see. He said again, since Aizen vice captain has nothing to do, why don't you come and have a drink with me? Originally the leader of the Beijing band made an appointment to have a drink with me, but because of the arrival of his vice captain, he could only obediently return to the fan team. Now I am the only one left. To be honest, drinking alone is quite boring. It just so happened that Vice Captain Aizen showed up at this time. Gosuke Shigure explained why. After Aizen understood what Gosuke Shigure meant, he pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Gosuke Shigure's invitation. Chapter 145. On the roof, Aizen and Gosuke Shigure sit side by side. During this period, Aizen did not reveal his original personality. To the outside world, he was an extremely elegant and nice man. Even if he accompanied Gosuke Shigure to drink, he still had a gentle and refined appearance. He is sipping wine from the flagon in small sips, in stark contrast to Gosuke Shigure who is drinking heavily from the flagon. The relationship between Vice Captain Aizen and Captain Hirako isn't good. Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to ask Aizen while drinking wine. Although I know that Aizen is not a good person. But if you just drink and don't chat, it always feels weird. In that case, it would be easier to arouse Aizen's vigilance. Aizen was slightly taken aback, and he didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to ask such a question, but he still answered, 750 maybe because Captain Hirako is too strict, he is always strict with himself and that's why I gave Captain Gosuke the illusion that we don't have a good relationship. Is that right? Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. In the past, Captain Hirako always looked distant from you, and I thought the relationship between you was not good. To be honest, I wondered at the time why he chose you as the vice captain since the relationship between you is so bad. Now I sort of understand. While talking, Gosuke Shigure's flagon took the initiative to respect Aizen. Thank you, Vice Captain Aizen, for clarifying my doubts. Aizen also toasted Gosuke Shigure with the jug. Captain Gosuke is too kind. After the courtesies were over, Aizen also took the initiative to joke to the helpless Shigure. Captain Gosuke is also different from what I imagined. Oh? From the perspective of Vice Captain Aizen, what kind of person should I be? Aizen said, Captain Gosuke is the contemporary Kenpachi. I thought Captain Gosuke was a decisive and ruthless person, but after contacting Captain Gosuke this time, I found that Captain Gosuke is not such a person. On the contrary, very approachable. The reason for the earlier misunderstandings was because we had too little contact. Aizen talked eloquently. Gosuke Shigure also said, indeed, in the past, I didn't have much contact with the vice captain of Aizen. Obviously we became the vice captain and the captain for about the same time, but after so many years, there is no intersection. Can't say it's a doctor. Hirako Shinji became the captain of the 5th team not long after Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City. Aizen also became the vice captain at that time, and not long after that, Gosuke Shigure passed the captain assessment and became the new Kenpachi. So Gosuke Shigure, there is nothing wrong with saying a word, they became the captain and vice captain at about the same time. Aizen also smiled gently, today, I am honored to be able to drink with Captain Gosuke here. We know each other. In the future, we need to move around more. Of course. Gosuke Shigure nodded. It was another polite speech. Gosuke Shigure suddenly asked Aizen a question, what does Aizen vice captain think of Godi 13? Aizen looked at Gosuke Shigure in astonishment, not understanding why he would ask such a question, but he still gave an answer. Godi 13 is the guardian of the order between souls, and it is precisely because of the existence of Godi 13 that only the soul can be free from the harm of emptiness. Does Vice Captain Aizen think so? Gosuke Shigure looked at Aizen in surprise. I thought you would say that Godi 13 are the accomplices of the nobles, a group of lackeys who only know how to uphold the justice of the nobles. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised that Gosuke Shigure, the captain of Godi 13, would actually say such outrageous words from his mouth. Captain Gosuke, you. Gosuke Shigure said, "It's just a feeling, maybe it's because I drank too much." Vice Captain Aizen, don't take this sentence to heart. He didn't explain too much. Aizen also didn't press the question. The next conversation between the two of them was much more serious, and they were all ordinary chats. Gosuke Shigure even asked what conditions Aizen needs to meet to teach in Mao. It seems that he also has the idea of going to Spiritual Arts Academy as a guest teacher. Soon, several jugs of wine were finished. Although Aizen looks elegant when he drinks, he actually drinks quite well. After drinking, Gosuke Shigure didn't seem to have any intention of staying here. With an empty jug, he jumped lightly from the roof and left here. Aizen didn't stay here either. After saying goodbye to Gosuke Shigure, he also walked towards the fifth team. On the way, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, he didn't know what he thought of, and he showed a weird smile. Then, move on. The first ending with Aizen seemed extremely dull. Although in the future, Aizen is an extremely powerful villain. It can be regarded as the big boss in the first half of Shinigami, but Gosuke Shigure is not afraid of Aizen because of this. Although Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis is scary, it is for Shinigami who does not know Kaika Suijutsu's ability. For Gosuke Shigure, because he is familiar with the plot and knows the method to crack Kaika Suijutsu in advance, he is not so afraid of Aizen. In addition, it is also because the Aizen of this time period is not the Aizen of the future after all. Even Aizen, who planned Captain Hollow's night, is strong, but Gosuke Shigure is fearless. After all, the Aizen of these time periods is not the Aizen after the evolution with the help of Hagyaku. As long as it is not the collapse of Blue, it is not Aizen with the strongest posture. Gosuke Shigure is not afraid. It is also for this reason that if you keep a distance from Aizen too much, and act like a 3.5 respectful distance from him, it will attract Aizen's attention even more. Neither too distant nor too close. This is how Gosuke Shigure sees Aizen. Therefore, after meeting Aizen today, he will take the initiative to invite him to drink. Have you, in this period of time, begun to explore the truth of the world? Gosuke Shigure thought so. It is precisely because of thinking of what Aizen might be doing at this stage that the other party took the initiative to ask Aizen what they think of Siraidai, but unfortunately Aizen did not answer this question truthfully. But from the subtle gleam in the eyes of the other party when he said that sentence, Gosuke Shigure still grasped a lot of information from it. Maybe even Aizen himself won't know, but Gosuke Shigure will know him that much. Chapter 146. Spiritual Arts Academy graduates new students every year. Although there are students graduating every year, in fact, there are not many Shinigami assigned to Godai 13. This is not a strange thing. Although the world is big, not all places are Karakura town. Under normal circumstances, the probability of being born with a soul with spiritual power is actually not high. Among ordinary people, this probability can be said to be as low as ultimate. For the nobles, because they have lived in the Siraidai for generations and are affected by the environment inside the Siraidai, the probability of being born with a soul with spiritual power will be higher, but it is not much higher. For this reason, among the nobles, there are also mediocre people who do not have Shinigami qualifications. This is one thing that no one can change. Even the few nobles standing at the top of the Soul Society are the same. It is for this reason that although Spiritual Arts Academy recruits students every year, in fact, there are not many students. It is conservatively estimated that more than 100 people are recruited every year. There are only a few hundred people in the 6 grades of the entire Spiritual Arts Academy. In 2005, only 100 people graduated every year, and then they were assigned to Godai 13. There were also departments such as Kid, Secret Mobile, etc. to add some people, and each team added a person. This is still a relatively popular fan team, and a relatively unpopular fan team, such as the 4th fan team, may not recruit a newcomer for several years. It seems incredible. But it is what it is. Because there are not many Shinigami in the entire Society, including the entire Gosuke 13, there are only more than 6,000 people. The number may vary slightly, but if many nobles who did not join the Gosuke 13 after graduation are counted, it is top there are only about 10,000 people in the sky. It is these 10,000 people who determine everything in the three realms and maintain the order of the three realms. As for Gosuke 13, there are only a few hundred people in each team. If you look at it from this point of view, it is not surprising that the Soul Society in the original book values Kurosaki Ichigo so much, and would ask Kurosaki Ichigo to help when encountering something that cannot be handled. Because there are not many souls that can truly become Shinigami, and even fewer of them can be called strong. The agents of Shinigami are all the most powerful assistants. For such a strong person, every time there is one more, the Soul Society will be ecstatic, so naturally it is very concerned. Back to business. A few years have passed since Tsuneyashiro Riina joined the team. This year, it is the annual MAUA. Asido sent the list to Gosuke Shigure as usual. Although the 11th team is a fighting team, among the more than 100 graduates, there are still people who like to fight. Therefore, every year, the 11th team will receive some applications from students. There may be more or less applications, but there are always. From this point of view, it is still much better than the 4th team. Not everyone in Gosuke Shigure is included in the band team. Some of those whose combat ability did not meet the standard at first glance were directly eliminated by him. It's not that he is picky, but that he is good for the students. After all, the 11th team is responsible for the frontal battle. If the combat ability is not up to the standard, it is very likely to die in the battle. This is not a gift for students. Gosuke Shigure can't possibly kill these young people for the expansion of the fan team, can't he? The number of people this year is actually less than usual. Gosuke Shigure took the list and couldn't help but say something. Asido replied, "It's not surprising. After all, not all Shendo like to fight. I heard that there is still no one who applied to join the 4th team this year. In this way, our situation is quite good." Gosuke Shigure's mood suddenly improved after learning that the 4th team still had no success in finding a new job this year. He motioned for Asido to leave, and then looked through the list alone in the captain's room. On top of the list, there is also a photo of Shinigami attached. Here, I have to say that although the Soul Society is extremely backward in many aspects, it is also extremely advanced in some places. Compared with the current technology, I don't know how much advanced it is. When the present world was still in the feudal era, the Soul Society had already used high technology. However, the so-called high-tech, the speed of replacement is actually not fast. After the present world has entered the modern society, the technology of the Soul Society has obviously lagged behind the present world. It can only be said that the lifespan of Shinigami is too long compared with that of human beings, so they don't have much concept of technological upgrading. Gosuke Shigure looked at the results of the students on the list. Determine if they are eligible for admission to Spiritual Arts Academy. Until, he saw a familiar name. Ise Nanao. Next to this name, there is a small photo. The little girl in the photo looks very delicate, wearing a pair of glasses, showing a bookish atmosphere. This made Gosuke Shigure more sure that this was the Ise Nanao in his memory. Didn't Jingle say that she would join the 8th team? How did she end up in my 11th team? Gosuke Shigure was puzzled. When he was chatting with Kurako Shunsui earlier, he talked about Ise Nanao who is about to graduate. Kurako Shunsui also vowed that Ise Nanao will definitely join the 8th team at 760. Gosuke Shigure thinks so too. As a result, I really waited until the graduation season, when Gosuke saw Nanao Ise's application form in the roster of the team. Mistake. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking like this, and he also took a little look at Ise Nanao's results. White-Hit's grades were mediocre, Shunpo's grades were mediocre, and her cutting skills were extremely poor. Besides, according to the report card, she hadn't awakened Zanpakuto yet. Among the 4 items of Zhanchuan Zugui, only Kid's result is excellent. It is a pity that such a person is not included in the Kid congregation. Of course, because of the relationship between Ise Nanao and Kurako Shunsui, Ise Nanao has another choice, which is to join the 8th team. As an intelligence team, the 8th division is mainly engaged in clerical work such as collecting intelligence, and does not have any combat missions. People like Nanao Ise are just right to join the 8th division. The only one that is not suitable is the 11th team. Although the Kid is also suitable for combat use. But the 11th team is more respectful of hand-to-hand combat, using a knife to fight the enemy head-on. Many Zanpakuto of the Kid family will be ridiculed even within the 11th team. Ability: focus on sharpening your own chopping skills. Chapter 147. Mistake or not? Gosuke Shigure thinks it is still necessary to find Kurako Shunsui and talk to him about it. Of course, Gosuke Shigure can also play a trick, and before Kurako Shunsui knows about it, Ise Nanao can be included in the 11th team. But after thinking about it, Gosuke Shigure still didn't do it. Even though Kurako Shunsui has not revealed the relationship between him and Ise Nanao so far, he has not denied that Ise Nanao has a close relationship with him, not to mention, because Gosuke Shigure knew the original work, early in the morning know the real relationship between them. Under such a premise, there was really no need for him to offend Kurako Shunsui and privately recruit Ise Nanao into the 11th team. More importantly, they are friends, not people. With this list, Gosuke Shigure soon came to the 8th team. Because of Gosuke Shigure's identity, he came to the door of the captain's room of the 8th division easily. Before he stepped into it, he heard Yaduma Lisa's voice coming from inside. "Captain, have you chosen yet?" Kurako Shunsui sounded helpless. "Let me choose slowly. I think this student is very suitable to join our 8th team, but the other one is not bad. They're all seedlings with good qualifications, but it's really confusing. Why can't they all be included in the team?" Yaduma Lisa is obviously not convinced by the reason given by Kurako Shunsui. We have to give the other teams some chances." Kurako Shunsui had his own rhetoric. "As far as I know, the recruiting work of the 4th team this year is still very bleak, and none of the students chose the 4th team, although it was also very bleak in previous years, but there are still a few people. Captain Anohana can be regarded as my old senior. As a junior, I have to take care of her, so I have to find a way to eliminate a few people, and then recommend them to the 4th team." Is that so? It was a reason that sounded outrageous, but Yaduma Lisa just believed it. Maybe it's because Anohana Retsu is a female captain, and Yaduma Lisa respects her a lot. The 4th team is so miserable in finding a new job every year, they really should help. Gosuke Shigure listened at the door for a while, and understood that Kurako Shunsui was dealing with Yaduma Lisa to find a new job, which was the same as what he was doing. Afterwards, he pushed the door open and entered. "Captain of the Beijing band, it's really rare that you are handling team affairs." Kurako Shunsui put down the list in his hand, looked at Gosuke Shigure, a little surprised, then responded, "Gosuke, what are you talking about? I often deal with team affairs, I don't want someone to be so leisurely." After saying this, before Gosuke Shigure said anything, Yaduma Lisa on the side gave Kurako Shunsui a supercilious look. Kurako Shunsui had the nerve to say that. Didn't she handle all the team affairs in the past? Even, in the past, when she asked Kurako Shunsui to come back to handle team affairs, the other party refused in every possible way and hid whenever she could. But then again, it is indeed an extremely rare situation for the captain to take the initiative to handle team affairs like today. "I see." Gosuke Shigure nodded, directly ignoring someone in Kurako Shunsui's life. Kurako Shunsui said again, "You came here to find me, is there something wrong?" Gosuke Shigure said, "There is indeed something." Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly, and said to Yadomaru Lisa beside him, "Lisa, you go to the doctor first." "Yes." Yadomaru Lisa is not a person who disregards the importance, and naturally knows that the secrets between the captains cannot be heard by herself. After Yadomaru Lisa left, Gosuke Shigure sat down here at Kurako Shunsui very casually. He said to Kurako Shunsui, "The leader of the Beijing band is so entangled in recruiting new players, not because he thinks that they are all qualified, but because there is one less person." Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly. "Why does Gosuke think so?" Gosuke Shigure said, "That's because the other party applied to join my team." As he spoke, he took out an application form from his pocket. Kurako Shunsui took the application form, and after seeing the name on it clearly, he was slightly dazed again. "I actually ran away from you." Previously, the reason why he was so entangled in determining the list of new recruits was naturally not to take care of the fourth team, but because one of them was missing, and the missing person was Nanao Ise. As his niece, Ise Nanao, he has been watching her in secret. He is even more aware of the other party's graduation from Spiritual Arts Academy this year. He even went to the Spiritual Arts Academy a long time ago in order to let the other party join the 8th team, and explained to Nanao's teacher, asking the other party to suggest that Nano choose the 8th team. In his opinion, only Kid has outstanding performance in Nanao Zanquan and Zanpakuto has not awakened. If he does not want to join the Kid, he will only choose to join the 8th team. As a result, unexpectedly, in the application form, he did not see Ise Nanao. This once surprised Kurako Shunsui. He searched several times, but couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, the other party actually chose to apply to join the 11th team. This application went to Gosuke Shigure. After figuring out the cause of the incident, Yunle Chun Shui became a bandit again. "Ko, you can figure out how to apply to join the 11th team, do you have that ability?" "You don't, do you know?" "Good jouse. Kid has outstanding grades, so he may be able to join the 8th division, but it is definitely difficult to join the 11th division as a combat team. After all, what the 11th division needs is a Shinigami with outstanding fighting ability." Of course, thanks to Gosuke Shigure's good relationship with him, and knowing something about him and Nanao, if you don't know, maybe Nanao will really be included in the 11th team. Thinking of this, Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but feel a little lucky. He said sincerely to Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, thank you very much." Gosuke Shigure said, "What are you going to do now? Would you like me to take down Kigzu?" If the 11th team rejects her application for joining the team, the only choice before her is your 8th team. Kurako Shunsui was a little moved, but then, he still had a new idea. "I want to hear her thoughts." Chapter 148. Ever since, because of the matter of Ise Nanao, Gosuke Shigure and Kurako Shunsui went to the Spiritual Arts Academy again. Fortunately, the location of Spiritual Arts Academy is not too far from Godi 13's team building. If you use Shunpo, you will arrive here soon. Because the relationship between Ise Nanao and Kurako Shunsui is not easy to tell in the open, so Gosuke Shigure and Kurako Shunsui came here, and they said to the outside world that they are preparing to apply for joining the fan team, to determine if they are eligible to join their respective teams. In the past, there were many captains who came to Spiritual Arts Academy to conduct on-site assessments on the students. So this is not a strange thing. Again, joining Godi 13 is a two-way choice. It is the process by which those colleges choose Godi 13, and the process by which Godi 13 chooses them. When Ise Nanao learned that the captain of the 11th team, Gosuke Kenpachi, wanted to see her, she felt nervous for no reason. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy this year, when faced with the problem of choosing a team, she had considered many teams. But in the end, he resolutely chose a team. Of course she knows that with her own achievements, she is not qualified to enter the 11th team to undertake combat missions. The 11th team is a combat team, and it is the team with the strongest combat ability in the entire Godi 13. And what about her? In Zhanchuan Zugui, except Kid S grades are not bad, the rest of the grades are mediocre. There are many students who have awakened their Zanpakut during the few years of studying in Mao. Her words have not awakened Zanpakut so far, and she has not even successfully communicated with Zanpakut once, and she does not know when Zanpakut can be awakened. Naturally, this kind of her is not a genius. Even being admitted to Godi 13 is a rare thing. Where is the qualification to choose a team? However, even so, in the end, she resolutely chose the 11th team. Perhaps it was because she was being sentimental and a little ignorant, but thinking of what the man she met when she was a child said something, Ise Nanao finally strengthened her belief. Only those who become strong are qualified to know the truth. This is what a man she met told her when she was a child. At that time, she once thought that the other party was her father, but later she realized that it was a misunderstanding. Later, as she was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy and became Mao's student, she just found out the identity of that man by an accident. Captain of the 11th Division, Gosuke Shigure. 9th Generation Kenpachi, Gosuke Kenpachi. At that time, after she found out the real identity of the man, she was very astonished. Since the man I met when I was a child was Kenpachi, then who is the other man? This made her very curious. At the same time, she became more and more curious about the true identity of her mother and the father she had never seen before. But she also knew that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to know the truth. Ever since, what Gosuke Shigure said to her in the past came to her heart again. She wants to be a liar. In a room of the Spiritual Arts Academy, Ise Nanao waited for a while with a nervous mood, and finally, two figures stepped into it. Of these two people, one looks young and looks a bit delicate, and the other is a middle-aged man with long hair, a cloak, and a shaggy beard. He is wearing a white shirt. Only wearing a pink blanket. Although the shape is very weird, Ise Nanao still recognized that this white shirt is the haori that only the captain of Godi 13 is qualified to wear. What made Ise Nanao even more concerned was that she knew one of them. Even if she only met once, she, a fad, still remembered the appearance of the other party in her heart. Captain Gosuke, I am Nanao Ise. She looked at Gosuke Shigure, and spoke nervously. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said, I know you, I came here today, especially for you. Captain Gosuke, I. Gosuke Shigure interrupted her, and said, I have read your application, although I am very happy that you want to join the 11th team, but I still want to say that you are not suitable for the 11th team. The 11th team is a combat team. To put it bluntly, the casualty rate of its members is also the highest among the entire Godi 13. I have to think about the students. I can only recruit the other party to join the 11th team if I can ensure that the other party can take on the combat tasks of the 11th team. Otherwise, it will harm you. I've seen your grades. Among the 4 abilities of Zhanchuan Zugui, only Kid is excellent, and the other 3 are mediocre. Of course, this does not mean that you are bad. After all, among these 4 abilities, one item is excellent, which already shows that your aptitude is not bad, like the captain of the 2nd team, Shihao in your Yuaki, is called Flash Goddess because of Shunpo's outstanding attainments. But I also have to regret to tell you that whether Kid's performance is excellent or not is not the criteria for the recruitment of my 11th team. My 11th team pays more attention to the strength of white hits and Zanjutsu. In these respects, you obviously haven't met the standards to join my 11th team. Some unkind words came out of Gosuke Shigure's mouth. Ise Nanao was very uncomfortable. Captain Gosuke, do I really have no chance? Obviously you told me back then that only when you become a strong person can you be qualified to know the truth. It was with this in mind that I wanted to join the 11th team. In the end, you told me that I was not suitable for the team. Nanao Ise talked eloquently, but she was afraid that Gosuke Shigure might misunderstand, so she hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure, "I don't know if Captain Gosuke remembers, but when I was young, I met Captain Gosuke 89. Before she finished speaking, Gosuke Shigure said first, "I remember you. That's why I'm here. It is precisely because I remember you that I have to think about you. The 11th team is not suitable for you. Similarly, I have found the most suitable team for you. The best team for me." Ise Nanao was puzzled. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, "I haven't introduced you yet, but this is Kurako Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division." He didn't know if Ise Nanao knew Kurako Shunsui before, but at this moment, he still said something to Ise Nanao. "He wants to recruit you into the 8th Division." Chapter 149. In the end, Ise Nanao agreed to go to the 8th team. Although she really wanted to join the 11th team, but Gosuke Shigure came here this time and explained all the reasons to her clearly. With her grades, she is not eligible to join the 11th team. And in the case of being rejected by the 11th team, if there is no other team to accept her, she can only join Kid. The Kid people do not belong to the Godai 13. Although the Big Kid has a good status, it is not the department that Ise Nanao wants to join after all. It's not bad for her to be able to enter the 8th team. What's more, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, came in person. In any case, Kurako Shunsui has to give this face. Although it was the first time to meet Kurako Shunsui, unexpectedly, Ise Nanao felt a sense of familiarity from him. She didn't understand where the familiarity came from, and she always felt like it was somewhere in the past seen Kurako Shunsui same. Solving the matter of Ise Nanao is another trivial matter. Gosuke Shigure felt more and more that the river of time was rushing forward. Some plot characters in the original work have also gradually appeared on the big screen. Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin successively joined Godai 13, and now Nanao Ise also joined the 8th team. Needless to say, those who were earlier. Everyone in the Masked Legion has gradually become the mainstay of Godai 13. Perhaps it is for this reason that after they suffered hollow and left Godai 13, the entire Godai 13 fell into a period of weakness for a while. Then again, if I ask Urahara Kisuke to study the matter of the spiritual subspace, will it hinder the pace of the other party's creation of Hagyaku? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help guessing. But because he is not a researcher or a scholar after all, he did not take the initiative to ask Urahara Kisuke these questions. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. For Shinigami, 20 years is just a snap of the fingers. What's more, most of the Shinigami are in a state of stagnation. Even after 20 years, their strength has not made any progress. This may sound unbelievable, but it is true. The progress of Shinigami's strength can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is during the period of entering the Spiritual Arts Academy. Through the teachings of the Spiritual Arts Academy, develop the spiritual power in the body, release it to the outside, transform it into Ryutsu, and then learn various knowledge of Shinigami. In the past few years, they have completely transformed from ordinary souls to Shinigami. Although the tutorials of Spiritual Arts Academy are only a few years old, these few years are undoubtedly the time when Shinigami's strength has improved the fastest. The second stage is to awaken Zanpakuto and master Shikai. Talented people can master Shikai during the period of Spiritual Arts Academy. This is the second stage of progression through the mastery of Shikai, followed by the continued development of Zanpakuto's abilities. The third stage is naturally to learn Bankai. In addition to these 3 stages, although Shinigami can also learn knowledge such as slashing fists and walking ghosts, it is not so easy to learn these basic knowledge. In addition to hard work, talent is also required. In addition, due to the extremely long lifespan of Shinigami, it is not surprising that ordinary Shinigami have not made any progress for decades after mastering Shikai, except for some people with outstanding aptitude. After all, Bankai, for most Shinigami, is still something that is elusive. Gosuke Shigure is naturally not an ordinary Shinigami, even if it is only 20 years, his progress is still not small. As for what has been improved? What else? Ryutsu, of course. Shinigami's battle is Ryutsu's battle. For Gosuke Shigure, who has all cultivated to a certain level, Ryutsu's progress is actually an easier way to improve his strength. At the same kid level, the stronger the Ryutsu is, the more powerful the kid will be. And when it is fed back to the chopping technique, the sword pressure is even stronger. And the strength of Gosuke Shigure Ryutsu is different from that of Zaraki. Although Zaraki's Ryutsu is also very strong, he can't master his own Ryutsu finely, and even, Ryutsu's perception ability is basically equal to none. In addition to the progress of the past 2 decades, some new figures have also emerged among the Shirai during these 2 decades. 0. Seeking flowers. For example, in the 5th team, added a boy genius called Ichimaru Jin. He was young, but he completed all the courses of Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, then graduated and joined the 5th team. Such qualifications undoubtedly shocked the entire Godi 13. In the past Soul Society, although it took 2 or 3 years to complete the Spiritual Arts Academy course, but after all, it was a bit unbelievable after all. In the history of Soul Society, only a few people have achieved such a feat, and these people, without exception, have become strong. Perhaps the current Ichimaru Jin is not strong for many Shinigami, but they all have to say, Ichimaru Jin, the future is promising. Compared to Ichimaru Jin, who is just getting famous. Among the 2nd team, the rise of Sui Feng is not so eye-catching. After all, the 2nd division is secretly mobile, and the characteristics of the division make them never take the initiative to show off. Back then, Yoryuki would be in the limelight simply because she was the future heir of the Shihoran family, so too many people paid attention to her. However, Gosuke Shigure secretly paid attention to Sui Feng. After all, this is also the captain in the original book. In addition, there are many newcomers in the 11th team. Among them, the most striking are 2 people. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika. In the 11th team in the original book, these 2 can be said to be Zaraki Kenpachi's capable generals, and their strength is not bad, especially Madarame Ikeku, who, as the chief officer, has mastered Bankai even more. Although Gosuke Shigure transferred Zaraki to the 11th team many years ago, it did not affect the addition of Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika to the 11th team. They are all people who are eager to fight, hoping to fight the strong. When he found that the so-called strong men of Rukonga could not meet his requirements, he naturally joined the 11th team, and then joined the 10th team. I don't know if Zaraki has a characteristic. Not long after the 2 joined the 11th team, they were convinced by Zaraki because of their discussions with Zaraki. Chapter 150. The 0 Division, where it is located in the sky above the Soul Society. Although it is in the sky, it does not mean that as long as you fly straight up, you can reach the place where the 0 Division is. There are 72 barriers between the 0 Division and Shirai. The iron wall is like an iron wall, separating Shirai from the place where the 0 Division is located. It is said that it is above Shirai, but in fact, it can be regarded as being in 2 different spaces. The team house of the 0 Division is called 0 Division Lydian. Every captain who is promoted to the 0 Division will use the power of the Spirit King to rebuild his own bones, and the reconstructed bones are called Wangjian. This is a long-term communication certificate in the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, a key, and then, the power of Wangjian was released, forming several major palaces. As far as they are concerned, as long as Lingfen Liden exists, even if they 1900 die, they can still survive with the power of Ichibai Hisub. Every member of the 0 Division has his own 0 Division Raiden. Among them, except for Ichibai Hisub, who has a special identity, he is the first and oldest Shinigami. The rest of them have no distinction of status. Today, there are 4 members in the Zero Fan team, so there are also 4 Zero Fan halls. The 4 Ling Fanli halls are like 4 huge cities, suspended in the sky, and in the central area where they intersect, is the inner palace of the Ling Wang Palace, which is where the Ling Wang Palace is located. During the long years, there was only 1 Ling Fanli hall at the beginning, and now there are 4 Kualai halls. Their duty has never changed, that is to guard the Spirit King in the Spirit King Palace. This day, Ichibe Hisub, who had been closing his eyes all the time, opened his eyes in the middle of his Lingfen Raiden. He sees something. Seeing the Soul Society below, a new force of rules was born. The power of rules. It is an extremely mysterious force, it is created by man, but it can become a force that stabilizes the cornerstone of this world. This world is the world of Shinigami. But in the earliest times, the real masters of this world were not the Shinigami. Rather, imaginary. The earliest void devours everything. If it is allowed to swallow it like this, the whole world will be destroyed sooner or later. Fortunately, the world shouldn't just perish like this. The Spirit King was born. The appearance of the Spirit King prevented the destruction of the world, and even curbed Su's devouring. After that, many influential figures emerged one after another. The original Shinigami, namely Ichibe Hisub, the ancestor of the 5 nobles. In that era, the Spirit King who saved the world was undoubtedly a well-deserved hero, and the ancestors of the ugly nobles were followers of the Spirit Lord. However, it was precisely because of the strength of the Spirit King that they were afraid again. As a result, several people headed by the first ancestor of the Tsunoya Shiro family joined forces to murder the Spirit King. Among them, although the ancestor of the Shiba family raised objections, due to the general situation, they finally did not stop the first ancestor of the Tsunoya Shiro family. King Ling was murdered by several people. Then, several people made the Spirit King into a wedge of the world, sealed it in the Spirit King's palace, and stabilized the existence of this world with the power of the other side. And because they were worried that the Spirit King would get out of trouble, they cut off the Spirit King's limbs, emptied the Spirit King's internal organs, and constantly weakened the excess power of the Spirit King, leaving only its core to stabilize the power of the world. After that, the ancestors of the 5 great nobles found the original Shinigami Ichibe Hisub and asked him to guard the Soul King. As for himself, he went to the Soul Society below the Ling Wang Palace to take root and survive. From then on, this world completely belongs to Shinigami. But Shinigami, after all, are considered to be the ones who seize the power of the world. Moreover, the blood of the Spirit King is still flowing in the world, and sooner or later, it will overthrow Shinigami's rule. The Quincy Masters are the descendants of the Spirit King, but they themselves don't know this. More than 800 years ago, they invaded the Soul Society. It seemed that they were led by Yuhabak and gave birth to unreasonable ambitions, but isn't this because the Spirit Master is secretly swaying? Although for countless years, the Spirit King has been stabilizing the existence of the world. But this does not mean that he has no hatred for the Shinigami who murdered him. It is his mercy to secure the world, and his vengeance against the Shinigami. However, in the battle more than 800 years ago, the Quincy lost in the end. Since then, Ichibe Hisub has not taken the Quincy seriously. Until many years ago, after Ichibe Hisub sensed the crisis, he issued an order to annihilate the Quincy. After this battle, although there are still some Quincy masters in this world, they are completely nothing to worry about. Ichibe Hisub, acquiescing to the kindness of the Soul Society, turned his gaze back. But the matter of King Ling's throbbing at that time still reminded him. But relying on the 3 Lingfen Lydians at that time, they still couldn't completely suppress the Ling Wang, so there was Kailan Temiro inviting Shutara Senjumaru to the Zero team. Shutara Senjumaru, in fact, has long been qualified to join Team Zero, but for some reason over the years, he has rejected Team Zero's invitation several times, but fortunately he did not refuse this time. After she joined the Zero Fan team, another Zero Fan palace appeared, and the Lingwang Palace finally became more and more stable. Back to the topic, why is Lingfen Lydian needed to stabilize the Lingwang Palace and seal the Lingwang? Or because of the power of rules. This world appeared because of the Spirit King, and was stabilized by the Spirit King. But Shinigami, who became the real rulers, was the area where the doves occupied the magpies. In order to maintain the rule of the Shinigami, it is necessary to wrap the power of rules around the body of the Soul King, and then spread to the whole world with the help of the power of the Soul King, so as to establish Shinigami's orthodox position in the world. Ichibe Hisub is the original Shinigami. Everything in this world is named 2.2 by him. This is a unique power of rules and the most powerful power. That is, the power of real name. He made Shinigami the world's orthodoxy through words and writing. Then, Irmiwa Wanjiho created Zanpakut, which gave Shinigami power. Kailan Temple Tien Shiro created Kaid and medical skills. In addition to the deadly outfit, many rules have been formulated, making the Shinigami profession more formal. Although these rules are all artificially created, but it really stabilized Shinigami's position, making Shinigami the master of this world. Today, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, the present world, and even the original Hell all believe that Shinigami is the maintainer of world order. The premise is that they cannot know the truth. Chapter 151. It is also to protect the truth. Therefore, for countless years, people in the Soul Society only knew about the Spirit King, but they had never seen the Spirit King, nor the royal family. Of course, it is also to convince them that there is really a Supreme King who is in command of everything. Every few years, the Soul Society will transfer the King Seal created by the power of the Spirit King, and make some movements to show the power of the royal family. Several great nobles, at that time, will also show a humble attitude. It seems that several major nobles are loyal supporters of the royal family. In fact, the truth is that their ancestors were murdering spirit kings. Back to business. The power of rules is the key to sealing the Spirit King. At the same time, more and more power of rules can also make Shinigami more stable as its ruler. At present, the power of the four major rules is naturally enough. But since the Soul Society below, a new power of rules has been born, and it is associated with a corner of the future that I accidentally saw many years ago. Ichibe Hisub naturally doesn't mind future-proofing. When Kailan Temple Ten's hero, Namiya Wanjiu, and Shutta 05 Luo Senjimaru came to Ichibe Hisub sat cross-legged on the ground and told them. In Siraidi below, Kiryu Hikifun, captain of the 12th Division, created something significant for the Soul Society, enough to be promoted to the 0 Division. Which one of you is willing to go down and bring her to Team 0? Obviously, it is impossible for Ichibe Hisub to leave the Soul King Palace easily. In the original book, although he also descended to the lower bound, it was only because of the special circumstances at that time. This time, if he was going to lead the opponent to Team 0, he could only hand it over to the 3 people in front of him. Going to Siraidi. Irmiwa Wanjiu touched his chin, speaking carefully, I have been away from Siraidi for many years, but I have always wanted to go down and have a look. Tien Shiro of Kailan Temple directly rejected the matter, for me, forget it. When I took over Zyudora and came here, I went to Siraidi. Although Siraidi has changed a lot, there is really nothing worthwhile. A place of nostalgia. From the looks of it, it seems that this time, Irmiya Wanjiu is going to Siraidi, and Hikifun Kiryu is going to come to 0 Division. But just when Ichibe Hisub was about to speak. But Shutara Senjimaru said, let me go. As soon as these words came out, Kailan Temple Ten Shiro and Irmiya Wanjiu all looked at Shutara Senjimaru, a little surprised. Although he is the least senior among the members of the 0 Division, it has been many years since he was promoted to the 0 Division. Shutara Senjimaru has also gradually adapted to the life of the 0 Division and is used to being with this team. Getting along with several people. She calmly said, I was also in the 12th division back then, and I am very familiar with Hikifun Kiryu. Let me go down and persuade Hikifun Kiryu to join Team Zero. Although being promoted to Team Zero is an honor for many captains, there are also captains who refuse to join Team Zero. This is the same as Gosuke 13 recruiting graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy, it is a two-way choice. Although Ermiya Wang Yu wanted to go to the Soul Society to have a look, but seeing Shutara Senjumaru said so, he finally agreed to Shutara Senjumaru's request to go to the Soul Society and Society. After all, even if he went down, he would not be sure to persuade Hikifun Kiryu to join the Zero Division. But Shutara Senjuapils are different. For so many years before, she had been in the 12th squad, and she was an old acquaintance with Hikifun Kiryu. There shouldn't be any problem with her words. Among the 12 teams, Hikifun Kiryu has been famous recently. Because she completed a theory that she put forward a long time ago. Long ago, she put forward a theory of temporary soul. The so-called temporary soul is an artificially created soul. The demise and birth of souls follow certain rules in the dark. So can Shinigami master this rule to create souls? She published her theory in the Society correspondence. Many Shinigami have been inspired by seeing her publications. Yura Harakisuke is one of them. Through the study of Hikifun Kiryu's theory, Yura Harakisuke created the Tenshin body and learned Bankai with the Tenshin body. This undoubtedly proves that Hikifun Kiryu's theory is correct. But this time, Hikifun Kiryu completed the temporary soul, which proved this point more clearly. Although it is only a technological breakthrough. But many Shinigami saw the unusualness of this technology from it. In the past, the demise and birth of souls were unstoppable events, and even Shinigami could not intervene, because this is the rule of the world, it is the domain of gods in the true sense. But now, Hikifun Kiryu has perfected the temporary soul technology, making Shinigami's research direction completely extend to the soul realm, which would violate the realm of God. If we can continue to improve in this area, one day, Shinigami will become a god in the true sense. Such a genius-like creation pushed the name Hikifun Kiryu to the peak of Gosuke 13. Among the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but praise Hikifun Kiryu after learning that Hikifun 233 Kiryu had perfected the theory of temporary souls and successfully realized it. Then, I began to pay close attention to one thing. To be precise, he paid attention to the changes in the sky. What can change in the sky? For ordinary Shinigami, there is nothing in the sky except the sun and the moon. But Gosuke Shigure knew that there was another world above the sky of Society. Its name is the Lingwang Palace. Hikifun Kiryu's creation of the temporary soul is the key factor for her promotion to the Zero Division in the original book. Obviously, it is impossible for her to go to Team Zero herself. Therefore, only members of the Zero Division can come down from above. And because of the other Zanpakuto dead person, Gosuke Shigure wanted to meet Ermiya Wanjiu a long time ago. The man who built Zanpakuto with his own hands. But because under normal circumstances, there is no way to contact the Zero team, even he can't do anything. This time, Hikifun Kiryu is about to be promoted to Team Zero, which may be an opportunity. This day, Gosuke Shigure felt a high-intensity Ryotsuo emerging from the sky, and this Ryotsuo disappeared quickly, but Gosuke Shigure knew that the people from Team Zero had come to Soul Society. Chapter 152. Society is very large, Gosuke 13, and the area where the nobles live are all located in this circular city surrounded by walls made of killing stones. It is not easy for ordinary souls to enter Society, and they can only enter it through the 4 portals in the south, east, north, and west. As for the invasion of Society from the sky, it's not that easy either. Just because there is a soul-obstructing membrane in the sky. Of course, there are still ways to forcefully break through the occult membrane and enter the Society. For example, the technology mastered by the Shiba family. As one of the former 5 nobles, the Shiba family naturally also mastered unique technology. That is the ability to break through the space barrier. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo and others broke into Shirai in order to rescue Rukia Kukaki, relying on the sky cannon of Shiba Kukaki. Afterwards, the members of Team Zero returned from Shirai to Team Zero, also with her help. You know, above Shirai, going to the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, the barrier there is much stronger than that above Shirai, with the full 72 layers of barriers, but Shiba's technology can still break through there. As for Shudera Senjumaru, who has lived in Shirai for many years and has returned to Soul Society this time, it is even easier for her to enter Shirai. She is too familiar with Shirai. In the past, she participated in the formulation of many rules of Shirai, and she knows the internal structure of Shirai by heart. And her strength is very strong. After joining Team Zero, she reshaped her bones with the help of the Spirit King's power, and after she fully integrated into the environment of the Spirit King's palace that contained super spiritual power, she became even stronger. There may also be a case where Shinigami, who has just been promoted to Team Zero, is not very strong. But as long as the bones are reshaped with the power of the Spirit King, and the King Key is created, coupled with being in the unique environment of the Spirit King Palace for a long time, it is only a matter of time before one becomes a strong person. The spiritual power of the space where the Lingwang Palace is located is more concentrated than Hueco Mundo. When Shinigami, who is so rich to the level of vice captain, enters it, he will feel suffocated and oppressed. Shudera Senjumaru easily entered the Shirai, and then, she used a method newly developed in the Zero Division to hide her whereabouts, walking among the officials of the jingling court like a ghost. Compared with that year, it seems that there is not much change. Shudera Senjumaru commented like this. From her promotion to Team Zero to the present, the time between them is not very long compared to Shinigami's long life, but it is not a short period of time. However, it seems that the progress of the Soul Society is still slow visible to the naked eye. Then, Shudera Senjumaru went to the Shirai Research Institute under the 12th Division. She was here all the time. Most of the members inside are her acquaintances before she was promoted, and there are some newcomers, and similarly, some people are missing. Kuratsuka Mayuri, was he finally arrested because he was too dangerous? Shudera Senjumaru thought so. Kuratsuka Mayuri is a Shinigami she met when she was in the Shirai Institute. Because of his unique thinking and talent, she taught Kuratsuka Mayuri some things. Sometimes, she also had to admit that certain ideas of the other party were very dangerous. If it is not contained, it will enter the maggot sooner or later. Today, Kuratsuka Mayuri is not seen, apparently the other party is going in. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has committed a greater crime and has been executed. After visiting the Shirai Research Institute for a while, Shudera Senjumaru quietly came to the door of the captain's room again. Inside, Saragaki Hiri, the vice-captain of Division 12, was talking with Hikifune Kiryu, and Shudera Senjumaru didn't rush to interrupt them. After Saragaki Hiri left, she quietly stepped into the captain's room. Hikifune Kiryu's appearance is a rather sexy beauty with long purple curly hair. After Saragaki Hiri left, she was going to rest for a while. Suddenly, she had a strange feeling and immediately looked at a certain direction. The gentle expression also suddenly became serious, and a fierce aura was released from her body. "It's me." A woman's voice sounded, and then, a figure appeared out of nothingness. After seeing this figure, Dianjo Kiryu was slightly taken aback. "Senjumaru, is that you?" "Kiryu, long time no see." Shudera Senjumaru greeted Hikifune Kiryu. When it comes to age, she is Hikifune Kiryu's senior, but when it comes to identity, when she was hidden in the 12th squad, Hikifune Kiryu is her captain again. But generally speaking, they are old acquaintances. "Aren't you already?" There is something in Hikifune Kiryu's words, because Shudera Senjumaru was not the captain of Godi 13 back then, so few people know about her promotion to the Zero Division, but Hikifune Kiryu obviously knows. I'm here for you. Shidora Senjomaru reveals his purpose. Oh! A strange color flashed in Hikifune Kiryu's eyes. Shidora Senjomaru suddenly became serious. She said Hikifune Kiryu's full name, Hikifune Kiryu, you have created something that has a great influence on the Soul Society, you are already satisfied to be promoted to Team Zero standards. Today, on behalf of Team Zero, I formally extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you would like to be promoted to Team Zero. As soon as this remark came out, Hikishuki Kiryu's expression immediately became serious. She was silent for a while, and said to Shidora Senjomaru, I need to think about this matter. Shidora Senjomaru wasn't surprised by Hikifune Kiryu's reply. When Kailan Sitien Shiro invited her to join the Zero Division, she also gave the same answer. She nodded and said, I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. Whether it is to refuse or agree, it must be done as soon as possible. Hikifune Kiryu also nodded, indicating that he would. Afterwards, Shidora Senjomaru lived in the 12th Division Jo. Although she has been away for many years, this is the place she used to stay after all, some of her private places, because she hides it very well, no outsiders have set foot in it. When I come back now, I happen to live there. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed since Shidora Senjomaru returned to Siraidai. Hikifune Kiryu hadn't made up his mind yet. Shidora Senjomaru became bored, and on this day, she thought of someone. Chapter 153. However, even though Shidora Senjomaru thought of that person, he didn't intend to meet him. After all, the other party is not the person he was back then. Even if he got some legacy left by that person back then. However, this origin brought about by the leftovers had already been completely terminated and completely cut off long after she sent out the deadly domineering outfit. This time she returned to Siraidai, the purpose is to bring Hikifune Kiryu to the Zero Division, and for the promotion of Hikifune Kiryu. Other than that, she doesn't intend to have contact with anyone. After all, she is already a member of Team Zero. Team Zero, and Siraidai are two completely different systems. There should not be too many intersections. Just when Shidora Senjomaru thought so. That night, a familiar wave suddenly came. Feeling this familiar fluctuation for the first time in many years, Shidora Senjomaru couldn't help being taken aback. Immediately, only a mist emerged, and in the mist, a figure between the virtual and the real appeared. The other party said a word in a hoarse tone. Rukanga, a narrative. After saying this, the mist dissipated and the figure in the mist also disappeared suddenly. 350. Shidora Senjomaru was completely stunned. This is the power of the dead. Back then, she had followed that person by his side, so it could be said that she didn't understand the ability of the other's knife. The knife is called the dead, just like its name, it is a knife that can manipulate the dead at will. All existences that die under that knife will become slaves of that knife and be driven by it. For most people, this kind of ability is probably only used in combat, but for that person, he has developed a new use for this kind of ability. For example, to drive the dead to take care of their own daily life, for example, to drive the dead to deliver letters. It stands to reason that after the death of that person, the knife was completely extinct because of the death of its owner. But today, Shidora Senjomaru found out that he was wrong. The dead are still there. It has not disappeared. Is he not dead? Shidora Senjomaru couldn't help feeling a bit of joy, and immediately, another basin of cold water was poured down. The death of the other party has become a final conclusion. In these long, years, I have tried remarried each other, but ultimately failed. In other words, there can be no turning point in this matter. So, why does the opponent's knife still exist? Shidora Senjomaru soon thought of an answer. Tsuneya Shiro's family. As one of the great nobles, the Tsunayoshi family once had a zanpakuto that was passed down from generation to generation, which was the zanpakuto of the former ancestor of the Namade family. Since the Tsunayoshiro family was able to keep the knife, maybe there is a way to keep the deceased. So, the one who asked her out to meet this time is someone from the Tsunayoshiro family? Shidara Senjumaru thought so. The other party observed that he came to Shirai from the Soul King Palace. Although this matter is hidden, if someone really observes it deliberately, they can still find a clue. After all, when the Tianzu chariot comes down from the Lingwang Palace, it needs to pass through the 72 barriers, and then for a long period of time, the 72 barriers will not be closed, but will be in an open state. For a while, Shidara Senjuwang couldn't figure out the answer. However, the other party sent the letter here after all, and the aura of the dead man's knife also brought some shock to her, and she had to go and see that person because of emotion and reason. After all, after she was promoted to the palace of the Soul King and all the bones were reshaped by the power of the Soul King, she couldn't help feeling aloof and arrogant. In her opinion, the so-called strong and the so-called captain of the Soul Society were nothing more than mediocre. Leaving Shirai, went to Rukonga. In the fringe area of Rukonga District 3. There are mountains and rivers here, and the happiness index of the residents living in it is also very high, ranking well among the 320 areas in Rukonga. At this moment, the moonlight is just right, and the evening wind is blowing. A figure stood quietly on the grass, the breeze blew and rolled his white feathers, and the bright moon reflected it, and one could see 2 black 11 on his white feathers back. Font. What is even more amazing is that the opponent wears a zanpakuto on his waist, and at the same time holds a zanpakuto in his hand. On the zanpakuto held by him, there are strands of red light flowing on the blade, just like fresh blood. Horrible. Shidara Senjumaru came here soon. The first time he noticed the other party's white haori and the words on the haori. This surprised her very much. She thought it was someone from the Tsunayoshiro family who invited her to come here, but she didn't expect it to be this person. You know, she had thought of this person before, but she didn't plan to meet this person on the grounds that the relationship had been completely severed. But it didn't occur to him that he didn't intend to see this person. This person took the initiative to find himself. It's you. There were some emotional fluctuations in Shidara Senjumaru's tone. Gosuke Shigure turned around slowly, still not putting away the knife in his hand. He said to Shidara Senjumaru, "Senjumaru, long time no see." Ever since he completed the theory of the temporary soul in Hikifun Kiryu, Gosuke Shigure was sure that the other party would definitely attract the attention of the Zero Division, and then he was promoted to the Zero Division. During this time, he has nothing to do, just waiting for the Zero Division to come. Because if you want to solve the problem of another zanpakuto dead person, you have to ask Tonkozuya for help. No matter who is the person from the Zero Division who came to Shirai this time, Gosuke Shigure intends to meet him. He also thought that it was Kailan Temple Ten's hero and Urmiya Wanjiru who came to Shirai, but he didn't expect that it was Shidara Senjumaru who finally came to Shirai. After sensing Shidara Senjumaru's familiar Ryutsu, Gosuke Shigure froze. But in the end, he still decided to ask Shidara Senjumaru out to meet him. With the fact that the head of Tsunayoshiro's family was almost destroyed, and with the fact that the knife of the deceased fell into his hands again, he also gradually wanted to understand a lot of things. There are some pasts that cannot be cut off just by cutting them off. He thought that after he was reborn, he would have nothing to do with his previous life, but he didn't know that those connections in his previous life were there, and he couldn't escape. Shidara Senjumaru waited for him for a long time. He is ashamed of it. Chapter 154. Gosuke Kenpachi, it's you. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shidara Senjumaru came back to her senses, and immediately asked Gosuke Shigure bluntly, "Gosuke Kenpachi, where did you get this knife from?" Compared with the fact that Gosuke Shigure asked her to come here to meet, what she cares more about is the zanpakuto that Gosuke Shigure is holding in his hand at the moment. This knife is the dead man. Earlier, Shutara Senjumaru felt the aura that belonged to this knife alone, but she was still a little uncertain. After all, she hadn't seen the knife in person. Until now, seeing it with her own eyes, she no longer has any doubts. It is basically certain that this is the knife. Are you talking about this knife? Gosuke Shigure raised his mouth slightly, and raised the red zanpakuto in his hand. Why don't we play a game? Guess what? Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru made a joke. Shutara Senjumaru, however, wasn't even joking. Her eyes became extremely sharp, staring at Gosuke Shigure. I ask you, where did you get this knife? She didn't mean to speculate, just wanted to know where Gosuke Shigure got the knife from. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure's knowledge of her coming to Shirai from the Soul King Palace is not that important. Feeling the seriousness of Shutara Senjumaru, Gosuke Shigure's expression also became serious. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I'll tell you the answer. I got this knife from Narde Shiden. With the help of this knife, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata slaughtered the family of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, and then fled to Hueco Mundo. I went to Hueco Mundo as a pursuer, and finally killed Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. This knife is also why fell into my hands. Gosuke Shigure's answer surprised Shutara Senjumaru. Although she had guessed before, the existence of the deceased may be related to the Tsuneyashiro family. But she did not expect that the Tsuneyashiro family had already been wiped out. You know, this is a famous nobleman. However, Shutara Senjumaru was only shocked for a while. It is true that the Soul King will become the wedge of the world and the cornerstone of the world, which is related to the ancestors of the Tsuneyashiro family in the past. But when the ancestors of the five nobles chose to go to Shirai to enjoy the wealth and honor, the matter of the Spirit King has nothing to do with them. It is the duty of Team Zero to protect the Spirit King. Even if the five great nobles are all destroyed, it will not affect the Spirit King. So that's how it is. A complex expression appeared on Shutara Senjumaru's face. If you observe carefully, you will find a trace of loss hidden in her complex expression. The appearance of the deceased made her very happy, but after all, it was not the reappearance of that person back then. She was about to ask again how Gosuke Shigure knew about her coming to Shirai and found her trail. Gosuke Shigure was heard to say again, although this sword was obtained from someone else, it is indeed my sword. Shutara Senjumaru's body shook slightly, and he looked at Gosuke Shigure in disbelief. His knife. Does he know what he's talking about? Shutara Senjumaru frowned again. Gosuke Shigure met Shutara Senjumaru's eyes and smiled faintly. At the same time, the deceased in his hand immediately responded to him. A blood-red light emerged, and the mist lingered, covering everything around him. The blood-colored mist cut off the moonlight, but the inside was not dark, and the light came from nowhere, falling on the bodies of Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru. Gosuke Shigure looked at Shutara Senjumaru and said, Senjumaru, long time no see. Earlier, when Gosuke Shigure met Shutara Senjumaru, he had already said such a sentence. But at this moment, under such a situation, I always feel that I still have to say something. Shutara Senjumaru, at first I didn't understand the meaning of mutual aid Shigure. At this moment, seeing the blood-red mist, he couldn't help but fall into memories. I don't know the meaning of Gosuke Shigure's words. Although I don't know how the Tsuneyashiro family preserved the dead man's sword, even if outsiders hold the sword, they can exert its power, but because they are not the real owner of the sword after all, there are restrictions. As for Gosuke Shigure at this moment, Shutara Senjumaru could see that he could drive the knife at will. 0. Asking for flowers. Only one person can do such a thing. That's, the guy from back then. Combined with what Gosuke Shigure said, this is his knife. The answer is self-evident. That's right, at the beginning the other party said that he got Tsuneyashiro Shisui's legacy, went to find her, and talked to her a lot. She also believed in Gosuke Shigure back then. Thinking about it now, is there a possibility? Gosuke Shigure, is it not the person who got the legacy of Tsuneyashiro Shisui, or Tsuneyashiro Shisui himself? You are. Shutara Senjumaru showed shock. That's right, it's me, I'm back. Gosuke Shigure has no intention of continuing to hide it. He had already figured everything out on the way to Hueco Mundo. But because at that time Shutara Senjumaru had already gone to Team Zero. Even if Gosuke Shigure understood his true heart and wanted to say sorry to Shutara Senjumaru, he had no chance to say it. This time, after discovering that Shutara Senjumaru had returned to Siriti, although he was a little surprised, but also made up his mind. That's why there is the meaning of asking Shutara Senjumaru to meet here. How do you prove that you are him? Although Shutara Senjumaru had the answer in his heart, he still had a little hesitation after all. She wants Gosuke Shigure to show evidence. Gosuke Shigure spoke softly, telling many past events of the past. When Shutara Senjumaru heard these past events, Yurong couldn't help showing a dazed expression, and she fell into memories. After she woke up from her memories, she could basically be sure that the person in front of her was none other than Akira Yada back then. Because many things the other party said were secrets that only the two of them knew. Thinking of this, Shutara Senjumaru was very happy. After years of perseverance, she finally waited for that person to come back. But then, thinking of what Gosuke Shigure said to her when she came to her as Tsuneyo Shisui's successor, her anger couldn't help burning. She just wants to beat Gosuke Shigure up. Chapter 155. Shutara Senjumaru did not fight Gosuke Shigure in the end. How could she fight Gosuke Shigure? How could she be willing to fight Gosuke Shigure? After all, she had been waiting for a long time for his return. At the beginning, she didn't even give any hope, it was just a simple obsession. In comparison, being able to see the person from the past again was the biggest surprise for her. As for what Gosuke Shigure was hiding from her, that's even less of a problem. After all, I have been waiting for so many years. Now, it's just a few decades of waiting. But after all, I still waited for the answer and the result I wanted. Gosuke Shigure has already put away the dead. After all, due to rebirth, the soul has undergone some changes. He has no 7 or 60 method to provide power to the dead. Now the ability to mobilize the dead depends on Tsunade Yashiro Tokinada's gift relies on the soul power that the other party devoured in the void where Hueco Mundo slaughtered. The moonlight fell again. On the grass, Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru all sat on the ground. It's not that Gosuke Shigure is telling Shutara Senjumaru something. Instead, it was Shutara Senjumaru who was telling the story to Gosuke Shigure. It tells the story of Tsuneyashiro Shisui's death. After your accident that year, I was very surprised. After all, you were so powerful, but in the end, you died suddenly. At that time, I was still very weak, and I didn't have enough ability to avenge you, but I accidentally discovered that your spiritual power has always existed in the world, and you have already carried out the soul burial, but there seems to be something, as if it involves your soul, so that your soul will always wander in this world instead of entering hell. So, I gradually created a crazy extinguishing method. Can I try to resurrect you? By creating a body, I will recreate a body for you, and then guide your soul wandering in the world into this body. Unfortunately, I still failed in the end. Not only did I fail to resurrect you, but even your spiritual power completely dissipated. While speaking, she also told the time when Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power completely dissipated. About 200 years ago or so. After hearing what Shutara Senjumaru said, Gosuke Shigure gradually had an answer in his heart. No, you didn't fail. Perhaps you have succeeded. Gosuke Shigure had a guess in his heart, and gradually knew the answer to the fact that he could be resurrected. The deceased is Zanpakuto, the soul system. Because of the Tsuneyashiro family, it should have been preserved along with my death. Afterwards, the Tsuneyashiro family sacrificed many souls for it. The powerful soul power hidden in the blade, this power, made my soul that should have dissipated, not die. Then, because of your experiment, my soul was reorganized. In your opinion, my spiritual power has completely dissipated because your experiment failed, but in my opinion, this happens to be the beginning of a new life. Gosuke Shigure talked eloquently, expressing his conjecture. In my life, I was born exactly 200 years ago. After hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Shudera Senjumaru also gradually understood the whole story. I know what kind of role the dead knife played in the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure. It can be said that without the power of this sword, Gosuke Shigure would never be able to be reborn. It can only be said that Zanpakuto, the soul system, is really different. Although there are still some reasons for the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure that have not been clarified, and it is more like a surprise brought about by the superposition of various accidents, but what Shudera Senjumaru cares most about is that the original person came back alive. It's great that you came back alive. Shudera Senjumaru said so. Gosuke Shigure also nodded approvingly. I also think that being able to live a new life is indeed a happy thing. After all, if you can live, no one will complain about death. Gosuke Shigure thought of another thing. He said to Shudera Senjumaru, speaking carefully, my body is only about 200 years old from birth, and your age is now older than mine woolen cloth. In the previous life, Tsuneyashiro Shisui was naturally older than Shudera Senjumaru. But in this life, it seems to be the other way around. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shudera Senjumaru's expression froze. There is no problem with Gosuke Shigure's words. In terms of age, she is indeed younger than Gosuke Shigure in this life. But for a woman, she is naturally unwilling to admit that she is older. No, you are still bigger. Shudera Senjumaru quickly found a perfect rhetoric. My body has been baptized and reshaped by the power of the Spirit King, and now I am only a few dozen years old. Is that so? Gosuke Shigure was slightly taken aback. Shudera Senjumaru answered as a matter of course, that's right, that's it. The two of them talked again afterward. Although we haven't seen each other for many years. But in Gosuke Shigure's previous life, the two were extremely close. Now, since they have recognized each other, it is natural for them to return to the way they used to get along. Shudera Senjumaru did not hide her purpose of coming to Siraidai this time. She came for Hikifune Kiryu's promotion to Team Zero. In other words, she could not stay in Siraidai for too long. Gosuke Shigure is not surprised by this. He said to Shudera Senjumaru, as far as I know, in Team 04.5, there is a thing called Super Fruit Gate. Yes. Shudera Senjumaru has been promoted to Team Zero for many years, so he naturally knows about Team Zero. Transcendence Gate is a special transboundary gate in Team Zero. It allows people to quickly travel back and forth between the present world and the Lingwang Palace. But it has a strict time limit. Once the time is up, the Super Ghost Gate will be closed. Then, Shudera Senjumaru also understood what Gosuke Shigure meant. Although Transcendence Gate has a time limit, as long as she returns to Team Zero within the specified time, she can still come to the present world at any time and meet Gosuke Shigure. Even if the time is not long, it is better than staying alone in Siraidai and Lingwang Palace alone. The sky and the earth are so far apart that they cannot get in touch. Chapter 156. That's right, I almost forgot that Team Zero has such a thing as a transboundary gate, which is a special transboundary gate for the convenience of Team Zero members to understand the situation in the present world. Shudera Senjumaru thought that there is such a thing as the Transcendental Gate, which can realize the meeting with Gosuke Shigure, and immediately felt a lot better. Otherwise, it would be a little uncomfortable for her to think of going to Team Zero and having to part with Gosuke Shigure. After all, after a long wait, I finally got a satisfactory result. Such a result, how can it end with a world apart? But what if we are not on one side? She has already gone to Team Zero, and her flesh and blood have been baptized by the power of the Spirit King. She must exist in the Spirit King Palace in order to maintain the order of the three worlds and protect this fragile balance. Although Shidora Senjumaru is very concerned about the personal relationship of his children, he is also a person who takes care of the overall situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tianqilang of Kailan Temple to choose to go to the palace of the Spirit King and join the Zero Team in 07 after he mentioned the change of the Spirit King that day. Of course, there is also a way to stay with Gosuke Shigure forever. That is Gosuke Shigure going to the Soul King Palace and joining the Zero Division. As long as Gosuke Shigure joins Team Zero, they can be together forever. But for such a thing, Shidora Senjumaru gave up after thinking about it. The Zero Division is completely different from Godi I-13. Once you join, it means that you will lose your freedom forever and become the jailer guarding the Spirit King. The entire Lingwang Palace is actually a huge prison. Just become a jailer yourself. How can Gosuke Shigure be a jailer? After all, in his previous life, he loved freedom so much. But because of his status as a great nobleman, he can't help himself in many things. And in this life, he has a new identity, and seems to be living very freely in Siraiti. Of course, it is impossible for Gosuke Shigure to go to the Lingwang Palace. Just when Shidora Senjumaru was thinking so, Gosuke Shigure said again, "Besides that, for me, there is one more thing." "What's up?" "I want to go to the Lingwang Palace." Shidora Senjumaru was taken aback when he heard this, and immediately said to Gosuke Shigure, "You don't have to be like this. Let's not say that it is not so easy to become a member of the Zero Division, even if you are Kenpachi, it is not necessarily so eligible to be promoted to Team Zero. And even if you become a member of Team Zero, it's not as good as you think." In front of Hikifune Kiryu, Shidora Senjumaru was persuading him to join Team Zero. In front of Gosuke Shigure, Shidora Senjumaru is another set of rhetoric, directly preventing Gosuke Shigure from joining the Zero Team. "I am very clear about the matter of Team Zero. After all, you know who I was in my previous life," Gosuke Shigure said to Shidora Senjumaru. Shidora Senjumaru nodded slightly. Indeed, Gosuke Shigure in his previous life was a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family. The Tsuneya Shiro of that era was different from the current Tsuneya Shiro. It was the most prosperous period, even if Tsuneyoshi Shisui was only a member of the branch house, but with his strength at that time, it was enough to know all the secrets. This is also the reason why Gosuke Shigure was not surprised at all when he talked about Super Realm Gate and Squad Zero. Because before joining Team Zero, a lot of her knowledge about Team Zero came from the mouth of Gosuke Shigure in her previous life. "But I still need to go to Team Zero," Gosuke Shigure continued. Shidora Senjumaru became more and more curious. Gosuke Shigure explained to Shidora Senjumaru, "Although I was reborn, but because of the changes brought about by rebirth, the sword of the dead no longer matches my current soul, so I need to meet the two kings of the House Joy. Irmiwa Wanjiu is the creator of Zanpakut. All sealed states in this world come from his hands. It is because he created the most basic Zanpakut, the sealed state. Only then did Shinigami have the opportunity to use the sealed state to evolve Zanpakut with various abilities, and to dig out the power originally hidden in the depths of their souls. You know, before Zanpakut was created. Although Shinigami's soul also has powerful power, it is not so easy to dig it out. The appearance of Zanpakut lowered the threshold for digging one's own soul power, and gave many souls a key to open the door to become stronger. It can be said that Namiya Wanjiu is the person who knows Zanpakut best in the world. If anyone is most likely to solve the problem of Gosuke Shigure's dead Zanpakut, then it must be Irmiwa Wanjiu. I see. Shidora Senjumaru nodded. It's clear. In the following time, Gosuke Shigure has been with Shidora Senjumaru. We didn't say goodbye until the sky was getting dark. In the next few days, every night, they would meet in the wilderness of Rukanga. Why Rukanga? Of course because Siraiti is not safe. There is, after all, a vast realm lurking in the shadow of the Siraidii. I don't know if Urahara Kisuk has studied the Invisible Empire in depth these years. If he can invade the Invisible Empire in advance and wipe out the group of Quincy 323 before they become a serious problem, that seems to be the case. A nice thing. Until this day. Hikifune Kiryu took the initiative to find Shutara Senjumaru. She looked at Shutara Senjumaru and said, "I've already thought about it. Since Team Zero needs me, then I will join Team Zero." If Shutara Senjumaru heard that Hikifune Kiryu had made a decision when she first came to Siraidii, she would be very happy, because she completed her task. But now, she suddenly complained in her heart. Why did Hikifune Kiryu make a decision so quickly? Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help but asked Hikifune Kiryu in a deep voice, "Although you have already made a decision, you don't have to rush to Team Zero, wait until you have settled everything before going with me. It's not too late to find the team." Hikifune Kiryu nodded and said, "There are indeed some things that need to be dealt with." She has been the captain of Division 12 for so many years, but now she decides to join Division 0 for greater things. But in the end, all the affairs of the team must be implemented, so that the group can leave safely. Otherwise, if you wait, you will leave a mess to your successors. Among other things, at least, you have to confirm the candidate for the next captain before stepping down as captain. Chapter 157. After Hikifune Kiryu made a decision, she went to see Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto is not surprised that the members of Team Zero came to Siraidii. After all, the temporary soul created by Kiryu Hikifune is a breakthrough in the realm of the soul and has extraordinary significance. Such a feat is enough to be promoted to the Zero team. Similarly, Captain Yamamoto did not comment on Hikifune Kiryu's choice. If Hikifune Kiryu rejects the invitation of the Zero Division, she will naturally still be the captain of the 12th Division. But since she chose to join the Zero Division, all he can do is naturally assist Hikifune Kiryu to complete the finishing work before she leaves. "Have you thought about the candidate for the new captain?" Commander Yamamoto asked Hikifune Kiryu. Although Siraidii has been stable for many years, it seems to have fallen into troubled times in recent years. First, the captain of the third team retired. Now it is hard to find a suitable candidate who is enough to be the captain, but the captain assessment has not yet been carried out. The captain of the 10th Division also died in battle not long ago. The captain of the 10th Squad is also extremely intolerable. After the accident in Shiba's family, as a commoner, he took over the original Shiba Issei's position. Over the years, he worked hard, but in the end, he died in battle because of lack of strength. Therefore, the position of captain of the 10th Squad was vacant. He has not yet found a suitable candidate for the same position as the captain of the third team. And now, Hikifune Kiryu has chosen to be promoted again, which means that another captain position will be vacated. I haven't thought about the specific candidate yet. I don't have any suitable candidates here. Hikifune Kiryu replied truthfully. Captain Yamamoto raised his brows slightly, that can only call the captains here to see if there is any suitable candidate to recommend. And about Hikifune Kiryu's upcoming promotion, he should really tell the captains. This matter can be concealed from the vice captain and the chief executive officer, but there is no need to hide it from the captains. Soon, the secret letter from Captain Yamamoto was sent to all the captains. Many captains of Godi 13 all came to the headroom of the team. They did not bring their respective vice captains. A very special captain meeting is called here. Naturally, because the vice captain did not participate, the standard of this captain's meeting was extremely high, which meant that there were many secrets that the vice captain was not qualified to know. Gosuke Shigure, as the contemporary Kenpachi, is naturally qualified to participate in this captain's meeting. The meeting begins. Captain Yamamoto directly explained the cause of the matter. 12th Division Captain Hikifune Kiryu is about to be promoted to Zero Division. After she is promoted, the position of the 12th Division captain will be vacant. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of many captains suddenly changed. Some captains, because they have not been in office for a long time, although they know the 0 Division because of their status as captains, they have never experienced the promotion of the other captains to the 0 Division. Hearing these words suddenly at this moment, he couldn't help being very shocked. That's right, I'm talking about captains like Meguru Makensei. As for Yoryuki, although he is also a young captain, he couldn't help that he was born in Chihaoran's family and knew a lot of secrets by nature. Therefore, apart from the initial shock of Kiryu Hakaifun's promotion, he immediately sighed. After all, it is not so easy to be promoted to Team 0. Very stringent conditions need to be met. And Hikifune Kiryu's ability to be promoted just shows how powerful she is. Are you actually promoted at this time? Jaisure Yukatake, as a veteran captain, knew what was going on with Team 0, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. In his opinion, Hikifune Kiryu will be promoted at this time, which is really not a good time. The captain of the third team has just retired, and the new captain has not yet been selected. The captain of the 10th team was killed not long ago, and the position of captain is also vacant. Now Hikifune Kiryu has been promoted again, which means that another captain position will be vacated. Losing 3 captains at once is not a good thing for Godi 13. Kurako Shunsui said from the side, I can't help it, it should be someone from the 0 Division who came here. If possible, the boat captain probably wouldn't want to be promoted so quickly. Jaisure Yukatake nodded. After hearing the news of Hikifune Kiryu's promotion, many captains began to answer the questions of Captain Yamamoto after whispering at first. The answer of most people is that there is no suitable candidate. If it is to choose the captain of the other teams, no matter what, he can recommend some suitable candidates. But the 12th squad is different. The 12th squad is a technical team, and the selection of the captain is not based on strength as the first criterion, but on the premise of understanding technology. If a person does not understand any skills, he is naturally not qualified to be the captain of the 12th Division. When many captains said that there was no suitable candidate, Yoryuki suddenly thought of someone. She was going to recommend to Captain Yamamoto, but she felt that her recommendation seemed a bit inappropriate, and then she looked at Gosuke Shigure. Teacher. Yoryuki spoke softly. She trusts that Gosuke Shigure understands what she means and who she is going to recommend. Of course Gosuke Shigure knew who Yoryuki wanted to recommend, and he was going to name the candidate, but when he said the words, he suddenly had a bad taste. So, he said to Captain Yamamoto, I do have a suitable candidate. Oh. As soon as this remark came out, many captains looked at Gosuke Shigure in surprise. Gosuke Shigure has been the captain for many years since he took over the position of Kenpachi, Good King Zhao. He is an old-fashioned captain, and he is quite prestigious among the captains. The other captains all looked at him curiously. If you want to know the captain of the combat team, what kind of candidate can Kong recommend? Under the 2nd Division, there is a prison called the Maggot's Nest, which is guarded by the supervision team of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Division. The Maggot's Nest is detaining many people who are judged to be potentially dangerous by CRIDI's existing regulations. What I want to recommend is one of the prisoners. His name is Kuratsuke Mayuri. No one expected that Gosuke Shigure would recommend a prisoner imprisoned in the Maggot list as the captain of the 12th Division. Yoryuki was also stunned when she heard Gosuke Shigure's words. After hearing the Maggot's Nest, she thought that Gosuke Shigure would recommend Urahara Kisuke, but she recommended Kuratsuke Mayuri who had never heard of it. Chapter 158. Captain Gosuke, do you know what you're talking about? When Captain Yamamoto heard that Gosuke Shigure recommended a prisoner in the nest of maggots, his tone was also a little serious. Gosuke Shigure said, although Kuratsuke Mayuri is a prisoner imprisoned in the nest of maggots, we cannot deny his ability just because he is imprisoned in the nest of maggots. I am recommending the most suitable candidate from my perspective. Furthermore, being detained in the maggot's lair only shows that he is a potential dangerous element, but it does not actually violate the Soul Society's regulations. If you really violated the rules of the Soul Society, it would be more than just being imprisoned in the nest of maggots. Instead, they will be sentenced directly by Central 46. Captain Yamamoto was non-committal to Gosuke Shigure's words, and he glanced at the other captains. Are there any other candidates? If not, he wouldn't mind actually having someone bring out Kurotsuke Mayuri from the maggot nest to test whether he has the ability to be the captain of the 12th Division. Yoriyuki glanced at Gosuke Shigure with some resentment. She originally expected Gosuke Shigure to recommend Urahara Kisuke. As a result, the previous words were fine, but then she suddenly recommended a person named Kurotsuke Mayuri, which made her quite speechless. I can only recommend it myself. Not long after the captain's words fell, Yoriyuki said, I also have a candidate. Captain Shihaoran, please speak. Commander Yamamoto said to Yoriyuki. Yoriyuki said, Captain Gosuke said earlier about the maggot nest of our second squad. The person I recommended is also related to the maggot nest, but he is not a prisoner who was imprisoned in the maggot nest. It's the captain of the supervision team of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Division who is in charge of guarding the maggot's nest, and also the 3rd seat of my 2nd Division, Urahara Kisuke. Because of the particularity of the maggot's nest, all Shinigami imprisoned in it have been confiscated with Zanpakuto. Similarly, any Shinigami who enters the maggot's nest cannot carry Zanpakuto. And want to be the captain of the supervision team. A special requirement is to be able to suppress all the personnel in the supervision tower with bare hands. Urahara Kisuke, as the captain of the supervision team, has a very good ability. And besides his personal ability, he is also a grandmaster of various technologies related to spirits. Therefore, I recommend him to participate in the assessment of the captain of the 12th Division. Captain Yamamoto couldn't help being a little surprised when Yoriyuki praised Urahara Kisuke so much. In the following time, there were no other captains to recommend candidates. Ever since, Captain Yamamoto decided to see if this Urahara Kisuke is eligible. If that doesn't work, consider the person recommended by Gosuke Shigure. Of course, it is only the recommendation stage at present. It will take some time for Urahara Kisuke to be formally assessed as captain. After all, although Hikifune Kiryu said he was going to be promoted, he hadn't formally abdicated after all. All these things had to wait until Hikifune Kiryu officially abdicated and left. With this time, it is better to complete the assessment ceremony of the captain of the 3rd Division first. Being able to take the opportunity to fill a hole first is a hole. The assessment ceremony for the captain of the 3rd Division has nothing to do with Gosuke Shigure. Also has nothing to do with Yoriyuki. After this special captain's meeting, they went to drink. Then, Yoriyuki immediately complained to Gosuke Shigure, Sensei, you really don't cooperate at all. If you recommend Kisuke from the beginning, where do I need to go? Also, what about Kurotsuke Mayuri? I've never heard of it. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, Kisuke's ability is not bad, but why do you think that the Kurotsuke Mayuri I recommended is not suitable? Oh. Yoriyuki looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. Gosuke Shigure said, this is someone who can be compared to Kisuke. In the original book, Kurotsuke Mayuri and Urahara Kisuke can be described as a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. Abage, if Urahara Kisuke is more adaptable and can always come up with new solutions, then Kurotsuke Mayuri is better at analysis. As long as he is given enough information, he can defeat the enemy. In the Millennium Bloody Battle, to be honest, Urahara Kisuke's performance was not as impressive as that of Kurotsuke Mayuri. Kurotsuke Mayuri is the well-deserved MVP. I don't know how many enemies he has defeated, and how many friendly troops he has revived. An enemy like Komamura Seijin who gave up his life and was unable to kill was directly defeated by Kurotsuke Mayuri with a small device. I don't know how Komamura Seijin, who was reduced to a beast in the end, will feel if he recovers. Is the teacher praising him so much? Yoryuki couldn't believe it. Urahara Kisuke's strengths, she knows, but Gosuke Shigure actually said that someone can speak out. More importantly, this person is a prisoner who was imprisoned in the maggot nest of her second team. If there is a chance, she would like to meet each other. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. After drinking with Yoryuki, he returned to the 11th squad. In the next period of time, because Hikifune Kiryu still has a lot of finishing matters that have not been dealt with, Shutara Senjumaru can continue to stay in Soul Society for a long time, and Gosuke Shigure will go to chat with Shutara Senjumaru every night. After all, it has been too long since Gosuke Shigure died in his previous life. For so many years, Shutara Senjumaru has been silently waiting. Naturally, I have a lot to say to Gosuke Shigure. These words cannot be finished in 1 or 2 days. During the daytime, Shutara Senjumaru was silently hiding in the 12th division. During this period, Tyensuke Shigure also participated in a captain inauguration ceremony. Torabashi RJR officially passed the captain's assessment and became the captain of the third team. So far, all the members of the Masked Legion in the original book have gathered, and they have successively served as the captain and vice-captain of Godai 13. Also after Torabashi RJR succeeded as captain, Hikifune Kiryu finished all the work and was ready to go to the Soul King Palace. Gosuke Shigure plans to go to the Soul King Palace with Hikifune Kiryu and Shutara Senjumaru, in order to cause unnecessary turmoil. Before that, he and Shutara Senjumaru Michi went to meet Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto was a little curious as to why Shutara Senjumaru brought Gosuke Shigure to Team 0, but he didn't say much after all. After all, in terms of rank, Team 0 is higher than Godai 13. Chapter 159. I didn't expect Captain Gosuke to know someone from Team 0. On the day of heading to Team 0, Hikifune Kiryu was a little surprised to see Gosuke Shigure appearing with Shutara Senjumaru. Gosuke Shigure, she is naturally no stranger. Gosuke Shigure's captain assessment was carried out under her witness, although it has been many years since Gosuke Shigure became the captain. But under normal circumstances, it should be difficult for Gosuke Shigure to interact with the members of the 0 division. After all, today's era is not, then. At that time, Team 0 and Godai 13 had a lot of intersections. At that time, Team 0 members often came to Godai 13 from the Lingwang Palace. Not so now. Team 0 has long stopped dealing with Godai 13. Although after becoming the captain, he is entitled to know many secrets and the existence of Team 0. But there are not many people who have actually met the members of the 0 division. Of course I have my chance. Gosuke Shigure said something inexplicable, and then said to Hikifune Kiryu, I want to visit Urmiya Wanjiu, who is known as the sword god in the Ichiban 0 division, and I have questions about Zanpakuto. Ask him for advice. It's different from Captain Hiko. Captain Hiko is going to serve in the 0 division. I can't stay for a few days. 17. That's it. Hikifune Kiryu understood. She immediately asked Shutara Senjumaru, how do we get to the Soul King Palace? Although there are records about the 0 division and the Lingwang Palace among the secrets that only the captain is qualified to know, Zhong said that the captain can be promoted to the 0 division of the car owner family spy. Team 0 is located in the palace of the Soul King. Exactly where the Keilang Palace is and how to enter it is another secret. Among those secrets, there is no mention of this. Shutara Senjumaru replied, for this, I have already contacted a firework master, and he will help us go to the Lingwang Palace. Speaking of this matter, Shutara Senjumaru felt a little emotional again, speaking carefully, it's quite dangerous. The family that mastered the technology to go to the Lingwang Palace actually almost perished a few years ago. If it really perished, I will returning to the 0 division, we can only find a way to contact the other 0 division members to come and meet them. Fortunately, there are still survivors from the other party's family, and there are still people who have mastered that kind of technology, which has saved me a lot of trouble. Hikifune Kiryu did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Gosuke Shigure showed thoughtfulness. The two of them concealed their whereabouts, followed Shidara Senjumaru and left Siraidai, and went to Rukanga. Until I came to somewhere in Rukanga, when I came to a certain family in Rukanga. Hikifune Kiryu showed a surprised look. Is this Shiba's house? As one of the top nobles in the past, the Shiba family, even if they were expelled from the ranks of the great nobles and are now forced to live in Rukanga, as long as such a great noble is not completely wiped out, it will still attract people's attention. Because they've been around for too long. As a result, they know many of the Soul Society's secrets. Hikifune Kiryu didn't expect Shidara Senjumaru to bring her to the place where Shiba's house is. Shidara Senjumaru called out softly, "Shiba is in charge." A man with a handsome appearance came out and smiled at Shidara Senjumaru. "Captain Shidara is too polite, I'm not the head of the Shiba family, I'm just a branch house person." 17. Shidara Senjumaru said, "Although it is only the head of the branch house, it is right to be the head of the house." He. The man smiled, and said to Shidara Senjumaru again, "I have fulfilled Captain Shidara's request, and I can help you relaunch the Tianzu chariot at any time." "Thank you very much." Shidara Senjumaru thanked the man. The man shook his head and said, "It's nothing, compared to Captain Zaihu asking me to help you. For our Shiba family, being needed means that we, the remnants of evil, still have the value of surviving, this is the real truth. Important things." When he said this, there was a trace of complexity in the man's tone. Both Gosuke Shigure and Hikifune Kiryu heard what the man meant, but they didn't say much. Of course, Gosuke Shigure took a few extra glances at the man. Even though Shidara Senjumaru didn't say the other person's name, Gosuke Shigure still recognized him. 0. Seeking flowers. It was Shiba Yuxin in his youth. The head of the Shiba branch house and the father of the future protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo. After Shiba finished this complicated sentence, he didn't say anything more. Then, I took Gosuke Shigure, Hikifune Kiryu, and Shidara Senjumaru to the fireworks stand of Shiba's house. The Shiba family has an ancestral firework technique. On the surface, this is fireworks, but in fact, it is a very unique means. You can forcefully break through the space barrier by releasing fireworks. Like the soul cloaking membrane of Siraidai, the 72 layers of barrier between the palace of the Soul King and the Soul Society, they can all be easily broken through. Of course, if you want to break through these things, whether the shells are strong is also a problem. 0. Obviously, the Tianzu chariot of Team 0 is strong enough. After all, it is the vehicle for the members of the Zero Division to go to and from the Lingwang Palace, and it is something created by the super spiritual power of the Lingwang Palace. Although it's just a pillar, it has a degree of sturdiness that surpasses many things in the Soul Society. When Shidara Senjumaru arrived at Soul Society with this object, she had already figured out how to go back. She found Shiba Ishin, and then sent the Tianzu chariot to Shiba Ishin. At this moment, Gosuke Shigure, Shidara Senjumaru, and Hikifune Kiryu just need to enter the Tianzu chariot and stay there. Right now, Hikifune Kiryu, because he hasn't accumulated fat for cooking as in the original book, has become a big fat man, and is still an out-and-out beauty. Shidara Senjumaru is also a cool beauty. For Gosuke Shigure, it was a very novel experience for Gosuke Shigure to be in the somewhat dim Tianzu chariot with these two people. Fortunately, there is quite a lot of space in the Tianzu chariot, otherwise, it would be fine if only Gosuke Shigure and Shidara Senjumaru arrived, but it would be a bit embarrassing if there was one more Hikifune Kiryu. After the three entered the Tianzu chariot, Shiba did not hesitate, and immediately activated the fireworks release device, a huge fort. With the help of the cannon, he successfully released Tianzu Chuan. Then, the Tianzu chariot quickly lifted into the sky, heading towards the end of the sky. Chapter 160. The Spirit King Palace is located above the Soul Society, and between it and the Soul Society, there are a total of 72 layers of barriers, and each layer of barriers is stronger than the soul-obstructing membrane that surrounds Siritii. At the very beginning, these 72 barriers did not exist. At that time, there were often powerful beings who killed the Spirit King Palace. Later, the members of Team Zero felt that if this continues, sooner or later, the seal of the Spirit King will be broken. At that time, if something happens to the Spirit King, the whole world will lose its balance. This is not a good thing. Therefore, with the help of the super-spiritual power of the realm where the Lingwang Palace is located, they erected 72 layers of barriers to completely isolate the existence of Lingwang Fu from the Huan realm. Only with the help of the Tianzu chariot, which is also made of super-spiritual power, can travel to and from the Lingwang Palace. Driven by Shiba's unique 770 launching device, the Tianzu chariot soared upwards. In a short moment, it touched the first layer of barriers, and then the barriers were pierced through. The second barrier was pierced again, and finally, it went through the 72 barriers before losing all power and falling from mid-air, but it did not fall into the Soul Society, but landed on the huge floating above the mid-air on the platform. At the same time, among several Lingfen Lydians, the other 3 members of the Zero Division also put down their work one after another. Headed towards Lingwangda Nei Li. We'll be there soon to welcome the arrival of new members. The inner palace of the Spirit King is the core area of the Spirit King Palace, and it is also the closest place to the Spirit King. All the members of the Zero Division, when they first came to the Lingwang Palace, needed to use the power of the Soul King to reshape their bones, that is, create the Wang Qi, and then use the power of the Soul King to create their own Lingfen Palace. During this period, because of the need to borrow the power of the Spirit King, the welcome ceremony was naturally placed at the place closest to the Spirit King. It was also there that Ichai-Bei Hisub, who was the original member of Team Zero, would tell the new members about the origin of Team Zero, and the truth about the Soul King that is a secret that only a member of Team Zero is entitled to know. The Tianzu chariot landed quietly on the platform, and then, a door was opened on the cylindrical vehicle. Gosuke Shigure, Hikifune Kiryu, and Shutara Senjimura walked out of it. As soon as Hikishu Kiryu stepped into the Tianzu chariot, the first thing she felt was the extremely strong spiritual power, and the concentration of spiritual particles in the air was beyond her imagination. Is this the Spirit King's palace? What an amazing place! Hikifune Kiryu couldn't help sighing. Gosuke Shigure also expressed similar emotion, as expected of the place where the Spirit King is located. The concentration of spirit particles here is several times higher than that of Hueco Mundo. I'm afraid Shinigami at the vice-captain level will be suffocated when they come here feel it. Shutara Senjimura catered to Gosuke Shigure's praise and said, after all, it is the Lingwang Palace, and it is also the most important area in the entire world, so it is naturally different. She turned to Gosuke Shigure again, I'll take you to the Lingbanli Palace where I am, you can stay there now, and I will go to you after I solve Hikifune's enlistment ceremony. Gosuke Shigure nodded, okay. During this period, Hikifune Kiryu glanced at Shutara Senjimura and Gosuke Shigure with increasing curiosity. She couldn't understand the relationship between the two more and more. She is very familiar with Shutara Senjimura, after all, she had been in her 12th squad for so many years, but she really didn't know how Gosuke Shigure knew Shutara Senjimura and had such a close relationship with him. Then, Shutara Senjimura first brought Gosuke Shigure to her Lingfen Palace. The Lingwang Palace is a huge city-state suspended in the sky. Here, it is impossible to fly. This is not a strange thing either. Shinigami's so-called flight and so-called suspension can only be achieved in places where the concentration of spirit particles is extremely low. For example, world. The concentration of spiritual particles in this world is much lower than that in Shinigami's body, so Shinigami can be suspended in mid-air in this world, while in other places, such as Soul Society and Virtual Circle, Shinigami have nothing to do with ordinary people. The difference is that you can only run on the ground with your feet. And the concentration of spirit seeds in Lingwang Palace is even higher than those in these two places. Shinigami at the vice-captain level will even feel suffocated when they come here, and naturally it is even more difficult to fly. If you want to go to the various areas of the Lingwang Palace, you rely on a public mobile platform called Omotsando of the Lingwang Palace. It is a semi-fan-shaped platform suspended in mid-air. Shudara Senjumaru brought Gosuke Shigure and Hikifune Kiryu to this place, and first sent Gosuke Shigure to Lingban Raiden, and then, with the help of this thing, took Hikifune Kiryu to the Soul King Aoki, which is the main hall of the palace. When the two of them arrived at the gate of the main hall of the Lingwang Palace, 3 figures were already waiting there. Shudara Senjumaru introduced the 3 of them to Hikifune Kiryu one by one. I Monk, Ichibe Hisub, Sword God, Ermiya Wanjiu, Chuan Tang Ghost, Kailan Temple Tien Shiro, and me, Orisu, Shudara Senjumaru. This is all the members of the Zero Division at the moment. I Monk Ichibe Hisub had some objections to Shudara Senjumaru's words, and after hearing what she said, he smiled and said, Shudara, you are wrong, we will no longer be 4 people, but 5 people. Before, the Spirit King had given me a revelation. From now on, Hiko Kiryu, who is titled King of Valley, is the God General of the South. Her Ling Fanli Hall will be located in the south of Lingwangda Nei. While speaking, Ichibe Hisub said to Hikifune Kiryu, Hakifu Kiryu, welcome to the Zero Division. 2.7 The rest of them, Ermiwa Wanjiu and Kailan Tien Shiro, also said one after another, welcome to Team Zero. They attach great importance to the addition of newcomers. It's not surprising, since the very ancient era, since the establishment of the Zero Division, the number of people has never exceeded 1 palm. At the beginning, there was only Ichibe Hisub, and later Ermiwa Wanjiu joined it, and then Kailan Temple Tien Shilang, there is Shudara Senjumaru, and now there is Hikifune Kiryu. For them, every additional member is a happy thing. It is something that is difficult to encounter for hundreds of thousands of years. And if there is no accident, the companions who join here will always be with them. They naturally care about the relationship with their companions. Chapter 161. After Hikifune Kiryu's enlistment ceremony, the next step is to create Wangjian for Hikifune Kiryu. Ichibe Hisub personally took action, drawing out the power of the Soul King from the main hall of the Soul King Palace beside him. Then, the power of the Spirit King poured into Hikishuki Kiryu's body. In an instant, Hikifune Kiryu let out a painful sound. The rich spiritual power wrapped Hikshu Kiryu's body in it, like a huge cocoon of light. The only thing that still existed was Hikshu Kiryu's painful wailing. This is not surprising. The so-called King Ki refers to the bones reshaped by the power of the Spirit King. During this process, all the original bones will be melted away by the power of the Spirit King, and naturally they will suffer great pain. Even this pain will last for a long time. So for the next time, there is no need for Ermiya Wanjiu, Kailan Temple Ten's hero, Shudara Senjumaru to stay here anymore. Only Ichibe Hisub is left here to watch over Hikifune Kiryu, who is creating the King Ki. After that, he will teach Hikifune Kiryu how to use the power of the Master Ki to condense his own Lingfen Raiden. Ermiya Wanjiu, Kailan Temple Ten's hero, and Shudara Senjumaru left here together. On the way to leave, Ermiya Wanjiu couldn't help sighing. I remember the last time I saw such a scene. It was the time when Shudara came to the palace of the Spirit King. Speaking carefully, Shudara is really lucky. He has only been in the Zero Division for so many years, and he has waited for the newcomers to arrive. I waited for many years, and the group arrived. Tianqilang of Kailan Temple also responded, that's right, I also waited for many years for Shudara, and fortunately Shudara agreed to my invitation, otherwise, I would still be in Team Zero at that time. The least senior among them. Shudara Senjumaru listened to what the two said, but didn't say anything. After Ten's hero of Kailan Temple went first to his Lingfen Raiden in the east, there were only two left, Yawang Yu and Shutara Senjumaru, who were about to return to their Lingfen Raiden in the west and Lingfen Raiden in the north. When Xuefan left the palace, Shutara Senjumaru turned to Ermiya Wang Yu and said, "Wang Yu." Namiya Wanjiao looked at Shutara Senjumaru in surprise. "Shutara, what's wrong?" In his cognition, Shutara Senjumaru is an incomparably aloof beauty, even an indispensable flower of the high mountain, who rarely speaks on his own initiative, but once he speaks, it is obviously a crime. "I want to ask you a favor," Shutara Senjumaru said to Namiya Wanjiao. It was please and help again. Words like this came out of Shutara Senjumaru's mouth, and the two house owners couldn't be happy for a while. "Shutara, what do you want me to help you with?" Ermiya Wanjiao was stunned for a while, then came back to his senses and asked Shutara Senjumaru. "Help someone with Zanpakute's problems." Shutara Senjumaru said so. "Oh." Hearing that it was a question related to Zanpakut, Namiya Wanjiao also became interested. He is the person who knows Zanpakut best in this world. Also, happy to deal with various Zanpakut-related issues. What made him more concerned was the other meanings contained in Shutara Senjumaru's words. Is to help others deal with Zanpakut problems. This person is not Shutara Senjumaru. That is to say, Shutara Senjumaru, besides Hikifun Kiryu, brought someone else to the Soul King Palace? Otherwise, such a thing might be said here. Ermiya Wanjiao looked at Shutara Senjumaru in surprise, and said again, "Just bring him to me directly." Shutara Senjumaru nodded. Lingfanli Temple is located in the north. This is Shutara Senjumaru's Lingban Raiden. Gosuke Shigure was wandering casually in it. The layout here is similar to the room where Shutara Senjumaru was located when he went to the 12th Division when he took the Captain Haori back then. Various fabrics and clothes are hung. The only difference is that this place is much larger than where Shutara Senjumaru was. During his wanderings, he once felt extremely powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the distant spirit king Aoki, and he guessed that it was an enlistment ceremony for Hikifun Kiryu. But it didn't mean to watch. Instead, he chose to wait quietly here. "Chu Shui-kun." Until a gentle voice sounded. Gosuke Shigure turned his head and it was Shutara Senjumaru who came back. Although he emphasized several times in front of Shutara Senjumaru that his name is Gosuke Shigure in this life, but for Shutara Senjumaru, some titles are hard to change, for example, calling him Chu Shui-kun. "Senjumaru, you're back." "Yet." Shutara Senjumaru nodded, and she said to Gosuke Shigure, "I've already told Ermiya Wanjiao about it, and I'll take you to see him next." "It is good." It seemed that Shutara Senjumaru seemed a little anxious. But this is actually a request from Gosuke Shigure. After all, he wasn't the one who was promoted to Team Zero and was about to become a member of Team Zero. It is impossible to stay in Lingwang Palace for a long time. You have to take advantage of the time to come to the Lingwang Palace to settle everything. If you leave Soul Society for too long, who knows what will happen. The departure halls of the members of the Zero Division are all located according to their azimuths. Shutara Senjumaru's detached hall is located in the north, so she is also known as the Northern God General in 960. Ermiya Wanjiao is a Western General. Tianqilang in Kailan Temple is an Oriental General. Ichibei Hisub sits in the center and is a master of traditional Hyuxia medicine. Hikifun Kiryu, who has newly joined the Zero Division, will be the God General of the South. The north is very close to the west. Starting from Shutara Senjumaru, it didn't take long to come to the Lydian in the west, which is the area of Swifan Lydian in Ermeziu. After arriving here, there were only 2 rows of beauties with different appearances, each with their own merits, who greeted them respectfully, and their delicate voices sounded, "Welcome distinguished guests." Gosuke Shigure watched this scene in astonishment. Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help raising his eyebrows. "Wang Yu, what are you doing?" Behind a beauty, Ermiya Wanjiao, wearing sunglasses, came out, with a giggling look. "Shudera, don't be so cold, I'm ready to welcome you." While talking, he looked at the people around Shudera Senjumaru again. "You are the one Shudera wants me to help, right? The why? The clothes on you are Godi I-13's Captain Hayori." Before Gosuke Shigure could speak, Ermei Wanjihu's figure flickered, and he had already arrived behind Gosuke Shigure, and he could clearly see the writing on Hayori's back. "It's actually the 11th team? In other words, you are Lee." Chapter 162. My name is Gosuke Shigure, and I'm probably the 9th generation of Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure answered Namiya Urtsu's question. Hearing this, Ermiwa Wanjihu also showed a pensive expression. "Is it already the 9th generation? It's really fast. The last Kenpachi I knew was the 7th generation Kenpachi Kenyashiki. At that time, I invited him to join Team Zero, but he refused. In other words, is he dead? It's a pity. With his death, his extremely powerful Zanpakuto, I'm afraid it also disappeared." Ermiwa Wanjihu spoke one after another. Gosuke Shigure felt that he didn't feel sorry for Kenpachi's death, but rather that he could pass away Kenpachi Zanpakuto. However, his words explained a lot of Wuju Shigure's doubts. In the past, when Kenpachi was still there were rumors that Team Zero wanted to recruit Kenpachi, but he refused. Right now, Gosuke Shigure knows who was the one who wanted to recruit Takeshiki in Team Zero back then. It was Ermiwa Wanjihu in front of him. Standing beside Gosuke Shigure, Shudera Senjumaru saw Gosuke Shigure pondering, thinking that he didn't like Ermiwa Wanjihu's chattering appearance, and said again, "Wang Yu, stop talking nonsense, and quickly bring us go to the real Phoenix Palace. If you're here, you probably won't be able to work." Ermiwa Wanjihu came back to his senses, with a troubled expression on his face. "Are you really going there? Would you like to go there after I perform the welcoming ceremony? I haven't even introduced my palace to this Gosuke Kenpachi from Soul Society. 17. Shudera Senjumaru raised his brows, and Jako looked at Ermiwa Wanjihu. Although Urtsunamiya's seniority in Team Zero is extremely old, second only to Ichibe Hisub, and Shudera Senjumaru was the person with the least seniority before Hikifune Kiryu was promoted, but she didn't treat Namiya Wanjihu for this reason. "You exists in awe. Okay, let's go over there." Ermiwa Wanjihu sighed helplessly. He waved his hands to the beauties around him and said, "It's gone, it's gone, it's all gone." After dismissing these beauties, Ermiwa Wanjihu turned his head again and explained to Gosuke Shigure, "They are all Zanpakuto created by me." Of course Gosuke Shigure knew that this was Zanpakuto created by Ermiwa Wanjihu. As the creator of Zanpakuto, Utsunamiya is the person who knows Zanpakuto best in the world. It is for this reason that Gosuke Shigure has come to him for help. It's really amazing. Although he knew it, he still praised Ermiwa Wanjihu. Ermiwa Wanjihu waved his hands and said, "Where is it?" While speaking, he walked towards the other side with Gosuke Shigure and Shudera Senjumaru. Went through a door. It seems to have come to another space, which is a bare hill. At the top of the page, there is a dilapidated house. This is the real Phoenix Palace. Shudera Senjumaru said to Gosuke Shigure, "Because the Phoenix Hall is too simple, Wang Yu built the previous gorgeous branch hall by himself. He usually greets guests in that branch hall, but if you want to work, you must be in the real Phoenix Palace." Ermiwa Wanjihu let Shudera Senjumaru explain, and he didn't say much. It wasn't until Shudera Senjumaru finished explaining that he turned to Gosuke Shigure and asked, "What's wrong with your Zanpakuto? Could it have been destroyed during Bankai? That's not a simple problem, the whole knife must be recast." Ermiwa Wanjihu can only guess this question, and the other party will come to him. Otherwise, it's hard to go wrong with Shinigami's Zanpakuto. If there is a problem, the only possibility is that it was damaged during the Bankai period. This kind of damage is irreversible and cannot be restored. Gosuke Shigure said to Namiya Wanjihu, there is nothing wrong with my current sword, even, I have never used Bankai before. Oh. Ermiwa Wanjiao was puzzled. Since there is no problem and I have never used Bankai, what do you want me to do? While speaking, Gosuke Shigure untied the other knife he was wearing beside him and said, the problem is this knife. Nimiwa Wanjiao took the Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure. Although all Zanpakuto are awakened by Shinigami through their own soul power, the original Zanpakuto, which is the sealed state, are all from the hands of Ermiwa Wanjiao. Since the opening of Soul Society, there have been no exceptions. All the sealed states of Shinigami are from his hands. It is for this reason that Namiya Wangyu can perceive the situation of Zanpakuto when he comes into contact with Zanpakuto. This knife. After getting the knife, Ermiwa Wanjiao immediately sensed the situation of the knife. This is a half-dead knife. It has obviously lost the supply of the master's spiritual power, but it is still struggling to survive in the world. It is really a strong knife. After feeling the situation of this knife for a while, Ermiwa Wanjiao looked at Gosuke Shigure again, with a strange light in his eyes. This should not be your knife. If it was Gosuke Shigure's sword, how could he lose his spiritual power supply? Moreover, this sword, he is very familiar with it, because its birth was a miracle. No, this is my knife, but it is the knife of my previous life. Gosuke Shigure did not hide Ermiwa Wanjiao. After all, it was to solve his own Zanpakuto problem, and there were some things that Ermiwa Wanjiao had to know. Past life. Ermiwa Wanjiao was a little shocked. Gosuke Shigure looked calm. The soul itself is a very mysterious thing, even if Shinigami has been dealing with the soul, Zhao can't figure out the secret of the soul. Hikifune Kiryu was able to be promoted to the Zero Division because he discovered some of the secrets of the soul and created a temporary soul. The soul system, Zanpakuto, is even more mysterious. In my previous life, I died by accident, but because of this knife, I was reborn. After rebirth, this knife fell into my hands again, but I found that I can no longer use it because my soul has changed. I see. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Ermiwa Wanjiao was silent for a while, and then said to Gosuke Shigure, "It's really Yukiya Shui-kun." When he touched this knife before, he knew what it was. It was because he knew the real owner of this knife that he told Gosuke Shigure that it should not be your knife. As a result, even Ermiwa Wanjiao did not expect that the truth was so unexpected. Chapter 163. As for why Ermiwa Wanjiao accepted Gosuke Shigure's words so quickly, and accepted the inconceivable assertion of rebirth. Of course it was because he sensed it from the knife. At the same time, it was also due to his understanding of the knife currently held by his opponent. The deceased was Zanpakuto of Tsunayoshi Shosui, the previous life of Gosuke Shigure. It is a very special knife. If Rijinjaka is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto of the heat system, and the future Haranmaru is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the ice system, then the deceased is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the soul system. How such a knife was born, even Ermiwa Wanjiao is curious. All in all, in previous years, after the birth of that knife, he set his sights on Tsuneyashiro Shosui who held that knife. In terms of sealed state, the sealed state held by Tsuneyashiro Shosui at that time was not nothing special. But Tsuneyashiro Shosui is a person with a unique talent. He has evolved an ordinary sealed state into an extraordinary knife. In particular, that knife is an extremely mysterious soul category for Shinigami. If Tsuneyashiro Shosui is given time, he will definitely surpass Shigekuni Yamamoto who holds the strongest Zanpakuto Rijinjaka in the heat department. The fact is also true, the future Tsuneyashiro Shosui has indeed become a top powerhouse. In that era, the connection between the Sibo fan team and the Huan realm was extremely close. It was also for this reason that Ermiwa Wanjiao took the initiative to make friends with Tsuneyashiro Kiyoshui, and the two also established a considerable friendship. Later, when he learned of the fall of Tsuneyashiro Kiyoshui, he also felt a burst of emotion. Although Tsuneya Shiro Shosui had reached a certain height at that time, he still hadn't made it to the top after all, and the most powerful Zanpakuto with the soul system hadn't fully radiated its radiance after all. I don't know if similar knives will be produced in the future. As the creator of Zanpakuto, Namiwa Wanjiru has always cared about the sword itself. For people's death, on the contrary, they don't care so much. After all, he has been used to death since the Soul Society was born. He didn't expect that one day, he would see the knife again which he thought had disappeared. The deceased, this knife, still exists. Not only did it exist, but it also revived its owner, Tsuneya Shiro Shosui. Tsuneya Shiro Shosui lived a new life. Worthy of the unique soul type Zanpakuto. Ermiwa Wanjiru made such a sigh. Then, he began to re-examine the problem of Gosuke Shigure. That is to say, after you were resurrected with the help of this knife, you found that your soul has changed, which makes it impossible for you to provide spiritual power to this knife, right? Namiya Wangyu looked at Gosuke Shigure and asked. Not bad. Gosuke Shigure nodded. Ermiwa Wanjiru rubbed his chin. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. After all, the soul type Zanpakuto is an extremely rare type, let alone resurrection from the dead. Although the soul of a powerful Shinigami will not dissipate after death, but will enter hell, but from ancient times to the present, there is no news of anyone who escaped from hell and came back to life. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, but if it's you, even if it's the first time you encounter this situation, you should have a solution. They had already revealed their identity in front of Ermiya Wanjiru, and Gosuke Shigure immediately assumed the identity of his previous life, Tsuneya Shiro Shosui, and talked casually with Ermiya Wanjiru directly. Ermiya Wanjiru snapped his fingers. That's right, as long as it's about Zanpakuto, I won't be troubled. While talking, he turned to Gosuke Shigure and said, can you show me your current knife? Gosuke Shigure didn't hesitate either, and handed the other Zanpakuto to Ermiya Wanjiru. Ermiya Wanjiru took another Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure, felt the situation of this knife, and said, this knife is much more active, its vitality is extremely strong, and I can feel that it contains extremely powerful. Chu Shuijun, you are really enviable. It's actually possible to have such two powerful Zanpakuto successively, and it's probably the first time you have two Shinigami with different Zanpakuto. Wang Yu, you are highly praised. When it comes to the number of Zanpakuto, who can compare with you? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Ermiya Wanjiru said, it is true that I have created a lot of Zanpakuto, but strictly speaking, those knives are in a sealed state. It is somewhat different from your awakened and evolved powers. While talking, Ermiya Wanjiru suddenly had an idea. At present, I have an idea about how to solve the problem of your other knife. What idea? You just say it. Gosuke Shigure was very direct. Ermiya Wanjiru said, mix your original Zanpakuto and your current Zanpakuto together, and recast them, using the current sword as a carrier to carry two souls at the same time. Gosuke Shigure frowned, is it okay? It should be possible. Ermiya Wanjiru was very sure. Gosuke Shigure said, then try it. He is an activist. After discovering that Urahara Kisuke could not solve his Zanpakuto problem and thinking of Ermiya Wanjiru, he has been waiting for the opportunity to enter the Spirit Master. This time he came to Lingwang Palace. No matter what incredible method Ermiya Wanjiru proposed, he would not mind trying it. Because if even Ermiya Wanjiru can't solve his Zanpakuto problem, there will be no one in this world who can help him solve this problem. In the next time, Namiwa Wanjiru began to recast Zanpakuto for Gosuke Shigure. First, he needs to destroy Gosuke Shigure's old Zanpakuto, the dead. Because Tsuneya Shiro Shosui has died, the soul of the reborn Gosuke Shigure has changed, and it is difficult to provide spiritual power to the deceased. The only way is to destroy the old deceased, and then use the sealed state that blends with Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power, as only by using a new carrier to carry the sword spirit of the deceased and recasting a new sword can this problem be solved. But because Gosuke Shigure already has a new knife, it is not easy to choose the sealed state again, so Wanjiu is going to do something that he has never done before. That is, use one sealed state to carry two sword spirits. Chapter 164. However, although no such thing has been done before, such knives have indeed appeared in the long history of Soul Society. That is the twin swords in pairs like Tsugyo no Kotori. This is also the reason why Wanjiu is sure to succeed. Team 0, Phoenix Hall. Gosuke Shigure started his journey of making knives. Immediately below the palace of the Spirit King, at an unknown distance, this is where the Siraidai is located. Follow Hikifune Kiryu to Team 0. The position of the captain of the 12th Division was also completely vacant, and according to the public, Hikifune Kiryu chose to retire. When the specific news spread, it was shocking. Hikifune Kiryu is a very old captain who has served as captain for hundreds of years. Is it because she was influenced by the former captain of the home team that she chooses to retire at this time? The captain of the third team chose to retire because of his age. After that, Torabashi RJR passed the captain's assessment and became the new captain of the third division. However, even if he was influenced by the former captain of the third team, it shouldn't be this time. You know, earlier on, not only the captain of the third division retired, but also the captain of the 10th division died in battle. Even if the position of the captain of the third team has been supplemented now. But the position of captain of the 10th squad is still vacant. Hikifune Kiryu retired, leaving the position of captain of the 12th squad vacant. There are multiple vacancies for captain positions, which is not a good thing for the stability of GODI 13. Some people don't understand why Hikifune Kiryu retired at this time. Some people also think that because Hikifune Kiryu completed the theory of the temporary soul and completed his lifelong pursuit, he lost interest in the position of captain and decided to retire. As for GODI 13, the most important question is about the new captain of the 12th division. Gosuke Shigure and Shihoran Yoriyuki successively recommended two very different people. One thing in common is that they are all related to maggot nests. But one is the prisoner, and the other is the jailer. Because of the difference in status, Captain Yamamoto decided to examine the jailer first. Ever since, the matter of letting Urahara Kisuke participate in the captain's assessment was agreed by the captain of Yamamoto, and then passed on to the second team. When this news was known to Urahara Kisuke looked very calm. On the other hand, Suifeng beside him was very astonished. Let him go to the captain's assessment. Master Yoriyuki, are you sure you are not mistaken? Suifeng's original name was Swa Fon, and she was the descendant of the lower-level noble Feng family. She died in the line of duty, so the heavy responsibility of the Feng family fell on her. If she could not join the criminal army, she would be exiled by the family. Fortunately, she has outstanding qualifications, not only successfully joined the criminal army, but also became a member of Yoriyuki's guard army in the 7th year after joining the criminal army, and later inherited her name Suifeng, and because she was young when she joined the criminal army, she has been taken care of by Yoriyuki for many years, and Yoriyuki treats her like his own sister. Because he has been with Yoriyuki for many years, Suifeng also knows that Urahara Kisuke and Yoriyuki have a close relationship. At first, she looked down on Urahara Kisuke for a while. It was not until later that Urahara Kisuke indirectly proved his strength to her that she gradually recognized Urahara Kisuke. But endorsing Urahara Kisuke is one thing. After hearing that Urahara Kisuke is going to participate in the captain's assessment, it is another matter. Yoriyuki said firmly, "That's right, it's Kisuke. This is the request of the captain." After explaining to Suifeng, Yoriyuki's eyes fell on Urahara Kisuke again. "Kisuke, this is an opportunity, you have to seize it for me." Urahara Kisuke said with some embarrassment. Having said that, it is inevitable that I will be a little nervous when I hear that I am going to participate in the captain's assessment. Just nervous. Urahara Kisuke did not have any intention of refusing to participate in the captain's assessment. For the current Urahara Kisuke, becoming the captain is indeed an opportunity. A chance to let him know more about the Soul Society's secrets. His thirst for knowledge became stronger and stronger. But due to his identity, he is not qualified to know many secrets. If you can become the captain of the 12th squad, then you can easily solve all the problems. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. The 12th team is a technical team. In that team, he can even conduct many experiments openly, and he can even apply directly to Central 46 for experimental funds. Finally, under Sui Feng's astonished gaze, Yoryuki took Urahara Kisuke to the first team to participate in the captain's assessment. Who is the candidate for the captain's assessment? No one knows. As a result, neither Yoryuki nor Urahara Kisuke said anything at first. This made Sui Feng very depressed. But it didn't take long for the result to come out. Because Captain Yamamoto held a captain's meeting. This captain's meeting is just a regular captain's meeting, and it does not emphasize that only the captain can participate. So many captains also brought their own vice-captains with them. 0. However, just after arriving at the first team, the conflict broke out. Hirako Shinji provoked Saragaki Hiri and was kicked away by Saragaki Hiri, the vice-captain of the 12th squad. Seeing that they are about to quarrel like children. In the end, it was Love Aikawa, the captain of the 7th division, who came forward to resolve this ridiculous dispute. After that, several people came to the front of a corridor of the first team one after another. On the wall next to the corridor, some signs were hung. The function of the sign is similar to that of an attendance sheet. When a captain comes, he will take the initiative to turn over the sign on it. Hirako Shinji looked at most of the unopened signs on it, and couldn't help but said to Love Aikawa beside him, "It seems that we came early." Really, these guys, can't they come a little? In the whole Godi 13, people who are as punctual as me are still a minority after all. Love Aikawa smiled without saying a word. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui's voice suddenly came from the door, "Hirako, what you said is wrong, I am here too." After seeing Kurako Shunsui, Hirako Shinji was also a little surprised. "It's so early today, Shunsui." Kurako Shunsui smiled and said, "What are you talking about? It's my first time every time, okay." However, he got up early with great difficulty, and before he could finish his sentence, the vice-captain Yadumurulisa revealed his shortcoming, "I dragged him up today." Kurako Shunsui's expression sank immediately, and he warned Yadumurulisa, "Don't talk nonsense with other captains." Chapter 165. Yadumurulisa gave Kurako Shunsui a blank look, and finally chose to shut up. Jaishur Yukatake next to Kurako Shunsui glanced at the wooden signs on the wall. Some captains had already arrived, while the signs of the teams represented by some captains were still blank. Captain Hikura hasn't come yet today. What to do today, the captains all know it well. Unsurprisingly, it was the succession ceremony of the new captain of the 12th squad. Logically speaking, Hikifune Kiryu, the former captain, should come forward and make a handover. After all, what is said on the surface is that Hikifuki Kiryu chose to retire. Perhaps it was precisely because Saragaki Hiri knew that he was going to welcome a new captain today, and the conflict broke out between Saragaki Hiri and Hirako Shinji. T Hikifune. A subtle expression appeared on Kurako Shunsui's face, "She has already gone there." Hearing this, Jaishur Yukatake felt a little emotional. "It's really strange, it's not an urgent matter, it's better to take it slowly. Although I am no longer a member of Godi 13 after accepting the invitation of Team 0, but anyway, I have served as the captain of Godi 13 for such a long time, I can stay for a while longer, at least I have to witness the 12 Let's Go after the succession ceremony of the new team captain." As a result, he left now, which seemed too far-fetched. Jaisure Yukatake is one such idea. As a good friend of Jaisure Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui didn't know Jaisure Yukatake's thoughts, and agreed with him, indeed. He said one more thing, by the way, Gosuke seems to have gone there too. Jaisure Yukatake frowned slightly, did Wu help him go? Yet. Kurako Shunsui responded, I know from the old man, but Gosuke is not promoted to the Zero Division, but has some problems about Zanpakuto, which needs to be resolved there. After all, that person is there. Jaisure Yukatake's eyes flickered, indeed, there are problems about Zanpakuto, and that person can basically solve them. However, what could be wrong with Gosuke's Zanpakuto? Jaisure Yukatake was curious. Kurako Shunsui shook his head and said, who knows, he rarely even uses Shikai, let alone Bankai, but what is certain is that with his strength, he can absolutely control Bankai. That's true. Jaisure Yukatake thinks so. Hirako Shinji and Love Aikawa followed closely behind Jaisure Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui, listening to the two chatting without taking the initiative to intervene. One is because these two people don't know much about Team Zero, and it's rare to be able to know something about Team Zero from the mouths of the two seniors in front of them, so they naturally listened carefully. Secondly, they are not very familiar with Gosuke Shigure, so naturally it is not good to interrupt rashly. However, they also heard something. That is, Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure, also followed Hikifune Kiryu to the place where the Zero Division is located. The reason is that there is something wrong with his Zanpakuto, and the person who can solve this problem happens to be in the Zero Division among. After Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake finished chatting, Hirako Shinji said, it's true, the captain has been changed little by little these days. Feng Chiao just became the captain of the third team a while ago, and this time it's the turn of the 12th team. Is it okay to continue like this? Kurako Shunsui responded, everything has to change, but now we have caught up, and all along, the only ones who can be captains for more than 100 years are probably only me, Jushiro, and Mr. Yamamoto. As for Hirako Shinji and Gosuke Shigure, although they have been captains for about the same time, it has been more than 100 years now, but they were subconsciously ignored by Kurako Shunsui. Hirako Shinji is aware of this, but doesn't point it out. Because in his cognition, he is a very young person. On the contrary, Jaisure Yukatake seemed to have sensed something, and quickly reminded Kurako Shunsui, what is it probably, there is Captain Anohana. Kurako Shunsui suddenly realized, oh, yes, you will be scolded if you forget about seniors, it's terrible. He just finished speaking. Anohana Retsu's puzzled voice sounded from behind, what's so scary? When Kurako Shunsui heard this, his expression froze. He didn't expect Anohana Retsu to be so elusive. After a while, he quickly changed the subject and explained, it's nothing, I just said that the weather is so good today, right? He looked at Jaisure Yukatake beside him. Jaisure Yukatake nodded quickly, However, Anohana Retsu seemed to have heard what they were talking about from the very beginning. With a calm expression, she walked up to Kurako Shunsui and Jaisure Yukatake and said, it's not like the 12th Division retired and the 12th Division promoted. If Fan Dui died in the line of duty like that, peace is not a good thing. Kurako Shunsui was about to respond to Anohana Retsu. Promotion. A doubtful voice came from behind. When the captains looked back, they saw Aizen, the vice-captain of the 5th Division, showing a deep puzzlement on his face. Sook. Hirako Shinji frowned slightly, as if dissatisfied with Aizen's behavior. Aizen stepped forward, bowed to several captains, and asked again, excuse me for interrupting the conversation of the captains. Kurako Shunsui laughed, it's okay. Sook, what's wrong? Aizen asked with doubts, our vice-captain didn't hear that the captain of the 12th Division Hakifu didn't retire, but was promoted. Kurako Shunsui didn't expect Aizen to ask such a question, but thought that Anohana Retsu had already said it, and said truthfully, Yes. Aizen is more and more curious. 1.7 Is it more advanced than the captain, room 46? It's unheard of to be promoted from the captain to the 46th room. It's not room 46. Kurako Shunsui slowly turned his body, his head drooped, his eyes were just covered by a bamboo hat, and a low voice came out of his mouth. She entered the royal family's 0 team. A royal agent. Hearing this, Aizen couldn't help being startled. He felt that he was one step closer to knowing the truth of the world. A long time ago, he had learned of the existence of the Spirit King from some lost classics, and knew some truths about the Spirit King. And now, he further knew about an organization called Royal Family Secret Service. After the captain is promoted, he will go there. In other words, in this world, there are forces stronger than Godi 13. Chapter 166. After realizing this, although Aizen was shocked, he didn't show any fear. However, in his heart, he quietly made some changes to his plan. A long time ago, after he realized the existence of the Spirit King, he secretly studied the Spirit King, and even tried to find the fragments of the Spirit King, on the premise that what was recorded in that ancient book is true. The Ling King had been dismembered, and the fragments were scattered everywhere. Later, it can be regarded as hard work pays off. Aizen did manage to find some pieces of the Soul King. He was extremely obsessed with the special nature of the Spirit King fragments. Perhaps with the help of these fragments, a miracle can be accomplished, to break the boundaries of Shinigami, and to break through to a new dimension. But right now, knowing the existence of Team Zero and knowing that there is such a powerful force beside King Ling, this has aroused Aizen's vigilance, making him unable to fully digest the news for a long time. At this moment, a somewhat staid voice sounded, "Is the road ahead blocked?" Hearing this, Aizen came to his senses and quickly stepped out of the way. A tall old man and a petite woman walked over hand in hand. Zheng08 is Kukaki Yinling, the captain of the 6th Division, and Shihaoran Yuryuaki, the captain of the 2nd Division. The heads of these two great nobles. Because the situation of Kukaki's family has become more and more serious, Kukaki Silver Ridge has become more and more tightly besieged over the years. Even the captain felt a sense that strangers should not enter from him. Watching Kukaki Yinling pass by, Kurako Shunsui and others wisely did not say hello. Instead, when Kurako Shunsui saw Yuryuaki behind him, he thanked Yuryuaki, "Congratulations." Yuryuaki was stunned for a moment, but also responded, "Thank you." Many captains don't know who the new captain of the 12th squad is, but Kurako Shunsui is. Because he is one of the candidates for the captain assessment. Urahara Kisuke's captain succession ceremony, Gosuke Shigure is destined to miss. If he knew, he would definitely say the wind is blowing in his heart. In the original book, there is a big event. It can be said that that incident can be regarded as the origin of many things. It was the night captain was attacked in Hollow. And before that incident, everything started when Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th Division. Team 0, Phoenix Hall. It has been several months since Gosuke Shigure came to Team 0. This period of time is not short. Compared with Kurosaki Ichigo and others who only stayed in Team 0 for a few days in the original book, it can be said that he has spent enough time. It is not surprising to count the background. In the original book, when Kurosaki Ichigo and others came to Team 0, it was when the Invisible Empire headed by Yhwach invaded the Soul Society. It was a time of war, and they came to Team 0 to improve their strength against Yhwach. Yes, of course time is tight, and everything must be done within a few days. And when Gosuke Shigure came to Team 0, it was a time of peace. Of course you can stay for a while. Of course, it is said that it is too much to stay, and now it is almost time to go back. Although he has already asked for leave with the captain of Yamamoto, and the 11th team can still operate as usual without him as the captain. But if you leave for too long, it is not a good thing after all, and it may even be considered a traitor. Fortunately, during this period of time, his knife has been recast, so it was a worthwhile trip. Goodbye, Senjumaru. After saying hello to Senjumaru and saying goodbye, Gosuke Shigure, holding a sword, leaped down from a high altitude, officially left the Soul King Palace, and embarked on the road to return to the Soul Realm. Unlike Shudara Senjumaru, who needed the help of the Tianzu chariot to go to the Soul Society, Gosuke Shigure did not use such a thing as the Tianzu chariot when he went back. Because going down from the Lingwang Palace, there is actually no need for this kind of thing. Back then, Shudara Senjumaru would use this thing simply to be able to return to the Soul King Palace. If there is no Tianzu chariot, it is impossible to break through the 72 layers of barriers to reach the location of the Lingwang Palace from below. But if you go down from the Lingwang Palace, it is easy to say, directly from the inside, temporarily open the 72 barriers. Gosuke Shigure only needs to jump from here. During this period, the special death suit he wears will help him reduce the friction caused by falling from a high altitude and finally successfully let him land. In the Soul King Palace, watching Gosuke Shigure leave just like that. Urmiya Wanjiho glanced at Shudara Senjumaru beside him in surprise. I thought the farewell between you two would be boring, but I didn't expect it to be so plain. Shudara Senjumaru said calmly, there is no need to do this. Urmiwa Wangyu said, speaking of which, are you really not considering recruiting him into Team Zero? It's not so easy for you to meet again after he left this time. Shudara Senjumaru said, Squad Zero, it's not suitable for him. As for the farewell between me and him, isn't there a transcendent gate? Urmiwa Wangyu was taken aback when he heard this. That's right, we still have the transcendental gate here. So, why didn't I think of using the transcendental gate to see it before? Urmiwa Wanjihu suddenly found himself ignoring the usage of the transcendental gate. Although it didn't take too long to take the Tianzu chariot to the Lingwang Palace. But when he returned from the Soul King Palace, Gosuke Shigure spent several days. It appears that the location of the Soul King Palace is located above the Soul Society. In the original book, Aizen almost used his own Ryutsud to knock down the entire Soul King Palace. But that was when the 72 layers of barriers had been completely destroyed. Right now, the 72 layers of barriers are still there. Their existence is like a folded space of 72 layers, making the space between Soul Society and Lingwang Palace become extremely distant. Gosuke Shigure wore Shudara Senjumaru's special clothes, which could ignore the wind and friction, and finally, after passing through the long folding space, he officially came to the sky above Soul Society. Afterwards, his body was oppressed by the spirit particles in the air of Soul Society, and he began to fall continuously. Finally, in a wilderness in Rukonga, it landed with a crash. Boom! The huge sound reverberated, a big hole was smashed into the ground, and the empty field was raised in all directions. The souls of some Rukonga in the distance are aware of the movement here, and subconsciously approach. However, when they approached, all they saw was a Shinigami with a knife. Then, they dispersed one after another. It's gone, this news is related to Shinigami, and it's destined to have nothing to do with them. Chapter 167. I didn't expect that Kisuke really became the captain. In the famous tavern on Noble Street, Gosuke Shigure and Yoryuki drank wine, and at the same time, they also learned what happened recently from Yoryuki's mouth. Holding the wine glass, Yoryuki said to Gosuke Shigure, from what sensei said, it seems that Kisuke can't be the captain. Would it be possible to recommend that character named Kuratsuka Mayuri that day, whom I have never heard of? Gosuke Shigure didn't expect Yoryuki to still be brooding over this matter. He shook his head and said, I don't think so. I always thought that Kisuke could become the captain. After all, he has already mastered Bankai. In the entire Godi 13, not many people have mastered Bankai. As for Kuratsuka Mayuri, didn't I say that at the beginning? He is actually a suitable candidate. Of course, Kisuke has already become the captain of the 12th squad, and it's not appropriate to say such a thing, but you just wait and see. Kisuke has guarded the maggot's nest for so long, it is impossible not to know about Kurotsuka Mayuri's existence. If he wants to make a big difference in the 12th squad, he will definitely find a way to bring out Kurotsuka Mayuri. Oh! Yoriyuki looked at Gosuke Shigure puzzled. Gosuke Shigure smiled without giving an explanation. Yoriyuki could only put away the curiosity in his heart, and said to Gosuke Shigure, "By the way, teacher, you haven't said where you have been during this time. You were not even present at Kisuke's inauguration ceremony. You didn't know that Kisuke was actually quite disappointed at that time. I went to deal with some personal issues, so I asked the captain for a leave." Gosuke Shigure didn't intend to elaborate on the matter of going to the Zero Division, although some people may already know about it. But letting too many people know is not a good thing. Yoriyuki looked at Gosuke Shigure more and more puzzled, but unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer from Gosuke Shigure. The two drank here, and finally parted ways. After the separation, Gosuke Shigure originally planned to return to the 11th squad, but even when he was about to reach the area where the 11th squad was located, he turned around and headed towards the area where the 12th squad was located. Law. Although I only stayed in Team Zero for a few months, but after returning to Soul Society, it is inevitable that I will have a feeling that has lasted for a long time. Because in the past few months, a lot of things have happened. Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th Division, which gave Gosuke Shigure an inexplicable sense of urgency. Having met and chatted with Yoriyuki, now it's time to meet Urahara Kisuke. He had already told Urahara Kisuke about the Invisible Empire back then. After such a long time, there should be some gains, right? Because counting the time, there is not much time until the ancestor friend of the Quincy, Habich, wakes up. Just stepped into the team building of the 12th squad. I heard the voices of a team member and a girl, and a conflict seemed to erupt between them. There was deep dissatisfaction in the girl's words. Who wants to call a guy like that the captain? If you like to call him, just call him. After saying this, the girl seemed a little angry and left the room angrily. When Gosuke Shigure walked to the door, he just felt a figure hit him. Gosuke Shigure looked down and saw a short girl. It was Saragaki Hiri, the vice-captain of the 12th Division. There was still anger on her face. The previous words came from her mouth. Captain Gosuke. After seeing Gosuke Shigure, although Saragaki Hiri was still angry that such a lazy guy became the captain of the 12th Division, he took the initiative to address Gosuke Shigure. Although usually, in front of Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th team, he was a bit indifferent, and even dared to fight Hirako Shinji, but that was only because Saragaki Hiri and Hirako Shinji were very familiar. Facing an unfamiliar captain, Saragaki Hiri will still remain in awe. Is your captain there? Gosuke Shigure asked Saragaki Hiri. I don't know if this sentence touched some taboos in Saragaki Hiri's heart. She didn't say a word, just left like this. Gosuke Shigure watched Saragaki Hiri leave, feeling a little helpless. The people in the 12th squad were really rude. He had to go into it himself. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuke is here at the moment. He was wearing the Hayori of the 12th Division captain, and was at his desk, flipping through the archives of the 12th Division. I thought you wouldn't be able to adapt to the captain's job in a short time. You've done a good job. Gosuke Shigure's voice rang in Urahara Kisuke's ear. Urahara Kisuke put down the document in his hand, looked at the person who came. Teacher. Don't be so polite, anyway, you are already the captain now, and in terms of rank, you are at the same level as me. Gosuke Shigure joked. Having said that, when I heard Urahara Kisuke call himself a teacher, the feeling was extraordinarily refreshing. Compared with Yoriyuki calling himself a teacher, I don't know how much more refreshing. Urahara Kisuke said, Sensei, what's the matter with me? Gosuke Shigure said, first of all, I came to congratulate you on becoming the captain of the 12th Division. When you succeeded as the captain, I missed it because of some personal matters. Now I will add this congratulations. If it's to congratulate me, the teacher has already finished speaking. I wonder what the teacher's second thing is. Urahara Kisuke asked directly without politeness. Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. You haven't really changed much before you became the captain and after you became the captain. Uraharaxi, Wang Zhao, was extremely shy before becoming the captain, but he never expected that after becoming the captain, it would be so straightforward. Is this the so-called rampant once you gain power? Because Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th squad, so the truth is revealed? After complaining, Gosuke Shigure's expression turned serious. How is the investigation on the shadow matter? Shadow is a code, referring to the shadow of Society. According to what Gosuke Shigure said at the time, there are certain things hidden in the shadow of Society, and those things are most likely the work of the fallen Quincy master. A long time ago, Gosuke Shigure asked Urahara Kisuke to investigate this matter. Urahara Kisuke heard what Gosuke Shigure meant, and his expression became serious. The teacher is right, there is indeed a problem with the shadow. But with my current technology, it's not enough to penetrate it, so it will take some time. Chapter 168. That's it. Gosuke Shigure looked a little serious when he heard such an answer. Such an answer naturally made him a little dissatisfied, but he couldn't say anything. Who told him that he was not a professional? I hope you can investigate the situation over there as soon as possible. Gosuke Shigure was the only thing he could say. Urahara Kisuke nodded, knowing. Gosuke Shigure left here after chatting with Urahara Kisuke for a while in the 12th squad. If in the next time, Urahara Kisuke finds a way to infiltrate the Invisible Empire, that would be great. If not, Gosuke Shigure can only seek Plan B, that is to rely on the sword in his hand. As long as you work hard to improve your strength, you will be able to cope with all difficult situations. Back to the 11th team. Back into the boring routine again. Although Gosuke 13 has undergone several captain changes in a short period of time. Torabashi RJR became the captain of the 3rd division, Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th division, and even bid farewell to Hikifune Kiryu, the captain of the 10th division died in the line of duty, and the new captain has not yet been selected. But these changes of captains did not affect the operation of the 337th team at all. The 11th team is a combat team, and it is also the team with the highest casualty rate. For things like death, I look very lightly. For them, the only thing they love and are passionate about is fighting. As for Gosuke Shigure, the only thing he loves is drinking alcohol and drinking tea. Before being sure when Urahara Kisuke will be able to study the results of the Invisible Empire, all Gosuke Shigure can do is wait patiently. At the same time, he is also very curious about how much movement Urahara Kisuke can make next. As expected, the Technology Development Bureau in the original book should be almost ready. Technology Development Bureau, Urahara Kisuke's ambition can be seen from the name. Although Urahara Kisuke always has a low-key and humble appearance in front of outsiders, as a true genius, Urahara Kisuke is undoubtedly proud in his heart. He looks down on the technical developers of Soul Society in the past, and at the same time feels that Soul Society technological progress is too slow. Therefore, it is planned to abolish the old research institutions and set up a new research department. Only a fool like Saragaki Hiri would think that Urahara Kisuke is a useless person. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuke has a good temper. The captain of the fan team can completely replace her as the vice captain. Everything, as Gosuke Shigure expected. Not long after Gosuke Shigure visited Urahara Kisuke, Captain Yamamoto convened a captain's meeting. At the meeting, Urahara Kisuke mentioned the reorganization of the former Society Research Institute into a Technology Development Bureau. At the same time, Urahara Kisuke was given great authority. That is, among the Gosuke 13, if there are talents that Urahara Kisuke likes, Urahara Kisuke can recruit them into the Technology Development Bureau. The reason why Urahara Kisuke is given such great authority. The main reason is that the temporary soul theory pioneered by Hikifun Kiryu brought a lot of convenience to Soul Society, and also allowed Central 46 to see the changes brought about by technological innovation. If Urahara Kisuk, the new Technology Development Bureau, can really research something, that would be great. Anyway, the Siriti Research Institute already existed. The so-called Technology Development Bureau is nothing more than changing the name of the original Siriti Research Institute. After Urahara Kisuk obtained such a large authority, he also held the idea that the authority would not expire, and directly searched for suitable talents from the entire Godi I-13, not to mention the talents poached from the major teams. He even set his sights on the nest of maggots. Babe. The prisoners in the maggot nest are all extremely dangerous prisoners, and their existence itself is extremely dangerous to the Soul Society. But Urahara Kisuk doesn't care about that. When he guarded the nest of maggots back then, all he saw was the ingenuity of these people. In the end, he really brought out a few people from the nest of maggots. What made Chang Ye of the second team particularly concerned was that one of them was named Kuratsuka Mayuri. At the beginning, Gosuke Shigure said that if Urahara Kisuk wanted to do something big, he would probably bring Kuratsuka Mayuri out of the nest of maggots. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure was right. Urahara Kisuk really brought out Kuratsuka Mayuri. Teacher, you must have guessed too accurately. This is Yuki's emotion when he met Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. Guess? Of course he didn't guess, but because he knew the plot. During this period, when Urahara Kisuk was busy with the affairs of the Technology Development Bureau, the other person, I am afraid, was not idle either. 5th Division, Aizen Residence. No one knows that there is a hidden space under Aizen's residence. In the hidden underground space, apart from some experimental devices, there are also some small transgressive doors. The existence of the World Transmitting Gate allows him to go to Hueco Mundo and the present world for experiments, but at this stage, he still goes to Hueco Mundo a little more, because the current Aizen is not very good at the present world. Come, only Hueco Mundo is the best testing ground. There are many Minos Grande there, and those fictions are good experimental materials. Also, because of Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu, even if Aizen stayed in Hueco Mundo for a little longer, it would not alarm some people. In the underground space, Aizen came out of it. Before that, he went to Hueco Mundo again, where he collected a lot of ghosts. Ever since he knew the existence of the Royal Secret Service Team Zero and that there was such a powerful force beside the King of Spirits, Aizen became more vigilant. At the same time, he also understood that the only way to gain insight into the truth of everything is to gain power beyond everything. Just work. A long time ago, after discovering the secret of the Spirit King and finding some fragments of the Spirit King, Aizen came up with an idea. The fragments of the Spirit King can be integrated into the body of ordinary souls, making them into souls with powerful spiritual power. So, is it possible to combine the souls of Shinigami and Su, and gather the essence of many souls to break through the boundaries? Because of this idea, in the end, it really made Aizen create an incredible product. He named it Hagyaku. Chapter 169. The appearance of Hagyaku made Aizen see a completely different path. At the same time, the magic of Hagyaku also makes Aizen obsessed. He wants to use Hagyaku to help him break the boundaries of being a Shinigami, and then evolve to a higher level. However, Aizen is an extremely cautious person. Before that, he could not directly experiment with his own body. Of course, it is to use the soul to conduct experiments, to test the various abilities of Hagyaku, and to test the limits of Hagyaku. First, ordinary souls, then souls with Shinigami qualifications, and Hueco Mundo's virtual, these are Aizen's experimental targets. During these long years, I don't know how many of the above-mentioned souls have become his experimental products. However, the premise is that he did not know the existence of the Zero Division. After learning of the existence of Team Zero, he felt a sense of urgency. A higher level of experimentation must be carried out. Ordinary souls, souls with Shinigami qualifications, and ordinary hollows simply cannot carry the power of Hagyaku, so Aizen set his sights on the real Shinigami. A soul with Shinigami aptitude, before that aptitude is developed, is not much stronger than an ordinary soul. So, how to deal with Shinigami? Aizen also has his own ideas. As a result, in recent years, Hueco Mundo has frequently attacked the Soul Society. Often the Minos Grande crosses the line. Although the Shinigami of the 11th Squad are actively fighting, but the 11th Squad alone is not enough to deal with these emergencies, and occasionally other squads will go to support. The captain of the 10th Division died in such a situation. To be honest, Aizen was also very surprised when he learned that the captain of the 10th Division was killed in battle. He just wanted to fish in troubled waters, looking for opportunities to experiment with Shinigami, but he didn't expect that the captain of the 10th Squad would die directly under Su's attack. Is Su too strong, or is the captain too weak? Aizen couldn't give an accurate answer for a while. But if the captain-level Shinigami is like that, why can't he take a longer view and regard the captain-level Shinigami as the target of the experiment? In the past, I thought that the captain was very strong, because the captain stood at the top of the whole Godi 13. Now that we all know that there is still a channel for the captain to be promoted, and above Godi 13, there is also the existence of the 0 Division, which means that Godi 13 is nothing more than that. Aizen has always been a bold person. Now that a similar idea has been born, it is natural to find a way to put it into practice. Of course, Shinigami at the captain level is not so easy to target, so you have to find an opportunity. The Technology Development Bureau was reorganized on the basis of the former Siriti Research Institute. After the completion of the establishment, Urahara Kisuke first eliminated many old machines in the Research Institute, and replaced them with new equipment developed by him. No one knew that he had secretly created so many new equipment, but when the members of the institute use these new equipment, they have to admit that it is really easy to use. Among them was Kuratsuka Mayuri, who was brought out of the nest of maggots by Urahara Kisuke. Of course, Kuratsuka Mayuri only admits that the things developed by Urahara Kisuke are better for the time being, and he will develop more advanced equipment than Urahara Kisuke in the future. Urahara Kisuke knew about Kuratsuka Mayuri's ambitions, but didn't pay much attention to them. With the Technology Development Bureau completely on the right track. It was also the first time he used the Technology Development Bureau to further verify things that could not be done in the past. Let's not say that Gosuke Shigure asked him about the shadow several times, but the truth that Gosuke Shigure said in Rukanga that day was so shocking, and it is really urgent to investigate the shadow. All spirits have spirit waves, because spirits themselves are a kind of energy. Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy are all obtained by relying on this energy. The only difference is that the three have different focuses. Su lives by devouring spirit seeds, while Shinigami relies on the spiritual power contained in his own soul. The Quincy himself does not have strong spiritual power, but he can manipulate spirit seeds, and use the spirit seeds in the outer space to make a living. For their own use. It is also for this reason that they can directly construct the spirit sun at a deeper level, for example, condensing it into a space. Ask for flowers, oh. If that space really exists, no matter how well it is hidden, it will eventually release spiritual waves. In the past, Urahara Kisuke, because there was only one person, it was difficult to conduct accurate surveys. But now it is different. He has become the captain of the 12th Division, and he is also the director of the first generation of the Technology Development Bureau. He can use the equipment of the Technology Development Bureau to conduct research in this area. In the past, the Technology Development Bureau itself has been monitoring the Soul Society and the spiritual wave of the present world all the time, so as to determine the invasion of Minos Grande. He only needs to modify these devices a little bit, and he can accurately detect the reality of the spirit space. 0. Diddy. On the screen of the device, the wavelength belonging to the spiritual wave was constantly beating, and the beating frequency was extremely high. After seeing the content on the screen clearly, Urahara Kisuke's expression suddenly became serious. It really exists. Below the Siraidii, there is a huge spiritual space. In the past, although Urahara Kisuke said in front of Gosuke Shigure that he found some problems with the shadow, but because he couldn't touch the things deep in the shadow, he couldn't get a clear picture of it for the time being. Now, with the help of the equipment of the 12th squad, basically already determined. After getting an affirmative answer, Urahara Kisuke knew that this matter was not trivial, and immediately brought relevant data to find Gosuke Shigure. The two left Siraidii hand in hand again, and did not read the data collected by Urahara Kisuke until they came to Rukonga. It's really a big deal. After Gosuke Shigure read the data, he handed it back to Urahara Kisuke, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the existence of the Invisible Empire has been known for a long time, according to the survey data of Urahara Kisuke, the Invisible Empire is even bigger than imagined. No wonder it replaced the entire Siraidii and completely destroyed the Siraidii after it appeared in the original book up. Sensei, what should we do next? Urahara Kisuke asked Gosuke Shigure. Of course I will report this to the captain. Gosuke Shigure said a natural answer and. Chapter 170. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Urahara Kisuke was stunned for a moment, and immediately took it for granted. Since the founding of Godii 13, the captain has guarded the entire Soul Society, carrying a lot on his own. The more you know about him, the more you will find that he is not actually a running dog of the nobles like Central 46, on the contrary, he is very humane, and at the same time, he tries his best to carry the darkness on his back, so as not to let the darkness pour out on ordinary people. Of course, in the process, he sometimes showed his indifference. But in the final analysis, this is just a necessary means to maintain balance. The matter in the spiritual space is too big. After confirming its existence, Urahara Kisuke knew that this was not a trivial matter. This matter, he couldn't bear it, Gosuke Shigure couldn't bear it, only Captain Yamamoto could resist it. After September 43 determined what to do next. Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kisuke returned to Siraidii again, and then, after hearing yes sound, the three captains went to the first team hand in hand. There is no doubt that such formations are extraordinary. Chijiro Sasakaibe, the deputy captain of the first team, learned that the three captains had come to the first team, and immediately took the initiative to greet them. Captain Shihaoran, Captain Gosuke, Captain Urahara, I don't know if you are here together, what is it? At this time, Urahara Kisuke didn't care about Gosuke Shigure being his teacher anymore, he didn't pay attention to seniority, he said to Chijiro Sasakaibe with a solemn expression, we have something very urgent and we need to report it to the captain. Chijiro Sasakaibe frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the three of them, as if he wanted to see through the three captains in front of him. But obviously, even if he lived for many years, he still couldn't see through the three people in front of him. But what is certain is that these three people came here together, and what they did was definitely not a trivial matter. I see, you come with me. Chijiro Sasakaibe's tone also inadvertently became a little dignified. Immediately, he took the three of them to the captain's office. The geographical location of the first team is the highest place in the entire Godii 13, and the office of the chief captain occupies a huge area. In front of the office, there is a huge platform. Standing there, you can overlook half of the world. Siraidii. Chijiro Sasakaibe walked in first, and said a few words to the captain who was handling team affairs. Then the captain put down what he was doing, got up from behind the desk, and came to the reception room next to him. Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kisuke, and Yuaki are already waiting here. Captain Shihaoran, Captain Gosuke, and Captain Urahara, what is the importance of you joining hands to find this old man? Urahara Kisuke glanced at Gosuke Shigure, motioned for Gosuke Shigure to tell, after all, it was Gosuke Shigure who said to report this to the captain. There is a report that I want to show to the captain. Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth. Even if he is the captain of Godei 13 Yamamoto, who has been the captain of Godei 13 for thousands of years, he doesn't have any intention of nervousness, and even Captain Yamamoto should also be grateful to him. After all, he helped the Soul Society in advance and found out a huge hidden danger. Urahara Kisuke handed the report to Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto took the report and read it carefully. The three captains came here hand in hand. It is true that the three of them had a very good relationship a long time ago, but they are not ignorant people. They came here together, which is enough to show the seriousness of the matter. And after reading this report, Captain Yamamoto really realized the seriousness of the matter. Is this report true? His eyes became very sharp, and fell on Urahara Kisuke, asking Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke is the new captain of the 12th Division. After taking over as the captain, he reorganized the original Society Research Institute into the Technology Development Bureau. Obviously, this report came from him. Urahara Kisuke replied, "True and true." Captain Yamamoto asked again, "Then the question is, why did you go to investigate the shadow? Society is very large. Under the sun, there are many areas covered by shadows. People who are idle will naturally not be idle to study shadows. Urahara Kisuke has studied shadows, and even found something in the shadows." "Something?" "I asked him to investigate." Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth and answered the question of Captain Yamamoto. A strange color flashed in the eyes of Captain Yamamoto, and he finally understood why Gosuke Shigure came here with him. If we say that Shihoran Yuriuaki came here because she is Urahara Kisuke's old boss, since Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th Division and came to give him a platform, then why did Gosuke Shigure come here? Now Captain Yamamoto knows. "Captain Gosuke, please explain in detail." Captain Yamamoto was very humble, and asked Gosuke Shigure. Perhaps because Gosuke Shigure had been to Team Zero and had a close relationship with Team Zero, Captain Yamamoto treated Gosuke Shigure very politely. Because if it is a person with a different heart, it is impossible to return safely after going to the Lingwang Palace. He knew very well how much those guys valued the Spirit King. Anyone with dissenting intentions going to the Lingwang Palace will only be killed on the spot by them. Right now, Urahara Kisuke has already found out about the matter of the spirit subspace, and has already informed Captain Yamamoto, so there is no need to worry about the existence of the shadow. Even if this is Society, even if this place may be under the surveillance of the Invisible Empire, you can directly report the matter to the captain here. The captain should know that Zanpakuto has various abilities. In the long history of the Corpse 5.9 Soul World, many special knives have been born. My Zanpakuto is one of them. Long ago, I found something hidden in the shadow of Society, which gave me a sense of familiarity. Back then, I was ordered by the captain to go to the present world to deal with the Quincy matter. The things in the shadow of Society gave me a feeling very similar to that of the Quincy, but because this is just my personal feeling after all, it cannot be regarded as real. It happened that Urahara Kisuke's ability was penultimate, so I entrusted him to investigate this matter in private. Urahara Kisuke spent a long time, and finally confirmed one thing. That is, my feeling is not wrong, there is indeed something hidden in the shadow. At present, it can be confirmed that it is a spiritual space with a huge area. Chapter 171. Of course, Captain Yamamoto is no stranger to spiritual space. This is something that only a Quincy can create. During the long years, he has dealt with a lot of Quincy, and it can be said that he understands ultimate to Quincy. 900 years ago, he fought a bloody battle with Habich, the ancestor of the Quincy, on the land of the Soul Society. This battle almost destroyed the entire Soul Society. Although he still won in the end, the Soul Society side also suffered heavy casualties, and it took a long time after the battle to regain their vitality. It was also after that battle that Captain Yamamoto learned one thing. That is restraint. He learned to restrain himself so as not to turn himself into an irrational beast. He has also become rational again. The man he has been in the past 900 years is completely different from the previous one. Unfortunately, only a few people know about this change. The Shinigami born in the past 900 years are obviously unaware of it. To this change. So, do you think that the 11 spirit subdimensions in the shadow were created by the Quincy Master? Captain Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, except for Quincy, I don't think anyone else has the ability to create a spirit space in the shadow. More importantly, the Quincy has the ability to create spirits in the shadow of the Lingting. Subspace opportunities. What chance? Captain Yamamoto asked. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, 900 years ago, the battle between Shinigami and Quincy was fought in Soul Society. Although it ended in the defeat of Quincy, if during that process, Quincy the division has some survivors, they did not leave the Soul Society with hatred, but hibernated in the Soul Society secretly, and it is also possible to create a large spiritual space in the shadow of Siritii. Captain Yamamoto was silent. He couldn't help thinking about what happened 900 years ago. In the textbooks of the Soul Society, it is said that the Shinigami won the battle 900 years ago, and after that battle, they wiped out all the Quincy divisions of the entire Soul Society. But in fact, Captain Yamamoto, as a person who experienced it personally, knows what happened at the beginning better than ordinary people. At that time, the Soul Society was also full of holes because of that battle, and the Shinigami side also suffered heavy casualties, and they were in a state of recuperation for a long time after the war. Although the Quincy's in the Soul Society were indeed wiped out afterwards, the number of Quincy's remaining in the Soul Society at that time was smaller than expected. Captain Yamamoto only thought that those Quincy's had returned to the present world. Now, Gosuke Shigure has given a new guess. If during that period, some Quincy masters secretly lurk in the Soul Society while the Shinigami side is recuperating, it is not impossible. Thoughts flickered, Captain Yamamoto quickly made up his mind again. No matter what the origin of these spirit subspaces is, if they really come from the hands of Quincy, he will absolutely not tolerate such things. He had already given the Quincy the sympathy he deserved. If Quincy really plots something wrong, he doesn't mind completely throwing this group out of the world. Captain Yamamoto looked at Urahara Kisuke and said, Captain Urahara, is there a way to enter that spirit space? Urahara Kisuke said softly, although the spirit space is very hidden, in the final analysis, it is just a small space attached to the Soul Society. Its nature is similar to that of the boundary. Now that I have discovered its existence, combining the spirit waves of that space to create a special world transmitting door that can enter that space is not a difficult task. Captain Yamamoto said, I will leave this matter to you. I hope you can complete the EN of the crossing gate as soon as possible. The three of them left the team again. After leaving the first team, Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team, and instead of drinking tea in the past, he suddenly pulled out Zanpakuto. Speaking carefully, he hasn't waved his Zanpakuto in many years. I don't know if there is a chance to wave Zanpakuto this time. From his rebirth to the present, the number of times he swung his knife was really not that many. Hope this time it can really solve some problems. Waited for a while among the 11th team. On this day, Gosuke Shigure was summoned by the captain again. When he arrived at the headroom of the first team, he saw Urayuki, Urahara Kisuke were present besides himself, and there were three other captains, namely Anohanaretsu, Kirako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake. If the total captain is added, there are 7 Godei 13 captains. For today's Godei 13, most of them are the best. Moreover, these captains in the field are the strongest among the captains of Godei 13. Needless to say, Gosuke Shigure is a contemporary Kenpachi. Although Urayuki and Urahara Kisuke have not been captains for too long, their strength should not be underestimated. The rest, the General Captain and Anohanaretsu, are the captains who have existed since the beginning of the Godai 13 team. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake are also veteran captains who have been captains for hundreds of years, and their strength is absolutely powerful. Old man, what's the matter for calling us here today? Kurako Shunsui tentatively asked Yamamoto's 737 leader. Today, the captain made such a posture, and he noticed that it was unusual. Anohanaretsu squinted her eyes, showing a dignified look on her face. Captain Yamamoto did not answer directly, but said to Kurako Shunsui, "You will know later." He looked to the side of Urahara Kisuke. At this moment, Urahara Kisuke is busy working with a strange-looking figure who does not look like a normal human being. Gosuke Shigure naturally also noticed that figure. Kuratsuka Mayuri, the captain of the 12th squad in the original book, and the successor of Urahara Kisuke. So in other words, there are actually not only 7 captains here, but a full 8 captain-level powerhouses. With the help of Kuratsuka Mayuri, many equipments were quickly set up in the team room of the first team. Jaishur Yukatake looked at the built equipment, curious, "What is this?" Urahara Kisuke looked at the captain. "Captain, you are ready." Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." Then, Urahara Kisuke started the machine. In an instant, the spiritual particles in the air were extracted, and finally, through the action of the machine, a door was formed in front. With the opening of this door, the cold chill of the day suddenly rushed over from the other side of the door. Chapter 172. The icy cold air gushed out one after another, and the temperature in the entire team's headroom dropped a lot accordingly. Through this door, one can vaguely see that the world behind the door is a pale world covered with ice and snow. Jaishur Yukatake didn't understand that the device that Urahara Kisuke had been working on for a long time before was a world transmitting gate. However, he still couldn't figure out the purpose of the captain. Did the captain come to see them here just to witness the world transmitting gate? "Captain, what is this place?" Jaishur Yukatake asked curiously. Kurako Shunsui also looked at Captain Yamamoto suspiciously. Although Anohanaretsu didn't show such eyes, she listened attentively and was ready to listen to the captain's answer at any time. Captain Yamamoto said, "Let Captain Gosuke and the others answer this question for you." Kurako Shunsui looked at Gosuke Shigure again. "Wuzyuk." Gosuke Shigure said, "This is a spiritual space located in the shadow of Siraidii." He didn't mean to hide it. Shadow of Siraidii. Jaishur Yukatake's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this. Kurako Shunsui also became serious. "Are you sure you're right?" Gosuke Shigure said, "What do you think?" Kurako Shunsui fell silent. He finally understood why Captain Yamamoto called all of them here. It turned out that such an astonishing discovery was made. In the shadow of Siraidii, there is actually such a large space hidden. Who created this space? Is it natural or man-made? These are questions that haunt Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake. In the end, they all came to a conclusion. It should be artificial. After all, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such a huge space to appear in the shadow. Then, a new problem arises again. Who on earth created such a large space in the shadow of Siraidii? Let's go in and have a look. While Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were thinking, Commander Yamamoto spoke. All of them came back to their senses and nodded solemnly. Captain Yamamoto looked at Urayuki, Urahara Kisuke, and Kuratsuka Mayuri again. "The 3 of you stay here to guard the crossing gate. The rest, enter it with me." "Hey, Captain, we found out this space, but you let me and Kisuke stay here besides Gosuke, it's not kind." Urayuki heard this, immediately complained to the captain. The captain just looked at Urayuki with a serious expression, and Urayuki shut his mouth obediently. "Well, after all, the descendants have to be stationed at the rear, why can't this person be me?" Yoriuki finally found such a reason to comfort himself. She stayed here with Urahara Kisuke and Kuratsuka Mayuri. Captain Yamamoto, Kurako Shunsui, Anoha Naretsu, Gosuke Shigure, and Jaishur Yukitake stepped through the gate and entered the snow-covered space. Although I was separated by the door before, I could clearly see some of the environment behind the door. But when I stepped into it in person, I found that the space inside was more spacious than imagined. This is a world covered by ice and snow, which is extremely cold. Jaishur Yukitake has always been weak and sick. Stepping into such a world, subconsciously shuddered. Fortunately, Captain Yamamoto pulled out Regenjaka at a critical moment. Everything is ashes, Regenjaka. The raging flames were burning, and his Zanpakuto was lingering with flames that lingered for years, and the high temperature swept towards the surroundings, dispelling the chill that enveloped several people. Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but praised, "Use Regenjaka to drive away the chill. Old man, it's really you." After saying this, Kurako Shunsui felt a cold gaze on him. Captain Yamamoto's deep voice sounded, "This old man is just preparing for battle in advance. I can feel that there is an enemy's aura in that palace." Although Kurako Shunsui wanted to continue joking with Captain Yamamoto and said not to make excuses, but after thinking about it, he still did not say such a thing, but looked not far away. In the world of ice and snow, a huge palace is particularly eye-catching. If before, everyone doubted whether this space was artificially created, then now, there is no doubt at all. This space is man-made. It is impossible for this palace to be formed naturally. Who on earth created this space and built this palace in the shadow of Siraidai? Kurako Shunsui asked curiously, and he looked at Gosuke Shigure. "Gosuke, you should know." Although Captain Yamamoto did not elaborate on the reasons for the incident, Kurako Shunsui could already guess from the attitude of the captain when he was in the first room of the team that the discovery of this space must be related to Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kisuke, and others. "It's the Quincy Master." Gosuke Shigure uttered an unexpected answer. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukitake raised eyebrows at the same time, especially as Kurako Shunsui was about to say something. Gosuke Shigure didn't mean to explain much, and also imitated the captain and pulled out his own Zanpakuto. There is no doubt that this appearance is a posture of preparing for war. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukitake were all stunned. Anoha Naretsu frowned intently and looked at the palace not far away. In that palace, she felt a familiar atmosphere. The captain must have felt it too. That's why he drew his sword and liberated Regenjaka. That's the breath of the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhabak. Just when several people's eyes all fell on the Frost Palace, Wang Li's. In the palace, a young man with a refined and handsome appearance became serious. Afterwards, he summoned all members of the Star-Crossed Knights in the palace. "Hugo, has something happened?" A young man with a fuchsia mohawk hairstyle and an arrogant appearance asked the young man who gave orders. The rest of the Star-Crossed Knights also looked at the young man curiously. Since His Majesty the Emperor was defeated in that battle 900 years ago, it was the young people who organized the surviving Quincy Masters to create the spirit space in the shadow of Siraidai. It can be said that during the period of His Majesty's deep sleep, the young people were all the Quincy's division leader. But this does not mean that all Quincy Masters are willing to obey the young man. After all, he is not the real emperor. Many Quincy Masters are also very dissatisfied with the forbearing attitude of the young people, because the situation of Quincy Masters during the past 900 years has not been very good. Chapter 173. In the past 900 years, if one word can be used to sum up the situation of the Quincy Master, that is a lost dog. 900 years ago, under the command of His Majesty the Emperor, the Quincy was a powerful group that could compete with the Shinigami. If they had won that battle, they would be the Quinton who ruled the entire world now. Unfortunately, they lost that battle. It was also because of the loss that it was destroyed and suffered the liquidation of Shinigami. The Quincy Masters in this world are even better. Those who survive in the Soul Society are in a really difficult situation. Under the leadership of the youth, the remaining Quincy masters of the Soul Society found a place to settle in the shadow of the Soul Society, and created a spiritual space in it. Expansion led to its current scale. But this does not mean that the young man became the second emperor. After all, although he also possesses great power, not all Quincy masters succumb to him. It's really because, these years, the Quincy master has been too aggrieved. The earliest Quincy divisions still took a little care of the big 717 rounds, knowing how badly they lost back then. But the Quincy born during these 900 years didn't think so. They think they are born with such powerful power, so why should they live such a difficult life? Why should they be afraid of Shinigami? This kind of thinking is similar to that of the Quincy masters who turned to the shogunate for power in the past. They are all those who have power and are not willing to be ordinary. Therefore, in these years, the contradictions in the Invisible Empire have accumulated long ago. Especially 100 years ago, the Quincy masters in this world were purged, causing the conflict to be aroused again. In the Invisible Empire, there has long been a voice that they should not continue to endure, but directly start a decisive battle with the Shinigami. Anyway, their palace was built in the shadow of the Society where Shinigami was. As long as they made an unexpected attack, they would definitely be able to catch Shinigami by surprise and destroy most of the Society. But such voices were eventually suppressed by the youth. The young man has shiny blonde hair, and his name, also very literary, is Rain, Beta, Glenn Hassward. He is the highest rank of the Knights of the Star Cross and the assistant of Emperor Juhabak. At this moment, in the palace of the Invisible Empire, all members of the Star Cross Knights looked at Hassward, who summoned everyone here with complicated eyes. Hassward's friend Busby immediately asked Hassward about the cause of the incident. Hathward didn't hide it either: there are enemies breaking into the Empire. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of many Quincy Knights of the Star Cross Knights changed one after another. Some of the older Quincy masters were survivors of that battle, and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Hassward, are you telling the truth? Hassward looked solemn. Well, they have arrived at the palace. The next moment, before he could speak, many Quincy ants of the Star Cross Knights only felt a raging flame sweeping towards them. Bang! The walls of the palace they built using spirit seeds collapsed and burst in half a day, and flames surged out of it, dispelling the cold air in the Invisible Empire. Dust and smoke filled the air, and many Quincy masters looked in the direction of the ruins. In the end, only a few figures walked out of it. Oh, it's really unbelievable that there are so many Quincy in the shadow of the Society we are in. Kurako Shunsui spoke in surprise after seeing the people gathered in the palace. Beside him, Jaishur Yukate's expression became very indifferent. Chun Shui, don't say a few words, get ready to fight. These are enemies. Although in the past, Jaishur Yukate was kind to everyone no matter what, he looked like a gentle and nice man, but this does not mean that he will be kind to Quincy. In particular, the group of Quincy masters in front of them are building a spiritual space in the shadow of Society, and they are still hiding in it. No matter how you look at it, they are not good people. Absolutely plotting against the law is a generation and an enemy. Now that I have seen this group of enemies, there is no reason to let them go. Kurako Shunsui also obediently closed his mouth when he heard the words. Commander Yamamoto is holding Rijinjaka. On the long knife, there are still lingering flames. His eyes are extremely sharp, and he fell on the Quincy in front of him. You Quincy, hide here. Now, being discovered by this old man, have you ever been prepared to die? On this point, he shares exactly the same opinion as Jaishur Yukate. Now is not the time to be kind. This group of Quincy's has been hiding in the shadow of Society for an unknown number of years. Have they understood Society's secrets? There is no doubt that these are enemies and must be wiped out. Hathward did not expect the invading enemy to arrive here so soon. Of course, it was also because he spent a lot of time gathering the members of the Star-Crossed Knights here, which is the most important thing. After hearing Captain Yamamoto's words, there was a bit of dignity on his handsome face, and he responded, "We have prepared to fight to death as early as the moment we lost our homeland." Why did they lose their homeland? It is precisely because of the Shinigami in front of me. Therefore, when he said this sentence, there was a deep agreement in his words. Captain Yamamoto also heard this hatred, but he didn't comment much. It seems that Shinigami took the initiative to destroy the Quincy. It is obvious that the Quincy breeds ambition and attacked the Soul Society by himself, which ended in this way. Hearthward knew that he and Captain Yamamoto had nothing to say, but said to the members of the Star-Crossed Knights, "Everyone, get ready to fight. The person in front of you is the captain of Godai 13, Yamamoto Genrisai. Your Majesty the Emperor, you lost to him. The rest are the captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu, who was also a member of the first generation Godai 13 in the past, first generation Kenpachi. There are also the captain of the 8th Division, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 11th Division, Gosuke Shigure, and the 13th Division, Captain Jaishur Yukatake. These people, in today's Godai 13, are not simple characters." In a few words, Hearthward revealed all the identities of the future comers. When many Quincy masters heard these words, they also looked at the attacking people with solemn expressions, but they did not show any fear. Chapter 174. After all, for the Quincy, it's long since been longing to fight the Shinigami. For the Quincy who survived that battle, they used some special means to survive until now, and they have been longing for another battle with Shinigami to avenge Shinigami. As for the Quincy masters who joined the intangible empire during these 900 years, they were simply unwilling to accept the Quincy masters' situation. Why should the Shinigami rule over everything? And the Quincy, who also possesses powerful power, will live on. In their hearts, they have long harbored deep resentment towards Shinigami. But because Hearthward kept saying the time hadn't come. During these long years, they could only hide in this cold and lonely palace, secretly collecting information about Shinigami. During this process, the hatred in their hearts became more and more intense. "I've been longing to fight Shinigami for a long time." Not long after Hearthward's words spread, an arrogant voice sounded. A young man with a purple-red mohawk hairstyle rushed forward, and with the help of Quincy's unique skill, he quickly came to Captain Yamamoto with flying scythes. "I heard that your Zanpakuto is the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto in the heat department, so let me meet you." Hearthward's friend, who was also Busby who asked Hearthward earlier, waved his palm, and raging flames spewed out from his hand, attacking and killing Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto looked indifferent, did not respond to Busby's words, but waved Regenjaka in his hand. Cut and chop. The light of the knife flashed away, and the flames condensed into a terrifying slash, touching Busby's flame. In the end, the flames released by Busby from both hands were directly chopped off by Regenjaka. Fortunately, he used the flying scythe kick at a critical moment, so that he calmly avoided the attack of the captain. However, Busby's active attack on the captain gave the rest of the Quincy a signal to start the war. In the next instant, many Quincy ants of the Star-Crossed Knights attacked and killed Gosuke Shigure and the others one after another. When they raised their hands, the spirits gathered towards them, and then gathered together, turning into bows and arrows like the substance. The Lingza bow and arrow attacked and killed Gosuke Shigure and others. Shhhhhhhh. The slender spirit arrows contain extremely powerful lethality. Fortunately, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake and others were ready to fight when they came here, and it is not surprising for such a result. The only thing that surprised them was that there were a lot of Quincy divisions here, and their strength seemed to be very strong. It's a bit reckless. You should check out the truth and reality here before entering the palace rashly. Kurako Shunsui spoke with some helplessness. It's too late to say these words now. Anohanaretsu's voice rang in his ears, and at some point, Anohanaretsu had already pulled out her zanpakut, and on her zanpakut, a terrifying sword pressure swept across out. Hasward, the leader of the former Quincy division, has already revealed her true identity and the name First Generation Kenpachi, so she has no intention of hiding herself now. When facing Shinigami, she can show her compassionate side, but in front of Quincy, she doesn't have to do that at all. Kurako Shunsui looked at Anohanaretsu in a fighting posture, and was also a little surprised. Although he always knew that Captain Anohana was very strong and was a real senior, to be honest, he had never seen Anohanaretsu in a fighting posture. What about Captain's Hiwa? However, he agreed with Anohanaretsu's words. Indeed, it's too late to talk about this at this time. Now we have only one choice, and that is to kill all the Quincy divisions here and penetrate here. As Kurako Shunsui said, Kaiten Kaikotsu in his hand also waved, and the slash swept across, swinging away the spirit arrows released by the Quincy, and then his figure flickered again, and came to Jaishur Yukatake. Jushiro, are you still here? Can it hold up? He wasn't too worried about the rest of them. After all, the old man and Captain Anohana are both seniors and strong men, so Gosuke Shigure doesn't have to worry, he is a contemporary Kenpachi. Only Jushiro is different. Although Jushiro is very strong, but because of his body, there are not many times when he is really needed to fight. Ask for flowers. Even Kurako Shunsui didn't quite know how Jaishur Yukatake's body was doing today. Therefore, he still chose to run to his good friend and prepare to take care of him. Don't worry, there is no problem with this level of fighting. Also, we are not the only ones fighting now. While Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Anohanaretsu were dealing with the Quincy's Reishi arrows, Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto were also in action. They are old, but their fighting style is unusually bold and unrestrained. Captain Yamamoto waved Rijinjaka, and the blazing flames swept across. As the strongest and oldest Zanpakut in the heat department, the power of Rijinjaka is beyond doubt. Even if it is just Shikai, its power is enough to surpass Bankai of many captains. Of course, the reason for this is that in addition to Zanpakut's factors, it is also related to Captain Yamamoto's own strength. 0. The blazing flames sent towards those Quincy masters who held the bows and arrows of spirit seeds and released the arrows of spirit seeds at the same time. Seeing this, Busby gritted his teeth angrily. Don't ignore me. With the help of flying scythes, he rushed towards Captain Yamamoto's flames, and at the same time stretched out his fingers. Fire Fingers 1. Under his control, the spirits gathered, and then ignited by the power of the holy text in the body, turning into a column of flames that soared into the sky, brazenly touching the flame of Rijinjaka. Boom boom boom. The flame exploded and swept all around, igniting all the buildings in the palace. Gosuke Shigure also pulled out the Zanpakut after the Quincy took the initiative to attack, and even quietly performed a half Shikai. After his Zanpakut was recast at Irmiwawanjiu, the original deceased was integrated into the current sword, and his sword became a double sword. But to the outside world, Gosuke Shigure in order not to reveal this secret. When I am free, I only do half Shikai. It is enough to release only half of the original Zanpakut's power. Thunder and lightning lingered on Zanpakut, who looked like a sealed state, moving with the figure of Gosuke Shigure. The thunder was like a net, covering the sky and covering the ground towards the Quincy headed by Hasward. Chapter 175. Let me meet you. Hasward didn't make a move. Now that Emperor Yuhabok is sleeping, he is the leader of the Quincy division. Although many Quincy divisions think that he is too weak, and obviously possesses great power, they are willing to let the Quincy division lie dormant in the dark. Frustrated days. But at least on the bright side, all Quincy still chose to obey Hasward's orders. After all, it was His Majesty the Emperor who appointed him as an assistant and head of the Star-Crossed Knights, and His Majesty entrusted everything to Hasward before he fell asleep. At this moment, seeing Gosuke Shigure rushing directly in front of them, ready to attack Hasward, a Quincy division immediately took the initiative to meet Gosuke Shigure's offensive. While speaking, a spear formed by spirit seeds appeared in the hand of Kaiwookie, and was stuck out by him, stabbing towards Gosuke Shigure. Too slow. Gosuke Shigure's voice sounded, and the Quincy with the spear was furious. A knife flashed past, and the spear in his hand was cut off immediately, and then, Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto brought out a hideous wound on his body. Scarlet blood gushes out. The pupils of the burly Quincy contracted slightly, his face was horrified, and he never thought that he would be injured just by meeting him. Dolisk, you waste, let me do it. Seeing the strong man injured, beside him, a woman's voice sounded. The woman had long grass-green hair parted on the side and a pair of light green eyes. The ends of the eyebrows and part of the hair are in the shape of lightning. He is wearing a sleeveless top and shorts with an open neckline, a military cap with an invisible imperial mark on his head, and gloves on his hands. After the strong man named Dorisk was injured, a lightning-like arrow was released from her hand immediately, flashing with thunder, wearing a terrifying electric light, and in an instant, it came to Gosuke Shigure. Originally, the woman didn't intend to make a move, but after discovering that Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto's ability is the extremely rare Thunderbolt, which is somewhat similar to her ability attributes, so she still chose to shoot. She really wanted to know whether the power of thunder she possessed was stronger than Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto. Don't look down on people. Dolisk was angry at the woman who robbed his enemy of things, and when he raised his hand, he condensed a spiritual spear again, and threw it towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure didn't expect that he would become a favorite, that there would be a Quincy fighting with him and quarreling, especially among them was a beautiful woman with a strong figure. But having said that, he is not a casual person, let alone a soft persimmon. Waving the knife, the thunder light jumped, first breaking open the arrow released by the woman, and then met the spirit spear thrown by Dolisk, and shattered it with a single blow. Ray! After the slash, Gosuke Shigure's deep voice sounded. In an instant, raging thunder was released from the long knife, just like Yamamoto's captain wielding Rijinjaka, a large-scale attack enveloped the Quincy division. The number of Quincy here is said to be large, but in fact there are only dozens of them. After all, there are only about 30 members of the Star-Crossed Knights in the original book, which is really not that many. Of course, compared to the 5 captains of Gosuke Shigure, the Quincy division still has a large number of people. Therefore, the best way to deal with these people is to use a wide range of attack methods. In the previous Gosuke Shigure's fighting style, Zanpakuto was more inclined to use Zanpakuto for hand-to-hand combat, and occasionally some Kid were used, but in this situation, Kid needs time to prepare, and it is more straightforward to use Zanpakuto. Shinigami, do you really think we are all vegetarians? Gosuke Shigure's arrogant behavior immediately made many Quincy's furious. It was enough to just deal with Duelisk and Gaddies, but at this moment, they attacked all of them at the same time. Immediately, another old-looking Quincy took out his gun. One shot. Gosuke Shigure only felt the danger coming, and didn't react at all. The bullets condensed by the spirit sun fired right above his body. However, this Quincy master seemed to have underestimated one thing. That is the Shiba suit worn by Gosuke Shigure. When the bullet touched Gosuke Shigure's body, the spiritual power that was originally filled inside the Shigure suit turned into a mask, directly blocking the shot. Even so, Shigure still felt a stronger impact than usual. With a flickering figure, he dodged several more shots with the help of Shunpo, before he sighed, "It's really dangerous. This ability is really weird enough. Can't even grasp the traces of the bullets." Obviously, it was due to the ability of the Quincy. No wonder the right eye and right ear of Kurako Shunsui in the original book were injured by this man. Apart from Kurako Shunsui being too lazy, the other party's strange offensive is also one of the reasons. Gosuke Shigure has recognized most of them since coming to the Palace of the Invisible Empire. There are many people among them, he can't name them. After all, there are too many people in the Star-Crossed Knights, much more than the captain of Godi 13. But some people, after seeing each other, can still think of the opponent's record. Needless to say, Dolisk, the person who killed Chijiro Sasakaiba in the original book, was finally slashed by Captain Yamamoto and burned to death in the flames. Gadis, as the only female members of the Star-Crossed Knights, has such characteristics that it is difficult for people to remember them. And at this moment, the old man who attacked Gosuke Shigure. Although there is nothing outlandish in appearance, Gosuke Shigure remembers who he is because he uses a gun and his bullets are weird. 5.1 The one who ruined one ear and one eye of Kurako Shunsui. What is the power of holy writing called? Well, it's been too long, I don't remember some. However, there is one thing for sure. Gosuke Shigure's thoughts flickered, and he continued to release the power of thunder. With the help of Zanpakute's manipulation, the power of thunder shrouded as many Quincy as possible. Among them, many Quincy used their own methods to deal with Gosuke Shigure's attack. There are also Quincy masters who are fighting Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, Anoha Naretsu, and Captain Yamamoto, and they also showed their respective methods in the process. Gosuke Shigure gathered information while fighting, and one thing was confirmed. That is, not all Quincy masters have the power of holy text. Chapter 176. The holy text is the biggest reliance of the Quincy master when attacking the Soul Society in the Millennium Blood War chapter of the original book. With the power of the holy text, the Quincy master can even open the holy body, which is far beyond the final form of the previous Quincy master. It is different from the final form of the previous Quincy. After the final form of the previous Quincy is opened, it will lose all the power of the Quincy. Even if the lost power can be regained later, it is still dangerous and requires a lot of effort. Cost. But the holy body is not the case. Although it will bring a burden to the body when it is used, it can be opened repeatedly. The main reason is because of the power of holy text. The holy text, the ball, is the key to opening the Eucharist. Similarly, it is also because of the power of the holy text that the Quincy master in the original book is so powerful. Even, once so strong that the Soul Society side didn't know how to win that war. Although in that battle, the Soul Society also had some top combat power and won the battle against the Quincy, but more people still lost to the strange holy text of the Quincy. Calendar. Fortunately, the author knows how to win. Ever since, in a holy farewell, all the Quincy masters ushered in the plot kill, and all their powers were swallowed up by Yhwach. This made the Soul Society side, which originally had to deal with many enemies, only need to deal with Yhwach. The final result was that Yhwach lost, so the Soul Society side won that battle. Of course, right now it's not to worry about the reason why the Quincy division group lost in that battle. Rather, it lies in the power of holy words. Through observation, Gosuke Shigure found that not all Quincy masters possessed the power of holy text. It is true that the Quincy masters here are not weak enough to be called the best. But there are only a few people who really have the holy text. Moreover, the strength they showed is not as good as when they first appeared in the original book. Only some people showed the strength of the captain level, and most of them did not touch that threshold. If they are all as strong as they were when they first appeared in the original book, although Gosuke Shigure and the others broke into here this time, the lineup is not weak. But it wasn't that easy to leave. Unless the captain directly casts Bankai here and uses the remnant fire sword, otherwise, it will be difficult to kill the Star-Crossed Knights with Rijinjaka alone. However, the fact is that the current Star-Crossed Knights are weaker than imagined. Is it because Yhwach is still asleep and hasn't fully awakened yet? Because he's still sleeping, naturally he doesn't have time to bestow the power of the holy text on the Quincy master. The current Quincy masters who possess the holy text probably all followed him to participate in the war 900 years ago. As for the Quincy master who possesses the holy text, the power displayed is not as powerful as imagined. Is it also related to Yhwach? The power of the holy text comes from giving, which is a way of redistribution of Juhabok's power. He dripped the blood containing his own power into the wine. After the Quincy drank the wine, Juhabok would engrave holy words in his body, and then use the power of Juhabok's soul to guide him out of his own body. The power in the soul. It seems that Juhabok's power is just a key to help open the lock. But in fact, it is precisely because this power is activated by Juhabok's power. When necessary, Juhabok can deprive all Quincy ants of their power. Today's Juhabok is still in a deep sleep, recovering himself in the deep sleep. Gosuke Shigure guessed that the power of these holy text destroyers is so weak, probably because they were influenced by Juhabok. Their power was absorbed by Juhabok invisibly, and became the nutrient for him to repair himself. Only in this way can they explain their weakness. Of course, this is just Gosuke Shigure's guess after all, and he can't say whether it is correct, because there is no empirical evidence after all. But if this group of Quincy masters is really so weak, he doesn't mind being here and getting rid of them all. Following the previous thunderstorm, which unleashed endless lightning and swept towards all Quincy at the same time, Gosuke Shigure once again unleashed the powerful Ryotsu in his body. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared in the palace of the Invisible Empire. All the buildings here were created by the Quincy master through the method of gathering spirit particles. After all, this place was originally the shadow of Siriti, and although the Quincy opened up a spiritual space in it, there was indeed nothing in this space at the beginning. This palace was built by the Quincy master using the method of gathering spirit particles. The clustering of spirit particles is a unique method of the Quincy master. The more stable the thing constructed, the longer it will exist. Obviously, the construction of the palace is very stable. But no matter how stable they can't change that they are all composed of spirit particles. As Gosuke Shigure releases the powerful Ryotsu, this palace is about to collapse immediately. This is the unstable state that occurs when Ryotsu encounters a higher intensity Ryotsu. Not good. This place is going to collapse. Feeling the changes in the palace, whether it is the Quincy who is under the lightning attack of Gosuke Shigure, or the Quincy who is fighting against the Commander-in-Chief Flame, or the Quincy who is entangled with Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Anohanaretsu, we all realized that Gosuke Shigure cannot go on like this. This is the Emperor's palace. If a group of outsiders like Gosuke Shigure were to destroy the Emperor's palace in this way, what would the Emperor's face be? At the critical moment, Hasward made a shot. A sword appeared in his hand. He swiped the sword in his hand. Whether it was Gosuke Shigure's lightning power or Captain Yamamoto's fire power, they were all annihilated. At the same time, because of the powerful Ryotsu released by Gosuke Shigure, the faintly collapsed palace also appeared to heal. Hasward, you finally made a move. After seeing this scene, Hasward's Harry Busby immediately spoke excitedly. Earlier, he used his power of words to prove that his flame was stronger than Yamamoto's Rijinjaka, but in the end, he was somewhat disappointed. His flame is still slightly inferior to Rijinjaka. You know, this is just the opponent's Shikai, and the opponent still has Bankai. This can only make him can't help but sigh. He is indeed the captain of Godi 13, and he is also the one who defeated Juhabok back then. Unlike all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights who feared the Emperor Juhabok, Busby had a deep hatred for Juhabok from the very beginning, eager to kill Juhabok. Chapter 177. Although Busby didn't like Habuk, but because of his friend Hasward, he stayed in the palace of the Invisible Empire for many years. At this moment, seeing Hasward make a move, he was immediately very excited. As a friend of Hasward, he also wanted to see the scene where his friend showed off his prestige. However, the next moment, he was stunned again. After all the turmoil were quelled by Hasward's sword, another large group of shadows appeared in the midair, and this group of shadows turned into countless arrows, shooting down overwhelmingly. Because it is black, it is in stark contrast to the previous spirit arrow. Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Unohanaretsu attacked subconsciously, and Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto also attacked one after another. But the result was so unexpected. The target of these shadow arrows is not the Shinigami who broke into it, but the Quincy Master. All the Quincy divisions seem to have realized what Haswarden means. Relief, anger, and unwillingness appeared on their faces, but in the end, they obediently let the shadow arrow fall on themselves. Busby also showed a puzzled expression on his face. Harsward, you. Then he gladly took an arrow. These arrows, after falling on the bodies of many Quincy masters, immediately spread out and turned into a huge black shadow, swallowing their bodies, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all the Quincy's disappeared. Captain Yamamoto was also aware of this scene, knowing that Hasward was using some means to turn the Quincy around. Immediately furious, he waved the Regenjaka in his hand, and the raging flames swept across, attacking and killing Hasward. However, when the flame was about to reach Hasward, it was blocked by a certain force, and then disappeared. Hasward still held the sword in his hand, and his golden hair was so dazzling. He looked at the angry Captain Yamamoto and said, "Now, it's not time for a decisive battle. When His Majesty the Emperor fully wakes up, there will be a battle between us sooner or later. Shinigami, just wait for the despair to come." Click. Hasward's body shattered like a mirror, turning into countless fragments, and then disappeared. After Hasward's body disappeared, the figure of Captain Yamamoto rushed over, but nothing followed. Looks like they've all escaped. Kurako Shunsui watched the scene, put away the Zanpakuto in his hand, and spoke the truth. Jaishur Yukatake next to him also said, "We are still too reckless. After discovering the existence of this spirit space, we should first set up an enchantment around it to prevent them from escaping." Of course, it's too late to say these words first. After all, before breaking into this place, no one knew what the situation in the palace was like. Even they did not expect that there would be so many Quincy masters dormant here, and these Quincy masters were not weak. What's more, they didn't expect that after they found out that the situation was not good, they would choose to escape immediately. No wonder there was no trace of their existence for so many years. Commander Yamamoto held Regenjaka, the flames were burning. Looking at the huge and deserted palace, he didn't know what he was thinking. Gosuke Shigure lifted Zanpakuto's liberation, put away the knife in his hand, and looked at the huge palace, his eyes flickering. Another captain's meeting was called. But this captain meeting was not for the appointment of a new captain. Although the position of captain of the 10th squad is still vacant, no suitable candidate has been selected so far. But sometimes, the right person is not so easy to choose. After all, among the Soul Society, there are still a few Shinigami who have the ability to serve as captains. In the past, there have actually been situations where a captain's position has been left vacant for decades. This is not an uncommon situation. It is better to search for the captain of the 10th squad slowly. At this captain meeting, Captain Yamamoto focused on the things about the spirit subspace. He spoke bluntly, and through the joint search of Shihao and Yuriuaki, the captain of the 2nd Division, Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th Division, and Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th Division found a huge spiritual space in the shadow of Siritai. Then he, Unohanaretsu, Kurako Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure, and Jaishur Yukatake went to explore, and found that this spiritual space was created by Quincy Master. For countless years, Quincy Master has been dormant in it, and even built it. A grand palace. Unfortunately, after discovering their invasion, the Quincy's resolutely abandoned the palace and chose to escape. Right now, the reason why he convened this captain meeting was to gather the power of the entire Godai 13, explore that spiritual space, and see if he could find any clues. At the same time, we will do our best to monitor the present world and the Soul Society, and strictly search for the whereabouts of those Quincy's, absolutely not allowing them to escape. This group of Quinches is extremely threatening. When the content of this captain meeting spread and some captains who didn't know the inside story learned about it, it caused a great commotion. In the shadow of Siraiti, there is actually a huge spiritual space hidden? Doesn't this mean that they, who were in the Siraiti in the past, have been under the surveillance of the Quincy division? When the news was known to Aizen, the vice-captain of the 5th team, his mood was not very good immediately. After all, he has been secretly planning many things over the years. As a result, he was now told that what he planned might be known. Wang Li's, he immediately volunteered to explore the reality among the spirits. After Gosuke Shigure and others first explored the spiritual subspace, and all the Quincy ants in the spiritual subspace were transferred, this spiritual subspace lost its meaning, so Aizen and others were able to enter it for the second stage of exploration. Although there is no Quincy anymore, but the Quincy moved hastily after all, leaving a lot of clues behind. For example, some scientific research equipment was not taken away. By exploring the function of these devices, the Shinigami side determined that they have been under the surveillance of the Quincy for countless years in the past. After knowing this, Aizen's expression became more and more gloomy. He thought he was someone hiding in the dark, but he didn't expect that there were other people lurking in the dark. His secret is likely to be exposed. This made him brood over the escaped Quincy. Chapter 178. The discovery of the Invisible Empire, and the fact that there are so many survivors of the Quincy, which had long been recognized as declining, is already the most important thing today. When this matter was known by Central 46, Mao 46 office ordered Godi 13 to seize the time to search for and apprehend this group of Quincy masters. After all, anyone who knows that there are still a group of enemies in the shadow of the place where he lived in the past will feel uncomfortable, and according to the clues known so far, it can be known that this group of enemies is secretly monitoring them a very long time. No one knows how much of the Soul Society's secrets these enemies know. Under such circumstances, if you want to keep the secrets, the best way is to find out all these enemies and deal with them. But it is not so easy to find the Quincy master. The entire Godi 13 is running at high speed. But there was still no trace of the existence of any Quincy. If it wasn't for that spirit space, if not for that palace still exists, some people would even suspect that the group of enemies didn't exist at all. That would be unfounded. Looking like this, it doesn't seem like a good thing to expose the Invisible Empire prematurely. In the 11th team of 810, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but examine his past. He disclosed the matter of the Invisible Empire to Urahara Kisuke a long time ago, and asked Urahara Kisuke to explore the secrets of the spiritual space. Urahara Kisuke also lived up to expectations, successfully found the existence of the spirit subspace, and entered it. In the end, I didn't expect that the me inside was so cowardly. After only playing a few tricks, he slipped away. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem surprising. As far as the Quincy division is concerned, it is true that they are not yet ready to fight. Ever since Juhabok was defeated in that battle 900 years ago, he has been in a deep sleep. According to the words in the original book, it was 900 years after the war that he regained his heartbeat, and 90 years passed before he regained consciousness. That is, when Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old, he regained consciousness. Having plundered the power of all the mixed-blood Quincy in the world, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother was originally a pure-blood Quincy, and should be safe and sound, but because she was attacked by Subai, her power was impure, so she was punished. Under the influence of the Holy Spirit, he lost his strength, and then died under Su's attack. Now, it has been 100 years since the so-called plot begins. Juhabok probably didn't even recover his heartbeat. Although there are also some Quincy masters with holy texts, these Quincy masters are the survivors who attacked the Soul Society with Juhabok 900 years ago, but Gosuke Shigure in the Palace of the Invisible Empire has been able to confirm that the power of human holy text is not strong, perhaps, not as strong as Gosuke Shigure imagined. That's where it gets interesting. Either the holy text itself has only this strength, or it is because the strength of the holy text is affected by the strength of its giver. The holy text is derived from the bestowal of Juhabak. And the process of bestowing holy words is the ability of Juhabak as soul multiplication, that is, he can redistribute his power, by absorbing the power of all the Quincy masters in the world, and distribute the power to some valuable people. In the same way, if these people lose their value, Fahabak can also regain their power. No matter what the reason is, for the Quincy divisions who have not yet woken up in Juhabak, now is obviously not the best time to start the war. Therefore, it does not seem surprising that Hasward would give the order to retreat and flee. It is true that he gave up the spirit space that Quincy opened up for many years, and the foundation that has been in operation for 900 years, but at least he kept the fire of Quincy. As long as people are still alive and the fire is still there, sooner or later, they will be able to retaliate against Shinigami. Perhaps such behavior, in the eyes of many Quincy masters, is weak. But in Gosuke Shigure's view, Hathward did make the right decision. When the vast majority of Quincy masters do not have holy text, and the power of Quincy masters with holy text is not as good as before, if they rashly start a war with the Soul Society, although they can kill some Shinigami, the price will be survivors like them. Annihilation of the entire army will delay His Majesty's resurrection plan. In Jushiro's words, I'm still not fully prepared. Captain Yamamoto led a few people to explore the spiritual space. Is it wrong? Not wrong. Because I don't know the reality of the spirit space, I only enter it with a few top combat forces, so that even if there is a problem inside, I can advance or retreat. The only thing I didn't expect was to be discovered by Quincy so quickly, and Quincy exists in a group. This made the Quincy masters see that the situation was not good, and they all ran away immediately. If you knew the truth and reality inside, you should call the kid as soon as possible, and set up a large-scale barrier around the spirit space to prevent all space-level transmissions. Although it will take some work, such a thing can still be done. Arrived. Although the spirit space is the headquarters of the Quincy, don't forget that the spirit space is built in the shadow of the Soul Society, and on the surface of the shadow is the headquarters of the Shinigami. Ting. Although the ending is somewhat unsatisfactory, but think about it carefully, how can there be so many perfect things in this world? Gosuke Shigure started to comfort himself again. I've done the ultimate I can do. The existence of the spirit subspace was revealed in advance, so that Captain Yamamoto led the team to wipe out the spirit subspace early, which made the Invisible Empire no longer invisible. Even if the bases are re-established in other places, it is basically impossible to directly tear more than half of the Siritii through manifestation as in the original book. After all, the surface of the Siritii is protected by a soul cloaking membrane, so it is not so easy to break through. In the original book, the Shinigami side suffered so many casualties, it is purely because the enemy broke through from the inside, ignoring the soul shield over Siritii. Now the existence of the Invisible Empire is no longer invisible, they are forced to transfer, and at the same time, they also make their own existence appear in the vision of the entire Godii 13. If the bloody battle broke out in the next millennium, it is still as tragic as in the original book. That can only show that the Shinigami side is too incompetent, a full 100 years of preparation time, and nothing is still ready. Chapter 179. Although Gosuke Shigure didn't kill any Quincy in the battle in the palace of the Invisible Empire, he believes that he did his best in this incident. If he hadn't asked Urahara Kisuke to investigate the spirit space, the existence of the spirit space has been a mystery to Shinigami. Although in the end it was Hathward and other Quincy's who escaped. But at least from now on, the Soul Society knows that the war 900 years ago is not over, and there are still many enemies hidden in the dark and survived. From now on, the Soul Society can be regarded as entering a state of combat readiness. If so, it would be as unprepared as when the war broke out in the original book. It can only be said that they are all a group of pig teammates, and the mud can't help them up the wall. In comparison, whether Gosuke Shigure kills the enemy in the palace is not that important, unless he can directly eliminate Yhwach. Otherwise, as long as Yhwach is willing, those Quincy masters who have the holy text will be killed at any time. Can be revived by Yhwach. Gosuke Shigure did not participate in the subsequent search for the whereabouts of those quench masters and the exploration of the spiritual space where the invisible empire is located. The fact that the group of Quincy's escaped was a wake-up call for him. Right now, although the final moment of the decisive battle has not yet been reached, that day will come sooner or later. In order to deal with the decisive battle that may come at any time, the best way is to accumulate strength first. As long as the strength is strong enough, even if Yhwach is really resurrected, he will not be able to turn any waves. Since rebirth, although rarely shot. But Gosuke Shigure found that his own boundaries had been broken. Next, he only needs to practice step by step, and he will naturally become stronger. To this day, his Ryutsu continues to proliferate. How far he can go, even he himself can't tell. The boundaries that belonged to the Shinigami were broken. Just when Gosuke Shigure was practicing with peace of mind and accumulating strength for the future war. In the shadows of Soul Society, Aizen also set his sights on boundaries. The matter of the invisible empire once made him a little bit vigilant, because he was worried that his secret would be discovered, but after searching for the whereabouts of the Quincy for a long time without any results, Aizen also let go of his vigilance against the Quincy meaning. As long as the group of Quincy masters still exists, sooner or later their actions will be revealed. Comparatively speaking, he cared more about breaking the boundaries than about the Quincy. After long years of experimentation, Aizen discovered one thing. That is, Shinigami and Suno are actually going to the same goal by different routes. They are two different forms of the soul. And in the middle of the two is the Quincy master. Not to mention the Quincy for now. It is said that Shinigami and Su are opposed to each other, so, can the power between them be merged into one? Shinigami's hollow? Or the virtual Shinigamiization? Let Shinigami obtain Su's power on the basis of the original power, or let Su obtain Shinigami's power zone. These are the research directions of Aizen. He wanted to know more, if the two powers merged, could break the boundaries of Shinigami. The soul has limits, and it is difficult to break through the boundaries of Shinigami by relying on a single power. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to touch the boundary. But in Aizen's hands, there happens to be one thing that can do this, and that is Hyaku. After searching for the whereabouts of the Annihilator for a long time without any results, he refocused his attention on doing experiments. The so-called Quincy masters are just a group of losers. 900 years ago, when their ancestor friend Habich was still there, they still lost. Now Yhwach no longer exists, and even though the group of Quincy masters opened up a huge spiritual space in the shadow of Siritai, in the final analysis, they only dare to hide in the dark and dare not fight the Shinigami head-on. Compared to a group of losers, what Aizen cares more about is his own strength. As long as he can find a way to break the boundaries, then you can let yourself further evolve on the existing basis, and at that time, you may not be able to ascend to the Lingwang Palace and become the master on the throne. As for the current master on the throne, it's just a ridiculous puppet. Why do things like this make people succumb? Asking for flowers. A shrill scream came from the soul's mouth, and milky white matter continuously gushed out from its body, which was the power of Su. If the color represented by Shinigami is black, then the color of Su is white. As the virtual power continuously gushes out from the soul body, the Ryutsu belonging to the soul is also growing at a high speed, breaking through the original limit of the soul in just a short moment. Perceiving all this, Aizen couldn't help showing an obsessive look in his eyes. Unfortunately, soon, this obsession was replaced by loss. Boom! The soul collapsed and turned into Jiangzi. Su's power, of course, made it break through the original limit, and Ryutsu was in a state of rapid growth, but the price was that the original power of the soul could not bear the high-speed growth of Su's power. In the end, during the crazy growth of power, his balance was broken and he fell into self-destruction. Although it failed again, compared to the past, this method has matured a lot. The only problem at present is that the ordinary soul cannot carry the rapidly growing calendar area due to the spiritual power in its body. It's ultimately self-destructive. What if Hollow's target is a powerful Shinigami? Aizen set his sights on Shinigami. In the very early days, he actually wanted to experiment with Shinigami. But every Shinigami of Godi 13 is a registered member, and their disappearance and death will cause Godi 13 to be alert, so Aizen is not easy to start. But now, with the experiment at this point, Aizen doesn't want to give up. Ever since, in the next period of time, several incidents of Shinigami murders occurred successively. The murderer who killed the Shinigami was Hiroshi. This is the result of field investigation. But if you study carefully, you will find that the appearance of these ghosts has its own problems. After they appeared, they did not attack civilians, but seemed to focus on Shinigami from the very beginning. Aizen, under false pretenses, is secretly attacking the Shinigami. But even so, the ordinary Shinigami still couldn't satisfy his desire for experiments. His eyes were fixed on the more powerful Shinigami Hiroshi. Chapter 180. Time passed slowly. Aizen's secret use of souls and the murder of Shinigami for experiments finally revealed clues. Although in the history of the Soul Society, there are many incidents of false attacks on the Soul Society, and Shinigami died in battle, but in recent years, the frequency of such incidents is too high. Moreover, most of the Shinigami who died in battle were not even found. In addition, even the souls disappeared near the area where the incident happened. Combined with the discovery of a large-scale spiritual space in the shadow of Siridae, and the fact that the Quincy is dormant in the dark, the Soul Society has reason to believe that behind these events, it is not a coincidence, but man-made. Division 9 took over the investigation. Rukonga, the king of the wilderness. Captain, this is where the June 63 event where the soul disappeared this time happened, but the strange thing is that I didn't see the figures of the team members who came to investigate. The third seat of the 9th Division, Kazaki Hirezo said to his captain Meguru Makensei. Okay, Sanji Kazaki, please take your team members to investigate around, make sure to find out the reason for the disappearance of the soul, and at the same time, try to find the whereabouts of those missing players. Meguru Makensei, captain of the 9th team, looked at Godi 13, is also a well-known handsome guy, glanced at the surrounding environment, and ordered to his 3 seats. Yes, captain. At this moment, it was dusk, the sun had already set, and the entire wilderness was extremely dark. In the earliest days, the frequency of soul disappearance was not as rapid as it is now. Recently, the frequency of soul disappearance has become higher and higher. Combined with the group of Quincy masters who have not been found so far, it is certain that Siridae is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. In the dark, there are still many enemies dormant. I don't know if something will happen tonight. The recent disappearance of souls happened at night. This is also the time when Meguru Makensei will bring his team members out to investigate. He still hopes to gain something at night. If he can discover the whereabouts of the enemy, he must give the enemy a hard blow. After parting with the 3 seats, Meguru Makensei began to explore in the woods. Suddenly, deep in the woods, there was a terrified cry. When Meguru Makensei heard the sound, he immediately cast Shunpo and hurried over. All I saw was a child sitting on the ground with a frightened look on his face. And in front of him, there is a hollow head, showing a hideous appearance, ready to attack the child. Meguru Makensei waved the sealed state immediately without the slightest hesitation. This head started from the hollow hole, was cut in half immediately, and then turned into a spirit sun, and disappeared without a trace. After killing the head, Meguru Makensei looked at the child again, pulled him up, and asked, "What's your name?" The child responded with some trepidation, Hisagi Shuei, Master Shinigami. Meguruma Kensei was about to ask the child if he had discovered anything recently. From his point of view, the child lived near here, so he might be able to discover something. But before he opened his mouth, the voice of the vice-captain Kuna Mashiro came from not far away, and Kuna Mashiro made a discovery. So Meguruma Kensei could only let the child in front of him leave here. Watching the child leave, Meguruma Kensei quickly rushed towards Kuna Mashiro. Kuna Mashiro was standing in front of a pile of broken death costumes, with a dignified expression. There are 10 death costumes in total, and the number just matches the number of Shinigami who came to investigate. It seems that they were all killed. Meguruma Kensei gritted his teeth. The murderer must not have gone far. Who is it that is so daring? Don't you know that this is the Soul Society? Is it the territory of Shinigami? Killing the Shinigami here is really not paying attention to them. Godei 13. Meguruma Kensei vowed to find the murderer today. Then, together with Kuna Mashiro, they continued to search around here. However, this time, they found no clues, except for the 10 slightly damaged death costumes, which proved that the previous 10 Shinigami still existed. There are no useful clues. Is it going to return without success? Meguruma Kensei thought so. At this moment, his spiritual perception sensed a strange wave of spiritual energy. In addition to seeing and hearing, Shinigami also relies heavily on spiritual perception. As long as the opponent has Ryutsu and Ryutsu, they can be perceived by spiritual perception. The stronger the Shinigami, the stronger the perception ability of spiritual perception. For this type of Shinigami, even, the sense of dependence on the spiritual sense is more than the eyes. Meguruma Kensei immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly explained the situation he perceived, and then took Kuna Mashiro towards the place perceived by the spiritual sense. When they arrived at the destination, they saw only a man kneeling on the ground. Looking at his clothes, he seemed to be the ordinary soul of Rukanga, but at this moment, some kind of indescribable change seemed to have taken place on his body. All the members of Division 9 surrounded the man one after another. Meguruma Kensei sensed the changes in the opponent, and immediately said solemnly, "Don't approach him." Under everyone's gaze, the man's body was continuously inflated like a balloon. The man's mouth made a painful sound, and he endured great pain, and then, white matter continuously gushed out from the man's body. In just a short moment, the man's body was wrapped, transforming him from an ordinary soul into a creature that is definitely not unfamiliar to Shinigami. At the same time, the man's aura also underwent a completely different change. 0.5. It's no wonder that the soul disappeared. It didn't disappear at all, but became void. Shinigami, who has the 9th squad, suddenly realized. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of soul disappearances, and at the same time, there have been more and more Su attacks. Now it seems that a large part of the soul has been transformed into a void due to some weird methods. "Captain, let me transform him." A member of Division 9 volunteered to volunteer. Meguruma Kensei agreed to the other parties volunteering. However, just when this Shinigami was about to purify Su, an accident happened suddenly, and strange spiritual fluctuations spread around the vicinity at the same time. It turns out that it's not just the one in front of me, there are many souls that have also become virtual. Chapter 181. The appearance of so many falsehoods naturally cannot be left alone. Ever since, Meguruma Kensei led the team members under his hand to start to clean up these ghosts. After finally purifying all these voids, he was about to return to Siriti and report to the captain what happened tonight, when a new incident happened suddenly. Siriti, among the first team. Captain Yamamoto was temporarily awakened wearing the captain's Haori. He had already fallen asleep. However, the deputy captain Chijiro Sasaki came to him in a hurry and informed him of an emergency. Captain Yamamoto was in no mood to go to sleep after learning what happened. Quickly summon all the captains of Godi 13. He issued orders to Chijure Sasakaibe. Chijure Sasakaibe also knew the seriousness of the matter, and then, a sound similar to a watchman sounded, echoing continuously throughout the entire Godi 1313 team building. Some captains and vice-captains who were dealing with team affairs, or had already fallen asleep, heard the voice and had to put down their work, or get up helplessly, and rushed towards the direction of the first team. Not long after, many captains gathered in the headroom of the first team. So, Gosuke, do you know what happened? After coming to the first room of the team, Kurako Shunsui found that his friend Gosuke Shigure had come, and immediately asked Gosuke Shigure. Although Gosuke Shigure has always been lazy and looks much more lazy than him, Kurako Shunsui has to admit that Shigure is an extremely reliable person at critical times. It was Gosuke Shigure who discovered the spirit subspace of the Quincy earlier. Although the whereabouts of those Quincy masters have not been found so far, Gosuke Shigure's discovery of the spirit subspace can be regarded as a solution to a huge hidden danger. I don't know exactly what happened. Gosuke Shigure said truthfully, to be honest, I actually fell asleep, but because the captain wanted to hold a meeting, I could only get up again. Did you go to bed so early? You. Kurako Shunsui was a little surprised. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, I can't help it, who told me I'm not a young man anymore, I have to maintain my health now. Kurako Shunsui rubbed his chin and said, that being said, I have to go to bed earlier in the future, after all, I'm not young anymore, it's time to put the so-called health preservation on the agenda. Just when the two of you talked with each other, and I talked with each other. The captains of Godi 13 also arrived here one after another. It is worth saying that Jaishur Yukatake did not favor. After all, if you are in poor health, if you ask Jaishur Yukatake to come to a meeting, the probability of meeting him is only half. It can be said that it is Schrodinger's Jaishur Yukatake. You will never know whether his health will be good or bad at the next moment. Also because things like this happen more often, the whole Godi 13 is used to it. Of course, there is one point that all captains agree with. That is, Jaishur Yukatake must be very strong, otherwise, how can he still be the captain of the 13th division when his body is so weak? When everyone gathered and began to reminisce about the old days, Captain Yamamoto also came to the team headroom with his vice-captain Chijure Sasakaibe. He looked at the crowd who had been temporarily summoned, and said in a heavy voice, everyone, just now, something happened to the 9th team that went to Rukonga to investigate the disappearance of the soul. Go to the rescue. Captain Yamamoto revealed the seriousness of the matter as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't wait for many Godi 13 captains to express their opinions. 2 more heavyweights are here. I saw a strong man with a beard and a purple uniform, and a fat man with pink hair and a beard in a pink uniform walked in. It was Tessite Tsukabishi, the senior kid commander of the Kid Army, and Hachigen, the deputy kid commander. The kid troops are similar to Shinigami's divisions, but they are mainly responsible for the barrier security of the Siraiti and even the Soul Society. Each of them is a master of the Grand Master Kid, especially the Grand Master Kid and Deputy Kid, who have mastered the relevant information thoughts on time and space. Today, even the Kid, who usually rarely shows up, appeared here. It is enough to explain the seriousness of the matter, and it is very likely that Kid related to time and space needs to be used to carry out a specific seal. The team captains guessed this. Captain Yamamoto has already determined the candidate for the rescue, and he ordered the captains in front of him with an unquestionable attitude, okay, Hirako Shinji of the 5th Division will lead the team, and the captain of the 3rd Division Torabashi RJR Love Akawa of the 7th Division, Yadomaru Lisa, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, and Hachigen, the vice-captain of Kid, went to the rescue, and the rest of the people should leave first. In a short period of time, Captain Yamamoto determined the candidate for rescue. This battle is not insignificant. Let's not say that Meguru Makensei, the captain of the 9th Division who had the accident, is himself a captain-level Shinigami. It is said that there are 3 captains who are going to rescue at this moment, and the rest are at least the level of vice-captain. Such a battle, no matter what, shouldn't cause any problems. However, Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th Division, inexplicably felt a sense of uneasiness. He entrusted Saragaki Hiri to go to Rukonga to investigate the disappearance of the soul 2 days ago. It happened that Meguro Makensei of the 9th Division came to invite Hiri to go with him. Now Meguro Makensei has an accident. I don't know how it is now. Urahara Kisuke was a little worried about the other party. Since he became the captain of the 12th Division, at the beginning, Saragaki Hiri could not accept his new captain and resisted him in every possible way, but as time went by, with the Technology Development Bureau he created gradually made after a big event, Saragaki Hiri is now gradually accepting him. Similarly, Urahara Kisuke really treats Saragaki Hiri as his adjutant. Right now his adjutant is uncertain at the front line, he is really worried. This night is destined to be very long. Gosuke Shigure did not participate in the rescue operation, but returned to the 11th squad, ready for battle. Of course, according to his guess, the situation is not so bad that the 11th team is dispatched to join the battle. But in the second half of the night, the reason for the turmoil of the night was basically clear. Chapter 182. The reason why many captains and vice-captains Ryotsu disappeared is not because they died. It's because they have become the product of some people's experiments. Someone used them to carry out the hollow experiment, and they were all transformed into voids, so the Ryotsu that originally belonged to Shinigami changed. Hollow's statement was given by Urahara Kisuke, captain of the 12th Division. And these captains and vice-captains were also rescued by him and the chief kid, Tessai Tsukabishi. According to Urahara Kisuke, the murderer behind all this is Aizensuke, the vice-captain of the 5th Division. When he arrived with Tessai Tsukabishi, he saw only Aizensuke was about to attack his captain, and they stopped Aizensuke. For the stability of the Soul Society, he recommends that the criminal Aizensuke be arrested immediately and interrogated. As the captain of Godi I-13, the captain of Yamamoto is naturally willing to believe in Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi. After all, these two people have extraordinary identities. However, when the matter was reported to Central 46, which claims to be just, gave a completely different answer. According to Central 46, they investigated Aizensuke, captain of the 5th squad. At the time of the incident, Aizensuke had been staying in the team building of the 5th Division and had not gone out. Many members of the 5th Division were witnesses. On the contrary, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi had been sneaking together a long time ago, and their intentions were wrong. Therefore, through their unanimous determination, they came to a conclusion. Urahara Kisuke is the culprit in this hollow incident, and Tessai Tsukabishi is his accomplice. Central 46 not only did not agree with what Urahara Kisuke said about arresting Aizen, on the contrary, it also took Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi into custody and will put them on trial. However, after the trial of Urahara Kisuke, we will talk about it. The most important issue at the moment is how to deal with these hollow captains and vice-captains. Central 46 debated this. Some people say that these are Shinigami masters. For the stability of the Soul Society, they should be released, and at the same time try to treat them. Others say that no matter what, the Shinigami should be purified. What's more, if these people lose control, they will cause serious consequences. At this moment, they seem to be affected by some power. Then the entire Central 46 unanimously determined that these fake polluted Shinigami should be executed and purified. In the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure meets Yoryuki. Teacher. Yoryuki's expression was serious. Gosuke Shigure knew Yoryuki's intention. Are you here for Kisuke's business? Yoryuki nodded and said, yes, I believe Kisuke, although he has many incredible ideas, but he will never use the captain and vice-captain to carry out the hollow experiment. But now Central 46 has determined that he did it. I want my teacher to help me collect evidence and expose Aizen's true colors. Yoryuki vowed, determined. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered when he heard Yoryuki's words. Did Kisuke see you before he was detained? Yoryuki nodded, and then relayed to Gosuke Shigure what Urahara Kisuke said after seeing him. After listening to Yoryuki's narration, Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, according to what Kisuke said, the culprit of all this is Aizen, and Aizen planned all this in secret. It's a good idea that you want to collect evidence from Aizen to exonerate Kisuke, but have you ever thought about one thing? What's up? Obviously Aizen could not take the initiative to appear in front of Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi, but he chose to expose himself. Combined with Central 40SIX's unanimous determination that Aizen is innocent and Kisuke is behind the scenes, this can only show that there must be something that makes Aizen so confident. That is to say, your act of collecting Aizen's evidence will not work from the very beginning. Why? Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoryuki and revealed the truth of the matter. Yoryuki's complexion also gradually became gloomy. Even so, why not just let Aizen get away with it and let Central 46 try Kisuke? Yoryuki wanted to help Urahara Kisuke. Gosuke Shigure said softly, this world is more complicated than imagined. Let's not talk about the fact that we discovered a large-scale spiritual space in the shadow of Siritii in the early years. There is no news about those Quincy masters. There will be a battle between us and them sooner or later. Just say Aizen, who is also ambitious. Even if you exonerated Kisuke this time and rescued him, as long as you fail to obtain tangible evidence and bring Aizen to justice, who can be sure that he won't plan the next conspiracy? Yoryuki looked at Gosuke Shigure thoughtfully. Sensei, what do you want to do? Gosuke Shigure said, I think the most important thing is not how to do it, the most important thing is, to what extent can you do to save Kisuke? All I can do is to give you a little help. Yoryuki's eyes flickered, and then, he made up his mind. Because the Shihaoran family is a great nobleman, Yoryuki, as the head of the Shihaoran family, is also very clear about Central 40SIX's decision. After discussions at Central 46, they determined that the captains and vice-captains who were hollowed were serious threats, and decided to impose capital punishment on these captains and vice-captains in order to purify them. Unsurprisingly, after eliminating the captains and vice-captains, Zhao Nyazeo, their next target is Urahara Kisuke. Yoryuki naturally wouldn't let these things happen. So, that night, Central 46, where Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi were temporarily imprisoned in the Penance Palace, was responsible for a jailbreak. Bang 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 bang. Shinigami, who was guarding the Repentance Palace, was knocked down by a figure before he could react. Then, the gate of the Confession Palace was broken open. Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi, who were imprisoned inside, immediately looked at the person who opened the door in surprise. Yoryuki, teacher. After seeing these two figures clearly, Urahara Kisuke was very surprised. Kisuke, the situation is urgent now, Central 46 has decided to execute those captains. Ye opened his mouth and revealed the seriousness of the matter, and Urahara Kisuke's complexion changed drastically immediately. Chapter 183. How did this happen? Obviously they can still be saved. Urahara Kisuke could not accept such a result. You know, that's not one captain, but a full 4 captains, and besides that, there are many deputy captains. Among them is his adjutant Saragaki Hiri. Urahara Kisuke couldn't accept the execution of those captains and vice-captains. He looked at Yoryuki and Gosuke Shigure, who had released himself and Tessai Tsukabishi from the Penitent Palace, and said firmly, I want to save them. Although they have been hollowed out, as long as they use that thing, they can definitely relieve their hollowed out symptoms. Urahara Kisuke thought of something. In the past, because of the influence of Hikifun Kiryu's temporary soul theory, Urahara Kisuke studied the soul for a long time, and it was during that time that he completed the transformation. But his most proud work is not the Zhuan Shen body, but something called Hagyaku. He compressed the soul power of many virtual and Shinigami, and finally created something like Hagyaku. After creating Hagyaku, Urahara Kisuke felt the threat of Hagyaku, which is a very dangerous thing. He tried to destroy Hagyaku, but failed. Precisely because Hagyaku cannot be destroyed, Urahara Kisuke can only seal it. Now, he thought of Hagyaku again, but he was planning to use Hagyaku's power to help the captain and vice-captain who were hollowed. Of course, before that, they had to find a way to rescue them. So, right after they escaped from the Repentance Palace, Urahara Kisuke, Yoryuaki, and Jotai Misai went to rescue Hirako Shinji and others non-stop. In this case, Gosuke Shigure did not help. Urahara Kisuke and the others alone are enough to rescue Hirako Shinji and others. After that, Shigure learned about it from Kurako Shunsui. Urahara Kisuke, Tessai Tsukabishi, and Shihaura and Yoryuaki joined forces to rescue Hirako Shinji and others who were about to be executed, and then fled to unknown whereabouts are unknown. Although Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi were only suspects before this, they have not been fully convicted. But this time they first escaped from prison, and then rescued those captains and vice-captains who were polluted by the power of Su. Basically they can be regarded as sinners. On the Soul Society side, Urahara Kisuke, Tessai Tsukabishi, and the captains who were hollowed were immediately wanted. Central 46 ordered Godi I-13, Beb J, to find out the whereabouts of these people. However, Central 46 did not know that such a thing was simply impossible. Earlier, Godi I-13 tried to find the whereabouts of the Invisible Empire's Quake, but all ended in failure. Godi I-13's ability to gather intelligence is not as powerful as imagined. Not to mention, Central 46's decision to execute the captains and vice-captains who were killed by Hollow itself aroused the resistance of many Godi I-13 captains. After all, these are the same. Obviously they could still be treated, but in the end they insisted on executing them. Under such a premise, they searched for Urahara Kisuke's whereabouts, but they did not work hard. 13 divisions. The name of the captain's room is Yugantang. It is located on a lake. Jaishur Yucatec usually recuperates in this kind of place, and occasionally handles some team affairs. As a place to recuperate, the scenery around Yugan Hall is vast and pleasant. At this moment, in the hut, there was a little more alcohol. Gosuke Shigure came here under the leadership of Kurako Shunsui. That is to say, suddenly, did it become like this? Jaishur Yucatec's condition seems to have worsened recently. He didn't go to drink, but looked at Kurako Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure who were drinking in front of him, and said helplessly. Although I really don't want to accept it, for the current Godi I-13, it has indeed reached the weakest moment. Kurako Shunsui said with a serious expression. The third team captain Torabashi RJR, the fifth team leader Hirako Shinji, the seventh team leader Love Akawa, the ninth team leader Meguru Makensei, the second team leader Shihaura and Yoryuaki, and the 12th team leader Urahara Kisuke. There are 6 Godi I-13 captains, if you count the big kid chief Tessai Tsukabishi. There are 7 captain-level Shinigami, and the rest of the vice-kid chiefs and several vice-captains, needless to say. Lost so many high-end combat power at one time, even in the battle 900 years ago, the loss was not as serious as it is now. When Kurako Shunsui said these words, there was actually a sense of self-blame in his words. Because among the vice-captains whom he brought along with a word, his vice-captain Yadomaru Lisa was included. If he hadn't let Lisa go that day, this kind of thing probably wouldn't have happened. Jaishur Yucatec heard the sadness in Kurako Shunsui's words, and said with some dignity, if you count the captain of the 10th Division who died in the line of duty a few years ago and has not yet been filled, the current Godi I-13, truly unprecedented weakness. If the secret Quincy takes the opportunity to make a mess, I don't know if the 10 home guards can fight against it. Not that Jaishur Yucatec is worrying. Instead, he had personally experienced the power of the Quincy in the spiritual space in the shadow of Siritii. The group of Quincy's chose to hide, but it was impossible to hide forever. They both harbor a deep hatred for Soul Society. Shinigami and Quincy will have a fight sooner or later. Don't think about it so much, just take a step at a time. Gosuke Shigure comforted Jaisure Yuka. Then he turned to Kurako Shunsui and said, "Does the leader of the Beijing band also think that this incident has something to do with Urahara Kisuke?" Kurako Shunsui was silent for a while when he heard this, and then said, "I don't know." While Central 40SIXS claims were made by Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi, Kurako Shunsui sees layers of sugar in them. If Urahara Kisuke really did it, he would not be able to save the captains who were hollowed after he escaped from prison. Don't you want your experimental product to be killed like this? If Urahara Kisuke's behavior is understandable, what about Shihaoran Yuryuaki? As the head of Shihaoran, what reason does she have to join forces with Urahara Kisuke, help Urahara Kisuke escape from prison, and follow Urahara Kisuke's way to rebel against the Soul Society? Although there are only Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi in the wanted list of Central 46, as well as the captain and vice-captain who were hollowed, there is actually a betrayer outside the wanted list, that is Shihaoran Yuryuaki. It's just because of her special status that there is no arrest warrant.